I understand you, you seem well lodged here. I have ever kept my word, and sent to you, telling you where I am. You have, truly. I have no shadow of complaint to make against you. No one could have more faithfully performed his bond than you have. I give you ample credit for all that, and long may you live still to perform your conditions. I dare not deceive you, although to keep such faith I may be compelled to deceive 100 others. Of that I cannot judge. Fortune seems to smile upon you, you have not as yet disappointed me. And will not now, said Varney. The gigantic and frightful penalty of disappointing you stares me in the face. I dare not do so. He took from his pocket, as he spoke, a clasped book, from which he produced several bank notes, which he placed before the stranger. £1,000, he said, that is the agreement. It is to the very letter. I do not return to you 1,000 thanks. We understand each other better than to waste time with idle compliment. Indeed, I will go quite as far as to say, truthfully, that did not my necessities require this amount from you, you should have the boon, for which you pay that price at a much cheaper rate. Enough, enough, said Varney. It is strange that your face should have been the last I saw when the world closed upon me, and the first that met my eyes when I was again snatched back to life. Do you pursue still your dreadful trade? Yes, said the stranger, for another year. And then, with such a moderate competence as fortune has assigned me, I retire, to make way for younger and abler spirits. And then, said Varney, shall you still require of me such an amount as this? No, this is my last visit but one. I shall be just and liberal towards you. You are not old, and I have no wish to become the clog of your existence. As I have before told you, it is my necessity, and not my inclination, that sets the value upon the service I rendered you. I understand you, and ought to thank you. And in reply to so much courtesy, be assured that when I shudder at your presence, it is not that I regard you with horror, as an individual, but it is because the sight of you awakens mournfully the remembrance of the past. It is clear to me, said the stranger, and now I think we part with each other in a better spirit than we ever did before. And when we meet again, the remembrance that it is the last time will clear away the gloom that I now find hanging over you. It may. With what an earnest gaze you still regard me. I do. It does appear to me most strange. That time should not have obliterated the effects which I thought would have ceased with their cause. You are no more the man that in my recollection you once were, than I am like a sporting child. And I never shall be, said Varney, never again. This self-same look which the hand of death had placed upon me, I shall ever wear. I shudder at myself, and as I oft perceive the eye of idle curiosity fixed steadfastly upon me, I wonder in my inmost heart, if even the wildest guesser hits upon the cause why I am not like unto other men. No, of that you may depend there is no suspicion, but I will leave you now, we part such friends, as men situated as we are can be. Once again shall we meet, and then farewell forever. Do you leave England then? I do, you know my situation in life. It is not one which offers me inducements to remain. In some other land, I shall win the respect and attention I may not hope for here. There my wealth will win many golden opinions, and casting, as best I may, the veil of forgetfulness over my former life, my declining years may yet be happy. This money that I have had of you from time to time has been more pleasantly earned than all beside. Wrung, as it has been from your fears, still have I taken it with less reproach. And now, farewell. Varney rang for a servant to show the stranger from the house, and without another word they parted. Then, when he was alone, that mysterious owner of that costly home drew a long breath of apparently exquisite relief. That is over, he said. He shall have the other £1,000, perchance, sooner than he thinks. With all expedition I will send it to him, and then on that subject I shall be at peace. I shall have paid a large sum, but that which I purchased was to me priceless. It was my life itself. That possession which the world's wealth cannot restore. And shall I grudge these thousands which have found their way into this man's hands? No, 'tis true that existence for me has lost some of its most resplendent charms. 'Tis true that I have no earthly affections, and that shunning companionship with all, I am alike shunned by all. And yet, while the lifeblood still will circulate within my shrunken veins, I cling to vitality. He passed into an inner room, and taking from a hook, on which it hung, a long, dark-colored cloak, he enveloped his tall, unearthly figure within its folds. Then, with his hat in his hand, he passed out of his house, and appeared to be taking his way towards Bannerworth House. Surely it must be guilt of no common dye that could oppress a man so destitute of human sympathies as Sir Francis Varney. The dreadful suspicions that hovered round him with respect to what he was appeared to gather confirmation from every act of his existence. Whether or not this man, to whom he felt bound to pay annually so large a sum, was in the secret and knew him to be something more than earthly, we cannot at present declare, but it would seem from the tenor of their conversation as if such were the fact. Perchance he had saved him from the corruption of the tomb, by placing out, on some sylvan spot, where the cold moonbeams fell, the apparently lifeless form, and now claimed so large a reward for such a service, and the necessary secrecy contingent upon it. We say this may be so, and yet again some more natural and rational explanation may unexpectedly present itself, and there may be yet a dark page in Sir Francis Varney's life's volume, which will place him in a light of superadded terrors to our readers. Time, and the now rapidly accumulating incidents of our tale, will soon tear aside the veil of mystery that now envelopes some of our dramatis personae. And let us hope that in the development of those incidents, we shall be enabled to rescue the beautiful Flora Bannerworth from the despairing gloom that is around her. Let us hope and even anticipate that we shall see her smile again, that the roseate hue of health will again revisit her cheeks, the light buoyancy of her step return, and that as before she may be the joy of all around her, dispensing and receiving happiness. And he too, that gallant fearless lover, he whom no chance of time or tide could sever from the object of his fond affections, he who listened to nothing but the dictates of his heart's best feelings, let us indulge a hope that he will have a bright reward, and that the sunshine of a permanent felicity will only seem the brighter for the shadows that for a time have obscured its glory. Chapter 33. The Strange Interview. The Chase Through the Hall. PNJ. It was with the most melancholy aspect that anything human could well bear that Sir Francis Varney took his lonely walk, although perhaps in saying so much, probably we are instituting a comparison which circumstances scarcely empower us to do. For who shall say that that singular man, around whom a very atmosphere of mystery seemed to be perpetually increasing, was human? Averse as we are to believe in the supernatural, or even to invest humanity with any preternatural powers, the more than singular facts and circumstances surrounding the existence and the acts of that man bring to the mind a kind of shuddering conviction that if he be indeed really mortal, he still must possess some powers beyond ordinary mortality, and be walking the earth for some unhallowed purposes, such as ordinary men with the ordinary attributes of human nature can scarcely guess at. Silently and alone, he took his way through that beautiful tract of country, comprehending such picturesque charms of hill and dale which lay between his home and Bannerworth Hall. He was evidently intent upon reaching the latter place by the shortest possible route, and in the darkness of that night, for the moon had not yet risen, he showed no slight acquaintance with the intricacies of that locality, that he was at all enabled to pursue so undeviatingly a tract as that which he took. He muttered frequently to himself low, indistinct words as he went, and chiefly did they seem to have reference to that strange interview he had so recently had with one who, from some combination of circumstances scarcely to be guessed at, evidently exercised a powerful control over him, and was enabled to make a demand upon his pecuniary resources of rather startling magnitude. And yet, from a stray word or two, which were pronounced more distinctly, he did not seem to be thinking in anger over that interview, but it would appear that it rather had recalled to his remembrance circumstances of a painful and a degrading nature, which time had not been able entirely to obliterate from his recollection. Yes, yes, he said, as he paused upon the margin of the wood, to the confines of which he, or what seemed to be he, had once been chased by Marchdale and the Bannerworths. The very sight of that man recalls all the frightful pageantry of a horrible tragedy, which I can never forget. Never can it escape my memory, as a horrible, a terrific fact, but it is the sight of this man alone that can recall all its fearful minutiae to my mind, and paint to my imagination, in the most vivid colors, the least particular connected with that time of agony. These periodical visits much affect me. For months I dread them, and for months I am but slowly recovering from the shocks they give me. But once more, he says but once more, and then we shall not meet again. Well, perchance before that time arrives, I may be able to possess myself of those resources which will enable me to forestall his visit, and so at least free myself from the pang of expecting him. He paused at the margin of the wood, and glanced in the direction of Bannerworth Hall. By the dim light which yet showed from out the light sky, he could discern the ancient gable ends and turret-like windows. He could see the well-laid-out gardens, and the grove of stately firs that shaded it from the northern blasts. And as he gazed, a strong emotion seemed to come over him, such as no one could have supposed would for one moment have possessed the frame of one so apparently unconnected with all human sympathies. "I know this spot well," he said, "and my appearance here on that eventful occasion, when the dread of my approach induced a crime only second to murder itself, was on such a night as this, when all was so still and calm around, and when he who, at the merest shadow of my presence, rather chose to rush on death than be assured it was myself. Curses on the circumstances that so foiled me. I should have been most wealthy. I should have possessed the means of commanding the adulation of those who now hold me but cheaply, but still the time may come. I have a hope yet, and that greatness which I have ever panted for, that magician-like power over my kind, which the possession of ample means alone can give, may yet be mine." Wrapping his cloak more closely around him, he strode forward with that long, noiseless step which was peculiar to him. Mechanically, he appeared to avoid those obstacles of hedge and ditch which impeded his pathway. Surely he had come that road often, or he would not so easily have pursued his way. And now he stood by the edge of a plantation which in some measure protected from trespassers the more private gardens of the hall, and there he paused, as if a feeling of irresolution had come over him. Or it might be, as indeed it seemed from his subsequent conduct, that he had come without any fixed intention, or if with a fixed intention, without any regular plan of carrying it into effect. Did he again dream of intruding into any of the chambers of that mansion, with the ghastly aspect of that terrible creation with which, in the minds of its inhabitants, he seemed to be but too closely identified? He was pale, attenuated, and trembled. Could it be that so soon it had become necessary to renew the lifeblood in his veins in the awful manner which it is supposed the vampire brood are compelled to protract their miserable existence? It might be so, and that he was even now reflecting upon how once more he could kindle the fire of madness in the brain of that beautiful girl, who he had already made so irretrievably wretched. He leant against an aged tree, and his strange, lustrous-looking eyes seemed to collect every wandering scintillation of light that was around, and to shine with preternatural intensity. I will, he said, be master of Bannerworth Hall. It must come to that. I have set an existence upon its possession, and I will have it. And then, if with my own hands I displace it brick by brick and stone by stone, I will discover that hidden secret which no one but myself now dreams of. It shall be done by force or fraud, by love or by despair, I care not which. The end shall sanctify all means. Even if I wade through blood to my desire, I say it shall be done. There was a holy and a still calmness about the night much at variance with the storm of angry passion that appeared to be momentarily gathering power in the breast of that fearful man. Not the least sound came from Bannerworth Hall, and it was only occasionally that from afar off on the night air there came the bark of some watchdog, or the low of distant cattle. All else was mute save when the deep sepulchral tones of that man, if man he was, gave an impulse to the soft air around him. With a strolling movement as if he were careless if he proceeded in that direction or not, he still went onward toward the house, and now he stood by that little summer house once so sweet and so dear a retreat, in which the heart-stricken Flora had held her interview with him, whom she loved with a devotion unknown to meaner minds. This spot scarcely commanded any view of the house, for so enclosed was it among evergreens and blooming flowers, that it seemed like a very wilderness of nature, upon which, with liberal hand, she had showered down in wild luxuriance her wildest floral beauties. In and around that spot the night air was loaded with sweets. The mingled perfume of many flowers made that place seem a very paradise. But oh, how sadly at variance with that beauty and contentedness of nature was he who stood amidst such beauty, all incapable as he was of appreciating its tenderness, or of gathering the faintest moral from its glory. "Why am I here?" he said. "Here, without fixed design or stability of purpose, like some miser who has hidden his own hoards so deeply within the bowels of the earth, he cannot hope that he shall ever again be able to bring them to the light of day. I hover around this spot which I know contains my treasure, though I cannot lay my hands upon it, or exult in its glistening beauty." Even as he spoke he cowered down like some guilty thing, for he heard a faint footstep upon the garden path. So light, so fragile was the step, that, in the light of day, the very hum of summer insects would have drowned the noise. But he heard it, that man of crime off unholy and awful impulses. He heard it, and he shrunk down among the shrubs and flowers till he was hidden completely from observation amid a world of fragrant essences. Was it some one stealthily in that place even as he was, unwelcome or unknown? Or was it one who had observed him intrude upon the privacy of those now unhappy precincts, and who was coming to deal upon him that death which, vampire though he might be, he was yet susceptible of from mortal hands? The footstep advanced, and lower down he shrunk until his coward heart beat against the very earth itself. He knew that he was unarmed, a circumstance rare with him, and only to be accounted for by the disturbance of his mind consequent upon the visit of that strange man to his house, whose presence had awakened so many conflicting emotions. Nearer and nearer still came that light footstep, and his deep-seated fears would not let him perceive that it was not the step of caution or of treachery, but owed its lightness to the natural grace and freedom of movement of its owner. The moon must have arisen, although obscured by clouds, through which it cast but a dim radiance, for the night had certainly grown lighter, so that although there were no strong shadows cast, a more diffused brightness was about all things, and their outlines looked not so dancing, and confused the one with the other. He strained his eyes in the direction whence the sounds proceeded, and then his fears for his personal safety vanished, for he saw it was a female form that was slowly advancing towards him. His first impulse was to rise, for with the transient glimpse he got of it, he knew that it must be Flora Bannerworth. But a second thought, probably one of intense curiosity to know what could possibly have brought her to such a spot at such a time, restrained him, and he was quiet. But if the surprise of Sir Francis Varney was great to see Flora Bannerworth at such a time in such a place, we have no doubt that with the knowledge which our readers have of her, their astonishment would more than fully equal his. And when we come to consider that since that eventful period when the sanctity of her chamber had been so violated by that fearful midnight visitant, it must appear somewhat strange that she could gather courage sufficient to wander forth alone at such an hour. Had she no dread of meeting that unearthly being? Did the possibility that she might fall into his ruthless grasp not come across her mind with a shuddering consciousness of its probability? Had she no reflection that each step she took was taking her further and further from those who would aid her in all extremities? It would seem not, for she walked onward, unheeding, and apparently unthinking of the presence, possible or probable, of that bane of her existence. But let us look at her again. How strange and spectre-like she moves along. There seems no speculation in her countenance, but with a strange and gliding step, she walks like some dim shadow of the past in that ancient garden. She is very pale, and on her brow there is the stamp of suffering. Her dress is a mourning robe. She holds it lightly round her, and thus she moves forward towards that summer house which probably to her was sanctified by having witnessed those vows of pure affection, which came from the lips of Charles Holland, about whose fate there now hung so great a mystery. Has madness really seized upon the brain of that beautiful girl? Has the strong intellect really sunk beneath the oppressions to which it has been subjected? Does she now walk forth with a disordered intellect, the queen of some fantastic realm, viewing the material world with eyes that are not of earth, shunning perhaps that which she should have sought, and perchance, in her frenzy, seeking that which in a happier frame of mind she would have shunned? Piange. Such might have been the impression of anyone who had looked upon her for a moment, and who knew the disastrous scenes through which she had so recently passed. But we can spare our readers the pangs of such a supposition. We have bespoken their love for Flora Bannerworth, and we are certain that she has it. Therefore would we spare them, even for a few brief moments, from imagining that cruel destiny had done its worst, and that the fine and beautiful spirit we have so much commended had lost its power of rational reflection. No, thank heaven, such is not the case. Flora Bannerworth is not mad, but under the strong influence of some eccentric dream, which has pictured to her mind images which have no home but in the airy realms of imagination. She has wandered forth from her chamber to that sacred spot where she had met him she loved, and heard the noblest declaration of truth and constancy that ever flowed from human lips. Yes, she is sleeping, but with a precision such as the somnambulist so strangely exerts, she trod the well-known path slowly, but surely, toward that summer's bower, where her dreams had not told her lay crouching that most hideous spectre of her. Imagination, Sir Francis Varney. He who stood between her and her heart's best joy, he who had destroyed all hope of happiness, and who had converted her dearest affections into only so many causes of greater disquietude than the blessings they should have been to her. Oh, could she have imagined but for one moment that he was there, with what an eagerness of terror would she have flown back again to the shelter of those walls, where at least was to be found some protection from the fearful vampire's embrace, and where she would be within hail of friendly hearts, who would stand boldly between her and every thought of harm. But she knew it not, and onwards she went until the very hem of her garment touched the face of Sir Francis Varney. And he was terrified, dared not move, dared not speak. The idea that she had died, and that this was her spirit, come to wreak some terrible vengeance upon him, for a time possessed him, and so paralyzed with fear was he, that he could neither move nor speak. It had been well if, during that trance of indecision in which his coward heart placed him, Flora had left the place, and again sought her home. But unhappily such an impulse came not over her. She sat upon that rustic seat, where she had reposed when Charles had clasped her to his heart, and through her very dream the remembrance of that pure affection came across her, and in the tenderest and most melodious accents she said, "Charles, Charles, and do you love me still? No, you have not forsaken me. Save me from the vampire." She shuddered, and Sir Francis Varney heard her weeping. "Fool that I am," he muttered, "to be so terrified. She sleeps. This is one of the phases which a disordered imagination oft puts on. She sleeps, and perchance this may be an opportunity of further increasing the dread of my visitation, which shall make Bannerworth Hall far too terrible a dwelling-place for her, and well I know, if she goes, they will all go. It will become a deserted house, and that is what I want. A house, too, with such an evil reputation that none but myself who have created that reputation will venture within its walls. A house, which superstition will point out as the abode of evil spirits. A house, as it were, by general opinion ceded to the vampire. Yes, it shall be my own, fit dwelling-place for a while for me. I have sworn it shall be mine, and I will keep my oath, little such as I have to do with vows." He rose and moved slowly to the narrow entrance of the summer house, a movement he could make, without at all disturbing Flora, for the rustic seat, on which she sat, was at its further extremity. And there he stood, the upper part of his gaunt and hideous form clearly defined upon the now much lighter sky, so that if Flora Bannerworth had not been in that trance of sleep in which she really was, one glance upward would let her see the hideous companion she had, in that once much-loved spot hitherto, sacred to the best and noblest feelings, but now doomed forever to be associated with that terrific spectre of despair. But she was in no state to see so terrible a sight. Her hands were over her face, and she was weeping still. "Surely he loves me," she whispered. "He has said he loved me, and he does not speak in vain. He loves me still, and I shall again look upon his face, a heaven to me. Charles, Charles, you will come again. Surely they sin against the divinity of love, who would tell me that you love me not." "Ha," muttered Varney, "this passion is her first, and takes a strong hold on her young heart. Loves him, but what are human affections to me? I have no right to count myself in the great muster roll of humanity. I look not like an inhabitant of the earth, and yet am on it. I love no one, expect no love from anyone, but I will make humanity a slave to me, and the lip service of them who hate me in their hearts shall be as pleasant jingling music to my ear, as if it were quite sincere. I will speak to this girl, she is not mad perchance she may be. There was a diabolical look of concentrated hatred upon Varney's face, as he now advanced 2 paces towards the beautiful Flora. Chapter 34. The Threat, Its Consequences, the Rescue, and Sir Francis Varney's Danger. PNJ. Sir Francis Varney now paused again, and he seemed for a few moments to gloat over the helpless condition of her whom he had so determined to make his victim. There was no look of pity in his face. No one touch of human kindness could be found in the whole expression of those diabolical features, and if he delayed making the attempt to strike terror into the heart of that unhappy but beautiful being, it could not be from any relenting feeling, but simply that he wished for a few moments to indulge his imagination with the idea of perfecting his villainy more effectually. Alas, and they who would have flown to her rescue, they who for her would have chanced all accidents, aye, even life itself, were sleeping, and knew not of the loved one's danger. She was alone and far enough from the house to be driven to that tottering verge where sanity ends, and the dream of madness with all its terrors commences. But still she slept, if that half-waking sleep could indeed be considered as anything akin to ordinary slumber. Still she slept, and called mournfully upon her lover's name, and in tender, beseeching accents that should have melted even the stubbornest hearts, did she express her soul's conviction that he loved her still. The very repetition of the name of Charles Holland seemed to be galling to Sir Francis Varney. He made a gesture of impatience as she again uttered it, and then, stepping forward, he stood within a pace of where she sat, and in a fearfully distinct voice he said, "Flora Bannerworth, awake, awake, and look upon me, although the sight blast and drive you to despair. Awake, awake." It was not the sound of the voice which aroused her from that strange slumber. It is said that those who sleep in that eccentric manner are insensible to sounds, but that the lightest touch will arouse them in an instant. And so it was in this case, for Sir Francis Varney, as he spoke, laid upon the hand of Flora 2 of his cold, corpse-like looking fingers. A shriek burst from her lips, and although the confusion of her memory and conceptions was immense, yet she was awake, and the somnambulistic trance had left her. "Help, help," she cried, "gracious heavens, where am I?" Varney spoke not, but he spread out his long, thin arms in such a manner that he seemed almost to encircle her, while he touched her not, so that escape became a matter of impossibility, and to attempt to do so must have been to have thrown herself into his hideous embrace. She could obtain but a single view of the face and figure of him who opposed her progress, but slight as that view was, it more than sufficed. The very extremity of fear came across her, and she sat like one paralyzed, the only evidence of existence she gave consisting in the words, "The Vampyre the Vampyre." "Yes," said Varney the Vampyre. "You know me, Flora Bannerworth Varney the Vampyre, your midnight guest at that feast of blood. I am the Vampyre. Look upon me well, shrink not from my gaze. You will do well not to shun me, but to speak to me in such a shape that I may learn to love you." Flora shook as in a convulsion, and she looked as white as any marble statue. "This is horrible," she said. "Why does not heaven grant me the death I pray for?" "Hold," said Varney. "Dress not up in the false colors of the imagination that which in itself is sufficiently terrific to need none of the allurements of romance. Flora Bannerworth, you are persecuted by me, the vampire. It is my fate to persecute you, for there are laws to the invisible as well as the visible creation that force even such a being as I am to play my part in the great drama of existence. I am a vampire. The sustenance that supports this frame must be drawn from the lifeblood of others. Oh, horror, horror! But most I do affect the young and beautiful. It is from the veins of such as thou art, Flora Bannerworth, that I would seek the sustenance I am compelled to obtain for my own exhausted energies. But never yet, in all my long career extending over centuries of time, never yet have I felt the soft sensation of human pity till I looked on thee, exquisite piece of excellence. Even at the moment when the reviving fluid from the gushing fountain of your veins was warming at my heart, I pitied and I loved you. Oh, Flora, Even I can now feel the pang of being what I am. There was a something in the tone, a touch of sadness in the manner, and a deep sincerity in these words, that in some measure disabused Flora of her fears. She sobbed hysterically, and a gush of tears came to her relief, as in almost inarticulate accents she said, "May the great God forgive even you." "I have need of such a prayer," exclaimed Varney. "Heaven knows I have need of such a prayer. May it ascend on the wings of the night air to the throne of heaven. May it be softly whispered by ministering angels to the ear of divinity. God knows I have need of such a prayer." "To hear you speak in such a strain," said Flora, "calms the excited fancy, and strips even your horrible presence of some of its maddening influence." "Hush," said the vampire, "you must hear more, you must know more ere you speak of the matters that have of late exercised an influence of terror over you." "But how came I here?" said Flora. "Tell me that. By what more than earthly power have you brought me to this spot? If I am to listen to you, why should it not be at some more likely time and place?" "I have powers," said Varney, assuming from Flora's words, that she would believe such arrogance. "I have powers which suffice to bend many purposes to my willpowers incidental to my position, and therefore is it, I have brought you here to listen to that which should make you happier than you are." "I will attend," said Flora. "I do not shudder now, there's an icy coldness through my veins, but it is the night air. Speak, I will attend you." "I will, Flora Bannerworth, I am one who has witnessed time's mutations on man and on his works, and I have pitied neither. I have seen the fall of empires, and sighed not that high-reaching ambition was toppled to the dust. I have seen the grave close over the young and the beautiful, those whom I have doomed by my insatiable thirst for human blood to death, long ere the usual span of life was past, but I never loved till now." "Can such a being as you," said Flora, "be susceptible of such an earthly passion? And wherefore not? Love is either too much of heaven, or too much of earth to find a home with thee." "No, Flora, no. It may be that the feeling is born of pity. I will save you from a continuance of the horrors that are assailing you." "Oh, then may heaven have mercy in your hour of need." "Amen. May you even yet know peace and joy above." "It is a faint and straggling hope, but if achieved, it will be through the interposition of such a spirit as thine, Flora, which has already exercised so benign an influence upon my tortured soul, as to produce the wish within my heart, to do at least one unselfish action." "That wish," said Flora, "shall be father to the deed. Heaven has boundless mercy yet." "For thy sweet sake, I will believe so much, Flora Bannerworth. It is a condition with my hateful race, that if we can find one human heart to love us, we are free. If in the face of heaven you will consent to be mine, you will snatch me from a continuance of my frightful doom, and for your pure sake and on your merits shall I yet know heavenly happiness. Will you be mine?" A cloud swept from off the face of the moon, and a slant ray fell upon the hideous features of the vampire. He looked as if just rescued from some charnel house, and endowed for a space with vitality to destroy all beauty and harmony in nature, and drive some benighted soul to madness. "No, no, no," shrieked Flora, "never." "Enough," said Varney, "I am answered. It was a bad proposal. I am a vampire still. Spare me, spare me." "Blood!" Flora sank upon her knees and uplifted her hands to heaven. "Mercy, mercy," she said. "Blood," said Varney, and she saw his hideous fang-like teeth. "Blood, Flora Bannerworth," the vampire's motto. "I have asked you to love me, and you will not, the penalty be yours." "No, no," said Flora. "Can it be possible that even you, who have already spoken with judgment and precision, can be so unjust? You must feel that in all respects I have been a victim, most gratuitously a sufferer, while there existed no just cause that I should suffer. One who has been tortured, not from personal fault, selfishness, lapse of integrity, or honorable feelings, but because you have found it necessary, for the prolongation of your terrific existence, to attack me as you have done. By what plea of honor, honesty, or justice can I be blamed for not embracing an alternative which is beyond all human control? I cannot love you." Then be content to suffer. Flora Bannerworth, will you not, even for a time, to save yourself and to save me become mine? Horrible proposition. Then am I doomed yet, perhaps, for many a cycle of years, to spread misery and desolation around me. And yet I love you with a feeling which has in it more of gratefulness and unselfishness than ever yet found a home within my breast. I would fain have you, although you cannot save me. There may yet be a chance, which shall enable you to escape from the persecution of my presence. Oh, glorious chance, said Flora. Which way can it come? Tell me how I may embrace it, and such grateful feelings as a heart-stricken mourner can offer to him who has rescued her from her deep affliction, shall yet be yours. Hear me then, Flora Bannerworth, while I state to you some particulars of mysterious existence, of such beings as myself, which never yet have been breathed to mortal ears. Flora looked intently at him, and listened, while with a serious earnestness of manner, he detailed to her something of the physiology of the singular class of beings, which the concurrence of all circumstances tended to make him appear. Flora, he said, it is not that I am so enamored of an existence to be prolonged only by such frightful means, which induces me to become a terror to you or to others. Believe me, that if my victims, those whom my insatiable thirst for blood make wretched, suffer much, I, the vampire, am not without my moments of unutterable agony. But it is a mysterious law of our nature, that as the period approaches when the exhausted energies of life require a new support from the warm, gushing fountain of another's veins, the strong desire to live grows upon us, until, in a paroxysm of wild insanity, which will recognize no obstacles, human or divine, we seek a victim. A fearful state, said Flora. It is so, and when the dreadful repast is over, then again the pulse beats healthfully, and the wasted energies of a strange kind of vitality are restored to us, we become calm again. But with that calmness comes all the horror, all the agony of reflection, and we suffer far more than tongue can tell. You have my pity, said Flora, even you have my pity. I might well demand it, if such a feeling held a place within your breast. I might well demand your pity, Flora Bannerworth, for never crawled an abject wretch upon the earth's rotundity, so pitiable as one. Go on, go on. I will, and with such brief conclusions as I may. Having once attacked any human being, we feel a strange but terribly impulsive desire again to seek that person for more blood. But I love you, Flora. The small amount of sensibility that still lingers about my preternatural existence acknowledges in you a pure and better spirit. I would fain save you. Oh, tell me how I may escape the terrible infliction. That can only be done by flight. Leave this place, I implore you. Leave it as quickly as the movement may be made. Linger not, cast not one regretful look behind you on your ancient home. I shall remain in this locality for years. Let me lose sight of you, I will not pursue you, but by force of circumstances, I am myself compelled to linger here. Flight is the only means by which you may avoid a doom as terrific as that which I endure. But tell me, said Flora, after a moment's pause, during which she appeared to be endeavoring to gather courage to ask some fearful question. Tell me if it be true that those who have once endured the terrific attack of a vampire become themselves, after death, one of that dread race. It is by such means, said Varney, that the frightful brood increases, but time and circumstances must aid the development of the new and horrible existence. You, however, are safe. Safe, oh, say that word again. Yes, safe. Not once or twice will the vampire's attack have sufficient influence on your mortal frame as to induce a susceptibility on your part to become coexistent with such as he. The attacks must be often repeated, and the termination of mortal existence must be a consequence essential, and direct from those attacks, before such a result may be anticipated. Yes, yes, I understand. If you were to continue my victim from year to year, the energies of life would slowly waste away, and till like some faint taper's gleam, consuming more sustenance than it received, the veriest accident would extinguish your existence. And then, Flora Bannerworth, you might become a vampire. Oh, horrible, most horrible. If by chance, or by design, the least glimpse of the cold moonbeams rested on your apparently lifeless remains, You would rise again, and be one of USA terror to yourself, and a desolation to all around. Oh, I will fly from here, said Flora. The hope of escape from so terrific and dreadful a doom shall urge me onward. If flight can save Meflight from Bannerworth Hall, I will pause not until continents and oceans divide us. It is well. I am able now thus calmly to reason with you. A few short months more and I shall feel the languor of death creeping over me, and then will come that mad excitement of the brain, which, were you hidden behind triple doors of steel, would tempt me again to seek your chamber again, to seize you in my full embrace again, to draw from your veins the means of prolonged life again, to convulse your very soul with terror. I need no incentives, said Flora, with a shudder in the shape of descriptions of the past, to urge me on. You will fly from Bannerworth Hall. Yes, yes, said Flora, it shall be so. Its very chambers now are hideous with the recollection of scenes enacted in them. I will urge my brothers, my mother, all to leave, and in some distant clime we will find security and shelter. There even we will learn to think of you with more of sorrow, than of anger more pity, than reproach more curiosity than loathing. Be it so, said the vampire, and he clasped his hands, as if with a thankfulness that he had done so much towards restoring peace at least to one, who, in consequence of his acts, had felt such exquisite despair. Be it so, and even I will hope that the feelings which have induced so desolated and so isolated a being as myself to endeavor to bring peace to one human heart, will plead for me, trumpeting to heaven. It will, said Flora. Do you think so? I do, and I will pray that the thought may turn to certainty in such a cause. The vampire appeared to be much affected, and then he added, Flora, you know that this spot has been the scene of a catastrophe fearful to look back upon, in the annals of your family. It has, said Flora. I know to what you allude. 'Tis a matter of common knowledge to Alice, sad theme to me, and one I would not court. Nor would I oppress you with it. Your father here, on this very spot, committed that desperate act which brought him uncalled for to the judgment seat of God. I have a strange, wild curiosity upon such subjects. Will you, in return for the good that I have tried to do you, gratify it? I know not what you mean, said Flora. To be more explicit, then, do you remember the day on which your father breathed his last? Too well, too well. Did you see him, or converse with him, shortly before that desperate act was committed? No, he shut himself up for some time in a solitary chamber. Ha, what chamber? The one in which I slept myself on the night. Yes, yes, the one with the portrait, that speaking portrait, eyes of which seem to challenge an intruder as he enters the apartment. The same. For hours shut up there, added Varney musingly, and from thence he wandered to the garden where in this summer house he breathed his last. It was so. Then, Flora, ere I bid you adieu. These words were scarcely uttered, when there was a quick, hasty footstep, and Henry Bannerworth appeared behind Varney, in the very entrance of the summer house. Now he cried for revenge. Now, foul being, blot upon the earth's surface horrible imitation of humanity, if mortal arm can do aught against you, you shall die. A shriek came from the lips of Flora, and flinging herself past Varney, who stepped aside, she clung to her brother, who made an unavailing pass with his sword at the vampire. It was a critical moment, and had the presence of mind of Varney deserted him in the least, unarmed as he was, he must have fallen beneath the weapon of Henry. To spring, however, up the seat which Flora had vacated, and to dash out some of the flimsy and rotten woodwork at the back of the summer-house by the propulsive power of his whole frame, was the work of a moment. And before Henry could free himself from the clinging embrace of Flora, Varney, the vampire was gone, and there was no greater chance of his capture than on a former occasion, when he was pursued in vain from the hall to the wood, in the intricacies of which he was so entirely lost. Chapter 35. The explanation, Marchdale's advice, the projected removal, and the Admiral's anger. PNJ. This extremely sudden movement on the part of Varney was certainly as unexpected as it was decisive. Henry had imagined that by taking possession of the only entrance to the summer house, he must come into personal conflict with the being who had worked so much evil for him and his, and that he should so suddenly have created for himself another mode of exit, certainly never occurred to him. "For heaven's sake, Flora," he said, "unhand me. This is a time for action." "But Henry, hear me." Presently, dear Flora, I will yet make another effort to arrest the headlong flight of Varney." He shook her off, perhaps with not more roughness than was necessary to induce her to forgo her grasp of him, but in a manner that fully showed he intended to be free, and then he sprang through the same aperture whence Varney had disappeared, just as George and Mr. Marchdale arrived at the door of the summer house. It was nearly morning, so that the fields were brightening up with the faint radiance of the coming day, and when Henry reached a point which he knew commanded an extensive view, he paused and ran his eye eagerly along the landscape, with a hope of discovering some trace of the fugitive. Such, however, was not the case. He saw nothing, heard nothing of Sir Francis Varney, and then he turned and called loudly to George to join him, and was immediately replied to by his brother's presence, accompanied by Marchdale. Before, however, they could exchange a word, a rattling discharge of firearms took place from one of the windows, and they heard the Admiral in a loud voice shouting, "Broadside to broadside, give it them again, Jack, hit them between wind and water." Then there was another rattling discharge, and Henry exclaimed, "What is the meaning of that firing?" "It comes from the Admiral's room," said Marchdale. "On my life, I think the old man must be mad. He has some 6 or 8 pistols ranged in a row along the window-sill, and all loaded, so that by the aid of a match they can be pretty well discharged as a volley, which he considers the only proper means of firing upon the vampire." "It is so," replied George, "and no doubt, hearing an alarm, he has commenced operations by firing into the enemy." Well, said Henry, "he must have his way. I have pursued Varney thus far, and that he has again retreated to the wood, I cannot doubt. Between this and the full light of day, let us at least make an effort to discover his place of retreat. We know the locality as well as he can possibly, and I propose now that we commence an active search." "Come on then," said Marchdale. "We are all armed, and I for one shall feel no hesitation in taking the life, if it be possible to do so, of that strange being." "Of that possibility you doubt," said George, as they hurried on across the meadows. "Indeed I do, and with reason too. I am certain that when I fired at him before I hit him, and besides, Flora must have shot him upon the occasion when we were absent, and she used your pistols, Henry, to defend herself and her mother." "It would seem so," said Henry, "and disregarding all present circumstances, if I do meet him, I will put to the proof whether he be mortal or not." The distance was not great, and they soon reached the margin of the wood. They then separated, agreeing to meet within it, at a wellspring familiar to them all, previous to which each was to make his best endeavor to discover if anyone was hidden among the bushwood or in the hollows of the ancient trees they should encounter on their line of march. The fact was that Henry, finding that he was likely to pass an exceedingly disturbed, restless night, through agitation of spirits, had, after tossing to and fro on his couch for many hours, wisely at length risen, and determined to walk abroad in the gardens belonging to the mansion, in preference to continuing in such a state of fever and anxiety as he was in his own chamber. Since the vampire's dreadful visit, it had been the custom of both the brothers, occasionally, to tap at the chamber door of Flora, who, at her own request, now that she had changed her room, and dispensed with anyone sitting up with her, wished occasionally to be communicated with by some member of the family. Henry, then, after rapidly dressing, as he passed the door of her bedroom, was about to tap at it, when to his surprise he found it open, and upon hastily entering it, he observed that the bed was empty, and a hasty glance round the apartment convinced him that Flora was not there. Alarm took possession of him, and hastily arming himself, he roused Marchdale and George, but without waiting for them to be ready to accompany him, he sought the garden, to search it thoroughly in case she should be anywhere there concealed. Thus it was he had come upon the conference so strangely, and so unexpectedly held between Varney and Flora in the summer house. With what occurred upon that discovery, the readers are acquainted. Flora had promised George that she would return immediately to the house, but when, in compliance with the call of Henry, George and Marchdale had left her alone, she felt so agitated and faint that she began to cling to the trellis work of the little building for a few moments before she could gather strength to reach the mansion. 2 or 3 minutes might thus have elapsed, and Flora was in such a state of mental bewilderment with all that had occurred that she could scarce believe it real, when suddenly a slight sound attracted her attention, and through the gap which had been made in the wall of the summer house, with an appearance of perfect composure, again appeared Sir Francis Varney. "Flora," he said, quietly resuming the discourse which had been broken off, "I am quite convinced now that you will be much the happier for the interview." "Gracious heaven," said Flora, "whence have you come from?" "I have never left," said Varney. "But I saw you fly from this spot." "You did, but it was only to another immediately outside the summer house. I had no idea of breaking off our conference so abruptly." "Have you anything to add to what you have already stated?" "Absolutely nothing, unless you have a question to propose to me. I should have thought you had, Flora. Is there no other circumstance weighing heavily upon your mind, as well as the dreadful visitation I have subjected you to?" "Yes," said Flora. "What has become of Charles Holland?" "Listen, do not discard all hope. When you are far from here you will meet with him again." "But he has left me." "And yet he will be able, when you again encounter him, so far to extenuate his seeming perfidy, that you shall hold him as untouched in honor as when first he whispered to you that he loved you." "Oh joy, joy," said Flora. "By that assurance you have robbed misfortune of its sting, and richly compensated me for all that I have suffered." "Adieu," said the vampire. "I shall now proceed to my own home, by a different route to that taken by those who would kill me." "But after this," said Flora, "there shall be no danger. You shall be held harmless, and our departure from Bannerworth Hall shall be so quick that you will soon be released from all apprehension of vengeance from my brother, and I shall taste again of that happiness which I thought had fled from me forever." "Farewell," said the vampire, and folding his cloak closely around him, he strode from the summer house, soon disappearing from her sight behind the shrubs and ample vegetation with which that garden abounded. Flora sunk upon her knees, and uttered a brief, but heartfelt thanksgiving to heaven for this happy change in her destiny. The hue of health faintly again visited her cheeks, and as she now, with a feeling of more energy and strength than she had been capable of exerting for many days, walked towards the house, she felt all that delightful sensation which the mind experiences when it is shaking off the trammels of some serious evil, which it delights now to find that the imagination has attired in far worse colors than the facts deserved. It is scarcely necessary, after this, to say that the search in the wood for Sir Francis Varney was an unproductive one, and that the morning dawned upon the labors of the brother and of Mr. Marchdale, without their having discovered the least indication of the presence of Varney. Again puzzled and confounded, they stood on the margin of the wood, and looked sadly towards the brightening windows of Bannerworth Hall, which were now reflecting with a golden radiance the slant rays of the morning sun. "Foiled again," remarked Henry, with a gesture of impatience, "foiled again, and as completely as before. I declare that I will fight this man. Let our friend the Admiral say what he will against such a measure. I will meet him in mortal combat. He shall consummate his triumph over our whole family by my death, or I will rid the world and ourselves of so frightful a character." "Let us hope," said Marchdale, "that some other course may be adopted, which shall put an end to these proceedings." "That," exclaimed Henry, "is to hope against all probability. What other course can be pursued? Be this Varney man or devil, he has evidently marked us for his prey." "PNJ." "Indeed, it would seem so," remarked George. "But yet he shall find that we will not fall so easily. He shall discover that if poor Flora's gentle spirit has been crushed by these frightful circumstances, we are of a sterner mold." "He shall," said Henry. "I for one will dedicate my life to this matter. I will know no more rest than is necessary to recruit my frame, until I have succeeded in overcoming this monster. I will seek no pleasure here, and will banish from my mind all else that may interfere with that one fixed pursuit. He or I must fall. Well spoken, said Marchdale. And yet I hope that circumstances may occur to prevent such a necessity of action, and that probably you will yet see that it will be wise and prudent to adopt a milder and a safer course. No, Marchdale, you cannot feel as we feel. You look on more as a spectator, sympathizing with the afflictions of either, than feeling the full sting of those afflictions yourself. Do I not feel acutely for you? I am a lonely man in the world, and I have taught myself now to center my affections in your family. My recollections of early years assist me in so doing. Believe me, both of you, that I am no idle spectator of your griefs, but that I share them fully. If I advise you to be peaceful, and to endeavor by the gentlest means possible to accomplish your aims, it is not that I would counsel you cowardice, but having seen so much more of the world than either of you have had time or opportunity of seeing, I do not look so enthusiastically upon matters, but with a cooler, calmer judgment, I do not say a better, I proffer to you my counsel. We thank you, said Henry, but this is a matter in which action seems specially called for. It is not to be borne that a whole family is to be oppressed by such a fiend in human shape as that Varney. Let me, said Marchdale, counsel you to submit to Flora's decision in this business. Let her wishes constitute the rules of action. She is the greatest sufferer, and the one most deeply interested in the termination of this fearful business. Moreover, she has judgment and decision of characters, will advise you rightly, be assured. That she would advise us honorably, said Henry, and that we should feel every disposition in the world to defer to her wishes our proposition, is not to be doubted. But little shall be done without her counsel and sanction. Let us now proceed homeward, for I am most anxious to ascertain how it came about that she and Sir Francis Varney were together in that summer-house at so strange an hour. They all three walked together towards the house, conversing in a similar strain as they went. Chapter 36. The Consultation, the Duel, and its Results. PNG. Independent of this interview which Flora had had with the much-dreaded Sir Francis Varney, the circumstances in which she and all who were dear to her happened at that moment to be placed, certainly required an amount of consideration, which could not be too soon bestowed. By a combination of disagreeables, everything that could possibly occur to disturb the peace of the family seemed to have taken place at once. Like Macbeth's, their troubles had truly come in battalions, and now that the serenity of their domestic position was destroyed, minor evils and annoyances, which that very serenity had enabled them to hold at arm's length, became gigantic, and added much to their distress. The small income, which, when all was happiness, health, and peace, was made to constitute a comfortable household, was now totally inadequate to do south power to economize and to make the most of a little, had flown along with that contentedness of spirit which the harmony of circumstances alone could produce. It was not to be supposed that poor Mrs. Bannerworth could now, as she had formerly done, when her mind was free from anxiety, attend to those domestic matters which make up the comforts of a family distracted at the situation of her daughter, and bewildered by the rapid succession of troublesome events which so short a period of time had given birth to. She fell into an inert state of mind, as different as anything could possibly be, from her former active existence. It has likewise been seen how the very domestics fled from Bannerworth Hall in dismay, rather than remain beneath the same roof with a family believed to be subject to the visitations of so awful a being as a vampire. Among the class who occupy positions of servitude, certainly there might have been found some who, with feelings and understandings above such considerations, would have clung sympathetically to that family in distress, which they had known under a happier aspect. But it had not been the good fortune of the Bannerworths to have such as these about them, hence selfishness had its way, and they were deserted. It was not likely, then, that strangers would willingly accept service in a family so situated, without some powerful impulse in the shape of a higher pecuniary consideration, as was completely out of the power of the Bannerworths to offer. Thus was it, then, that most cruelly, at the very time that they had most need of assistance and of sympathy, this unfortunate family almost became isolated from their kind, and apart from every other consideration, it would have been almost impossible for them to continue inhabitants of the hall, with anything like comfort or advantage. And then, although the disappearance of Charles Holland no longer awakened those feelings of indignation at his supposed perfidy which were first produced by that event, still, view it in which way they might, it was a severe blow of fate, and after it, they one and all found themselves still less able to contend against the sea of troubles that surrounded them. The reader, too, will not have failed to remark that there was about the whole of the family that pride of independence which induced them to shrink from living upon extraneous aid. And hence, although they felt and felt truly, that when Admiral Bell, in his frank manner, offered them pecuniary assistance, that it was no idle compliment, yet with a sensitiveness such as they might well be expected to feel, they held back, and asked each other what prospect there was of emerging from such a state of things, and if it were justifiable to commence a life of dependence, the end of which was not evident or tangible. Notwithstanding, too, the noble confidence of Flora in her lover, and notwithstanding that confidence had been echoed by her brothers, there would at times obtrude into the minds of the latter a feeling of the possibility that after all they might be mistaken, and Charles Holland might, from some sudden impulse, fancying his future happiness was all at stake, have withdrawn himself from the hall, and really written the letters attributed to him. We say this only obtruded itself occasionally, for all their real feelings and aspirations were the other way. Although Mr. Marchdale, they could perceive, had his doubts, and they could not but confess that he was more likely to view the matter calmly and dispassionately than they. In fact, the very hesitation with which he spoke upon the subject convinced them of his doubt, for they attributed that hesitation to a fear of giving them pain, or of wounding the prejudices of Admiral Bell, with whom he had already had words so nearly approaching to a quarrel. Henry's visit to Mr. Chillingworth was not likely to be productive of any results beyond those of a conjectural character. All that that gentleman could do was to express a willingness to be directed by them in any way, rather than suggest any course of conduct himself upon circumstances which he could not be expected to judge of as they who were on the spot, and had witnessed their actual occurrence. And now we will suppose that the reader is enabled with us to look into one of the principal rooms of Bannerworth Hall. It is evening, and some candles are shedding a sickly light on the ample proportions of the once handsome apartment. At solemn consultation, the whole of the family are assembled. As well as the Admiral, Mr. Chillingworth, and Marchdale, Jack Pringle, too, walked in, by the sufferance of his master, as if he considered he had a perfect right to do so. The occasion of the meeting had been a communication which Flora had made concerning her most singular and deeply interesting interview with the vampire. The details of this interview had produced a deep effect upon the whole of the family. Flora was there, and she looked better, calmer, and more collected than she had done for some days past. No doubt the interview she had had with Varney in the summer house in the garden had dispelled a host of imaginary terrors with which she had surrounded him, although it had confirmed her fully that he and he only was the dreadful being who had caused her so much misery. That interview had tended to show her that about him there was yet something human, and that there was not a danger of her being hunted down from place to place by so horrible an existence. Such a feeling as this was, of course, a source of deep consolation, and with a firmer voice, and more of her old spirit of cheerfulness about her than she had lately exhibited, she again detailed the particulars of the interview to all who had assembled, concluding by saying, "And this has given me hope of happier days. If it be a delusion, it is a happy one, and now that but a frightful veil of mystery still hangs over the fate of Charles Holland, how gladly would I bid adieu to this place, and all that has made it terrible. I could almost pity Sir Francis Varney, rather than condemn him." "That may be true," said Henry, "to a certain extent, sister, but we never can forget the amount of misery he has brought upon us. It is no slight thing to be forced from our old and much-loved home, even if such proceeding does succeed in freeing us from his persecutions." "But my young friend," said Marchdale, "you must recollect that through life it is continually the lot of humanity to be endeavoring to fly from great evils to those which do not present themselves to the mind in so bad an aspect. It is something, surely, to alleviate affliction, if we cannot entirely remove it. That is true, said Mr. Chillingworth, to a considerable extent, but then it takes too much for granted to please me. How so, sir? Why, certainly, to remove from Bannerworth Hall is a much less evil than to remain at Bannerworth Hall and be haunted by a vampire. But then that proposition takes for granted that vampire business, which I will never grant. I repeat, again and again, it is contrary to all experience, to philosophy, and to all the laws of ordinary nature. Facts are stubborn things, said Marchdale. Apparently, remarked Mr. Chillingworth. Well, sir, and here we have the fact of a vampire. The presumed fact. One swallow do not make a summer, Mr. Marchdale. This is waste of time, said Henry off course. The amount of evidence that will suffice to bring conviction to one man's mind will fail in doing so to another. The question is, what are we to do? All eyes were turned upon Flora, as if this question was more particularly addressed to her, and it behoved her, above all others, to answer it. She did so, and in a firm, clear voice she said, I will discover the fate of Charles Holland, and then leave the hall. The fate of Charles Holland, said Marchdale. Why really, unless that young gentleman chooses to be communicative himself upon so interesting a subject, we may be a long while discovering his fate. I know that it is not a romantic view to take of the question, to suppose simply that he wrote the 3 letters found upon his dressing table, and then decamped, but to my mind, it savors most wonderfully of matter-of-fact. I now speak more freely than I have otherwise done, for I am now upon the eve of my departure. I have no wish to remain here, and breed dissension in any family, or to run a tilt against anybody's prejudices. Here he looked at Admiral Bell. I leave this house tonight. You are a d.d. lubberly thief, said the Admiral, the sooner you leave it the better. Why, you bad-looking son of a gun, what do you mean? I thought we would had enough of that. I fully expected this abuse, said Marchdale. Did you expect that? Said the Admiral, as he snatched up an inkstand and threw at Marchdale, hitting him a hard knock on the chin and bespattering its contents on his breast. Now I will give you satisfaction, you lubber. D.M.E. if you ain't a second Jones, and enough to sink the ship. Shiver my timbers if I shan't say something strong presently. I really, said Henry, must protest, Admiral Bell, against this conduct. Protest, and be D. Roman 500. Mr. Marchdale may be right, sir, or he may be wrong, it's a matter of opinion. Oh, never mind, said Marchdale. I look upon this old nautical ruffian as something between a fool and a madman. If he were a younger man, I should chastise him upon the spot, but as it is I live in hopes, yet of getting him into some comfortable lunatic asylum. Me into an asylum, shouted the Admiral. Jack, did you hear that? Aye, aye, sir. Farewell all of you, said Marchdale. My best wishes be with this family. I cannot remain under this roof to be so insulted. A good riddance, cried the Admiral. I would rather sail round the world with a shipload of vampires than with such a humbugging son of a gun as you are. You are worse than a lawyer. Nay, nay, cried they, Mr. Marchdale, stay. Stay, stay, cried George, and Mrs. Bannerworth likewise said stay. But at the moment Flora stepped forward, and in a clear voice she said, No, let him go, he doubts Charles Holland, let all go who doubt Charles Holland. Mr. Marchdale, heaven forgive you this injustice you are doing, we may never meet again. Farewell, sir. These words were spoken in so decided a tone that no one contradicted them. Marchdale cast a strange kind of look round upon the family circle, and in another instant he was gone. Huzzah, shouted Jack Pringle, that's one good job. Henry looked rather resentful, which the Admiral could not but observe, and so, less with the devil-may-care manner in which he usually spoke, the old man addressed him. Hark ye, Mr. Henry Bannerworth, you ain't best pleased with me, and in that case I do not know that I shall stay to trouble you any longer. As for your friend who has left you, sooner or later you will find him out. I tell you there's no good in that fellow. Do you think I have been cruising about for a matter of 60 years, and do not know an honest man when I see him? But never mind, I am going on a voyage of discovery for my nephew, and you can do as you like. Heaven only knows, Admiral Bell, said Henry, who is right and who is wrong. I do much regret that you have quarreled with Mr. Marchdale, but what is done cannot be undone. Do not leave us, said Flora. Let me beg of you, Admiral Bell, not to leave us. For my sake remain here, for to you I can speak freely and with confidence of Charles, when probably I can do so to no one else. You knew him well and have a confidence in him, which no one else can aspire to. I pray you, therefore, to stay with us. Only on one condition, said the Admiral. Name it, name it. You think of letting the hall. Yes, yes. Let me have it then, and let me pay a few years in advance. If you do not, I am DD if I stay another night in the place. You must give me immediate possession, too, and stay here as my guests until you suit yourselves elsewhere. Those are my terms and conditions. Say yes, and all's right. Say no, and I am off like a round shot from a carronade. D.M.E., that's the thing, Jack, is not it? Aye, aye, sir. There was a silence of some few moments after this extraordinary offer had been made, and then they spoke, saying, Admiral Bell, your generous offer, and the feelings which dictated it, are by far too transparent for us to affect not to understand them. Your actions, Admiral. Oh, bother my actions. What are they to you? Come now, I consider myself master of the house, DNU. I invite you all to dinner or supper or to whatever meal comes next. Mrs. Bannerworth, will you oblige me, as I am an old fool in family affairs, by buying what's wanted for me and my guests? There's the money, ma'am. Come along, Jack, we will take a look over our new house. What do you think of it? Want some sheathing, sir, here and there. Very like, but however it will do well enough for us. We are in port, you know, come along. Aye, aye, sir. And off went the Admiral and Jack, after leaving a £20 note in Mrs. Bannerworth's lap. Chapter 37. Sir Francis Varney's separate opponents, the interposition of Flora. PNJ. The old Admiral so completely overcame the family of the Bannerworths by his generosity and evident single-mindedness of his behavior, that although not one, except Flora, approved of his conduct towards Mr. Marchdale, yet they could not help liking him, and had they been placed in a position to choose which of the two they would have had remain with them, the Admiral or Marchdale, there can be no question they would have made choice of the former. Still, however, it was not pleasant to find a man like Marchdale virtually driven from the house, because he presumed to differ in opinion, upon a very doubtful matter, with another of its inmates. But as it was the nature of the Bannerworth family always to incline to the most generous view of subjects, the frank, hearty confidence of the old Admiral in Charles Holland pleased them better than the calm and serious doubting of Marchdale. His ruse of hiring the house of them, and paying the rent in advance, for the purpose of placing ample funds in their hands for any contingency, was not the less amiable because it was so easily seen through, and they could not make up their minds to hurt the feelings of the old man by the rejection of his generous offer. When he had left, this subject was canvassed among them, and it was agreed that he should have his own way in the matter for the present, although they hoped to hear something from Marchdale, which should make his departure appear less abrupt and uncomfortable to the whole of the family. During the course of this conversation, it was made known to Flora with more distinctness than under any other circumstances it would have been, that George Holland had been on the eve of fighting a duel with Sir Francis Varney, previous to his mysterious disappearance. When she became fully aware of this fact, to her mind it seemed materially to add to the suspicions previously to then entertained, that foul means had been used in order to put Charles out of the way. Who knows, she said, that this Varney may not shrink with the greatest terror from a conflict with any human being, and feeling one was inevitable with Charles Holland, unless interrupted by some vigorous act of his own, he or some myrmidons of his may have taken Charles's life. I do not think, Flora, said Henry, that he would have ventured upon so desperate an act. I cannot well believe such a thing possible. But fear not, he will find, if he have really committed any such atrocity, that it will not save him. These words of Henry, though it made no impression at the time upon Flora, beyond what they carried upon their surface, they really, however, as concerned Henry himself, implied a settled resolution, which he immediately set about reducing to practice. When the conference broke up night, as it still was, he, without saying anything to anyone, took his hat and cloak, and left the hall, proceeding by the nearest practicable route to the residence of Sir Francis Varney, where he arrived without any interruption of any character. Varney was at first denied to him, but before he could leave the house, a servant came down the great staircase to say it was a mistake, and that Sir Francis was at home and would be happy to see him. He was ushered into the same apartment where Sir Francis Varney had before received his visitors, and there sat the now declared vampire, looking pale and ghastly by the dim light which burned in the apartment, and indeed more like some spectre of the tomb than one of the great family of man. "Be seated, sir," said Varney. "Although my eyes have seldom the pleasure of beholding you within these walls, be assured you are an honored guest." "Sir Francis Varney," said Henry, "I came not here to bandy compliments with you. I have none to pay to you, nor do I wish to hear any of them from your lips." "An excellent sentiment, young man," said Varney, "and well delivered. May I presume, then, without infringing too far upon your extreme courtesy, to inquire to what circumstances I am indebted for your visit?" "To one, Sir Francis, that I believe you are better acquainted with than you will have the candor to admit." "Indeed, sir," said Varney, coldly, "you measure my candor probably by a standard of your own, in which case I fear I may be no gainer. And yet that may be of itself a circumstance that should afford little food for surprise. But proceed, sir, since we have so few compliments to stand between us and our purpose, we shall in all due time arrive at it." "Yes, in due time, Sir Francis Varney, and that due time has arrived. Know you anything of my friend, Mr. Charles Holland?" said Henry, in marked accents, and he gazed on Sir Francis Varney with earnestness that seemed to say not even a look should escape his observation. Varney, however, returned the gaze as steadily, but coldly, as he replied in his measured accents. "I have heard of the young gentleman." "And seen him." "And seen him too, as you, Mr. Bannerworth, must be well aware. Surely you have not come all this way, merely to make such an inquiry. But, sir, you are welcome to the answer." Henry had something of a struggle to keep down the rising anger at these cool taunts of Varney, but he succeeded, and then he said, "I suspect Charles Holland, Sir Francis Varney, has met with unfair treatment, and that he has been unfairly dealt with for an unworthy purpose." "Undoubtedly," said Varney, "if the gentleman you allude to has been unfairly dealt with, it was for a foul purpose. For no good or generous object, my young sir, could be so obtained. You acknowledge so much, I doubt not." "I do, Sir Francis Varney, and hence the purpose of my visit here. For this reason I apply to you." "A singular object, supported by a singular reason. I cannot see the connection, young sir. Pray proceed to enlighten me upon this matter, and when you have done that, may I presume upon your consideration, to inquire in what way I can be of any service to you?" "Sir Francis," said Henry, his anger raising his tonsils, "will not serve you. I have come to exact an account of how you have disposed of my friend, and I will have it." "Gently, my good sir, you are aware I know nothing of your friend. His motions are his own, and as to what I have done with him, my only answer is that he would permit me to do nothing with him, had I been so inclined to have taken the liberty." "You are suspected, Sir Francis Varney, of having made an attempt upon the life or liberty of Charles Holland. You, in fact, are suspected of being his murderer, and, so help me heaven, if I have not justice, I will have vengeance." "Young sir, your words are of grave import, and ought to be coolly considered before they are uttered. With regard to justice and vengeance, Mr. Bannerworth, you may have both. But I tell you, of Charles Holland, or what has become of him, I know nothing. But wherefore do you come to so unlikely a quarter to learn something of an individual of whom I know nothing?" "Because Charles Holland was to have fought a duel with you, but before that had time to take place, he has suddenly become missing. I suspect that you are the author of his disappearance, because you fear an encounter with a mortal man. Mr. Bannerworth, permit me to say, in my own defense, that I do not fear any man, however foolish he may be, and wisdom is not an attribute I find, from experience in all men, of your friend. However, you must be dreaming, seer a kind of vivid insanity has taken possession of your mind, which distorts. Sir Francis Varney, exclaimed Henry, now perfectly uncontrollable. Sir, said Varney, as he filled up the pause, proceed, I am all attention, you do me honor. If, resumed Henry, such was your object in putting Mr. Holland aside, by becoming personally or by proxy an assassin, you are mistaken in supposing you have accomplished your object. Go on, sir, said Sir Francis Varney in a bland and sweet tone. I am all attention, pray proceed. You have failed, for I now here on this spot defy you to mortal combat. Coward, assassin as you are, I challenge you to fight. You do not mean on the carpet here, said Varney deliberately. No, sir, but beneath the canopy of heaven in the light of the day. And then, Sir Francis, we shall see who will shrink from the conflict. It is remarkably good, Mr. Bannerworth, and begging your pardon, for I do not wish to give any offense, my honored sir, it would rehearse before an audience. In short, sir, it is highly dramatic. You shrink from the combat, do you? Now indeed I know you. Young man, said Sir Francis, calmly and shaking his head very deliberately, and the shadows passed across his pale face. You know me not. If you think Sir Francis Varney shrinks from any man, much less one like yourself. You are a coward, and worse, if you refuse my challenge. I do not refuse it. I accept it, said Varney, calmly, and in a dignified manner. And then, with a sneer, he added, You are well acquainted with the mode in which gentlemen generally manage these matters, Mr. Bannerworth, and perhaps I am somewhat confined in my knowledge in the ways of the world, because you are your own principal and second. In all my experience, I never met with a similar case. The circumstances under which it is given are as unexampled, and will excuse the mode of the challenge, said Henry, with much warmth. Singular coincidence of challenge and mode of it is most singular. They are well matched in that respect. Singular, did I say? The more I think of it, Mr. Bannerworth, the more I am inclined to think this positively odd. Early tomorrow, Sir Francis, you shall hear from me. In that case, you will not arrange preliminaries now. Well, it is very unusual for the principals themselves to do so. And yet, excuse my freedom, I presumed, as you had so far deserted the beaten track, that I had no idea how far you might be disposed to lead the same route. I have said all I intended to say, Sir Francis Varney. We shall see each other again. I may not detain you, I presume, to taste aught in the way of refreshment. Henry made no reply, but turned towards the door, without even making an attempt to return the grave and formal bow that Sir Francis Varney made as he saw him about to quit the apartment. For Henry saw that his pale features were lighted up with a sarcastic smile, most disagreeable to look upon as well as irritating to Henry Bannerworth. He now quitted Sir Francis Varney's abode, being led out by a servant who had been rung for that purpose by his master. Henry walked homeward, satisfied that he had now done all that he could under the circumstances. I will send Chillingworth to him in the morning, and then I shall see what all this will end in. He must meet me, and then Charles Holland, if not discovered, shall be, at least, revenged. There was another person in Bannerworth Hall who had formed a similar resolution. That person was a very different sort of person to Henry Bannerworth, though quite as estimable in his way. This was no other than the old admiral. It was singular that two such very different persons should deem the same steps necessary, and both keep the secret from each other. But so it was, and, after some internal swearing, he determined upon challenging Varney in person. I would send Jack Pringle, but the swab would settle the matter as shortly as if a youngster was making an entry in a log, and heard the boatswain's whistle summoning the hands to a mess, and feared he would lose his grog. DN my quarters, but Sir Francis Varney, as he styles himself, shan't make any way against old Admiral Bell, He's as tough as a hawser and just the sort of blade for a vampire to come athwart. I will pitch him endlong and make a plank of him afore long. Cuss my windpipe. What a long, lanky swab he is, with teeth fit to unpick a splice. But let me alone, I will see if I cannot make a hull of his carcass, vampire or no vampire. My nevy, Charles Holland, cannot be allowed to cut away without nobody's leave or license. No, no, I will not stand that anyhow. Never desert a messmate in the time of need, is the first maxim of a seaman, and I ain't the one as LL do so. Thus self-communing, the old admiral marched along until he came to Sir Francis Varney's house, at the gate of which he gave the bell what he called a long pull, a strong pull, and a pull altogether, that set it ringing with a fury, the like of which had never certainly been heard by the household. A minute or two scarcely elapsed before the domestics hurried to answer so urgent a summons, and when the gate was opened, the servant who answered it inquired his business. "What's that to you, snob? Is your master, Sir Francis Varney, in? Because, if he be, let him know old Admiral Bell wants to speak to him. D'ye hear?" "Yes, sir," replied the servant, who had paused a few moments to examine the individual who gave this odd kind of address. In another minute word was brought to him that Sir Francis Varney would be very happy to see Admiral Bell. "Aye, he muttered, just as the devil likes to meet with holy water, or as I like any water save salt water." He was speedily introduced to Sir Francis Varney, who was seated in the same posture as he had been left by Henry Bannerworth not many minutes before. "Admiral Bell," said Sir Francis, rising and bowing to that individual in the most polite, calm, and dignified manner imaginable, "permit me to express the honor I feel at this unexpected visit." "None of your gammon. Will you be seated? Allow me to offer you such refreshments as this poor house affords." "D'en all this, you know, Sir Francis, I do not want none o' this palaver. It's for all the world like a Frenchman when you are going to give him a broadside. He makes grimaces, throws dust in your eyes, and tries to stab you in the back. Oh no, none of that for me." "I should say not, Admiral Bell. I should not like it myself, and I dare say you are a man of too much experience not to perceive when you are or are not imposed upon." "Well, what is that to you? D.N. me, I did not come here to talk to you about myself." "Then may I presume upon your courtesy, so far as to beg that you will enlighten me upon the object of your visit." "Yes, in pretty quick time. Just tell me where you have stowed away my nephew, Charles Holland." "Really, Hold your slack, will you, and hear me out. If he's living, let him out, and I will say no more about it. That's liberal, you know, it ain't terms everybody would offer you." "I must, in truth, admit they are not. And moreover, they quite surprise even me, and I have learned not to be surprised at almost anything." "Well, will you give him up alive? But hark ye, you must not have made very queer fish of him, do ye see?" "I hear you," said Sir Francis, with a bland smile, passing one hand gently over the other, and showing his front teeth in a peculiar manner. "But I really cannot comprehend all this. But I may say, generally, that Mr. Holland is no acquaintance of mine, and I have no sort of knowledge where he may be." "That will not do for me," said the Admiral positively, shaking his head. "I am particularly sorry, Admiral Bell, that it will not, seeing that I have nothing else to say. I see how it is. You have put him out of the way, and I am d.d. if you shall not bring him to life, whole and sound, or I will know the reason why." "With that I have already furnished you, Admiral Bell," quietly rejoined Varney. "Anything more on that head is out of my power, though my willingness to oblige a person of such consideration as yourself is very great. But permit me to add, this is a very strange and odd communication from one gentleman to another. You have lost a relative, who has, very probably, taken some offense, or some notion into his head, of which nobody but himself knows anything, and you come to one yet more unlikely to know anything of him than even yourself." "Gammon again, now, Sir Francis Varney or Blarney?" "Varney, if you please, Admiral Bell. I was christened Varney." "Christened, eh?" "Yes, christened were you not christened. If not, I dare say you understand the ceremony well enough. PNJ. I should think I did, but as for christening, Go on, sir. A vampire. Why, I should as soon think of reading the burial service of a pig. Very possible, but what has all this to do with your visit to me? This much, you lubber. Now DN my carcass from head to stern, if I do not call you out. Well, Admiral Bell, slid Varney, mildly, in that case, I suppose I must come out. But why do you insist that I have any knowledge of your nephew, Mr. Charles Holland? You were to have fought a duel with him, and now he's gone. I am here, said Varney. I, said the Admiral, that's as plain as a purser's shirt upon a handspike. But that's the very reason why my nevy ain't here, and that's all about it. And that's marvelous little, so far as the sense is concerned, said Varney, without the movement of a muscle. It is said that people of your class do not like fighting mortal men. Now you have disposed of him, lest he should dispose of you. That is explicit, but it is to no purpose, since the gentleman in question has not placed himself at my disposal. Then I will, fish, flesh, or fowl, I do not care, all's one to Admiral Bell. Come fair or foul, I am a tar for all men, a seaman ever ready to face a foe, so here goes, you lubberly moon-manufactured calf. I hear, Admiral, but it is scarcely civil, to say the least of it. However, as you are somewhat eccentric, and do not, I dare say, mean all your words imply, I am quite willing to make every allowance. I do not want any allowance. DN you and your allowance, too, nothing but allowance of grog, and a pretty good allowance, too, will do for me. And tell you, Sir Francis Varney, said the Admiral with much wrath, that you are a D.D. lubberly hound, and I will fight you. Yes, I am ready to hammer away, or with anything from a pop-gun to a ship's gun. You do not come over me with your gammon, I tell you. You have murdered Charles Holland because you could not face him, that's the truth of it. With the other part of your speech, Admiral Bell, allow me to say, you have mixed up a serious accusation on I cannot permit to pass lightly. Will you or not fight? Oh yes, I shall be happy to serve you any way that I can. I hope this will be an answer to your accusation also. That's settled then. Why, I am not captious, Admiral Bell, but it is not generally usual for the principals to settle the preliminaries themselves. Doubtless you, in your career of fame and glory, know something of the manner in which gentlemen demean themselves on these occasions. Oh DN you, yes, I will send someone to do all this. Yes, yes, Jack Pringle will be the man, though Jack ain't a holiday, shore-going, smooth-spoken swab, but as good a seaman as ever trod deck or handled a boarding pike. Any friend of yours, said Varney, blandly, will be received and treated as such upon an errand of such consequence. And now our conference has, I presume, concluded. Yes, yes, I have done Neasno. I will keelhaul you, but I will know something of my nevy, Charles Holland. Good day, Admiral Bell. As Varney spoke, he placed his hand upon the bell which he had near him, to summon an attendant to conduct the Admiral out. The latter, who had said a vast deal more than he ever intended, left the room in a great rage, protesting to himself that he would amply avenge his nephew, Charles Holland. He proceeded homeward, considerably vexed, and annoyed that he had been treated with so much calmness, and all knowledge of his nephew denied. When he got back, he quarrelled heartily with Jack Pringle, made it up, drank grog Corellid, made it up, and finished with grog again until he went to bed swearing he should like to fire a broadside at the whole of the French army, and annihilate it at once. With this wish, he fell asleep. Early next morning, Henry Bannerworth sought Mr. Chillingworth, and having found him, he said in a serious tone, Mr. Chillingworth, I have rather a serious favor to ask you, and one which you may hesitate in granting. It must be very serious indeed, said Mr. Chillingworth, that I should hesitate to grant it to you, but pray inform me what it is that you deem so serious. Sir Francis Varney and I must have a meeting, said Henry. Have you really determined upon such a course? Said Mr. Chillingworth. You know the character of your adversary. That is all settled. I have given a challenge, and he has accepted it. So all other considerations verge themselves into one end, that is the when, where, and how. I see, said Mr. Chillingworth. Well, since it cannot be helped on your part, I will do what is requisite for Yaudo. You wish anything to be done, or insisted on in particular in this affair. Nothing with regard to Sir Francis Varney that I may not leave to your discretion. I feel convinced that he is the assassin of Charles Holland, whom he feared to fight in duel. Then there remains but little else to do, but to arrange preliminaries, I believe. Are you prepared on every other point? I am. You will see that I am the challenger, and that he must now fight. What accident may turn up to save him, I fear not, but sure I am, that he will endeavor to take every advantage that may arise, and so escape the encounter. And what do you imagine he will do now he has accepted your challenge? Said Mr. Chillingworth. One would imagine he could not very well escape. But he accepted the challenge, which Charles Holland sent him. A duel was inevitable, and it seems to me to be a necessary consequence that he disappeared from amongst us, for Mr. Holland would never have shrunk from the encounter. There can be no sort of suspicion about that, remarked Chillingworth. But allow me to advise you that you take care of yourself, and keep a watchful eye upon every window, not be seen out alone. I fear not. Nay, the gentleman who has disappeared was, I am sure, fearless enough, but yet that has not saved him. I would not advise you to be fearful, only watchful. You have now an event awaiting upon you, which it is well you should go through with, unless circumstances should so turn out that it is needless. Therefore I say, when you have the suspicions you do entertain of this man's conduct, beware, be cautious and vigilant. I will do so in the meantime. I trust myself confidently in your hands. You know all that is necessary. This affair is quite a secret from all of the family. Most certainly so, and will remain so. I shall be at the hall. And there I will see you, but be careful not to be drawn into any adventure of any kind. It is best to be on the safe side under all circumstances. I will be especially careful, be assured, but farewell. See Sir Francis Varney as early as you can, and let the meeting be as early as you can, and thus diminish the chance of accident. That I will attend to. Farewell for the present. Mr. Chillingworth immediately set about the conducting of the affair thus confided to him, and that no time might be lost, he determined to set out at once for Sir Francis Varney's residence. Things with regard to this family seem to have gone on wild of late, thought Mr. Chillingworth. This may bring affairs to a conclusion, though I had much rather they had come to some other. My life for it, there is a juggle or a mystery somewhere. I will do this, and then we shall see what will come of it. If this Sir Francis Varney meets him, and at this moment, I can see no reason why he should not do so. It will tend much to deprive him of the mystery about him. But if, on the other hand, he refuse, but then, that's all improbable, because he has agreed to do so. I fear, however, that such a man as Varney is a dreadful enemy to encounter, is cool and unruffled, and that gives him all the advantage in such affairs. But Henry's nerves are not bad, though shaken by these untoward events. But time will show. I would it were all over. With these thoughts and feelings strangely intermixed, Mr. Chillingworth set forward for Sir Francis Varney's house. Admiral Bell slept soundly enough, though, towards morning, he fell into a strange dream, and thought he was yard arm with a strange fish, something of the mermaid species. Well, exclaimed the Admiral, after a customary benediction of his eyes and limbs, what's to come next? May I be spliced to a shark if I understand what this is all about. I had some grog last night, but then grog, DC, is a seaman's native element, as the newspapers say, though I never read 'em now, it's such a plague. He lay quiet for a short time, considering in his own mind what was best to be done, and what was the proper course to pursue, and why he should dream. Hilloa, 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 Jack ahoy, ahoy, shouted the Admiral as a sudden recollection of his challenge came across his memory. Jack Pringle ahoy, DNU, where are you? You are never at hand when you are wanted. Oh, you lubber ahoy. Ahoy, shouted a voice as the door opened, and Jack thrust his head in. What cheer, messmate? What ship is this? Oh, you lubberly. The door was shut in a minute, and Jack Pringle disappeared. "Hilloa, Jack Pringle, you do not mean to say you will desert your colors, do you, you dumb dog?" "Who says I will desert the ship, as she's seaworthy?" "Then why do you go away?" "Because I will not be called lubberly. I am as good a man as ever swabbed a deck, and do not care who says to the contrary. I will stick to the ship as long as she's seaworthy," said Jack. "Well, come here, and just listen to the log, and be DD to you." "What's the orders now, Admiral?" said Jack, though, as we are paid off. "There, take that, will you?" said Admiral Bell, as he flung a pillow at Jack, being the only thing in the shape of a missile within reach. Jack ducked, and the pillow produced a clatter in the wash-hand stand among the crockery, as Jack said, "There's a mutiny in the ship, and hark how the cargo clatters. Will you have it back again?" "Come, will you? I have been dreaming, Jack." "Dreaming, what's that?" "Thinking of something when you are asleep, you swab." "Ha ha ha," laughed Jack. "Never did such a thing in my life, ha ha ha. What's the matter now?" "I will tell you what's the matter. Jack Pringle, you are becoming mutinous, and I will not have it. If you do not hold your jaw and draw in your slacks, I will have another second." "Another second? What's in the wind now?" said Jack. "Is this the dream?" "If ever I dream when I am alongside a strange craft, then it is a dream. But old Admiral Bell ain't the man to sleep when there's any work to be done." "That's uncommon true," said Jack, turning a quid. "Well then, I am going to fight." "Fight?" exclaimed Jack. "Avast there, I do not see where's the enemy on that gammon. Jack Pringle can fight, too, and will lay alongside his admiral, but he do not see the enemy anywhere." "You do not understand these things, so I will tell you. I have had a bit of talk with Sir Francis Varney, and I am going to fight him." "What the Vampyre?" remarked Jack parenthetically. "Yes." "Well then," resumed Jack, "then we shall see another blaze, at least afore we die. But he's an odd fission of Davy Jones's sort." "I do not care about that. He may be anything he likes. But Admiral Bell ain't a-going to have his nephew burned and eaten, and sucked like I do not know what, by a vampire, or by any other confounded landshark." "In course," said Jack, "we ain't a-going to put up with nothing of that sort, and if so be as how he has put him out of the way, why it's our duty to send him after him, and square the board." "That's the thing, Jack. Now you know you must go to Sir Francis Varney, and tell him you come from me." "I do not care if I goes on my own account," said Jack. "That will not do. I have challenged him and I must fight him." "In course you will," returned Jack, "and if he blows you away, why I will take your place and have a blaze myself." The Admiral gave a look at Jack of great admiration, and then said, "You are a DD good seaman, Jack, but he's a knight, and might say no to that. But do you go to him, and tell him that you come from me to settle the when and the where this duel is to be fought." "Single fight," said Jack. "Yes, consent to anything that is fair," said the Admiral, "but let it be as soon as you can. Now, do you understand what I have said?" "Yes, to be sure. I ain't lived all these years without knowing your lingo." "Then go at once, and do not let the honor of Admiral Bell and Old England suffer, Jack. I am his man, you know, at any price." "Never fear," said Jack. "You shall fight him, at any rate. I will go and see he do not back out the warmint." "Then go along, Jack. And mind do not you go blazing away like a fire ship, and letting everybody know what's going on, or it will be stopped." "I will not spoil sport," said Jack, as he left the room, to go at once to Sir Francis Varney, charged with the conducting of the important cartel of the Admiral. Jack made the best of his way with becoming gravity and expedition until he reached the gate of the Admiral's enemy. Jack rang loudly at the gate. There seemed, if one might judge by his countenance, a something on his mind that Jack was almost another man. The gate was opened by the servant, who inquired what he wanted there. "The Vampyre." "Who?" "The Vampyre." The servant frowned, and was about to say something uncivil to Jack, who winked at him very hard, and then said, "Oh, maybe you do not know him, or will not know him by that name. I want to see Sir Francis Varney." "He's at home," said the servant. "Who are you?" "Show me up then. I am Jack Pringle, and I am come from Admiral Bell. I am the Admiral's friend, you see, so none of your black looks." The servant seemed amazed, as well as rather daunted, at Jack's address. He showed him, however, into the hall, where Mr. Chillingworth had just that moment arrived, and was waiting for an interview with Varney. Chapter 38. Marchdale's offer the consultation at Bannerworth Hall the morning of the duel. PNJ. Mr. Chillingworth was much annoyed to see Jack Pringle in the hall, and Jack was somewhat surprised at seeing Mr. Chillingworth there at that time in the rooming. They had but little time to indulge in their mutual astonishment, for a servant came to announce that Sir Francis Varney would see them both. Without saying anything to the servant or each other, they ascended the staircase, and were shown into the apartment where Sir Francis Varney received them. "Gentlemen," said Sir Francis, in his usual bland tone, "you are welcome." "Sir Francis," said Mr. Chillingworth, "I have come upon matters of some importance. May I crave a separate audience?" "And I too," said Jack Pringle. "I come as the friend of Admiral Bell. I want a private audience. But stay, I do not care a rope's end who knows who I am or what I come about. Say you are ready to name time and place, and I am as dumb as a figurehead. That is saying something, at all events, and now I am done." "Why, gentlemen," said Sir Francis, with a quiet smile, "as you have both come upon the same errand, and as there may arise a controversy upon the point of precedence, you had better be both present, as I must arrange this matter myself upon due inquiry." "I do not exactly understand this," said Mr. Chillingworth. "Do you, Mr. Pringle? Perhaps you can enlighten me." "It," said Jack, "as how you came here upon the same errand as I, and I as you, why we both come about fighting Sir Francis Varney." "Yes," said Sir Francis. "What Mr. Pringle says is, I believe, correct to a letter. I have a challenge from both your principals, and am ready to give you both the satisfaction you desire, provided the first encounter will permit me the honor of joining in the second. You, Mr. Pringle, are aware of the chances of war." "I should say so," said Jack, with a wink and a nod of a familiar character. "I have seen a few of them." "Will you proceed to make the necessary agreement between you both, gentlemen? My affection for the one equals fully the goodwill I bear the other, and I cannot give a preference in so delicate a matter. Proceed, gentlemen." Mr. Chillingworth looked at Jack, and Jack Pringle looked at Mr. Chillingworth, and then the former said, "Well, the Admiral means fighting, and I am come to settle the necessaries. Pray let me know what are your terms, Mr. What d'ye call 'em?" "I am agreeable to anything that is at all reasonable, pistols, I presume." "Sir Francis Varney," said Mr. Chillingworth, "I cannot consent to carry on this office, unless you can appoint a friend who will settle these matters with us myself, at least." "And I too," said Jack Pringle, "we do not want to bear down an enemy. Admiral Bell ain't the man to do that, and if he were, I am not the man to back him in doing what is not fair or right, but he will not do it. But gentlemen, this must not be. Mr. Henry Bannerworth must not be disappointed, and Admiral Bell must not be disappointed. Moreover, I have accepted the two cartels, and I am ready and willing to fight, one at a time, I presume. Sir Francis, after what you have said, I must take upon myself, on the part of Mr. Henry Bannerworth, to decline meeting you, if you cannot name a friend with whom I can arrange this affair." "Ah," said Jack Pringle, "that's right enough. I recollect very well when Jack Mizu fought Tom Foremast, they had their seconds. Admiral Bell cannot do anything in the dark. No, no, all must be above board." "Gentlemen," said Sir Francis Varney, "you see the dilemma I am in. Your principals have both challenged me. I am ready to fight anyone or both of them as the case may be. Distinctly understand that, because it is a notion of theirs that I will not do so, or that I shrink from them, but I am a stranger in this neighborhood, and have no one whom I could call upon to relinquish so much, as they run the risk of doing by attending me to the field. Then your acquaintances are no friends. Duh, said Jack Pringle, spitting through his teeth into the bars of a beautifully polished grate. I would stick to anybody devil himself, leave alone a vampire so be as how I had been his friends and drunk grog from the same can. They are a set of lubbers. I have not been here long enough to form any such friendships, Mr. Chillingworth, but can confidently rely upon your honor and that of your principal, and will freely and fairly meet him. But Sir Francis, you forget the fact, in transacting myself for Mr. Bannerworth, and this person or Admiral Bell, we do match and have our own characters at stake, nay more our lives and fortunes. These may be small, but they are everything to us. Allow me to say, on my own behalf, that I will not permit my principal to meet you unless you can name a second, as is usual with gentlemen on such occasions. I regret, while I declare to you my entire willingness to meet you, that I cannot comply through utter inability to do so, with your request. Let this go forth to the world as I have stated it, and let it be an answer to any aspersions that may be uttered as to my unwillingness to fight. There was a pause of some moments. Mr. Chillingworth was resolved that, come of it what would, he would not permit Henry to fight, unless Sir Francis Varney himself should appoint a friend, and then they could meet upon equal terms. Jack Pringle whistled, and spit, and chewed and turned his quid hitched up his trousers, and looked wistfully from one to the other, as he said, "So then it's likely to be no fight at all, Sir Francis what's-o-name?" "It seems like it, Mr. Pringle," replied Varney with a meaning smile, "unless you can be more complacent towards myself, and kind towards the Admiral." "Why, not exactly that," said Jack. "It's a pity to stop a good play in the beginning, just because some little thing is wrong in the tackling. Perhaps your skill and genius may enable us to find some medium course that we may pursue with pleasure and profit. What say you, Mr. Pringle?" "All I know about genius, as you call it, is the Flying Dutchman, or some such odd out-of-the-way fish. But as I said, I am not one to spoil sport, nor more is the Admiral. Oh no, we is all true men and good." "I believe it," said Varney, bowing politely. "You needn't keep your figurehead on the move. I can see you just as well. Howsoever, as I was saying, I do not like to spoil sport, and sooner than both parties should be disappointed, my principal shall become your second, Sir Francis." "What Admiral Bell?" exclaimed Varney, lifting his eyebrows with surprise. "What Charles Holland's uncle?" exclaimed Mr. Chillingworth, in accents of amazement. "And why not?" said Jack, with great gravity. "I will pledge my word Jack Pringle's word that Admiral Bell shall be second to Sir Francis Varney during his scrimmage with Mr. Henry Bannerworth. That will let the matter go on. There can be no backout then, eh?" continued Jack Pringle, with a knowing nod at Chillingworth as he spoke. "That will, I hope, remove your scruples, Mr. Chillingworth," said Varney, with a courteous smile. "But will Admiral Bell do this?" "His second says so, and has, I dare say, influence enough with him to induce that person to act in conformity with his promise." "In course he will. Do you think he would be the man to hang back?" "Oh no, he would be the last to leave Jack Pringle in the lurch, no. Depend upon it, Sir Francis, he will be as sure to do what I say as I have said it." "After that assurance, I cannot doubt it," said Sir Francis Varney. "This act of kindness will, indeed, lay me under a deep and lasting obligation to Admiral Bell, which I fear I shall never be able to pay." "You need not trouble yourself about that," said Jack Pringle. "The Admiral will credit all, and you can pay off old scores when his turn comes in the field." "I will not forget," said Varney. "He deserves every consideration. But now, Mr. Chillingworth, I presume that we may come to some understanding respecting this meeting, which you were so kind as to do me the honor of seeking." "I cannot object to its taking place. I shall be most happy to meet your second in the field, and will arrange with him. I imagine that, under the circumstances, that it will be barely necessary to go to that length of ceremony. Future interviews can be arranged later, name the time and place, and after that we can settle all the rest on the ground." "Yes," said Jack, "it will be time enough, surely, to see the Admiral when we are upon the ground. I will warrant the old buffer is a true brick as ever was. There's no flinching about him." I am satisfied, said Varney. And I also, said Chillingworth. But understand, Sir Francis, any default for seconds makes the meeting a blank. I will not doubt Mr. Pringle's honor so much as to believe it possible. I am DD, said Jack, if you ain't a trump card and no mistake. It's a great pity as you as a vampire. The time, Mr. Chillingworth. Tomorrow at 7 o'clock, replied that gentleman. The place, sir. The best place that I can think of is a level meadow halfway between here and Bannerworth Hall. But that is your privilege, Sir Francis Varney. I waive it, and am much obliged to you for the choice of the spot. It seems of the best character imaginable. I will be punctual. I think we have nothing further to arrange now, said Mr. Chillingworth. You will meet with Admiral Bell. Certainly, I believe there is nothing more to be done. This affair is very satisfactorily arranged, and much better than I anticipated. Good morning, Sir Francis, said Mr. Chillingworth. Good morning. Adieu, said Sir Francis, with a courteous salutation. Good day, Mr. Pringle, and commend me to the Admiral, whose services will be of infinite value to me. Do not mention it, said Jack. The Admiral's the man as lend anybody a helping hand in case of distress like the present. And I will pledge my word Jack Pringle's too, as that he will do what's right, and give up his turn to Mr. Henry Bannerworth. 'Cause you see he can have his turn arterwards, you know it's only waiting a while. That's all, said Sir Francis. Jack Pringle made a sea bow and took his leave, as he followed Mr. Chillingworth, and they both left the house together, to return to Bannerworth Hall. Well, said Mr. Chillingworth, I am glad that Sir Francis Varney has got over the difficulty of having no seconds, for it would not be proper or safe to meet a man without a friend for him. It ain't the right thing, said Jack hitching up his trousers, but I was afeard as how he would back out, and that would be just the wrong thing for the Admiral. He would go raving mad. They had got but very few paces from Sir Francis Varney's house, when they were joined by Marchdale. Ah, he said, as he came up, I see you have been to Sir Francis Varney's, if I may judge from the direction whence you are coming, and your proximity. Yes, we have, said Mr. Chillingworth. I thought you had left these parts. I had intended to do so, replied Marchdale, but second thoughts are sometimes best, you know. Certainly. I have so much friendship for the family at the Hall, that notwithstanding I am compelled to be absent from the mansion itself, yet I cannot quit the neighborhood while there are circumstances of such a character hanging about them. I will remain, and see if there be not something arising, in which I may be useful to them in some matter. It is very disinterested of you. You will remain here for some time, I suppose. Yes, undoubtedly. Unless, as I do not anticipate, I should see any occasion to quit my present quarters. I tell you what it is, said Jack Pringle. If you had been here half an hour earlier, you could have seconded the vampire. Seconded. Yes, we are here to challenge. A double challenge. Yes, but in confiding this matter to you, Mr. Marchdale, you will make no use of it to the exploding of this affair. By so doing you will seriously damage the honor of Mr. Henry Bannerworth. I will not, you may rely upon it. But Mr. Chillingworth, do I not see you in the character of a second? You do, sir. To Mr. Henry. The same, sir. Have you reflected upon the probable consequences of such an act, should any serious mischief occur? What I have undertaken, Mr. Marchdale, I will go through with. The consequences I have duly considered, and yet you see me in the character of Mr. Henry Bannerworth's friend. I am happy to see you as such, and I do not think Henry could find a better. But this is beside the question. What induced me to make the remark was this: had I been at the Hall, you will admit that Henry Bannerworth would have chosen myself, without any disparagement to you, Mr. Chillingworth. Well, sir, what then? Why, I am a single man. I can live, reside, and go anywhere. One country will suit me as well as another. I shall suffer no loss, but as for you, you will be ruined in every particular. For if you go in the character of a second, you will not be excused, for all the penalties incurred your profession of a surgeon will not excuse you. I see all that, sir. What I propose is, that you should accompany the parties to the field, but in your own proper character of surgeon, and permit me to take that of second to Mr. Bannerworth. This cannot be done, unless by Mr. Henry Bannerworth's consent, said Mr. Chillingworth. Then I will accompany you to Bannerworth Hall, and see Mr. Henry, whom I will request to permit me to do what I have mentioned to you. Mr. Chillingworth could not but admit the reasonableness of this proposal, and it was agreed they should return to Bannerworth Hall in company. Here they arrived in a very short time after, and entered together. And now, said Mr. Chillingworth, I will go and bring our two principals, who will be as much astonished to find themselves engaged in the same quarrel, as I was to find myself sent on a similar errand to Sir Francis with our friend Mr. John Pringle. Oh, not John Jack Pringle, you mean, said that individual. Chillingworth now went in search of Henry, and sent him to the apartment where Mr. Marchdale was with Jack Pringle, and then he found the Admiral waiting the return of Jack with impatience. Admiral, he said, I perceive you are unwell this morning. Unwell be d.d., said the Admiral, starting up with surprise. Who ever heard that old Admiral Bell looked ill just afore he was going into action? I say it's a scandalous lie. Admiral, I did not say you were ill, only you looked a little nervous or so. Rather pale, is it not so? Confound you, do you think I want to be physicked? I tell you, I have not a little but a great inclination to give you a good keelhauling. I do not want a doctor just yet. But it may not be so long, you know, Admiral, but there is Jack Pringle awaiting you below. Will you go to him? There is a particular reason. He has something to communicate from Sir Francis Varney, I believe. The Admiral gave a look of some amazement at Mr. Chillingworth, and then he said, muttering to himself, if Jack Pringle should have betrayed Mebbot, no, he could not do that, he is too true. I am sure of Jack. And how did that son of a gallipot hint about the odd fish I sent Jack to? Filled with a dubious kind of belief which he had about something he had heard of Jack Pringle, he entered the room, where he met Marchdale, Jack Pringle, and Henry Bannerworth. Immediately afterwards, Mr. Chillingworth entered the apartment. I have, said he, been to Sir Francis Varney, and there had an interview with him, and with Mr. Pringle, when I found we were both intent upon the same object, namely, an encounter with the knight by our principals. Said the Admiral. What, exclaimed Henry, had he challenged you, Admiral? Challenged me, exclaimed Admiral Bell with a round oath. I, however, since it comes to this, I must admit I challenged him. That's what I did, said Henry Bannerworth, after a moment's thought, and I perceive we have both fallen into the same line of conduct. That is the fact, said Mr. Chillingworth. Both Mr. Pringle and I went there to settle the preliminaries, and we found an insurmountable bar to any meeting taking place at all. He would not fight then, exclaimed Henry, I see it all now. Not fight, said Admiral Bell with a sort of melancholy disappointment. D.N. the cowardly rascal. Tell me, Jack Pringle, what did the long horse-marine-looking slab say to it? He told me he would fight. Why he ought to be made to stand sentry over the wind. You challenged him in person too, I suppose, said Henry. Yes, confound him, I went there last night. And I too. It seems to me, said Marchdale, that this affair has been not indiscreetly conducted, but somewhat unusually and strangely, to say the least of it. You see, said Chillingworth, Sir Francis was willing to fight both Henry and the Admiral, as he told us. Yes, said Jack, he told us he would fight us both, if so be as his light was not doused in the first brush. That was all that was wanted, said the Admiral. We could expect no more. But then he desired to meet you without any second. But of course, I would not accede to this proposal. The responsibility was too great, and too unequally borne by the parties engaged in the rencontre. Decidedly, said Henry, but it is unfortunate, very unfortunate. Very, said the Admiralvery. What a rascally thing it is there ain't another rogue in the country to keep him in countenance. PNJ. I thought it was a pity to spoil sport, said Jack Pringle. It was a pity a good intention should be spoiled, and I promised the Vampyre that if as how he would fight, you should second him, and you would meet him to do so. Who? I exclaimed the Admiral in some perplexity. Yes, that is the truth, said Mr. Chillingworth. Mr. Pringle said you would do so, and he then and there pledged his word that you should meet him on the ground and second him. Yes, said Jack, you must do it. I knew you would not spoil sport, and that there had better be a fight than no fight. I believe you would sooner see a scrimmage than none, and so it's all arranged. Very well, said the Admiral. I only wish Mr. Henry Bannerworth had been his second. I think I was entitled to the first meeting. No, said Jack, you warn't, for Mr. Chillingworth was there first. First come first served, you know. Well, well, I must not grumble at another man's luck. Mine'll come in turn, but it had better be so than a disappointment altogether. I will be second to this Sir Francis Varney. He shall have fair play, as I am an admiral. But he shall fight, yes, he shall fight. And to this conclusion I would come, said Henry. I wish him to fight. Now I will take care that he shall not have any opportunity of putting me on one side quietly. There is one thing, observed Marchdale, that I wish to propose. After what has passed, I should not have returned, had I not some presentiment that something was going forward in which I could be useful to my friend. Oh, said the Admiral, with a huge twist of his countenance. What I was about to say was this: Mr. Chillingworth has much to lose as he is situated, and I nothing as I am placed. I am chained down to no spot of earth. I am above following a profession place me above the necessity. Now, Henry, allow me to be your second in this affair. Allow Mr. Chillingworth to attend in his professional capacity. He may be of great service to one of the principals, whereas, if he go in any other capacity, he will inevitably have his own safety to consult. That is most unquestionably true, said Henry, and to my mind the best plan that can be proposed. What say you, Admiral Bell, will you act with Mr. Marchdale in this affair? Oh, yes, certainly I do not care. Mr. Marchdale is Mr. Marchdale, I believe, and that's all I care about. If we quarrel today, and have anything to do tomorrow in course, tomorrow I can put off my quarrel for next day. It will keep, that's all I have to say at present. Then this is a final arrangement, said Mr. Chillingworth. It is. But, Mr. Bannerworth, in resigning my character of second to Mr. Marchdale, I only do so because it appears, and seems to be the opinion of all present, that I can be much better employed in another capacity. Certainly, Mr. Chillingworth, and I cannot but feel that I am under the same obligations to you for the readiness and zeal with which you have acted. I have done what I have done, said Chillingworth, because I believed it was my duty to do so. Mr. Chillingworth has undoubtedly acted most friendly and efficiently in this affair, said Marchdale, and he does not relinquish the part for the purpose of escaping a friendly deed, but to perform one in which he may act in a capacity that no one else can. That is true, said the Admiral. And now, said Chillingworth, you are to meet tomorrow morning in the meadow at the bottom of the valley, halfway between here and Sir Francis Varney's house, at 7 o'clock in the morning. More conversation passed among them, and it was agreed that they should meet early the next morning, and that, of course, the affair should be kept a secret. Marchdale for that night should remain in the house, and the Admiral should appear as if little or nothing was the matter, and he and Jack Pringle retired, to talk over in private all the arrangements. Henry Bannerworth and Marchdale also retired, and Mr. Chillingworth, after a time, retired, promising to be with them in time for the meeting next morning. Much of that day was spent by Henry Bannerworth in his own apartment, in writing documents and letters of one kind and another. But at night he had not finished, for he had been compelled to be about, and in Flora's presence, to prevent anything from being suspected. Marchdale was much with him, and in secret examined the arms, ammunition, and bullets, and saw all was right for the next morning, and when he had done, he said, "Now, Henry, you must permit me to insist that you take some hours' repose, else you will scarcely be as you ought to be." "Very good," said Henry, "I have just finished and can take your advice." After many thoughts and reflections, Henry Bannerworth fell into a deep sleep, and slept several hours in calmness and quietude, and at an early hour he awoke, and saw Marchdale sitting by him. "Is it time, Marchdale? I have not overslept myself, have I?" "No, time and not time enough," said Marchdale. "I should have let you sleep longer, but I should have awakened you in good time." It was now the grey light of morning, and Henry arose and began to prepare for the encounter. Marchdale stole to Admiral Bell's chamber, but he and Jack Pringle were ready. Few words were spoken, and those few were in a whisper, and the whole party left the hall in as noiseless a manner as possible. It was a mild morning, and yet it was cold at that time of the morning, just as day is beginning to dawn in the east. There was, however, ample time to reach the rendezvous. It was a curious party, that which was now proceeding towards the spot appointed for the duel, the result of which might have so important an effect on the interests of those who were to be engaged in it. It would be difficult for us to analyze the different and conflicting emotions that filled the breasts of the various individuals, composing that party hopes and fierce doubts and surmises that were given utterance to, though we are compelled to acknowledge that though to Henry, the character of the man he was going to meet in mortal fight was of a most ambiguous and undefined nature, and though no one could imagine the means he might be endowed with for protection against the arms of man Henry, as we said, strode firmly forward with unflinching resolution. His heart was set on recovering the happiness of his sister, and he would not falter. So far, then, we may consider that at length proceedings of a hostile character were so far clearly and fairly arranged between Henry Bannerworth and that most mysterious being who certainly, from some cause or another, had betrayed no inclination to meet an opponent in that manner which is sanctioned, bad as it is, by the usages of society. But whether his motive was one of cowardice or mercy remained yet to be seen. It might be that he feared himself receiving some mortal injury, which would at once put a stop to that preternatural career of existence which he affected to shudder at, and yet evidently took considerable pains to prolong. Upon the other hand, it is just possible that some consciousness of invulnerability on his own part, or of great power to injure his antagonist, might be the cause why he had held back so long from fighting the duel, and placed so many obstacles in the way of the usual necessary arrangements incidental to such occasions. Now, however, there would seem to be no possible means of escape. Sir Francis Varney must fight or fly, for he was surrounded by too many opponents. To be sure, he might have appealed to the civil authorities to protect him, and to sanction him in his refusal to commit what undoubtedly is a legal offense. But then there cannot be a question that the whole of the circumstances would come out, and meet the public eye, the result of which would be his acquisition of a reputation as unenviable as it would be universal. It had so happened that the peculiar position of the Bannerworth family kept their acquaintance within extremely narrow limits, and greatly indisposed them to set themselves up as marks for peculiar observation. Once holding, as they had, a proud position in the county, and being looked upon quite as magnates of the land, they did not now court the prying eye of curiosity to look upon their poverty, but rather with a gloomy melancholy they lived apart, and repelled the advances of society by a cold reserve, which few could break through. Had this family suffered in any noble cause, or had the misfortunes which had come over them, and robbed their ancestral house of its luster, been an unavoidable dispensation of Providence, they would have borne the hard position with a different aspect. But it must be remembered that to the faults, the vices, and the criminality of some of their race was to be attributed their present depressed state. It has been seen during the progress of our tale that its action has been tolerably confined to Bannerworth Hall, its adjacent meadows, and the seat of Sir Francis Varney, the only person at any distance, knowing anything of the circumstances or feeling any interest in them, being Mr. Chillingworth, the surgeon, who, from personal feeling as well as from professional habit, was not likely to make a family's affairs a subject of gossip. A change, however, was at hand, a change of a most startling and alarming character to Varney, which he might expect, yet not be well prepared for. This period of serenity was to pass away, and he was to become most alarmingly popular. We will not, however, anticipate, but proceed at once to detail as briefly as may be the hostile meeting. It would appear that Varney, now that he had once consented to the definitive arrangements of a duel, shrunk not in any way from carrying them out, nor in the slightest attempted to retard arrangements which might be fatal to himself. The early morning was one of those cloudy ones so frequently occurring in our fickle climate, when the cleverest weather prophet would find it difficult to predict what the next hour might produce. There was a kind of dim gloominess over all objects, and as there were no bright lights, there were no deep shadows, the consequence of which was a sureness of effect over the landscape that robbed it of many of its usual beauties. Such was the state of things when Marchdale accompanied Henry and Admiral Bell from Bannerworth Hall across the garden in the direction of the hilly wood, close to which was the spot intended for the scene of encounter. Jack Pringle came on at a lazy pace behind with his hands in his pockets, and looking as unconcerned as if he had just come out for a morning stroll, and scarcely knew whether he saw what was going on or not. The curious contortion into which he twisted his countenance, and the different odd-looking lumps that appeared in it from time to time, may be accounted for by a quid of unusual size, which he seemed to be masticating with a relish quite horrifying to one unused to so barbarous a luxury. The Admiral had strictly enjoined him not to interfere on pain of being considered a lubber, and no seaman for the remainder of his existence, threatened penalties, which, of course, had their own weight with Jack. And accordingly he came just to see the row in as quiet a way as possible, perhaps not without a hope that something might turn up in the shape of a casus belli that might justify him in adopting a threatening attitude towards somebody. "Now, Master Henry," said the Admiral, "none of your palaver to me as we go along. Recollect, I do not belong to your party, you know. I have stood friend to 2 or 3 fellows in my time, but if anybody had said to me, 'Admiral Bell, the next time you go out on a quiet little shooting party, it will be as second to a vampire,' I would have said you are a liar howsoever, DME, here you goes. And what I mean to say is this, Mr. Henry, that I would second even a Frenchman rather than he should not fight when he's asked." "That's liberal of you," said Henry, "at all event." "I believe you it is," said the Admiral, "so mind if you do not hit him. I am not a-going to tell you how all you have got to do is to fire low. But that's no business of mine. Shiver my timbers, I oughtn't to tell you, but DN you, hit him if you can." "Admiral," said Henry, "I can hardly think you are even preserving a neutrality in the matter, putting aside my own partisanship as regards your own man." "Oh, hang him, I am not going to let him creep out of the thing on such a shabby pretense. I can tell you, I think I ought to have gone to his house this morning, only, as I said I never would cross his threshold again, I will not." "I wonder if he will come," said Mr. Marchdale to Henry. "After all, you know he may take to flight, and shun an encounter which, it is evident, he has entered into but tardily." "I hope not," said Henry, "and yet I must own that your supposition has several times crossed my mind. If, however, he do not meet me, he never can appear at all in the country, and we should, at least, be rid of him, and all his troublesome importunities concerning the hall. I would not allow that man, on any account, to cross the threshold of my house, as its tenant or its owner." "Why, it ain't usual," said the Admiral, "to let one's house to 2 people at once, unless you seem quite to forget that I have taken yours. I may as well remind you of it." "Hurrah," said Jack Pringle, at this moment. "What's the matter with you? Who told you to hurrah?" "Enemy in the offing," said Jack, 3 or 4 pints to the sou'west. "So he is, by Jove, dodging about among the trees. Come now, this vampire's a decenter fellow than I thought him. He means, after all, to let us have a pop at him." They had now reached so close to the spot that Sir Francis Varney, who, to all appearance, had been waiting, emerged from among the trees, rolled up in his dismal-looking cloak, and if possible, looking longer and thinner than ever he had looked before. His face wore a singular cadaverous-looking aspect. His very lips were white, and there was a curious, pinkish-looking circle round each of his eyes that imparted to his whole countenance a most uninviting appearance. He turned his eyes from one to the other of those who were advancing towards him, until he saw the admiral, upon which he gave such a grim and horrible smile that the old man exclaimed, "I say, Jack, you lubber, there's a face for a figurehead." "Aye, aye, sir." "Did you ever see such a d grin as that in your life, in any latitude?" "Aye, aye, sir." "You did, you swab." "I should think so." "It's a lie, and you know it." "Very good," said Jack. "Do not you recollect when that iron bullet walked over your head, leaving a nice little nick, all the way off Bergenap Zoom? That was the timeless if you did not give just such a grin as that." "I did not, you rascal." "And I say you 999. Mutiny, by God." "Go to blazes." How far this contention might have gone, having now reached its culminating point, had the Admiral and Jack been alone, it is hard to say. But as it was, Henry and Marchdale interfered, and so the quarrel was patched up for the moment, in order to give place to more important affairs. Varney seemed to think that after the smiling welcome he had given to his second, he had done quite enough. For there he stood, tall and gaunt and motionless, if we may accept an occasional singular movement of the mouth, and a clap together of his teeth, at times, which was enough to make anybody jump to hear. "For heaven's sake," said Marchdale, "do not let us trifle at such a moment as this. Mr. Pringle, you really had no business here." "Mr. Who?" said Jack. "Pringle, I believe, is your name," returned Marchdale. "It were, but blowed if ever I was called Mr. before." The Admiral walked up to Sir Francis Varney, and gave him a nod that looked much more like one of defiance than of salutation, to which the vampire replied by a low, courtly bow. "Oh, bother," muttered the old Admiral. "If I was to double up my backbone like that, I should never get it down straight again. Well, all's right, you have come, that's all you could do, I suppose." "I am here," said Varney, "and therefore it becomes a work of supererogation to remark that I have come." "Oh, does it? I never bolted a dictionary, and therefore, I do not know exactly what you mean." "Step aside with me a moment, Admiral Bell, and I will tell you what you are to do with me after I am shot, if such should be my fate." "Do with you, DD, if I will do anything with you." "I do not expect you will regret me. You will eat." "Eat?" "Yes, and drink as usual, no doubt, notwithstanding being witness to the decease of a fellow creature." "Belay there, do not call yourself a fellow creature of mine. I ain't a vampire." "But there's no knowing what you may be, and now listen to my instructions, for as you are my second, you cannot very well refuse to me a few friendly offices. Rain is falling. Step beneath this ancient tree, and I will talk to you." Chapter 39. The Storm and the Fight. The Admiral's repudiation of his principal. "PNJ." "Well," said the Admiral, when they were fairly under the tree, upon the leaves of which the pattering rain might be heard falling. "Well, what is it?" "If your young friend, Mr. Bannerworth, should chance to send a pistol bullet through any portion of my anatomy, prejudicial to the prolongation of my existence, you will be so good as not to interfere with anything I may have about me, or to make any disturbance whatever." "You may depend I shan't." "Just take the matter perfectly easy as a thing of course." "Oh, I mean DD easy." "Ha, what a delightful thing is friendship. There's a little knoll or mound of earth midway between here and the hall. Do you happen to know it? There is one solitary tree glowing near its summit, an oriental-looking tree, of the fir tribe, which, fan-like, spreads its deep green leaves across the azure sky." "Oh, bother it. It's a DD old tree, growing upon a little bit of a hill, I suppose you mean." Precisely, only much more poetically expressed. The moon rises at 4:15 tonight, or rather tomorrow morning. Does it? Yes, and if I should happen to be killed, you will have me removed gently to this mound of earth, and there laid beneath this tree, with my face upwards, and take care that it is done before the moon rises. You can watch that no one interferes. A likely job. What the deuce do you take me for? I tell you what it is, Mr. Vampyre or Varney or whatever's your name, if you should chance to be hit, wherever you chance to fall, there you will lie. How very unkind. Uncommon, ain't it? Well, well, since that is your determination, I must take care of myself in another way. I can do so, and I will. Take care of yourself how you like, for all I care. I have come here to second you, and to see that, on the honor of a seaman, if you're put out of the world, it's done in a proper manner. That's all I have to do with Yauno, you know. Sir Francis Varney looked after him with a strange kind of smile, as he walked away to make the necessary preparation with Marchdale for the immediate commencement of the contest. These were simple and brief. It was agreed that 12 paces should be measured out, 6 each way from a fixed point, 1 6 to be paced by the Admiral and the other by Marchdale. Then they were to draw lots, to see at which end of this imaginary line Varney was to be placed. After this, the signal for firing was to be 1, 2, 3 fair. A few minutes sufficed to complete these arrangements. The ground was measured in the manner we have stated, and the combatants placed in their respective positions, Sir Francis Varney occupying the same spot where he had at first stood, namely, that nearest to the little wood, and to his own residence. It is impossible that under such circumstances, the bravest and the calmest of mankind could fail to feel some slight degree of tremor or uneasiness. And, although we can fairly claim for Henry Bannerworth that he was as truly courageous as any right-feeling Christian man could wish to be, yet when it was possible that he stood within, as it were, a hair's breadth of eternity, a strange world of sensation and emotions found a home in his heart, and he could not look altogether undaunted on that future which might, for all he knew to the contrary, be so close at hand, as far as he was concerned. It was not that he feared death, but that he looked with a decent gravity upon so grave a change as that from this world to the next, and hence was it that his face was pale, and that he looked all the emotion which he really felt. This was the aspect and the bearing of a brave but not a reckless man, while Sir Francis Varney, on the other hand, seemed, now that he had fairly engaged in the duel, to look upon it, and its attendant circumstances with a kind of smirking satisfaction, as if he were far more amused than personally interested. This was certainly the more extraordinary after the manner in which he had tried to evade the fight, and at all events, was quite a sufficient proof that cowardice had not been his actuating motive in so doing. The Admiral, who stood on a level with him, could not see the sort of expression he wore, or, probably, he would have been far from well pleased. But the others did, and they found something inexpressibly disagreeable in the smirking kind of satisfaction with which the vampire seemed to regard now the proceedings. Confound him, whispered Marchdale to Henry, one would think he was quite delighted, instead, as we had imagined him, not well pleased at these proceedings. Look how he grins. It is no matter, said Henry. Let him wear what aspect he may, it is the same to me. And, as heaven is my judge, I here declare, if I did not think myself justified in so doing, I would not raise my hand against this man. There can be no shadow of a doubt regarding your justification. Have it him, and heaven protect you. Amen. The Admiral was to give the word to fire, and now he and Marshal, having stepped sufficiently on one side to be out of all possible danger from any stray shot, he commenced repeating the signal. Are you ready, gentlemen, once? They looked sternly at each other, and each grasped his pistol. Twice. Sir Francis Varney smiled and looked around him, as if the affair were one of the most commonplace description. Thrice. Varney seemed to be studying the sky, rather than attending to the duel. Fire, said the Admiral, and one report only struck upon the ear. It was that from Henry's pistol. All eyes were turned upon Sir Francis Varney, who had evidently reserved his fire. For what purpose could not be devised, except a murderous one, the taking of a more steady aim at Henry. Sir Francis, however, seemed in no hurry, but smiled significantly, and gradually raised the point of his weapon. "Did you hear the word, Sir Francis? I gave it loud enough, I am sure. I never spoke plainer in my life, did I ever, Jack?" "Yes, often," said Jack Pringle. "What's the use of your asking such yarns as them? You know you have done so often enough when you wanted grog." "You d.d. rascal, I'll have your back scored, I will." "So you will, when you are afloat again, which you never will be were paid off, that's cert." "You lubberly lout, you ain't a seaman. A seaman would never mutiny against his admiral. Howsomever, do you hear, Sir Francis, I will give the matter up, if you do not pay some attention to me." Henry looked steadily at Varney, expecting every moment to feel his bullet. Mr. Marchdale hastily exclaimed that this was not according to usage. Sir Francis Varney took no notice, but went on elevating his weapon. When it was perpendicular to the earth, he fired in the air. "I had not anticipated this," said Marchdale as he walked to Henry. "I thought he was taking a more deadly aim." "And I," said Henry. "Aye, you have escaped, Henry. Let me congratulate you." "Not so fast, we may fire again." "I can afford to do that," he said with a smile. "You should have fired, sir, according to custom," said the Admiral. "This is not the proper thing." "What, fire at your friend?" "Oh, that's all very well. You are my friend for a time, vampire as you are, and I intend you shall fire. If Mr. Henry Bannerworth demands another fire, I have no objection to it, and will fire at him. But as it is, I shall not do so. Indeed, it would be quite useless for him to do so. To point mortal weapons at me is mere child's play. They will not hurt me." "The devil they will not," said the Admiral. "Why, look you here," said Sir Francis Varney, stepping forward and placing his hand to his neckerchief. "Look you here. If Mr. Henry Bannerworth should demand another fire, he may do so with the same bullet." "The same bullet," said Marchdale, stepping forward. "The same bullet. How is this?" "My eyes," said Jack, "who would have thought it? There's a go. Would not he do for a dummitto lead a forlorn hope, or to put among the boarders?" "Here," said Sir Francis, handing a bullet to Henry Bannerworth, "her is the bullet you shot at me." Henry looked at it. It was blackened by powder. And then Marchdale seized it and tried it in the pistol, but found the bullet fitted Henry's weapon. "By heavens, it is so!" he exclaimed, stepping back and looking at Varney from top to toe in horror and amazement. "Do," said the Admiral, "if I understand this. Why, Jack Pringle, you dog, here's a strange fish." No, there's plenty on in some countries." "Will you insist upon another fire, or may I consider you satisfied?" "I shall object," said Marchdale. "Henry, this affair must go no further. It would be madness, worse than madness, to fight upon such terms." "So say I," said the Admiral. "I will not have anything to do with you, Sir Francis. I will not be your second any longer. I did not bargain for such a game as this. You might as well fight with the man in brass armor at the Lord Mayor's show or the champion at a coronation." "Oh," said Jack Pringle, "a man may as well fire at the back of a alligator as a vampire." "This must be considered as having been concluded," said Mr. Marchdale. "No," said Henry. "And wherefore not?" "Because I have not received his fire." "Heaven forbid you should." "I may not with honor quit the ground without another fire." "Under ordinary circumstances, there might be some shadow of an excuse for your demand, but as it is there is none. You have neither honor nor credit to gain by such an encounter, and certainly you can gain no object." "How are we to decide this affair? Am I considered absolved from the accusation under which I lay of cowardice?" inquired Sir Francis Varney with a cold smile. "Why, as for that," said the Admiral, "I should as soon expect credit for fighting behind a wall, as with a man that I could not hit any more than the moon. Henry, let me implore you to quit this scene. It can do no good. At this moment, a noise, as of human voices, was heard at a distance. This caused a momentary pause, and the whole party stood still and listened. The murmurs and shouts that now arose in the distance were indistinct and confused. "What can all this mean?" said Marchdale. "There is something very strange about it. I cannot imagine a cause for so unusual an occurrence." "Nor I," said Sir Francis Varney, looking suspiciously at Henry Bannerworth. "Upon my honor, I know neither what is the cause, nor the nature of the sounds themselves." "Then we can easily see what is the matter from yonder hillock," said the Admiral. "And there's Jack Pringle, he's up there already. What's he telegraphing about in that manner, I wonder?" The fact was, Jack Pringle, hearing the riot, had thought that if he got to the neighboring eminence he might possibly ascertain what it was that was the cause of what he termed the row, and had succeeded in some degree. There were a number of people of all kinds coming out from the village, apparently armed and shouting. Jack Pringle hitched up his trousers and swore, then took off his hat and began to shout to the Admiral as he said, They are too late to spoil the sport. Hilloa hurrah." "What's all that about, Jack?" inquired the Admiral as he came puffing along. "What's the squall about?" "Only a few horse marines and bumboat women that have been startled like a company of penguins." "Oh my eyes, would not a whole broadside set him flying, Jack?" "Aye, just as them Frenchmen that you murdered on board the Big Thunderer, as you called it." "I murder them, you rascal." "Yes, there was about 500 of them killed." "They were only shot." "They were killed, only your conscience tells you it's uncomfortable." "You rascal, you villain, you ought to be keel-hauled and well paid." "Aye, you are paid and paid off as an old hulk." "Deoyo, I wish I had you on board ship. I would make your lubberly carcass like a Union Jack, full of red and blue stripes." "Oh, it's all very well, but if you do not take to your heels, you will have all the old women in the village a-whacking on you. That's all I have to say about it. You would better port your helm and about ship, or you will be keel-hauled." "D'Enyor." "What's the matter?" inquired Marchdale as he arrived. "What's the cause of all the noise we have heard?" said Sir Francis. "Has some village festival spontaneously burst forth among the rustics of this place?" "I cannot tell the cause of it," said Henry Bannerworth, "but they seem to me to be coming towards this place." "Indeed." "I think so too," said Marchdale. "With what object?" inquired Sir Francis Varney. "No peaceable one," observed Henry, "for as far I can observe, they struck across the country, as though they would enclose something or intercept somebody." "Indeed, but why come here?" "If I knew that I could have at once told the cause." "And they appear armed with a variety of odd weapons," observed Sir Francis. "They mean an attack upon someone. Who is that man with them? He seems to be deprecating their coming." "That appears to be Mr. Chillingworth," said Henry. "I think that is he." "Yes," observed the Admiral. "I think I know the build of that craft. He's been in our society before. I always know a ship as soon as I see it." "Does you, though?" said Jack. "Yea, what do you mean, eh? Let me hear what you have got to say against your captain and your admiral, you mutinous dog. You tell me, I say." "So I will. You thought you were fighting a big ship in a fog, and fired a dozen broadsides or so, and it was only the Flying Dutchman, or the devil." "You infernal duck." "Well, you know it was. It might have been our own shadow for all I can tell. Indeed, I think it was." "You think?" "Yes." "That's mutiny. I will have no more to do with you, Jack Pringle. You are no seaman and have no respect for your officer. Now sheer off, or I will cut your yards." "Why, as for my yards, I will square 'em presently if I like, you old swab. But as for leaving you, very well, you have said so, and you shall be accommodated, d. However, it was not so when your knob was nearly rove through with a boarding pike. It was not I will have no more to do with Jack Pringle then, it was more t'other. Well then, why be so mutinous? Because you aggrawates me. The cries of the mob became more distinct as they drew nearer to the party, who began to evince some uneasiness as to their object. Surely, said Marchdale, Mr. Chillingworth has not named anything respecting the duel that has taken place. No, no. But he was to have been here this morning, said the Admiral. I understood he was to be here in his own character of a surgeon, and yet I have not seen him, have any of you? No, said Henry. Then here he comes in the character of conservator of the public peace, said Varney, coldly. However, I believe that his errand will be useless since the affair is, I presume, concluded. Down with the vampire. Said the Admiral. What's that, What did they say? If you will listen they will tell you soon enough, I will warrant. Maybe they will, and yet I would like to know now. Sir Francis Varney looked significantly at Marchdale, and then waited with downcast eyes for the repetition of the words. Down with the vampire resounded on all sides from the people who came rapidly towards them and converging towards a center. Burn, destroy, and kill the vampire. No vampire, burn him out, down with him, kill him. PNJ. Then came Mr. Chillingworth's voice, who, with much earnestness, endeavored to exhort them to moderation and to refrain from violence. Sir Francis Varney became very pale, agitated. He immediately turned, and taking the least notice, he made for the wood, which lay between him and his own house, leaving the people in the greatest agitation. Mr. Marchdale was not unmoved at this occurrence, but stood his ground with Henry Bannerworth, the Admiral, and Jack Pringle, until the mob came very near to them, shouting and uttering cries of vengeance, and death of all imaginable kinds that it was possible to conceive, against the unpopular vampire. Pending the arrival of these infuriated persons, we will, in a few words, state how it was that so suddenly a set of circumstances arose productive of an amount of personal danger to Varney, such as, up to that time, had seemed not at all likely to occur. We have before stated there was but one person out of the family of the Bannerworths who was able to say anything of a positive character concerning the singular and inexplicable proceedings at the Hall, and that person was Mr. Chillingworth, an individual not at all likely to become garrulous upon the subject. But alas, the best of men have their weaknesses, and we much regret to say that Mr. Chillingworth so far in this instance forgot that admirable discretion which commonly belonged to him, as to be the cause of the popular tumult which had now readied such a height. In a moment of thoughtlessness and confidence, he told his wife, yes, this really clever man, from whom one would not have expected such a piece of horrible indiscretion, actually told his wife all about the vampire. But such is human nature, combined with an amount of firmness and reasoning power that one would have thought to be invulnerable safeguards, we find some weakness which astonishes all calculation. Such was this of Mr. Chillingworth's. It is true, he cautioned the lady to be secret, and pointed to her the danger of making Varney the Vampyre a theme for gossip, but he might as well have whispered to a hurricane to be so good as not to go on blowing so, as request Mrs. Chillingworth to keep a secret. Of course she burst into the usual fervent declarations of who was she to tell. Was she a person who went about telling things? When did she see anybody? Not she, once in a blue moon. And then, when Mr. Chillingworth went out, like the King of Otaheite, she invited the neighbors round about to come to take some tea. Under solemn promises of secrecy, 16 ladies that evening were made acquainted with the full and interesting particulars of the attack of the vampire on Flora Bannerworth, and all the evidence inculpating Sir Francis Varney as the bloodthirsty individual. When the mind comes to consider that these 16 ladies multiplied their information by about 420 each, we become quite lost in a sea of arithmetic, and feel compelled to sum up the whole by a candid assumption that in 420 hours not an individual in the whole town was ignorant of the circumstances. On the morning before the projected duel, there was an unusual commotion in the streets. People were conversing together in little knots and using rather violent gesticulations. Poor Mr. Chillingworth, he alone was ignorant of the causes of the popular commotion, and so he went to bed wondering that an unusual bustle pervaded the little market town, but not at all guessing its origin. Somehow or another, however, the populace, who had determined to make a demonstration on the following morning against the vampire, thought it highly necessary first to pay some sort of compliment to Mr. Chillingworth, and accordingly, at an early hour, a great mob assembled outside his house, and gave 3 terrific applauding shouts, which roused him most unpleasantly from his sleep, and induced the greatest astonishment at the cause of such a tumult. Oh, that artful Mrs. Chillingworth! Too well she knew what was the matter, yet she pretended to be so oblivious upon the subject. "Good God!" cried Mr. Chillingworth as he started up in bed, "what's all that?" "All what?" said his wife. "All what? Do you mean to say you heard nothing?" "Well, I think I did hear a little sort of something." "A little sort of something, it shook the house." "Well, well, never mind. Go to sleep again, it's no business of ours." "Yes, but it may be though. It's all very well to say go to sleep. That happens to be a thing I cannot do, there's something amiss." "Well, what's that to you?" "Perhaps nothing, but perhaps everything." Mr. Chillingworth sprang from his bed and began dressing, a process which he executed with considerable rapidity, and in which he was much accelerated by 2 or 3 supplementary shouts from the people below. Then in a temporary lull, a loud voice shouted, "Down with the vampire, down with the vampire." The truth in an instant burst over the mind of Mr. Chillingworth, and turning to his wife, he exclaimed, "I understand it now. You have been gossiping about Sir Francis Varney, and have caused all this tumult." "I gossip? Well, I never, lay it on me, it's sure to be my fault. I might have known that beforehand, I always am." "But you must have spoken of it." "Who have I got to speak to about it?" "Did you, or did you not?" "Who should I tell?" Mr. Chillingworth was dressed, and he hastened down and entered the street with great desperation. He had a hope that he might be enabled to disperse the crowd, and yet be in time to keep his appointment at the duel. His appearance was hailed with another shout, for it was considered, of course, that he had come to join in the attack upon Sir Francis Varney. He found assembled a much more considerable mob than he had imagined, and to his alarm, he found many armed with all sorts of weapons of offense. "Hurrah!" cried a great lumpy-looking fellow who seemed half mad with the prospect of a disturbance. "Hurrah! Here's the doctor, he will tell us all about it as we go along. Come on." "For heaven's sake," said Mr. Chillingworth, "stop. What are you about to do, all of you?" "Burn the vampire, burn the vampire." Hold, this is folly. Let me implore you all to return to your homes, or you will get into serious trouble on this subject." This was a piece of advice not at all likely to be adopted, and when the mob found that Mr. Chillingworth was not disposed to encourage and countenance it in its violence, it gave another loud shout of defiance, and moved off through the long straggling streets of the town in a direction towards Sir Francis Varney's house. It is true that what were called the authorities of the town had become alarmed, and were stirring, but they found themselves in such a frightful minority that it became out of the question for them to interfere with any effect to stop the lawless proceedings of the rioters, so that the infuriated populace had it all their own way, and in a straggling, disorderly-looking kind of procession, they moved off, vowing vengeance as they went against Varney the Vampyre. Hopeless as Mr. Chillingworth thought it was to interfere with any degree of effect in the proceedings of the mob, he still could not reconcile it to himself to be absent from a scene which he now felt certain had been produced by his own imprudence. So he went on with the crowd, endeavoring, as he did so, by every argument that could be suggested to him, to induce them to abstain from the acts of violence they contemplated. He had a hope, too, that when they reached Sir Francis Varney's, finding him not within, as probably would be the case, as by that time he would have started to meet Henry Bannerworth on the ground, to fight the duel, he might induce the mob to return and forgo their meditated violence. And thus was it that, urged on by a multitude of persons, the unhappy surgeon was expiating, both in mind and person, the serious mistakes he had committed in trusting a secret to his wife. Let it not be supposed that we for one moment wish to lay down a general principle as regards the confiding secrets to ladies, because from the beginning of the world it has become notorious how well they keep them, and with what admirable discretion, tact, and forethought this fairest portion of humanity conduct themselves. We know how few Mrs. Chillingworths there are in the world, and have but to regret that our friend the doctor should, in his matrimonial adventure, have met with such a specimen. Chapter 40. The popular riot. Sir Francis Varney's Danger, the Suggestion, and its Results. PNG. Such, then, were the circumstances which at once altered the whole aspect of the affairs, and, from private and domestic causes of very deep annoyance, led to public results of a character which seemed likely to involve the whole countryside in the greatest possible confusion. But while we blame Mr. Chillingworth for being so indiscreet as to communicate the secret of such a person as Varney the Vampyre to his wife, we trust in a short time to be enabled to show that he made as much reparation as it was possible to make for the mischief he had unintentionally committed. And now, as he struggled onward, apparently onward first and foremost among the rioters, he was really doing all in his power to quell that tumult which superstition and dread had raised. Human nature truly delights in the marvelous, and in proportion as a knowledge of the natural phenomena of nature is restricted, and unbridled imagination allowed to give the rein to fathomless conjecture, we shall find an eagerness likewise to believe the marvelous to be the truth. That dim and uncertain condition concerning vampires, originating probably as it had done in Germany, had spread itself slowly, but insidiously, throughout the whole of the civilized world. In no country and in no clime is there not something which bears a kind of family relationship to the veritable vampire, of which Sir Francis Varney appeared to be so choice a specimen. The ghoul of Eastern nations is but the same being, altered to suit habits and localities, and the Sema of the Scandinavians is but the vampire of a more primitive race, and a personification of that morbid imagination which has once fancied the probability of the dead walking again among the living, with all the frightful insignia of corruption and the grave about them. Although not popular in England, still there had been tales told of such midnight visitants, so that Mrs. Chillingworth, when she had imparted the information which she had obtained, had already some rough material to work upon in the minds of her auditors, and therefore there was no great difficulty in very soon establishing the fact. Under such circumstances, ignorant people always do what they have heard has been done by someone else before them, and in an incredibly short space of time, the propriety of catching Sir Francis Varney, depriving him of his vampire-like existence, and driving a stake through his body, became not at all a questionable proposition. Alas, poor Mr. Chillingworth! As well might he have attempted King Canute's task of stemming the waves of the ocean as that of attempting to stop the crowd from proceeding to Sir Francis Varney's house. His very presence was a sort of confirmation of the whole affair. In vain he gesticulated, in vain he begged and prayed that they would go back, and in vain he declared that full and ample justice should be done upon the vampire, provided popular clamor spared him, and he was left to more deliberate judgment. Those who were foremost in the throng paid no attention to these remonstrances, while those who were more distant heard them not, and, for all they knew, he might be urging the crowd on to violence, instead of deprecating it. Thus, then, this disorderly rabble soon reached the house of Sir Francis Varney, and loudly demanded of his terrified servant where he was to be found. The knocking at the hall door was prodigious, and with a laudable desire, doubtless, of saving time, the moment one was done amusing himself with the ponderous knocker, another seized it, so that until the door was flung open by some of the bewildered and terrified men, there was no cessation whatever of the furious demands for admittance. "Varney the Vampyre, Varney the Vampyre," cried 100 voices. "Death to the vampire, where is he? Bring him out. Varney the Vampyre." The servants were too terrified to speak for some moments, as they saw such a tumultuous assemblage seeking their master, while so singular a name was applied to him. At length, one more bold than the rest contrived to stammer out. "My good people, Sir Francis Varney is not at home. He took an early breakfast, and has been out nearly an hour." The mob paused a moment in indecision, and then one of the foremost cried, "Who would suppose they would own he was at home? He's hiding somewhere, of course. Let's pull him out." "Ah, pull him out," cried many voices. A rush was made into the hall, and in a very few minutes its chambers were ransacked, and all its hidden places carefully searched, with the hope of discovering the hidden form of Sir Francis Varney. The servants felt that, with their inefficient strength, to oppose the proceedings of an assemblage which seemed to be unchecked by all sort of law or reason, would be madness. They therefore only looked on, with wonder and dismay, satisfied certainly in their own minds that Sir Francis would not be found, and indulging in much conjecture as to what would be the result of such violent and unexpected proceedings. Mr. Chillingworth hoped that time was being gained, and that some sort of indication of what was going on would reach the unhappy object of popular detestation, sufficiently early to enable him to provide for his own safety. He knew he was breaking his own engagement to be present at the duel between Henry Bannerworth and Sir Francis Varney, and as that thought recurred to him, he dreaded that his professional services might be required on one side or the other. For he knew, or fancied he knew, that mutual hatred dictated the contest, and he thought that if ever a duel had taken place which was likely to be attended with some disastrous result, that was surely the one. But how could he leave, watched and surrounded as he was by an infuriated multitude? How could he hope but that his footsteps would be dogged, or that the slightest attempt of his to convey a warning to Sir Francis Varney would not be the means of bringing down upon his head the very danger he sought to shield him from? In this state of uncertainty, then, did our medical man remain, a prey to the bitterest reflections and full of the direst apprehensions, without having the slightest power of himself to alter so disastrous a train of circumstances. Dissatisfied with their non-success, the crowd twice searched the house of Sir Francis Varney, from the attics to the basement, and then, and not till then, did they begin reluctantly to believe that the servants must have spoken the truth. "He's in the town somewhere," cried one. "Let's go back to the town." It is strange how suddenly any mob will obey any impulse, and this perfectly groundless supposition was sufficient to turn their steps back again in the direction whence they came, and they had actually, in a straggling sort of column, reached halfway towards the town, when they encountered a boy, whose professional pursuit consisted in tending sheep very early of a morning, and who at once informed them that he had seen Sir Francis Varney in the wood, halfway between Bannerworth Hall and his own home. This event at once turned the whole tide again, and with renewed clamors, carrying Mr. Chillingworth along with them, they now rapidly neared the real spot, where probably, had they turned a little earlier, they would have viewed the object of their suspicion and hatred. But as we have already recorded, the advancing throng was seen by the parties on the ground, where the duel could scarcely have been said to have been fought, and then had Sir Francis Varney dashed into the wood, which was so opportunely at hand to afford him a shelter from his enemies, and from the intricacies of which, well acquainted with them as he doubtless was, he had every chance of eluding their pursuit. The whole affair was a great surprise to Henry and his friends, when they saw such a string of people advancing, with such shouts and imprecations. They could not, for the life of them, imagine what could have excited such a turnout among the ordinarily industrious and quiet inhabitants of a town, remarkable rather for the quietude and steadiness of its population, than for any violent outbreaks of popular feeling. "What can Mr. Chillingworth be about," said Henry, "to bring such a mob here? Has he taken leave of his senses?" "Nay," said Marchdale, "look again. He seems to be trying to keep them back, although ineffectually, for they will not be stayed." "Duh," said the Admiral, "here's a gang of pirates. We shall be boarded and carried before we know where we are, Jack." "Aye, aye, sir," said Jack. "And is that all you have got to say, you lubber? When you see your admiral in danger, you would better go and make terms with the enemy at once." Really, this is serious, said Henry. They shout for Varney. Can Mr. Chillingworth have been so mad as to adopt this means of stopping the duel? Impossible, said Marchdale. If that had been his intention, he could have done so quietly, through the medium of the civil authorities. Hang me, exclaimed the Admiral, if there are any civil authorities. They talk of smashing somebody. What do they say, Jack? I do not hear quite so well as I used. You always was a little deaf, said Jack. What? A little deaf, I say. Why, you lubberly lying swab, how dare you say so? Because you was. You slave-egoing scoundrel. For heaven's sake, do not quarrel at such a time as this, said Henry. We shall be surrounded in a moment. Come, Mr. Marchdale, let you and I visit these people, and ascertain what it is that has so much excited their indignation. Agreed, said Marchdale, and they both stepped forward at a rapid pace, to meet the advancing throng. The crowd, which had now approached to within a short distance of the expectant little party, was of a most motley description, and its appearance, under many circumstances, would cause considerable risibility. Men and women were mixed indiscriminately together, and in the shouting, the latter, if such a thing were possible, exceeded the former, both in discordance and energy. Every individual composing that mob carried some weapon calculated for defense, such as flails, scythes, sickles, bludgeons, 100, and this mode of arming caused them to wear a most formidable appearance, while the passion that superstition had called up was strongly depicted in their inflamed features. Their fury, too, had been excited by their disappointment, and it was with concentrated rage that they now pressed onward. The calm and steady advance of Henry and Mr. Marchdale to meet the advancing throng seemed to have the effect of retarding their progress a little, and they came to a parley at a hedge, which separated them from the meadow in which the duel had been fought. You seem to be advancing towards us, said Henry. Do you seek me or any of my friends, and if so, upon what errand? Mr. Chillingworth, for heaven's sake, explain what is the cause of all this assault. You seem to be at the head of it. Seem to be, said Mr. Chillingworth, without being so. You are not sought, nor any of your friends. Who then? Sir Francis Varney, was the immediate reply. Indeed, and what has he done to excite popular indignation? Of private wrong I can accuse him, but I desire no crowd to take up my cause, or to avenge my quarrels. Mr. Bannerworth, it has become known, through my indiscretion, that Sir Francis Varney is suspected of being a vampire. Is this so? Hurrah, shouted the mob. Down with the vampire, hurrah, where is he? Down with him. Drive a stake through him, said a woman. It's the only way and the humanest. You have only to take a hedge stake and sharpen it a bit at one end, and char it a little in the fire so as there mayn't be no splinters to hurt, and then poke it through his stomach. The mob gave a great shout at this humane piece of advice, and it was some time before Henry could make himself heard at all, even to those who were nearest to him. When he did succeed in so doing, he cried with a loud voice, Hear me, all of you. It is quite needless for me to inquire how you became possessed of the information that a dreadful suspicion hangs over the person of Sir Francis Varney. But if, in consequence of hearing such news, you fancy this public demonstration will be agreeable to me, or likely to relieve those who are nearest or dearest to me from the state of misery and apprehension into which they have fallen, you are much mistaken. Hear him, cried Mr. Marchdale, he speaks both wisdom and truth. If anything, pursued Henry, could add to the annoyance of vexation and misery we have suffered, it would assuredly be the being made subjects of everyday gossip and everyday clamor. You hear him, said Mr. Marchdale. Yes, we does, said a man, but we comes out to catch a vampire for all that. Oh, to be sure, said the humane woman, nobody's feelings is nothing to us. Are we to be woke up in the night with vampires sucking our bloods while we have got a stake in the country? Hurrah, shouted everybody, down with the vampire, where is he? You are wrong. I assure you, you are all wrong, said Mr. Chillingworth, imploringly. There is no vampire here, you see. Sir Francis Varney has not only escaped, but he will take the law of all of you. This was an argument which appeared to stagger a few, but the bolder spirits pushed them on, and a suggestion to search the wood having been made by someone who was more cunning than his neighbors, that measure was at once proceeded with, and executed in a systematic manner, which made those who knew it to be the hiding place of Sir Francis Varney tremble for his safety. It was with a strange mixture of feeling that Henry Bannerworth waited the result of the search for the man who, but a few minutes before, had been opposed to him in a contest of life or death. The destruction of Sir Francis Varney would certainly have been an effectual means of preventing him from continuing to be the incubus he then was upon the Bannerworth family. And yet the generous nature of Henry shrank with horror from seeing even such a creature as Varney sacrificed at the shrine of popular resentment and murdered by an infuriated populace. He felt as great an interest in the escape of the vampire as if some great advantage to himself had been contingent upon such an event. And, although he spoke not a word, while the echoes of the little wood were all awakened by the clamorous manner in which the mob searched for their victim, his feelings could be well read upon his countenance. The Admiral, too, without possessing probably the fine feelings of Henry Bannerworth, took an unusually sympathetic interest in the fate of the vampire, and, after placing himself in various attitudes of intense excitement, he exclaimed, "Dean it, Jack, I do hope, after all, the vampire will get the better of them. It's like a whole flotilla attacking one vessel lubberly proceeding at the best, and I will be hanged if I like it. I should like to pour in a broadside into those fellows, just to let them see it was not a proper English mode of fighting. Should not you, Jack?" "Aye, aye, sir, I should. Shiver me, if I see an opportunity, if I do not let some of those rascals know what's what." Scarcely had these words escaped the lips of the old admiral than there arose a loud shout from the interior of the wood. It was a shout of success, and seemed at the very least to herald the capture of the unfortunate Varney. "By heaven," exclaimed Henry, "they have him." "God forbid," said Mr. Marchdale, "this grows too serious." "Bear a hand, Jack," said the admiral. "We will have a fight for it yet. They shan't murder even a vampire in cold blood. Load the pistols and send a flying shot or two among the rascals the moment they appear." "No, no," said Henry. "No more violence, at least there has been enough." Even as he spoke there came rushing from among the trees, at the corner of the wood, the figure of a man. There needed but one glance to assure them who it was. Sir Francis Varney had been seen, and was flying before those implacable foes who had sought his life. He had divested himself of his huge cloak, as well as of his low slouched hat, and with a speed which nothing but the most absolute desperation could have enabled him to exert, he rushed onward, beating down before him every obstacle, and bounding over the meadows at a rate that, if he could have continued it for any length of time, would have set pursuit at defiance. "Bravo," shouted the admiral, "a stern chase is a long chase, and I wish them joy of it, Jack. Did you ever see anybody get along like that?" "Aye, aye, sir." "You never did, you scoundrel." "Yes, I 999. When and where?" "When you ran away off the Sound." The admiral turned nearly blue with anger, but Jack looked perfectly imperturbable, as he added, "You know you ran away after the French frigates, who would not stay to fight you." "Ah, that indeed. There he goes, putting on every stitch of canvas, I will be bound." "And there they come," said Jack, as he pointed to the corner of the wood, and some of the more active of the vampire's pursuers showed themselves. It would appear as if the vampire had been started from some hiding place in the interior of the wood, and had then thought it expedient altogether to leave that retreat, and make his way to some more secure one across the open country, where there would be more obstacles to his discovery than perseverance could overcome. Probably then, among the brushwood and trees, for a few moments he had been again lost sight of, until those who were closest upon his track had emerged from among the dense foliage, and saw him scouring across the country at such headlong speed. These were but few, and in their extreme anxiety themselves to capture Varney, whose precipitate and terrified flight brought a firm conviction to their minds of his being a vampire. They did not stop to get much of a reinforcement, but plunged on like greyhounds in his track. "Jack," said the Admiral, "this will not do. Look at that great lubberly fellow with the queer smock frock." "Never saw such a figurehead in my life," said Jack. "Stop him." "Aye, aye, sir." The man was coming on at a prodigious rate, and Jack, with all the deliberation in the world, advanced to meet him, and when they got sufficiently close together that in a few moments they must encounter each other, Jack made himself into as small a bundle as possible, and presented his shoulder to the advancing countryman in such a way that he flew off it at a tangent, as if he had run against a brick wall, and after rolling head over heels for some distance, safely deposited himself in a ditch, where he disappeared completely for a few moments from all human observation. "Do not say I hit you," said Jack. "Curse yer, what did you run against me for? Sarves you right. Lubbers as do not know how to steer, in course runs agin things." "Bravo," said the Admiral, "there's another of them." The pursuers of Varney the Vampyre, however, now came too thick and fast to be so easily disposed of, and as soon as his figure could be seen coursing over the meadows, and springing over road and ditch with an agility almost frightful to look upon, the whole rabble-rout was in pursuit of him. By this time, the man who had fallen into the ditch had succeeded in making his appearance in the visible world again, and as he crawled up the bank, looking a thing of mire and mud, Jack walked up to him with all the carelessness in the world, and said to him, "Any luck, old chap?" "Oh, murder," said the man, "what do you mean? Who are you? Where am I? What's the matter? Old Muster Fowler, the fat crowner, will set upon me now." "Have you caught anything?" said Jack. "Caught anything?" "Yes, you have been in for eels, have not you?" "DN. Well, it is odd to me, as some people cannot go a-fishing without getting out of temper. Have it your own way, I will not interfere with you," and away Jack walked. The man cleared the mud out of his eyes, as well as he could, and looked after him with a powerful suspicion that in Jack he saw the very cause of his mortal mishap. But somehow or other, his immersion in the not-over-limpid stream had wonderfully cooled his courage, and casting one despairing look upon his begrimed apparel, and another at the last of the stragglers who were pursuing Sir Francis Varney across the fields, he thought it prudent to get home as fast he could, and get rid of the disagreeable results of an adventure which had turned out for him anything but auspicious or pleasant. Mr. Chillingworth, as though by a sort of impulse to be present in case Sir Francis Varney should really be run down, and with a hope of saving him from personal violence, had followed the foremost of the rioters in the wood, found it now quite impossible for him to carry on such a chase as that which was being undertaken across the fields after Sir Francis Varney. His person was unfortunately but ill qualified for the continuance of such a pursuit, and, although with the greatest reluctance, he at last felt himself compelled to give it up. In making his way through the intricacies of the wood, he had been seriously incommoded by the thick undergrowth, and he had accidentally encountered several miry pools, with which he had involuntarily made a closer acquaintance than was at all conducive either to his personal appearance or comfort. The doctor's temper, though, generally speaking, one of the most even, was at last affected by his mishaps, and he could not restrain from an execration upon his want of prudence in letting his wife have a knowledge of a secret that was not his own, and the producing an unlooked-for circumstance, the termination of which might be of a most disastrous nature. Tired, therefore, and nearly exhausted by the exertions he had already taken, he emerged now alone from the wood, and near the spot where stood Henry Bannerworth and his friends in consultation. The jaded look of the surgeon was quite sufficient indication of the trouble and turmoil he had gone through, and some expressions of sympathy for his condition were dropped by Henry, to whom he replied, "Nay, my young friend, I deserve it all. I have nothing but my own indiscretion to thank for all the turmoil and tumult that has arisen this morning. But to what possible cause can we attribute such an outrage? Reproach me as much as you will, I deserve it. A man may prate of his own secrets if he like, but he should be careful of those of other people. I trusted yours to another, and am properly punished. Enough, said Henry, we will say no more of that, Mr. Chillingworth. What is done cannot be undone, and we had better spend our time in reflection of how to make the best of what is, than in useless lamentation over its causes. What is to be done? Nay, I know not. Have you fought the duel? Yes, and as you perceive, harmlessly. Thank heaven for that. Nay, I had my fire, which Sir Francis Varney refused to return. So the affair had just ended, when the sound of approaching tumult came upon our ears. PNJ. What a strange mixture, exclaimed Marchdale, of feelings and passions this Varney appears to be. At one moment acting with the apparent greatest malignity, and another, seeming to have awakened in his mind a romantic generosity which knows no bounds. I cannot understand him. Nor I indeed, said Henry, but yet I somehow tremble for his fate, and I seem to feel that something ought to be done to save him from the fearful consequences of popular feeling. Let us hasten to the town, and procure what assistance we may. But a few persons, well organized and properly armed, will achieve wonders against a desultory and a lapented multitude. There may be a chance of saving him, yet from the imminent danger which surrounds him. That's proper, cried the Admiral. I do not like to see anybody run down. A fair fight's another thing. Yard arm and yard armstink pots and pipkins broadside to broadside and throw in your bodies, if you like, on the lee quarter. But do not do anything shabby. What do you think of it, Jack? Why, I means to say as how if Varney only keeps on sail as he's been doing, that the devil himself would not catch him in a gale. And yet, said Henry, it is our duty to do the best we can. Let us at once to the town, and summons all the assistance in our power. Come on, come on. His friends needed no further urging, but, at a brisk pace, they all proceeded by the nearest footpaths towards the town. It puzzled his pursuers to think in what possible direction Sir Francis Varney expected to find sustenance or succor, when they saw how curiously he took his flight across the meadows. Instead of endeavoring, by any circuitous path, to seek the shelter of his own house, or to throw himself upon the care of the authorities of the town, who must, to the extent of their power, have protected him, he struck across the fields, apparently without aim or purpose, seemingly intent upon nothing but to distance his pursuers in a long chase, which might possibly tire them, or it might not, according to their or his powers of endurance. We say this seemed to be the case, but it was not so in reality. Sir Francis Varney had a deeper purpose, and it was scarcely to be supposed that a man of his subtle genius, and apparently farseeing and reflecting intellect, could have so far overlooked the many dangers of his position as not to be fully prepared for some such contingency as that which had just now occurred. Holding, as he did, so strange a place in society living among men, and yet possessing so few attributes in common with humanity, must all along have felt the possibility of drawing upon himself popular violence. He could not wholly rely upon the secrecy of the Bannerworth family, much as they might well be supposed to shrink from giving publicity to circumstances of so fearfully strange and perilous a nature as those which had occurred amongst them. The merest accident might, at any moment, make him the town's talk. The overhearing of a few chance words by some gossiping domestic, some ebullition of anger or annoyance by some member of the family, or a communication from some friend who had been treated with confidence might, at any time, awaken around him some such a storm as that which now raged at his heels. Varney the Vampyre must have calculated this. He must have felt the possibility of such a state of things, and, as a matter of course, politically provided himself with some place of refuge. After about 20 minutes of hard chasing across the fields, there could be no doubt of his intentions. He had such a place of refuge, and, strange a one as it might appear, he sped towards it in as direct a line as ever a well-sped arrow flew towards its mark. That place of refuge, to the surprise of everyone, appeared to be the ancient ruin of which we have before spoken, and which was so well known to every inhabitant of the county. Truly, it seemed like some act of mere desperation for Sir Francis Varney to hope there to hide himself. There remained within, of what had once been a stately pile, but a few grey, crumbling walls, which the hunted would have passed unheeded, knowing that not for one instant could he have baffled his pursuers by seeking so inefficient a refuge. And those who followed hard and fast upon the track of Sir Francis Varney felt so sure of their game, when they saw whither he was speeding, that they relaxed in their haste considerably, calling loudly to each other that the vampire was caught at last, for he could be easily surrounded among the old ruins and dragged from amongst its moss-grown walls. In another moment, with a wild dash and a cry of exultation, he sprang out of sight, behind an angle, formed by what had been at one time one of the principal supports of the ancient structure. Then, as if there was still something so dangerous about him, that only by a great number of hands could he be hoped to be secured, the infuriated peasantry gathered in a dense circle around what they considered his temporary place of refuge, and as the sun, which had now climbed above the tree-tops, and dispersed, in a great measure, many of the heavy clouds of morning, shone down upon the excited group, they might have been supposed there assembled to perform some superstitious rite, which time had hallowed as an association of the crumbling ruin around which they stood. By the time the whole of the stragglers, who had persisted in the chase, had come up, there might have been about 50 or 60 resolute men, each intent upon securing the person of one whom they felt, while in existence, would continue to be a terror to all the weaker and dearer portions of their domestic circles. There was a pause of several minutes. Those who had come the fleetest were gathering breath, and those who had come up last were looking to their more forward companions for some information as to what had occurred before their arrival. All was profoundly still within the ruin, and then suddenly, as if by common consent, there arose from every throat a loud shout of "Down with the vampire! Down with the vampire!" The echoes of that shout died away, and then all was still as before, while a superstitious feeling crept over even the boldest. It would almost seem as if they had expected some kind of response from Sir Francis Varney to the shout of defiance with which they had just greeted him. But the very calmness, repose, and absolute quiet of the ruin, and all about it, alarmed them, and they looked the one at the other as if the adventure after all were not one of the pleasantest description, and might not fall out so happily as they had expected. Yet what danger could there be? There were they, more than 100 stout, strong men to cope with one. They felt convinced that he was completely in their power. They knew the ruins could not hide him, and that 5 minutes' time given to the task would suffice to explore every nook and corner of them. And yet they hesitated, while an unknown terror shook their nerves, and seemingly from the very fact that they had run down their game successfully, they dreaded to secure the trophy of the chase. One bold spirit was wanting, and if it was not a bold one that spoke at length, he might be complimented as being comparatively such. It was one who had not been foremost in the chase, perchance from want of physical power, who now stood forward and exclaimed, "What are you waiting for now? You can have him when you like. If you want your wives and children to sleep quietly in their beds, you will secure the vampire. Come on, we all know he's here. Do you hesitate? Do you expect me to go alone and drag him out by the ears?" Any voice would have sufficed to break the spell which bound them. This did so, and with one accord and yells of imprecation, they rushed forward and plunged among the old walls of the ruin. Less time than we have before remarked would have enabled anyone to explore the tottering fabric sufficient to bring a conviction to their minds that, after all, there might have been some mistake about the matter, and Sir Francis Varney was not quite caught yet. It was astonishing how the fact of not finding him in a moment, again, roused all their angry feelings against him, and dispelled every feeling of superstitious awe with which he had been surrounded. Rage gave place to the sort of shuddering horror with which they had before contemplated his immediate destruction, when they had believed him to be virtually within their very grasp. Over and over again, the ruins were searched hastily and impatiently by some, carefully and deliberately by others, until there could be no doubt upon the mind of every one individual that somehow or somewhere within the shadow of those walls, Sir Francis Varney had disappeared most mysteriously. Then it would have been a strange sight for any indifferent spectator to have seen how they shrunk, one by one, out of the shadow of those ruins, each seeming to be afraid that the vampire, in some mysterious manner, would catch him if he happened to be the last within their somber influence, and when they had all collected in the bright, open space, some little distance beyond, they looked at each other and at the ruins with dubious expressions of countenance, each, no doubt, wishing that each would suggest something of a consolatory or practicable character. "What's to be done now?" said one. "Ah, that's it," said another sententiously. "I will be hanged if I know." "He's given us the slip," remarked a third. "But he cannot have given us the slip," said one man, who was particularly famous for a dogmatical spirit of argumentation. "How is it possible? He must be here, and I say he is here." "Find him then," cried several at once. "Oh, that's nothing to do with the argument. He's here, whether we find him or not." One very cunning fellow laid his finger on his nose, and beckoned to a comrade to retire some paces, where he delivered himself of the following very oracular sentiment. "My good friend, you must know Sir Francis Varney is here or he is not." "Agreed, agreed." "Well, if he is not here it's no use troubling our heads any more about him. But otherwise, it's quite another thing, and upon the whole, I must say that I rather think he is." All looked at him, for it was evident he was big with some suggestion. After a pause, he resumed. "Now, my good friends, I propose that we all appear to give it up, and to go away, but that some one of us shall remain and hide among the ruins for some time, to watch, in case the vampire makes his appearance from some hole or corner that we have not found out." "Oh, capital," said everybody. "Then you all agree to that?" "Yes, yes." "Very good, that's the only way to nick him. Now, we will pretend to give it up. Let's all of us talk loud about going home." They did all talk loud about going home. They swore that it was not worth the trouble of catching him, that they gave it up as a bad job, that he might go to the deuce in any way he liked, for all they cared. And then they all walked off in a body, when the man who had made the suggestion suddenly cried, "Hilloa, hilloa, stop, stop, you know one of us is to wait." "Oh, yes, yes, yes," said everybody, and still they moved on. "But really, what's the use of this? Who's to wait?" That was, indeed, a knotty question, which induced a serious consultation, ending in their all, with one accord, pitching upon the author of the suggestion, as by far the best person to hide in the ruins and catch the vampire. They then all set off at full speed, but the cunning fellow, who certainly had not the slightest idea of so practically carrying out his own suggestion, scampered off after them with a speed that soon brought him in the midst of the throng again. And so, with fear in their looks, and all the evidences of fatigue about them, they reached the town to spread fresh and more exaggerated accounts of the mysterious conduct of Varney the Vampyre. Chapter 44. Varney's danger and his rescue, the prisoner again, and the subterranean vault. PNJ. We have before slightly mentioned to the reader, and not unadvisedly, the existence of a certain prisoner, confined in a gloomy dungeon, into whose sad and blackened recesses but few and faint glimmering rays of light ever penetrated, for by a diabolical ingenuity, the narrow loophole which served for a window to that subterraneous abode was so constructed, that, let the sun be at what point it might, during its diurnal course, but a few reflected beams of light could ever find their way into that abode of sorrow. The prisoner, the same prisoner of whom we before spoke, is there. Despair is in his looks, and his temples are still bound with those cloths, which seemed now for many days to have been sopped in blood, which has become encrusted in their folds. He still lives, apparently incapable of movement. How he has lived so long seems to be a mystery, for one would think him scarcely in a state, even were nourishment placed to his lips, to enable him to swallow it. It may be, however, that the mind has as much to do with that apparent absolute prostration of all sort of physical energy, as those bodily wounds which he has received at the hands of the enemies, who have reduced him to his present painful and hopeless situation. Occasionally, a low groan burst from his lips. It seems to come from the very bottom of his heart, and it sounds as if it would carry with it every remnant of vitality that was yet remaining to him. Then he moves restlessly, and repeats in hurried accents the names of some who are dear to him, and far away some who may, perchance, be mourning him, but who know not, guess not, aught of his present sufferings. As he thus moves, the rustle of a chain among the straw on which he lies gives an indication that even in that dungeon it has not been considered prudent to leave him master of his own actions, lest, by too vigorous an effort, he might escape from the thraldom in which he is held. The sound reaches his own ears, and for a few moments, in the deep impatience of his wounded spirit, he heaps malediction on the heads of those who have reduced him to his present state. But soon a better nature seems to come over him, and gentler words fall from his lips. He preaches patience to himself. He talks not of revenge, but of justice, and in accents of more hopefulness than he had before spoken, he calls upon heaven to succor him in his deep distress. Then all is still, and the prisoner appears to have resigned himself once more to the calmness of expectation or of despair. But hark! His sense of hearing, rendered doubly acute by lying so long alone in nearly darkness, and in positive silence, detects sounds which, to ordinary mortal powers of perception, would have been by far too indistinct to produce any tangible effect upon the senses. It is the sound of feet. On they come. Far overhead he hears them. They beat the green earth, that sweet, verdant sod, which he may never see again with an impatient tread. Nearer and nearer still, and now they pause. He listens with all the intensity of one who listens for existence. Someone comes. There is a lumbering, noisy, a hasty footstep. He hears someone laboring for breath, panting like a hunted hare. His dungeon door is opened, and there totters in a man, tall and gaunt. He reels like one intoxicated. Fatigue has done more than the work of inebriation. He cannot save himself, and he sinks exhausted by the side of that lonely prisoner. The captive raises himself as far as his chains will allow him. He clutches the throat of his enervated visitor. Villain, monster, vampire! He shrieks, I have thee now, and locked in a deadly embrace, they roll upon the damp earth, struggling for life together. It is midday at Bannerworth Hall, and Flora is looking from the casement, anxiously expecting the arrival of her brothers. She had seen, from some of the topmost windows of the hall, that the whole neighborhood had been in a state of commotion, but little did she guess the cause of so much tumult, or that it in any way concerned her. She had seen the peasantry forsaking their work in the fields and the gardens, and apparently intent upon some object of absorbing interest. But she feared to leave the house, for she had promised Henry that she would not do so, lest the former pacific conduct of the vampire should have been but a new snare, for the purpose of drawing her so far from her home as to lead her into some danger when she should be far from assistance. And yet more than once was she tempted to forget her promise, and to seek the open country, for fear that those she loved should be encountering some danger for her sake, which she would willingly either share with them or spare them. The solicitation, however, of her brother kept her comparatively quiet, and moreover, since her last interview with Varney, in which, at all events, he had shown some feeling for the melancholy situation to which he had reduced her, she had been more able to reason calmly, and to meet the suggestions of passion and of impulse with a sober judgment. About midday, then, she saw the domestic party returning, that party, which now consisted of her two brothers, the Admiral, Jack Pringle, and Mr. Chillingworth. As for Mr. Marchdale, he had given them a polite adieu on the confines of the grounds of Bannerworth Hall, stating that although he had felt it to be his duty to come forward and second Henry Bannerworth in the duel with the vampire, yet that circumstance by no means obliterated from his memory the insults he had received from Admiral Bell, and therefore he declined going to Bannerworth Hall, and bade them a very good morning. To all this, Admiral Bell replied that he might go and be DD if he liked, and that he considered him a swab and a humbug, and appealed to Jack Pringle whether he, Jack, ever saw such a sanctified-looking prig in his life. Aye, aye, says Jack. This answer, of course, produced the usual contention, which lasted them until they got fairly in the house, where they swore at each other to an extent that was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end, until Henry and Mr. Chillingworth interfered, and really begged that they would postpone the discussion until some more fitting opportunity. The whole of the circumstances were then related to Flora, who, while she blamed her brother much for fighting the duel with the vampire, found in the conduct of that mysterious individual, as regarded the encounter, yet another reason for believing him to be strictly sincere in his desire to save her from the consequences of his future visits. Her desire to leave Bannerworth Hall consequently became more and more intense, and as the Admiral really now considered himself the master of the house, they offered no amount of opposition to the subject, but merely said, "My dear Flora, Admiral Bell shall decide in all these matters now. We know that he is our sincere friend, and that whatever he says we ought to do will be dictated by the best possible feelings towards us." "Then I appeal to you, sir," said Flora, turning to the Admiral. "Very good," replied the old man. "Then Nay, Admiral," interrupted Mr. Chillingworth. "You promised me, but a short time since, that you would come to no decision whatever upon this question, until you had heard some particulars which I have to relate to you, which, in my humble opinion, will sway your judgment." "And so I did," cried the Admiral, "but I had forgotten all about it. Flora, my dear, I will be with you in an hour or two. My friend the doctor here has got some sow by the ear and fancies it's the right one. However, I will hear what he has got to say first before we come to a conclusion. So come along, Mr. Chillingworth, and let's have it out at once." "Flora," said Henry, when the Admiral had left the room, "I can see that you wish to leave the hall." "I do, brother, but not to go far. I wish rather to hide from Varney than to make myself inaccessible by distance." "You still cling to this neighborhood." I do, and you know with what hope I cling to it." "Perfectly. You still think it possible that Charles Holland may be united to you." I do. "You believe his faith." "Oh yes, as I believe in heaven's mercy." "And I, Flora, I would not doubt him now for worlds. Something even now seems to whisper to me that a brighter sun of happiness will yet dawn upon us, and that, when the mists which at present enshroud ourselves and our fortunes pass away, they will disclose a landscape full of beauty, the future of which shall know no pangs." "Yes, brother," exclaimed Flora, enthusiastically. "This, after all, may be but some trial, grievous while it lasts, but yet tending eventually only to make the future look more bright and beautiful. Heaven may yet have in store for us all some great happiness, which shall spring clearly and decidedly from out these misfortunes." "Be it so, and may we ever thus banish despair by such hopeful propositions. Lean on my arm, Flora, you are safe with me. Come, dearest, and taste the sweetness of the morning air." There was, indeed now, a hopefulness about the manner in which Henry Bannerworth spoke, such as Flora had not for some weary months had the pleasure of listening to, and she eagerly rose to accompany him into the garden, which was glowing with all the beauty of sunshine, for the day had turned out to be much finer than the early morning had at all promised it would be. "Flora," he said, when they had taken some turns to and fro in the garden, "notwithstanding all that has happened, there is no convincing Mr. Chillingworth that Sir Francis Varney is really what to us he appears." "Indeed." "It is so. In the face of all evidence, he neither will believe in vampires at all, nor that Varney is anything but some mortal man like ourselves, in his thoughts, talents, feelings, and modes of life, and with no more power to do anyone an injury than we have." "Oh, would that I could think so." "And I, but unhappily, we have by far too many, and too conclusive evidences to the contrary." "We have, indeed, brother. And though, while we respect that strength of mind in our friend which will not allow him, even almost at the last extremity, to yield to what appear to be stern facts, we may not ourselves be so obdurate, but may feel that we know enough to be convinced." "You have no doubt, brother." "Most reluctantly, I must confess, that I feel compelled to consider Varney as something more than mortal." "He must be so." "And now, sister, before we leave the place which has been a home to us from earliest life, let us for a few moments consider if there be any possible excuse for the notion of Mr. Chillingworth, to the effect that Sir Francis Varney wants possession of the house for some purpose, still more inimical to our peace and prosperity than any he has yet attempted. Has he such an opinion? He has. 'Tis very strange. Yes, Flora, he seems to gather from all the circumstances nothing but an overwhelming desire on the part of Sir Francis Varney to become the tenant of Bannerworth Hall. He certainly wishes to possess it. Yes, but can you, sister, in the exercise of any possible amount of fancy, imagine any motive for such an anxiety beyond what he alleges? Which is merely that he is fond of old houses. Precisely so. That is the reason, and the only one that can be got from him. Heaven only knows if it be the true one. It may be, brother. As you say, it may, but there's a doubt, nevertheless, Flora. I much rejoice that you have had an interview with this mysterious being, for you have certainty, since that time, been happier and more composed than I ever hoped to see you again. I have indeed. It is sufficiently perceivable. Somehow, brother, since that interview, I have not had the same sort of dread of Sir Francis Varney which before made the very sound of his name a note of terror to me. His words, and all he said to me during that interview which took place so strangely between us, indeed how I know not, tended altogether rather to make him, to a certain extent, an object of my sympathies rather than my abhorrence. That is very strange. I own that it is strange, Henry, but when we come for but a brief moment to reflect upon the circumstances which have occurred, we shall, I think, be able to find some cause even to pity Varney the Vampyre. How? Thus, brother, it is said, and well may I, who have been subject to an attack of such a nature, tremble to repeat the saying that those who have been once subject to the visitations of a vampire are themselves in a way to become one of the dreadful and maddening fraternity. I have heard so much, sister, replied Henry. Yes, and therefore who knows but that Sir Francis Varney may, at one time, have been as innocent as we are ourselves of the terrible and fiendish propensity which now makes him a terror and a reproach to all who know him, or are in any way obnoxious to his attacks. That is true. There may have been a time who shall say there was not, when he, like me, would have shrunk, with a dread as great as anyone could have experienced, from the contamination of the touch even of a vampire. I cannot, sister, deny the soundness of your reasoning, said Henry with a sigh, but I still know not see anything, even from a full conviction that Varney is unfortunate, which should induce us to tolerate him. Nay, brother, I said not tolerate. What I mean is, that even with the horror and dread we must naturally feel at such a being, we may afford to mingle some amount of pity, which shall make us rather seek to shun him, than to cross his path with a resolution of doing him an injury. I perceive well, sister, what you mean. Rather than remain here and make an attempt to defy Sir Francis Varney, you would fly from him, and leave him undisputed master of the field. I would. Heaven forbid that I or anyone should thwart you. You know well, Flora, how dear you are to me. You know well that your happiness has ever been to us all a matter which has assumed the most important of shapes, as regarded our general domestic policy. It is not, therefore, likely now, dear sister, that we should thwart you in your wish to remove from here. I know, Henry, all you would say, remarked Flora as a tear started to her eyes. I know well all you think, and in your love for me I likewise know well I rely forever. You are attached to this place, as indeed we all are by 1,000 happy and pleasant associations. But listen to me further, Henry, I do not wish to wander far. Not far, Flora. No, do I not still cling to a hope that Charles may yet appear, and if he do so, it will assuredly be in this neighborhood, which he knows is native and most dear to us all. True. Then do I wish to make some sort of parade, in the way of publicity, of our leaving the hall. Yes. And yet not go far. In the neighboring town, for example, surely we might find some means of living entirely free from remark or observation as to who or what we were. That, sister, I doubt. If you seek for that species of solitude which you contemplate, it is only to be found in a desert. A desert? Yes, or in a large city. Indeed. I, Flora, you may well believe me that it is so. In a small community, you can have no possible chance of evading an amount of scrutiny, which would very soon pierce through any disguise you could by any possibility assume. Then there is no resource, we must go far. Nay, I will consider for you, Flora. And although, as a general principle, what I have said I know to be true, yet some more special circumstance may arise that may point a course that, while it enables us, for Charles Holland's sake, to remain in this immediate neighborhood, yet will procure to us all the secrecy we may desire. Dear brother, said Flora, as she flung herself upon Henry's neck, you speak cheeringly to me, and what is more, you believe in Charles's faithfulness and truth. As heaven is my judge, I do. 1,000 thanks for such an assurance. I know him too well to doubt for one moment his faith. Oh, brother, could Heckud Charles Holland, the soul of honor, the abode of every noble impulse that can adorn humanity, could he have written those letters? No, no, perish the thought. It has perished. Thank God. I only, upon reflection, wonder how, misled for the moment by the concurrence of a number of circumstances, I could ever have suspected him. It is like your generous nature, brother, to say so, but you know as well as I that there has been one here who has, far from feeling any sort of anxiety to think as well as possible of poor Charles Holland, has done all that in him lay to take the worst view of his mysterious disappearance, and induce us to do the like. You allude to Mr. Marchdale. I do. Well, Flora, at the same time that I must admit you have cause for speaking of Mr. Marchdale as you do, yet when we come to consider all things, there may be found for him excuses. May there? Yes, Flora, he is a man, as he himself says, past the meridian of life, and the world is a sad as well as a bad teacher, for it soon, alas, deprives us of our trusting confidence in human nature. It may be so, but yet he, knowing as he did so very little of Charles Holland, judged him hastily and harshly. You rather ought to say, Flora, that he did not judge him generously. Well, be it so. And you must recollect, when you say so, that Marchdale did not love Charles Holland. Nay now, said Flora, while there flashed across her cheek, for a moment, a heightened color, you are commencing to jest with me, and therefore we will say no more. You know, dear Henry, all my hopes, my wishes, and my feelings, and I shall therefore leave my future destiny in your hands to dispose of as you please. Look yonder. Where? There, do you not see the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth walking among the trees? Yes, I do now. How very serious and intent they are upon the subject of their discourse. They seem quite lost to all surrounding objects. I could not have imagined any subject that would so completely have absorbed the attention of Admiral Bell. Mr. Chillingworth had something to relate to him or to propose, of a nature which, perchance, has had the effect of enchaining all his attention, called him from the room. Yes, I saw that he 999. But see, they come towards us, and now we shall, probably, hear what is the subject matter of their discourse and consultation. We shall. Admiral Bell had evidently seen Henry and his sister, for now, suddenly, as if not from having for the first moment observed them, and in consequence, broken off their private discourse, but as if they arrived at some point in it which enabled them to come to a conclusion to be communicative, the Admiral came towards the brother and sister. Well, said the bluff old Admiral, when they were sufficiently near to exchange words, well, Miss Flora, you are looking 1,000 times better than you were. I thank you, Admiral, I am much better. Oh, to be sure you are, and you will be much better still, and no sort of mistake. Now, here's the doctor, and I have both been agreeing upon what is best for you.
Indeed.
Yes, to be sure, have we not, doctor? We have, Admiral. Good, and what now, Miss Flora, do you suppose it is? I really cannot say. Why, it's change of air, to be sure. You must get away from here as quickly as you can, or there will be no peace for you. Yes, added Mr. Chillingworth, advancing. I am quite convinced that change of scene and change of place, and habits, and people, will tend more to your complete recovery than any other circumstances. In the most ordinary cases of indisposition, we always find that the invalid recovers much sooner away from the scene of his indisposition than by remaining in it, even though its general salubrity be much greater than the place to which he may be removed. Good, said the Admiral. Then we are to understand, said Henry with a smile, that we are no longer to be your guests, Admiral Bell. Belay there, cried the Admiral. Who told you to understand any such thing, I should like to know. Well, but we shall look upon this house as yours, now. And that being the case, if we remove from it, of course we cease to be your guests any longer. That's all you know about it. Now, hark ye, you do not command the fleet, so do not pretend to know what the Admiral is going to do. I have made money by knocking about some of the enemies of old England, and that's the most gratifying manner in the world of making money, so far as I am concerned.
PNG.
It is an honorable mode. Of course it is. Well, I am going tohat the deuce do you call it? What? That's just what I want to know. Oh, I have it now. I am going to what the lawyers call invest it. A prudent step, Admiral, and one which it is to be hoped, before now, has occurred to you. Perhaps it has and perhaps it has not. However, that's my business and no one's else's. I am going to invest my spare cash in taking houses. So, as I do not care a straw where the houses may be situated, you can look out for one somewhere that will suit you, and I will take it. So, after all, you will be my guests there just the same as you are here. Admiral, said Henry, it would be imposing upon a generosity as rare as it is noble, were we to allow you to do so much for us as you contemplate.
Very good.
We cannot, we dare not. But I say you shall. So you have had your say, and I have had mine, after which, if you please, Master Henry Bannerworth, I shall take upon myself to consider the affair as altogether settled. You can commence operations as soon as you like. I know that Miss Flora, here bless her sweet eyes, don't want to stay at Bannerworth Hall any longer than she can help it. Indeed, I was urging upon Henry to remove, said Flora. But yet I cannot help feeling with him, Admiral, that we are imposing upon your goodness. Go on imposing, then. But, Pshaw, cannot a man be imposed upon if he likes? D.N. it, that's a poor privilege for an Englishman to be forced to make a row about. I tell you I like it. I will be imposed upon, so there's an end of that, and now let's come in and see what Mrs. Bannerworth has got ready for luncheon. It can hardly be supposed that such a popular ferment as had been created in the country town, by the singular reports concerning Varney the Vampyre, should readily, and without abundant satisfaction, subside. An idea like that which had lent so powerful an impulse to the popular mind was one far easier to set going than to deprecate or extinguish. The very circumstances which had occurred to foil the excited mob in their pursuit of Sir Francis Varney were of a nature to increase the popular superstition concerning him, and to make him and his acts appear in still more dreadful colors. Mobs do not reason very closely and clearly, but the very fact of the frantic flight of Sir Francis Varney from the projected attack of the infuriated multitude was seized hold of as proof positive of the reality of his vampire-like existence. Then again, had he not disappeared in the most mysterious manner? Had he not sought refuge where no human being would think of seeking refuge, namely, in that old, dilapidated ruin, where, when his pursuers were so close upon his track, he had succeeded in eluding their grasp with a facility which looked as if he had vanished into thin air, or as if the very earth had opened to receive him bodily within its cold embraces. It is not to be wondered at, that the few who fled so precipitately from the ruin lost nothing of the wonderful story they had to tell, in the carrying it from that place to the town. When they reached their neighbors, they not only told what had really occurred, but they added to it all their own surmises, and the fanciful creation of all their own fears, so that before midday, and about the time when Henry Bannerworth was conversing so quietly in the gardens of the hall with his beautiful sister, there was an amount of popular ferment in the town, of which they had no conception. All business was suspended, and many persons, now that once the idea had been started concerning the possibility that a vampire might have been visiting some of the houses in the place, told how, in the dead of the night, they had heard strange noises. How children had shrieked from no apparent cause doors opened and shut without human agency, and windows rattled that never had been known to rattle before. Some, too, went so far as to declare that they had been awakened out of their sleep by noises incidental to an effort made to enter their chambers, and others had seen dusky forms of gigantic proportions outside their windows, tampering with their fastenings, and only disappearing when the light of day mocked all attempts at concealment. These tales flew from mouth to mouth, and all listened to them with such an eager interest that none thought it worthwhile to challenge their inconsistencies or to express a doubt of their truth, because they had not been mentioned before. The only individual, and he was a remarkably clever man, who made the slightest remark upon the subject of a practical character, hazarded a suggestion that made confusion worse confounded. He knew something of vampires. He had traveled abroad, and had heard of them in Germany, as well as in the East, and to a crowd of wondering and aghast listeners he said, "You may depend upon it, my friends, this has been going on for some time. There have been several mysterious and sudden deaths in the town lately. People have wasted away and died nobody knew how or wherefore." "Yes, eyes," said everybody. There was Miles, the butcher. You know how fat he was, and then how fat he was not. A general assent was given to the proposition. And then, elevating one arm in an oratorical manner, the clever fellow continued, "I have not a doubt that Miles, the butcher, and everyone else who has died suddenly lately have been victims of the vampire. And what's more, they will all be vampires and come and suck other people's blood, till at last the whole town will be a town of vampires." "But what's to be done?" cried one, who trembled so excessively that he could scarcely stand under his apprehension. "There is but one plan. Sir Francis Varney must be found, and put out of the world in such a manner that he cannot come back to it again. And all those who are dead that we have any suspicion of should be taken up out of their graves and looked at, to see if they are rotting or not. If they are, it's all right. But if they look fresh and much, as usual, you may depend they are vampires, and no mistake." This was a terrific suggestion thrown amongst a mob. To have caught Sir Francis Varney and immolated him at the shrine of popular fury, they would not have shrunk from, but a desecration of the graves of those whom they had known in life was a matter which, however much it had to recommend it, even the boldest stood aghast at, and felt some qualms of irresolution. There are many ideas, however, which, like the first plunge into a cold bath, are rather uncomfortable for the moment, but which, in a little time, we become so familiarized with, that they become stripped of their disagreeable concomitants and appear quite pleasing and natural. So it was with this notion of exhuming the dead bodies of those townspeople who had recently died from what was called a decay of nature, and such other failures of vitality as bore not the tangible name of any understood disease. From mouth to mouth, the awful suggestions spread like wildfire, until at last it grew into such a shape that it almost seemed to become a duty, at all events, to have up Miles the butcher and see how he looked. There is, too, about human nature a natural craving curiosity concerning everything connected with the dead. There is not a man of education or of intellectual endowment who would not travel many miles to look upon the exhumation of the remains of someone famous in his time, whether for his vices, his virtues, his knowledge, his talents, or his heroism. And if this feeling exist in the minds of the educated and refined in a sublimated shape, which lends to it grace and dignity, we may look for it among the vulgar and the ignorant, taking only a grosser and meaner form in accordance with their habits of thought. The rude materials, of which the highest and noblest feelings of educated minds are formed, will be found amongst the most groveling and base. And so this vulgar curiosity, which, combined with other feelings, prompted an ignorant and illiterate mob to exhume Miles, the once fat butcher, in a different form tempted the philosophically Hamlet to moralize upon the skull of Yorick. And it was wonderful to see how, when these people had made up their minds to carry out the singularly interesting, but at the same fearful suggestion, they assumed to themselves a great virtue in so doing, told each other what an absolute necessity there was, for the public good, that it should be done. And then, with loud shouts and cries concerning the vampire, they proceeded in a body to the village churchyard, where had been lain, with a hope of reposing in peace, the bones of their ancestors. A species of savage ferocity now appeared to have seized upon the crowd, and the people, in making up their minds to do something which was strikingly at variance with all their preconceived notions of right and wrong, appeared to feel that it was necessary, in order that they might be consistent, to cast off many of the decencies of life, and to become riotous and reckless. As they proceeded towards the graveyard, they amused themselves by breaking the windows of the tax-gatherers, and doing what passing mischief they could to the habitations of all who held any official situation or authority. This was something like a proclamation of war against those who might think it their duty to interfere with the lawless proceedings of an ignorant multitude. A public house or two, likewise, en route, was sacked of some of its inebriating contents, so that, what with the madness of intoxication, and the general excitement consequent upon the very nature of the business which took them to the churchyard, a more wild and infuriated multitude than that which paused at two iron gates, which led into the sanctuary of that church, could not be imagined. Those who have never seen a mob placed in such a situation as to have cast off all moral restraint whatever, at the same time that it feels there is no physical power to cope with it, can form no notion of the mass of terrible passions which lie slumbering under what, in ordinary cases, have appeared harmless bosoms, but which now run riot, and overcame every principle of restraint. It is a melancholy fact, but nevertheless a fact despite its melancholy, that even in a civilized country like this, with a generally well-educated population, nothing but a well-organized physical force keeps down, from the commission of the most outrageous offenses, hundreds and thousands of persons. We have said that the mob paused at the iron gates of the churchyard, but it was more a pause of surprise than one of vacillation, because they saw that those iron gates were closed, which had not been the case within the memory of the oldest among them. At the first building of the church and the enclosure of its graveyard, two pairs of these massive gates had been presented by some munificent patron, but after a time they hung idly upon their hinges, ornamental certainly, but useless, while a couple of turnstiles to keep cattle from straying within the sacred precincts did duty instead, and established without trouble the regular thoroughfare, which long habit had dictated as necessary, through the place of sepulture. But now those gates were closed, and for once were doing duty. Heaven only knows how they had been moved upon their rusty and time-worn hinges. The mob, however, was checked for the moment, and it was clear that the ecclesiastical authorities were resolved to attempt something to prevent the desecration of the tombs. Those gates were sufficiently strong to resist the first vigorous shake, which was given to them by some of the foremost among the crowd, and then one fellow started the idea that they might be opened from the inside, and volunteered to clamber over the wall to do so. Hoisted up upon the shoulders of several, he grasped the top of the wall, and raised his head above its level, and then something of a mysterious nature rose up from the inside, and dealt him such a whack between the eyes, that down he went sprawling among his coadjutors. Now nobody had seen how this injury had been inflicted, and the policy of those in the garrison should have been certainly to keep up the mystery, and leave the invaders in ignorance of what sort of person it was that had so foiled them. Man, however, is prone to indulge in vain glorification, and the secret was exploded by the triumphant waving of the long staff of the beetle, with the gilt knob at the end of it, just over the parapet of the wall, in token of victory. "It's Waggles," cried everybody. "It's Waggles the beetle." "Yes," said a voice from within, "it's Waggles the beetle, and he thinks as he had you're there rather, try it again. The church is not in danger, oh no, what do you think of this?" The staff was flourished more vigorously than ever, and in the secure position that Waggles occupied, it seemed not only impossible to attack him, but that he possessed wonderful powers of resistance, for the staff was long and the knob was heavy. It was a boy who hit upon the ingenious expedient of throwing up a great stone, so that it just fell inside the wall, and hit Waggles a great blow on the head. The staff was flourished more vigorously than ever, and the mob, in the ecstasy at the fun which was going on, almost forgot the errand which had brought them. Perhaps after all the affair might have passed off jestingly, had not there been some really mischievous persons among the throng who were determined that such should not be the case, and they incited the multitude to commence an attack upon the gates, which in a few moments must have produced their entire demolition. Suddenly, however, the boldest drew back, and there was a pause, as the well-known form of the clergyman appeared advancing from the church door, attired in full canonicals. "There's Mr. Lee," said several. "How unlucky he should be here." "What is this?" said the clergyman, approaching the gates. "Can I believe my eyes when I see before me those who compose the worshippers at this church armed, and attempting to enter for the purpose of violence to this sacred place? Oh, let me beseech you, lose not a moment, but return to your homes, and repent of that which you have already done. It is not yet too late. Listen, I pray you, to the voice of one with whom you have so often joined in prayer to the throne of the Almighty, who is now looking upon your actions." This appeal was heard respectfully, but it was evidently very far from suiting the feelings and the wishes of those to whom it was addressed. The presence of the clergyman was evidently an unexpected circumstance, and the more especially too as he appeared in that costume which they had been accustomed to regard with a reverence almost amounting to veneration. He saw the favorable effect he had produced, and anxious to follow it up, he added, "Let this little ebullition of feeling pass away, my friends, and believe me, when I assure you upon my sacred word, that whatever ground there may be for complaint or subject for inquiry shall be fully and fairly met, and that the greatest exertions shall be made to restore peace and tranquility to all of you." "It's all about the vampire," cried one fellow. "Mr. Lee, how should you like a vampire in the pulpit?" "Hush, hush! Can it be possible that you know so little of the works of that great being whom you all pretend to adore, as to believe that he would create any class of beings of a nature such as those you ascribe to that terrific word? Oh, let me pray of you to get rid of these superstitions alike disgraceful to yourselves and afflicting to me." The clergyman had the satisfaction of seeing the crowd rapidly thinning from before the gates, and he believed his exhortations were having all the effect he wished. It was not until he heard a loud shout behind him, and upon hastily turning, saw that the churchyard had been scaled at another place by some 50 or 60 persons, that his heart sunk within him, and he began to feel that what he had dreaded would surely come to pass. Even then he might have done something in the way of pacific exertion, but for the interference of Waggles, the beetle, who spoilt everything. Chapter 45. The Open Graves, the Dead Bodies, a Scene of Terror. PNJ. We have said Waggles spoilt everything, and so he did, for before Mr. Lee could utter a word more, or advance 2 steps towards the rioters, Waggles charged them staff in hand, and there soon ensued a riot of a most formidable description. A kind of desperation seemed to have seized the beetle, and certainly, by his sudden and unexpected attack, he achieved wonders. When, however, a dozen hands got hold of the staff, and it was wrenched from him, and he was knocked down, and half a dozen people rolled over him, Waggles was not near the man he had been, and he would have been very well content to have lain quiet where he was. This, however, he was not permitted to do, for 2 or 3, who had felt what a weighty instrument of warfare the parochial staff was, lifted him bodily from the ground, and canted him over the wall, without much regard to whether he fell on a hard or a soft place on the other side. This feat accomplished, no further attention was paid to Mr. Lee, who, finding that his exhortations were quite unheeded, retired into the church with an appearance of deep affliction about him, and locked himself in the vestry. The crowd now had entire possession without even the sort of control that an exhortation assumed over Themoth, the burying ground, and soon in a dense mass were these desperate and excited people collected round the well-known spot, where lay the mortal remains of Miles, the butcher. "Silence!" cried a loud voice, and everyone obeyed the mandate, looking towards the speaker, who was a tall, gaunt-looking man, attired in a suit of faded black, and who now pressed forward to the front of the throng. "Oh," cried one, "it's Fletcher the ranter. What does he do here?" Hear him," cried others, "he will not stop us." "Yes, hear him," cried the tall man, waving his arms about like the sails of a windmill. "Yes, hear him. Sons of darkness, you are all vampires, and are continually sucking the lifeblood from each other. No wonder that the evil one has power over you all. You are as men who walk in the darkness when the sunlight invites you, and you listen to the words of humanity when those of a diviner origin are offered to your acceptance. But there shall be miracles in the land, and even in this place, set apart with a pretended piety that is in itself most damnable, you shall find an evidence of the true light, and the proof that those who will follow me the true path to glory shall be found here within this grave. Dig up Miles, the butcher." Hear, hurrah," said every body. "Mr. Fletcher's not such a fool, after all, he means well." "Yes, you sinners," said the ranter, "and if you find Miles, the butcher, decay in Jevon as men are expected to decay whose mortal tabernacles are placed within the bowels of the earth, you shall gather from that a great omen, and a sign that if you follow me you seek the Lord. But you find him looking fresh and healthy, as if the warm blood was still within his veins, you shall take that likewise as a signification that what I say to you shall be as the gospel, and that by coming to the chapel of the little Bethlehem, ye shall achieve a great salvation." "Very good," said a brawny fellow, advancing with a spade in his hand. "You get out of the way, and I will soon have him up. Here goes, like blue blazes." The first shovelful of earth he took up, he cast over his head into the air, so that it fell in a shower among the mob, which of course raised a shout of indignation, and as he continued so to dispose of the superfluous earth, a general row seemed likely to ensue. Mr. Fletcher opened his mouth to make a remark, and as that feature of his face was rather a capacious one, a descending lump of mold, of a clayey consistency, fell into it, and got so wedged among his teeth that in the process of extracting it, he nearly brought some of those essential portions of his anatomy with it. This was a state of things that could not last long, and he who had been so liberal with his spades full of mold was speedily disarmed, and yet he was a popular favorite, and had done the thing so good-humoredly that nobody touched him. 6 or 8 others, who had brought spades and pickaxes, now pushed forward to the work, and in an incredibly short space of time the grave of Miles, the butcher, seemed to be very nearly excavated. Work of any kind or nature whatever is speedily executed when done with a wish to get through it, and never, perhaps, within the memory of man, was a grave opened in that churchyard with such a wonderful celerity. The excitement of the crowd grew intense. Very available spot from which a view of the grave could be got was occupied. For the last few minutes scarcely a remark had been uttered, and when, at last, the spade of one of those who were digging struck upon something that sounded like wood, you might have heard a pin drop, and each one there present drew his breath more shortly than before. "There he is," said the man, whose spade struck upon the coffin. Those few words broke the spell, and there was a general murmur, while every individual present seemed to shift his position in his anxiety to obtain a better view of what was about to ensue. The coffin now having been once found, there seemed to be an increased impetus given to the work. The earth was thrown out with a rapidity that seemed almost the quick result of the working of some machine, and those closest to the grave's brink crouched down, and, intent as they were upon the progress of events, heeded not the damp earth that fell upon them, nor the frail, brittle, and humid remains of humanity that occasionally rolled to their feet. It was, indeed, a scene of intense excitement, a scene which only wanted a few prominent features in its foreground of a more intellectual and higher caste than composed the mob, to make it a fit theme for a painter of the highest talent. And now the last few shovelfuls of earth that hid the top of the coffin were cast from the grave, and that narrow house which contained the mortal remains of him who was so well known, while in life, to almost everyone then present, was brought to the gaze of eyes which never had seemed likely to have looked upon him again. The cry was now for ropes, with which to raise the cumbrous mass. But these were not to be had. No one thought of providing himself with such appliances, so that by main strength only could the coffin be raised to the brink. The difficulty of doing this was immense, for there was nothing tangible to stand upon, and even when the mold from the sides was sufficiently cleared away that the handles of the coffin could be laid hold of, they came away immediately in the grasp of those who did so. But the more trouble that presented itself to the accomplishment of the designs of the mob, the more intent that body seemed upon carrying out to the full extent their original designs. Finding it quite impossible by bodily strength to raise the coffin of the butcher from the position in which it had got embedded by excessive rains, a boy was hastily dispatched to the village for ropes, and never did boy run with such speed before, for all his own curiosity was excited in the issue of an adventure that to his young imagination was appallingly interesting. As impatient as mobs usually are, they had not time, in this case, for the exercise of that quality of mind before the boy came back, with the necessary means of exerting quite a different species of power against the butcher's coffin. Strong ropes were slid under the inert mass, and 20 hands at once plied the task of raising that receptacle of the dead from what had been presumed to be its last resting place. The ropes strained and creaked, and many thought that they would burst asunder sooner than raise the heavy coffin of the defunct butcher. It is singular what reasons people find for backing their opinion. "You may depend he's a vampire," said one, "or it would not be so difficult to get him out of the grave." "Oh, there can be no mistake about that," said one. "When did a natural Christian's coffin stick in the mud in that way?" "Ah, to be sure," said another. "I knew no good would come of his goings-on. He never was a decent sort of man like his neighbors, and many queer things have been said of him that I have no doubt are true enough if we did but know the rights of them." "Ah, but," said a young lad, thrusting his head between the two who were talking, "if he is a vampire, how does he get out of his coffin of a night with all that weight of mold atop of him?" One of the men considered for a moment, and then finding no rational answer occur to him, he gave the boy a box on the ear, saying, "I should like to know what business that is of yours. Boys, nowadays, ain't like the boys in my time. They think nothing now of putting their spokes in grown-up people's wheels, just as if their opinions were of any consequence." Now, by a vigorous effort, those who were tugging at the ropes succeeded in moving the coffin a little, and that first step was all the difficulty, for it was loosened from the adhesive soil in which it lay, and now came up with considerable facility. There was a half-shout of satisfaction at this result, while some of the congregation turned pale and trembled at the prospect of the sight which was about to present itself. The coffin was dragged from the grave's brink fairly among the long rank grass that flourished the churchyard, and then they all looked at it for a time, and the men who had been most earnest in raising it wiped the perspiration from their brows, and seemed to shrink from the task of opening that receptacle of the dead now that it was fairly in their power so to do. Each man looked anxiously in his neighbor's face, and several audibly wondered why somebody else did not open the coffin. "There's no harm in it," said one. "If he's a vampire, we ought to know it, and if he ain't, we cannot do any hurt to a dead man." "Oughtn't we to have the service for the dead?" said one. "Yes," said the impertinent boy who had before received the knock on the head. "I think we ought to have that read backwards." This ingenious idea was recompensed by a great many kicks and cuffs, which ought to have been sufficient to have warned him of the great danger of being a little before his age in wit. "Where's the use of shirking the job?" cried he who had been so active in shoveling the mud upon the multitude. "Why, you cowardly sneaking set of humbugs, you are half afraid now." "Afraid, afraid," cried everybody, "who's afraid?" "Ah, who's afraid?" said a little man, advancing and assuming an heroic attitude. "I always notice if anybody's afraid, it's some big fellow with more bones than brains." At this moment, the man to whom this reproach was more particularly leveled raised a horrible shout of terror and cried out in frantic accents, "He's a coming." The little man fell at once into the grave, while the mob, with one accord, turned tail and fled in all directions, leaving him alone with the coffin. Such a fighting and kicking and scrambling ensued to get over the wall of the graveyard, that this great fellow, who had caused all the mischief, burst into such peals of laughter that the majority of the people became aware that it was a joke, and came creeping back, looking as sheepish as possible. Some got up very faint sorts of laugh, and said very good, and swore they saw what Big Dick meant from the first, and only ran to make the others run. Very good, said Dick, I am glad you enjoyed it, that's all. My eye, what a scampering there was among you. Where's my little friend, who was so infernally cunning about bones and brains? With some difficulty the little man was extricated from the grave, and then, oh, for the consistency of a mob. They all laughed at him, those very people who, heedless of all the amenities of existence, had been trampling upon each other and roaring with terror, actually had the impudence to laugh at him and call him a cowardly little rascal, and say it served him right. But such is popularity. Well, if nobody will not open the coffin, said Big Dick, I will, so here goes. I knowed the old fellow when he was alive, and many a time he's DD me and I have DD him, so I ain't a-going to be afraid of him now he's dead. We was very intimate, you see, 'cause we was the two heaviest men in the parish. There's a reason for everything. Ah, Dick's the fellow to do it, cried a number of persons. There's nobody like Dick for opening a coffin. He's the man as do not care for nothing. Ah, you snivelling curs, said Dick, I hate you. If it weren't for my own satisfaction, and all for to prove that my old friend the butcher as weighed 17 stone, and stood 6 feet 2 and a half on his own soul, I would see you all jolly well. DD first, said the boy, open the lid, Dick, let's have a look. Ah, you are a rum un, said Dick, arter my own heart. I sometimes thinks as you must be a nevy or some sort of relation of mine. Howsomedever, here goes. Who would have thought that I should ever had a look at old Fat and Thunder again? That's what I used to call him, and then he used to request me to go down below, where I needn't turn round to light my blessed pipe. Hell we know, said the boy, why do not you open the lid, Dick? I am a-going, said Dick, kim up. He introduced the corner of a shovel between the lid and the coffin, and giving it a sudden wrench, he loosened it all down one side. A shudder pervaded the multitude, and, popularly speaking, you might have heard a pin drop in that crowded churchyard at that eventful moment. Dick then proceeded to the other side, and executed the same maneuver. Now for it, he said, we shall see him in a moment, and we will think we seed him still. What a lark, said the boy. You hold your jaw, will yer? Who axed you for a remark, blow yer? What do you mean by squatting down there, like a cocksparrow, with a pain in his tail, hanging your head, too, right over the coffin? Did you never hear of what they call a fluvifium coming from the dead, your ignorant beast, as is enough to send nobody to blazes in a minute? Get out of the way of the cold meat, will yer? What do you say, Dick? Request information, from the extreme point of my elbow. Dick threw down the spade, and laying hold of the coffin lid with both hands, he lifted it off and flung it on one side. There was a visible movement and an exclamation among the multitude. Some were pushed down, in the eager desire of those behind to obtain a sight of the ghastly remains of the butcher. Those at a distance were frantic, and the excitement was momentarily increasing. They might all have spared themselves the trouble, for the coffin was empty. Here was no dead butcher, nor any evidence of one ever having been there, not even the grave clothes. The only thing at all in the receptacle of the dead was a brick. Dick's astonishment was so intense that his eyes and mouth kept opening together to such an extent that it seemed doubtful when they would reach their extreme point of elongation. He then took up the brick and looked at it curiously, and turned it over and over, examined the ends and the sides with a critical eye, and at length he said, Well, I am blowed, here's a transmogrification. He's consolidified himself into a blessed brick me eye, here's a curiosity. But you do not mean to say that's the butcher, Dick, said the boy. Dick reached over, and gave him a tap on the head with the brick. There, he said, that's what I calls ocular demonstration. Do you believe it now, you blessed infidel? What's more natural? He was an out-and-out brick while he was alive, and he's turned to a brick now he's dead. Give it to me, Dick, said the boy. I should like to have that brick, just for the fun of the thing. I will see you turned into a pantile first. I shan't part with this here, it looks so blessed sensible. It's a gaining on me every minute as a most remarkable likeness, DD if it ain't. By this time the bewilderment of the mob had subsided. Now that there was no dead butcher to look upon, they fancied themselves most grievously injured. And, somehow or other, Dick, notwithstanding all his exertions in their service, was looked upon in the light of a showman, who had promised some startling exhibition, and then had disappointed his auditors. The first intimation he had of popular vengeance was a stone thrown at him, but Dick's eye happened to be upon the fellow who threw it, and collaring him in a moment, he dealt him a cuff on the side of the head, which confused his faculties for a week. Hark ye, he then cried with a loud voice, do not interfere with me, you know it will not go down. There's something wrong here, and as one of yourselves, I am as much interested in finding out what it is as any of you can possibly be. There seems to be some truth in this vampire business. Our old friend, the butcher, you see, is not in his grave. Where is he then? The mob looked at each other, and none attempted to answer the question. Why, of course, he's a vampire, said Dick, and you may all of you expect to see him, in turn, come into your bedroom windows with a burst, and lay hold of you like 1.5 million of leeches rolled into one. There was a general expression of horror, and then Dick continued. You would better all of you go home. I shall have no hand in pulling up any more of the coffins. This is a dose for me. Of course you can do what you like.
PNJ.
Pull them all up, cried a voice, pull them all up. Let's see how many vampires there are in the churchyard. Well, it's no business of mine, said Dick, but I would not if I was you. You may depend, said one, that Dick knows something about it, or he would not take it so easy. Ah, down with him, said the man who had received the box on the ears. He's perhaps a vampire himself. The mob made a demonstration towards him, but Dick stood his ground, and they paused again. Now you are a cowardly set, he said. 'Cause you are disappointed, you want to come upon me. Now I will just show what a little thing will frighten you all again, and I warn beforehand it will, so you shan't say you did not know it, and were taken by surprise. The mob looked at him, wondering what he was going to do. Once, twice, thrice, he said, and then he flung the brick up into the air an immense height and shouted heads in a loud tone. A general dispersion of the crowd ensued, and the brick fell in the center of a very large circle indeed. There you are again, said Dick. Why, what a nice act you are. What fun, said the boy. It's a famous coffin, this, Dick, and he laid himself down in the butcher's last resting place. I never was in a coffin before it's snug enough. Ah, you are a rum un, said Dick. You are such an inquiring genius, you is. You will get your head into some hole one day and not be able to get it out again, and then I shall see you a-kicking. Hush, lay still, don't say anything. Good again, said the boy, what shall I do? Give a sort of a howl and a squeak, when they have all come back again. Well, not I, said the boy, pop on the 549. There you are, said Dick. DD if I do not adopt you, and bring you up to the science of nothing. Now listen to me, good people all, added Dick. I have really got something to say to you. At this intimation, the people slowly gathered again round the grave. Listen, said Dick, solemnly. It strikes me there's some tremendous do going on. Yes, there is, said several who were foremost. It will not be long before you will all of you be most d-nably astonished. But let me beg of all you not to accuse me of having anything to do with it, provided I tell you all I know. No, Dick, we will not. Good then, listen. I do not know anything, but I will tell you what I think, and that's as good. I do not think that this brick is the butcher, but I think that when you least expect ithush. Come a little closer. Yes, yes, we are closer. Well then, I say, when you all least expect it, and when you ain't dreaming of such a thing, you will hear something of my fat friend as is dead and gone, that will astonish you all. Dick paused, and he gave the coffin a slight kick, as intimation to the boy that he might as well be doing his part in the drama, upon which that ingenious young gentleman set up such a howl, that even Dick jumped, so unearthly did it sound within the confines of that receptacle of the dead. But if the effect upon him was great, what must it have been upon those whom it took completely unawares? For a moment or two, they seemed completely paralyzed, and then they frightened the boy, for the shout of terror that rose from so many throats at once was positively alarming. This jest of Dick's was final, for before 3 minutes had elapsed, the churchyard was clear of all human occupants save himself and the boy, who had played his part so well in the coffin. "Get out," said Dick. "It's all right, we have done at last. And now you may depend upon it they will not be in a hurry to come here again. You keep your own counsel, or else somebody will serve you out for this. I do not think you are altogether averse to a bit of fun, and if you keep yourself quiet, you will have the satisfaction of hearing what's said about this affair in every pothouse in the village, and no mistake." Chapter 46. The preparations for leaving Bannerworth Hall, and the mysterious conduct of the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth.
PNJ.
It seemed now that, by the concurrence of all parties, Bannerworth Hall was to be abandoned. And notwithstanding Henry was loth as he had, indeed, from the first shown himself to leave the ancient abode of his race, yet, as not only Flora, but the Admiral and his friend Mr. Chillingworth seemed to be of opinion that it would be a prudent course to adopt, he felt that it would not become him to oppose the measure. He, however, now made his consent to depend wholly upon the full and free acquiescence of every member of the family. "If," he said, "there be any among us who will say to me continue to keep open the house in which we have passed so many happy hours, and let the ancient home of our race still afford a shelter to us, I shall feel myself bound to do so. But if both my mother and my brother agree to a departure from it, and that its hearth shall be left cold and desolate, be it so. I will not stand in the way of any unanimous wish or arrangement." "We may consider that, then, as settled," said the Admiral, "for I have spoken to your brother, and he is of our opinion. Therefore, my boy, we may all be off as soon as we can conveniently get under way." "But my mother—" "Oh, there, I do not know. You must speak to her yourself. I never, if I can help it, interfere with the women folks. If she consent, then I am willing." "Will you ask her?" "I will not ask her to leave, because I know then what answer she would at once give. But she shall hear the proposition, and I will leave her to decide upon it, unbiased in her judgment by any stated opinion of mine upon the matter." "Good, that will do, and the proper way to put it, too. There's no mistake about that, I can tell you." Henry, although he went through the ceremony of consulting his mother, had no sort of doubt before he did so that she was sufficiently aware of the feelings and wishes of Flora to be prepared to yield a ready assent to the proposition of leaving the hall. Moreover, Mr. Marchdale had, from the first, been an advocate of such a course of proceeding, and Henry well knew how strong an influence he had over Mrs. Bannerworth's mind, in consequence of the respect in which she held him as an old and valued friend. He was, therefore, prepared for what his mother said, which was, "My dear Henry, you know that the wishes of my children, since they have been grown up and capable of coming to a judgment for themselves, have ever been laws to me. If you, among you all, agree to leave this place, do so." "But will you leave it freely, mother?" "Most freely I go with you all. What is it that has made this house and all its appurtenances pleasant in my eyes, but the presence in it of those who are so dear to me? If you all leave it, you take with you the only charms it ever possessed, so it becomes in itself as nothing. I am quite ready to accompany you all anywhere, so that we do but keep together." "Then, mother, we may consider that as settled." "As you please." "It's scarcely as I please. I must confess that I would fain have clung with a kind of superstitious reverence to this ancient abiding place of my race, but it may not be so. Those, perchance, who are more practically able to come to correct conclusions, in consequence of their feelings not being sufficiently interested to lead them astray, have decided otherwise, and therefore I am content to leave." "Do not grieve at it, Henry. There has hung a cloud of misfortune over us all since the garden of this house became the scene of an event which we can none of us remember, but with terror and shuddering. 2 generations of our family must live and die before the remembrance of that circumstance can be obliterated, but we will think of it no more. There can no doubt but that the dreadful circumstance to which both Mrs. Bannerworth and Henry alluded was the suicide of the father of the family in the gardens, which before has been hinted at in the course of this narration, as being a circumstance which had created a great sensation at the time, and cast a great gloom for many months over the family. The reader will, doubtless, too, recollect that, at his last moments, this unhappy individual was said to have uttered some incoherent words about some hidden money, and that the rapid hand of death alone seemed to prevent him from being explicit upon that subject, and left it merely a matter of conjecture. As years had rolled on, this affair, even as a subject of speculation, had ceased to occupy the minds of any of the Bannerworth family, and several of their friends, among whom was Mr. Marchdale, were decidedly of opinion that the apparently pointed and mysterious words uttered were but the disordered wanderings of an intellect already hovering on the confines of eternity. Indeed, far from any money, of any amount, being a disturbance to the last moments of the dissolute man, whose vices and extravagances had brought his family to such ruin, it was pretty generally believed that he had committed suicide simply from a conviction of the impossibility of raising any more supplies of cash to enable him to carry on the career which he had pursued for so long. But to resume. Henry at once communicated to the Admiral what his mother had said, and then the whole question regarding the removal being settled in the affirmative, nothing remained to be done but to set about it as quickly as possible. The Bannerworths lived sufficiently distant from the town to be out of earshot of the disturbances which were then taking place, and so completely isolated were they from all sort of society that they had no notion of the popular disturbance which Varney the Vampyre had given rise to. It was not until the following morning that Mr. Chillingworth, who had been home in the meantime, brought word of what had taken place, and that great commotion was still in the town, and that the civil authorities, finding themselves by far too weak to contend against the popular will, had sent for assistance to a garrison town, some 20 miles distant. It was a great grief to the Bannerworth family to hear these tidings, not that they were in any way, except as victims, accessory to creating the disturbance about the vampire, but it seemed to promise a kind of notoriety which they might well shrink from, and which they were just the people to view with dislike. View the matter how we like, however, it is not to be considered as at all probable that the Bannerworth family would remain long in ignorance of what a great sensation they had created unwittingly in the neighborhood. The very reasons which had induced their servants to leave their establishment and prefer throwing themselves completely out of place, rather than remain in so illumined a house, were sure to be bruited abroad far and wide. And that, perhaps, when they came to consider of it, would suffice to form another good and substantial reason for leaving the hall, and seeking a refuge in obscurity from the extremely troublesome sort of popularity incidental to their peculiar situation. Mr. Chillingworth felt uncommonly chary of telling them all that had taken place, although he was well aware that the proceedings of the riotous mob had not terminated with the little disappointment at the old ruin, to which they had so effectually chased Varney the Vampyre, but to lose him so singularly when he got there. No doubt he possessed the Admiral with the uproar that was going on in the town, for the latter did hint a little of it to Henry Bannerworth. "Hilloa," he said to Henry, as he saw him walking in the garden, "it strikes me if you and your ship's crew continue in these latitudes, you will get as notorious as the Flying Dutchman in the Southern Ocean." "How do you mean?" said Henry. "Why, it's a sure-going proverb to say that a nod's as good as a wink, but the fact is, it's getting rather too well known to be pleasant that a vampire has struck up rather a close acquaintance with your family. I understand there's a precious row in the town."
Indeed.
"Yes, bother the particulars, for I do not know them. But hark ye, by tomorrow I will have found a place for you to go to, so pack up the sticks, get all your stores ready to clear out, and make yourself scarce from this place." "I understand you," said Henry. "We have become the subject of popular rumor. I have only to beg of you, Admiral, that you will say nothing of this to Flora. She has already suffered enough, heaven knows. Do not let her have the additional infliction of thinking that her name is made familiar in every pothouse in the town." "Leave me alone for that," said the Admiral. "Do you think I am an ass?" "Aye, aye," said Jack Pringle, who came in at that moment, and thought the question was addressed to him. "Who spoke to you, you bad-looking horse marine?" "Me a horse marine? Did not you ask a plain question of a fellow, and get a plain answer?" "Why, you son of a bad-looking gun, what do you mean by that? I tell you what it is, Jack. I have let you come sneaking too often on the quarterdeck, and now you come poking your fun at your officers, you rascal." "I poking fun," said Jack, "could not think of such a thing. I should just as soon think of you making a joke as me. Now I tell you what it is, I shall just strike you off the ship's books, and you shall just go and cruise by yourself. I have done with you." "Go and tell that to the Marines, if you like," said Jack. "I ain't done with you yet for a jolly long watch. Why, what do you suppose would become of you, you great babby, without me? Ain't I always a conveying you from place to place, and steering you through all sorts of difficulties?" "DN your impudence." "Well then, DN yours." "Shiver my timbers." "Aye, you may do what you like with your own timbers." "And you will not leave me?" "Sardingly not." "Come here then." Jack might have expected a gratuity, for he advanced with alacrity. "There," said the Admiral, as he laid his stick across his shoulders, "that's your last month's wages, do not spend it all at once." "Well, I am DD," said Jack, "who would have thought of that, he's a turning rumgumptious and no mistake. Howsomedever, I must turn it over in my mind, and be even with him, somehow I owes him one for that. I say, Admiral." "What now, you lubber?" "Nothing, turn that over in your mind." And away Jack walked, not quite satisfied but feeling at least that he had made a demonstration of attack. As for the Admiral, he considered that the thump he had given Jack with the stick, and it was no gentle one, was a decided balancing of accounts up to that period, and as he remained likewise master of the field, he was upon the whole very well satisfied. These last few words, which had been spoken to Henry by Admiral Bell, more than any others, induced him to hasten his departure from Bannerworth Hall. He had walked away when the altercation between Jack Pringle and the Admiral began, for he had seen sufficient of those wordy conflicts between those originals to be quite satisfied that neither of them meant what he said of a discouraging character towards the other, and that far from there being any unfriendly feeling contingent upon those little affairs, they were only a species of friendly sparring, which both parties enjoyed extremely. He went direct to Flora, and he said to her, "Since we are all agreed upon the necessity, or, at all events, upon the expediency of a departure from the hall, I think, sister, the sooner we carry out that determination the better and the pleasanter for us all it will be. Do you think you could remove so hastily as tomorrow?" "Tomorrow, that is soon indeed." "I grant you that it is so, but Admiral Bell assures me that he will have everything in readiness, and a place provided for us to go to by then. Would it be possible to remove from a house like this so very quickly?" "Yes, sister. If you look around you, you will see that a great portion of the comforts you enjoy in this mansion belong to it as a part of its very structure, and are not removable at pleasure. What we really have to take away is very little. The urgent want of money during our father's lifetime induced him, as you may recollect even, at various times to part with much that was ornamental, as well as useful, which was in the hall. You will recollect that we seldom returned from those little continental tours which to us were so delightful, without finding some old familiar objects gone, which upon inquiry we found had been turned into money, to meet some more than usually pressing demand." "That is true, brother, I recollect well." "So that upon the whole, sister, there is little to remove." "Well, well, be it so. I will prepare our mother for this sudden step. Believe me, my heart goes with it. And as a force of vengeful circumstances have induced us to remove from this home, which was once so full of pleasant recollections, it is certainly better, as you say, that the act should be at once consummated, than left hanging in terror over our minds. Then I will consider that as settled, said Henry. Chapter 47. The removal from the hall, the night watch, and the alarm.
PNJ.
Mrs. Bannerworth's consent having been already given to the removal, she said at once, when appealed to, that she was quite ready to go at any time her children thought expedient. Upon this, Henry sought the Admiral, and told him as much, at the same time adding, "My sister feared that we should have considerable trouble in the removal, but I have convinced her that such will not be the case, as we are by no means overburdened with cumbrous property." "Cumbrous property," said the Admiral, "why, what do you mean? I beg leave to say that when I took the house, I took the table and chairs with it. D.N. it, what good do you suppose an empty house is to me?"
The tables and chairs.
"Yes, I took the house just as it stands. Do not try and bamboozle me out of it. I tell you, you have nothing to move but yourselves and immediate personal effects." "I was not aware, Admiral, that that was your plan." "Well then, now you are, listen to me. I have circumvented the enemy too often not to know how to get up a plot. Jack and I have managed it all. Tomorrow evening, after dark, and before the moon's got high enough to throw any light, you and your brother and Miss Flora and your mother will come out of the house, and Jack and I will lead you where you are to go to. There's plenty of furniture where you are going, and so you will get off free, without anybody knowing anything about it." "Well, Admiral, I have said it before, and it is the unanimous opinion of us all that everything should be left to you. You have proved yourself too good a friend to us for us to hesitate at all in obeying your commands. Arrange everything, I pray you, according to your wishes and feelings, and you will find there shall be no cavilling on our parts." "That's right, there's nothing like giving a command to some one person. There's no good done without. Now I will manage it all. Mind you, 7 o'clock tomorrow evening everything is to be ready, and you will all be prepared to leave the hall."
It shall be so. Who's that giving such a thundering ring at the gate?
"Nay, I know not. We have few visitors and no servants, so I must e'en be my own gate porter."
Henry walked to the gate, and having opened it, a servant in a handsome livery stepped a pace or two into the garden.
"Well," said Henry. "Is Mr. Henry Bannerworth within, or Admiral Bell?" "Both," cried the Admiral. "I am Admiral Bell, and this is Mr. Henry Bannerworth. What do you want with us, you D.D. gingerbread-looking flunky?" "Sir, my master desires his complimenties, very best compliments, and he wants to know how you are after your flurry."
"What?"
"After your flurry and excitement."
"Who is your master?" said Henry.
"Sir Francis Varney." "The devil," said the Admiral, "if that do not beat all the impudence I ever came near. Our flurry, ah, I like that fellow, just go and tell him." "No, no," said Henry, interposing, "send back no message. Say to your master, fellow, that Mr. Henry Bannerworth feels that not only has he no claim to Sir Francis Varney's courtesy, but that he would rather be without it." "Oh ha," said the footman, adjusting his collar, "very good. This seems a D.D. old-fashioned, outlandish place of yours. Any ale?" "Now shiver my hulks," said the Admiral. "Hush, hush," said Henry, "who knows but there may be a design in this? We have no ale." "Oh ah, dem, dry as dust, by God. What does the old Commodore say? Any message, my ancient Greek?" "No, thank you," said the Admiral, "bless you nothing. What did you give for that waistcoat, DNU? Ha ha, you are a clever fellow." "Ah, the old gentleman's 99. However, I will take back his compliments, and that he's much obliged at Sir Francis's condescension. At the same time, I suppose may place in my eye what I may get out of either of you, without hindering me seeing my way back. Ha ha, adieu." "Bravo," said the Admiral, "that's it, go it no for it. DN it is a do." The Admiral's calmness during the latter part of the dialogue arose from the fact that over the flunkey's shoulder, and at some little distance off, he saw Jack Pringle taking off his jacket and rolling up his sleeves in that deliberate sort of way that seemed to imply a determination of setting about some species of work that combined the pleasant with the useful. Jack executed many nods to and winks at the livery servant, and jerked his thumb likewise in the direction of a pump near at hand, in a manner that spoke as plainly as possible that John was to be pumped upon. And now the conference was ended, and Sir Francis's messenger turned to go. But Jack Pringle bothered him completely, for he danced round him in such a singular manner that, turn which way he would, there stood Jack Pringle in some grotesque attitude intercepting him, and so he edged him on till he got him to the pump. "Jack," said the Admiral. "Aye, aye, sir." "Do not pump on that fellow now." "Aye, aye, sir, give us a hand." Jack laid hold of him by the 2 ears, and holding him under the pump, kicked his shins until he completely gathered himself beneath the spout. It was in vain that he shouted murder, help, fire, thieves. Jack was inexorable, and the Admiral pumped. Jack turned the fellow's head about in a very scientific manner, so as to give him a fair dose of hydropathic treatment, and in a few minutes, never was human being more thoroughly saturated with moisture than was Sir Francis Varney's servant. He had left off hallooing for aid, for he found that whenever he did so, Jack held his mouth under the spout, which was decidedly unpleasant. So, with a patience that looked like heroic fortitude, he was compelled to wait until the Admiral was tired of pumping. "Very good," at length he said. "Now, Jack, for fear this fellow catch her cold, be so good as to get a horsewhip, and see him off the premises with it." "Aye, aye, sir," said Jack. "And I say, old fellow, you can take back all our blessed compliments now, and say you have been flurried a little yourself. And if so be as you came here as dry as dust, do you go back as wet as a mop, will not it do to kick him out, sir?" "Very well, as you please, Jack." "Then here goes." And Jack proceeded to kick the shivering animal from the garden, with a vehemence that soon convinced him of the necessity of getting out of it as quickly as possible. How it was that Sir Francis Varney, after the fearful race he had had, got home again across the fields, free from all danger and back to his own house, from whence he sent so cool and insolent a message, they could not conceive. But such must certainly be the fact. Somehow or another, he had escaped all danger, and with a calm insolence peculiar to the man, he had no doubt adopted the present mode of signifying as much to the Bannerworths. The insolence of his servant was, no doubt, a matter of prearrangement with that individual, however he might have set about it con amore. As for the termination of the adventure, that, of course, had not been at all calculated upon. But like most tools of other people's insolence or ambition, the insolence of the underling had received both his own punishment and his master's. We know quite enough of Sir Francis Varney to feel assured that he would rather consider it as a good jest than otherwise of his footman, so that with the suffering he endured at the Bannerworths, and the want of sympathy he was likely to find at home, that individual had certainly nothing to congratulate himself upon but the melancholy reminiscence of his own cleverness. But were the mob satisfied with what had occurred in the churchyard? They were not, and that night was to witness the perpetration of a melancholy outrage, such as the history of the time presents no parallel to. The finding of a brick in the coffin of the butcher, instead of the body of that individual, soon spread as a piece of startling intelligence all over the place, and the obvious deduction that was drawn from the circumstance seemed to be that the deceased butcher was unquestionably a vampire, and out upon some expedition at the time when his coffin was searched. How he had originally got out of that receptacle for the dead was certainly a mystery, but the story was none the worse for that. Indeed, an ingenious individual found a solution for that part of the business, for, as he said, nothing was more natural, when anybody died who was capable of becoming a vampire, than for other vampires who knew it to dig him up, and lay him out in the cold beams of the moonlight, until he acquired the same sort of vitality they themselves possessed, and joined their horrible fraternity. In lieu of a better explanation and, after all, it was no bad one Thais theory was generally received, and with a shuddering horror, people asked themselves, if the whole of the churchyard were excavated, how many coffins would be found tenantless by the dead which had been supposed, by simple-minded people, to inhabit them? The presence, however, of a body of dragoons, towards evening, effectually prevented any renewed attack upon the sacred precincts of the churchyard, and it was a strange and startling thing to see that country town under military surveillance, and sentinels posted at its principal buildings. This measure smothered the vengeance of the crowd, and ensured, for a time, the safety of Sir Francis Varney, for no considerable body of persons could assemble for the purpose of attacking his house again without being followed, so such a step was not attempted. It had so happened, however, that on that very day the funeral of a young man was to have taken place, who had put up for a time at that same inn where Admiral Bell was first introduced to the reader. He had become seriously ill, and after a few days of indisposition, which had puzzled the country practitioners, breathed his last. He was to have been buried in the village churchyard on the very day of the riot and confusion incidental to the exhumation of the coffin of the butcher, and probably from that circumstance we may deduce the presence of the clergyman in canonicals at the period of the riot. When it was found that so disorderly a mob possessed the churchyard, the idea of burying the stranger on that day was abandoned. But still, all would have gone on quietly as regarded him, had it not been for the folly of one of the chambermaids at the tavern. This woman, with all the love of gossip incidental to her class, had from the first entered so fully into all the particulars concerning vampires that she fairly might be considered to be a little deranged on that head. Her imagination had been so worked upon that she was in an unfit state to think of anything else, and if ever upon anybody a stern and revolting superstition was calculated to produce direful effects, it was upon this woman. The town was tolerably quiet. The presence of the soldiery had frightened some and amused others, and no doubt the night would have passed off serenely had she not suddenly rushed into the street, and with bewildered accents and frantic gestures shouted, "A vampiria, vampiria, vampire!" These words soon collected a crowd around her, and then, with screaming accents, which would have been quite enough to convince any reflecting person that she had actually gone distracted upon that point, she cried, "Come into the house, come into the house. Look upon the dead body that should have been in its grave. It's fresher now than it was the day on which it died, and there's a color in its cheeks. A vampiria, vampiria, vampire. Heaven save us from a vampire." The strange, infuriated, maniacal manner in which these words were uttered produced an astonishingly exciting effect among the mob. Several women screamed, and some few fainted. The torch was laid again to the altar of popular feeling, and the fierce flame of superstition burnt brightly and fiercely. Some 20 or 30 persons, with shouts and exclamations, rushed into the inn, while the woman who had created the disturbance still continued to rave, tearing her hair and shrieking at intervals, until she fell exhausted upon the pavement. Soon, from 100 throats, rose the dreadful cry of a vampiria vampire. The alarm was given throughout the whole town, the bugles of the military sounded, there was a clash of arms, the shrieks of women. Altogether, the premonitory symptoms of such a riot as was not likely to be quelled without bloodshed and considerable disaster. It is truly astonishing the effect which one weak or vicious-minded person can produce upon a multitude. Here was a woman whose opinion would have been accounted valueless upon the most commonplace subject, and whose word would not have passed for tuppence, setting a whole town by the ears by force of nothing but her sheer brutal ignorance. It is a notorious physiological fact that after 4 or 5 days, or even a week, the bodies of many persons assume an appearance of freshness, such as might have been looked for in vain immediately after death. It is one of the most insidious processes of that decay which appears to regret with its offensive fingers to mar the lines where beauty lingers. But what did the chambermaid know of physiology? Probably she would have asked if it was anything good to eat, and so, of course, having her head full of vampires, she must needs produce so lamentable a scene of confusion, the results of which we almost sicken at detailing. Chapter 48. The Stake and the Dead Body.
PNJ. The mob seemed from the first to have an impression that, as regarded the military force, no very serious results would arise from that quarter, for it was not to be supposed that, on an occasion which could not possibly arouse any ill blood on the part of the soldiery, or on which they could have the least personal feeling, they would like to get a bad name, which would stick to them for years to come. It was no political riot, on which men might be supposed, in consequence of differing in opinion, to have their passions inflamed. So that, although the call of the civil authorities for military aid had been acceded to, yet it was hoped, and indeed almost understood by the officers, that their operations would lie confined more to a demonstration of power than anything else. Besides, some of the men had got talking to the townspeople, and had heard all about the vampire story, and not being of the most refined or educated class themselves, they felt rather interested than otherwise in the affair. Under these circumstances, then, we are inclined to think that the disorderly mob of that inn had not so wholesome a fear as it was most certainly intended they should have of the redcoats. Then, again, they were not attacking the churchyard, which in the first case was the main point in dispute, and about which the authorities had felt so very sore, inasmuch as they felt that, if once the common people found out that the sanctity of such places could be outraged with impunity, they would lose their reverence for the church. That is to say, for the host of persons who live well and get fat in this country by the trade of religion. PNJ. Consequently, this churchyard was the main point of defense, and it was zealously looked to when it need not have been done so, while the public house where there really reigned mischief was half unguarded. There are always in all communities, whether large or small, a number of persons who really have, or fancy they have, something to gain by disturbance. These people, of course, care not for what pretext the public peace is violated, so long as there is a row and something like an excuse for running into other people's houses, they are satisfied. To get into a public house under such circumstances is an unexpected treat. And thus, when the mob rushed into the inn with such symptoms of fury and excitement, there went with the leaders of the disturbance a number of persons who never thought of getting further than the bar, where they attacked the spirit taps with an alacrity which showed how great was their love for ardent compounds. Leaving these persons behind, however, we will follow those who, with a real superstition and a furious interest in the affair of the vampire, made their way towards the upper chamber, determining to satisfy themselves if there were truth in the statement so alarmingly made by the woman who had created such an emotion. It is astonishing what people will do in crowds, in comparison with the acts that they would be able to commit individually. There is usually a calmness, a sanctity, a sublimity about death, which irresistibly induces a respect for its presence, alike from the educated or from the illiterate. And let the object of the fell-destroyer's presence be whom it may, the very consciousness that death has claimed it for its own invests it with a halo of respect that in life the individual could never aspire to probably. Let us precede these furious rioters for a few moments, and look upon the chamber of the dead, that chamber, which for a whole week had been looked upon with a kind of shuddering terror, that chamber, which had been darkened by having its sources of light closed, as if it were a kind of disrespect to the dead, to allow the pleasant sunshine to fall upon the faded form. And every inhabitant of that house, upon ascending and descending its intricate and ancient staircases, had walked with a quiet and subdued step past that one particular door. Even the tones of voice in which they spoke to each other, while they knew that that sad remnant of mortality was in the house, was quiet and subdued, as if the repose of death was but a mortal sleep, and could be broken by rude sounds. Even some of these very persons, who now with loud and boisterous clamor had rushed into the place, had visited the house and talked in whispers. But then they were alone, and men will do in throngs acts which, individually, they would shrink from with compunction or cowardice, call it which we will. The chamber of death is upon the second story of the house. It is a back room, the windows of which command a view of that half-garden, half-farmyard, which we find generally belonging to country inns. But now the shutters were closed, with the exception of one small opening, that in daylight would have admitted a straggling ray of light to fall upon the corpse.
Now, however, that the somber shades of evening had wrapped everything in gloom, the room appeared in total darkness, so that the most of those adventurers who had ventured into the place shrunk back until lights were procured from the lower part of the house, with which to enter the room. A dim oil lamp in a niche sufficiently lighted the staircase, and by the friendly aid of its glimmering beams, they had found their way up to the landing tolerably well, and had not thought of the necessity of having lights with which to enter the apartments, until they found them in utter darkness. These requisites, however, were speedily procured from the kitchen of the inn. Indeed, anything that was wanted was laid hold of without the least word of remark to the people of the place, as if might, from that evening forthwith, was understood to constitute right in that town. Up to this point, no one had taken a very prominent part in the attack upon the inn, if attack it could be called. But now the man whom chance, or his own nimbleness, made the first of the throng, assumed to himself a sort of control over his companions, and turning to them he said, "Hark ye, my friends, we will do everything quietly and properly, so I think we would better 3 or 4 of us go in at once, arm in arm." "Pshaw," cried one who had just arrived with a light, "it's your cowardice that speaks. I will go in first, let those follow me who like, and those who are afraid may remain where they are." He at once dashed into the room, and this immediately broke the spell of fear which was beginning to creep over the others in consequence of the timid suggestion of the man, who, up to that moment, had been first and foremost in the enterprise. In an instant the chamber was half filled with persons, 4 or 5 of whom carried lights, so that, as it was not of very large dimensions, it was sufficiently illuminated for every object in it to be clearly visible. There was the bed, smooth and unruffled, as if waiting for some expected guest, while close by its side a coffin, supported upon trestles, over which a sheet was partially thrown, contained the sad remains of him who little expected in life that after death he should be stigmatized as an example of one of the ghastliest superstitions that ever found a home in the human imagination. It was evident that someone had been in the room, and that this was the woman whose excited fancy had led her to look upon the face of the corpse, there could be no doubt, for the sheet was drawn aside just sufficiently to discover the countenance. The fact was that the stranger was unknown at the inn, or probably ere this the coffin lid would have been screwed on. But it was hoped, up to the last moment, as advertisements had been put into the county papers, that some one would come forward to identify and claim him. Such, however, had not been the case, and so his funeral had been determined upon. The presence of so many persons at once effectually prevented any individual from exhibiting, even if he felt any superstitious fears about approaching the coffin, and so, with one accord, they surrounded it, and looked upon the face of the dead. There was nothing repulsive in that countenance. The fact was that decomposition had sufficiently advanced to induce a relaxation of the muscles, and a softening of the fibers, so that an appearance of calmness and repose had crept over the face, which it did not wear immediately after death. It happened, too, that the face was full of flesh, for the death had been sudden, and there had not been that wasting away of the muscles and integuments, which makes the skin cling, as it were, to the bone, when the ravages of long disease have exhausted the physical frame. There was, unquestionably, a plumpness, a freshness, and a sort of vitality about the countenance that was remarkable. For a few moments, there was a death-like stillness in the apartment, and then one voice broke the silence by exclaiming, "He's a vampire, and has come here to die. Well, he knows he would be taken up by Sir Francis Varney and become one of the crew." "Yes, yes," cried several voices at once, "a vampire, a vampire." "Hold a moment," cried one. "Let us find somebody in the house who has seen him some days ago, and then we can ascertain if there's any difference in his looks." This suggestion was agreed to, and a couple of stout men ran downstairs, and returned in a few moments with a trembling waiter, whom they had caught in the passage, and forced to accompany them. This man seemed to think that he was to be made a dreadful example of in some sort of way, and, as he was dragged into the room, he trembled, and looked as pale as death. "What have I done, gentlemen?" he said. "I ain't a vampire.
do not be driving a stake through me. I assure you, gentlemen, I am only a waiter and have been for a matter of 25 years. You will be done no harm to, said one of his captors. You have only got to answer a question that will be put to you. Oh well, certainly, gentlemen, anything you please. Coming, as I always say, give your orders, the waiters in the room. Look upon the fare of that corpse. Certainly directly. Have you ever seen it before? Seen it before? Lord bless you. Yes, a dozen of times. I seed him afore he died, and I seed him arter. And when the undertaker's men came, I came up with them and I seed put him in his coffin. You see I kept an eye on gentlemen, Coss knows well enough what they is. A cousin of mine was in the trade, and he assures me as one of always brings a tooth-drawing concern in his pocket, and looks in the mouth of the blessed corpse to see if there's a blessed tooth worth pulling out. Hold your tongue, said one. We want none of your nonsense. Do you see any difference now in the face of the corpse to what it was some days since? Well, I do not know. Somehow it do not look so rum. Does it look fresher? Well, somehow or another, now you mention it, it's very odd, but it does. Enough, cried the man who had questioned him, with considerable excitement of manner. Neighbors, are we to have our wives and our children scared to death by vampires? No, cried everybody. Is not this, then, one of that dreadful order of beings? Yes, what's to be done? Drive a stake through the body, and so prevent the possibility of anything in the shape of a restoration. This was a terrific proposition, and even those who felt most strongly upon the subject, and had their fears most awakened, shrank from carrying it into effect. Others, again, applauded it, although they determined, in their own minds, to keep far enough off from the execution of the job, which they hoped would devolve upon others, so that they might have all the security of feeling that such a process had been gone through with the supposed vampire, without being in any way committed by the dreadful act. Nothing was easier than to procure a stake from the garden in the rear of the premises, but it was one thing to have the means at hand of carrying into effect so dreadful a proposition, and another actually to do it. For the credit of human nature, we regret that even then, when civilization and popular education had by no means made such rapid strides as in our times they have, such a proposition should be entertained for a moment. But so it was, and just as an alarm was given that a party of the soldiers had reached the inn, and had taken possession of the doorway with a determination to arrest the rioters. A strong hedge-stake had been procured, and everything was in readiness for the perpetration of the horrible deed. Even then those in the room, for they were tolerably sober, would have revolted, probably, from the execution of so fearful an act. But the entrance of a party of the military into the lower portion of the tavern induced those who had been making free with the strong liquors below to make a rush upstairs to their companions with the hope of escaping detection of the petty larceny, if they got into trouble on account of the riot. These persons, infuriated by drink, were capable of anything, and to them, accordingly, the more sober parties gladly surrendered the disagreeable job of rendering the supposed vampire perfectly innoxious, by driving a hedge-stake through his body, a proceeding which, it was currently believed, inflicted so much physical injury to the frame, as to render his resuscitation out of the question. The cries of alarm from below, joined now to the shouts of those mad rioters, produced a scene of dreadful confusion. We cannot, for we revolt at the office, describe particularly the dreadful outrage which was committed upon the corpse. Suffice it that 2 or 3, maddened by drink, and incited by the others, plunged the hedge-stake through the body, and there left it, a sickening and horrible spectacle to anyone who might cast his eyes upon it. With such violence had the frightful and inhuman deed been committed, that the bottom of the coffin was perforated by the stake, so that the corpse was actually nailed to its last earthly tenement. Some asserted that at that moment an audible groan came from the dead man, and that this arose from the extinguishment of that remnant of life which remained in him, on account of his being a vampire, and which would have been brought into full existence, if the body had been placed in the rays of the moon, when at its full, according to the popular superstition upon that subject.
Others, again, were quite ready to swear that at the moment the stake was used there was a visible convulsion of all the limbs, and that the countenance, before so placid and so calm, became immediately distorted, as if with agony. But we have done with these horrible surmises. The dreadful deed has been committed, and wild, ungovernable superstition has had, for a time, its sway over the ignorant and debased. Chapter 49. The mob's arrival at Sir Francis Varney's, the attempt to gain admission. PNJ. The soldiery had been sent for from their principal station near the churchyard, and had advanced with some degree of reluctance to quell what they considered as nothing better nor worse than a drunken brawl at a public house, which they really considered they ought not to be called to interfere with. When, however, the party reached the spot, and heard what a confusion there was, and saw in what numbers the rioters were assembling, it became evident to them that the case was of a more serious complexion than they had at first imagined, and consequently they felt that their professional dignity was not so much compromised with their interference with the lawless proceedings. Some of the constabulary of the town were there, and to them the soldiers promised they would hand what prisoners they took, at the same time that they made a distinct condition that they were not to be troubled with their custody, nor in any way further annoyed in the business beyond taking care that they did not absolutely escape, after being once secured. This was all that the civil authorities of the town required, and in fact, they hoped that, after making prisoners of a few of the ringleaders of the riotous proceedings, the rest would disperse, and prevent the necessity of capturing them. Be it known, however, that both military and civil authorities were completely ignorant of the dreadful outrage against all common decency, which had been committed within the public house. The door was well guarded, and the question now was how the rioters were to be made to come downstairs, and be captured, and this was likely to remain a question, so long as no means were adopted to make them descend. So that, after a time, it was agreed that a couple of troopers should march upstairs with a constable, to enable him to secure anyone who seemed a principal in the riot. But this only had the effect of driving those who were in the second floor, and saw the approach of the two soldiers, whom they thought were backed by the whole of their comrades, up a narrow staircase, to a third floor, rather consisting of lofts than of actual rooms. But still, for the time, it was a refuge, and owing to the extreme narrowness of the approach to it, which consisted of nearly a perpendicular staircase, with any degree of tact or method, it might have been admirably defended. In the hurry and scramble, all the lights were left behind, and when the two soldiers and constables entered the room where the corpse had lain, they became, for the first time, aware of what a horrible purpose had been carried out by the infuriated mob. The sight was one of perfect horror, and hardened to scenes which might strike other people as being somewhat of the terrific as these soldiers might be supposed to be by their very profession. They actually sickened at the sight which the mutilated corpse presented, and turned aside with horror. These feelings soon gave way to anger and animosity against the crowd who could be guilty of such an atrocious outrage. And, for the first time, a strong and interested vengeance against the mob pervaded the breasts of those who were brought to act against it. One of the soldiers ran downstairs to the door, and reported the scene which was to be seen above. A determination was instantly come to capture as many as possible of those who had been concerned in so diabolical an outrage, and leaving a guard of 5 men at the door, the remainder of the party ascended the staircase, determined upon storming the last refuge of the rioters and dragging them to justice. The report, however, of these proceedings that were taking place at the inn spread quickly over the whole town, and soon as large a mob of the disorderly and the idle as the place could at all afford was assembled outside the inn. This mob appeared, for a time, inertly to watch the proceedings. It seemed rather a hazardous thing to interfere with the soldiers, whose carbines look formidable and troublesome weapons. With true mob courage, therefore, they left the minority of their comrades, who were within the house, to their fate, and after a whispered conference from one to the other, they suddenly turned in a body, and began to make for the outskirts of the town. They then separated, as if by common consent, and straggled out into the open country by twos and threes,
consolidating again into a mass when they had got some distance off, and clear of any exertions that could be made by the soldiery to stay them. The cry then rose of down with Sir Francis Varney himburn his house death to all vampires, and, at a rapid pace, they proceeded in the direction of his mansion. We will leave this mob, however, for the present, and turn our attention to those who are at the inn, and are certainly in a position of some jeopardy. Their numbers were not great, and they were unarmed. Certainly, their best chance would have been to have surrendered at discretion, but that was a measure which, if the sober ones had felt inclined to, those who were infuriated and half-maddened with drink would not have acceded to on any account. A furious resistance was, therefore, fairly to be expected, and what means the soldiery were likely to use for the purpose of storming this last retreat was a matter of rather anxious conjecture. In the case of a regular enemy, there would not perhaps have been much difficulty, but here the capture of certain persons, and not their destruction, was the object, and how that was to be accomplished by fair means certainly was a question which nobody felt very competent to solve. Determination, however, will do wonders, and although the rioters numbered over 40, notwithstanding all their desertions, and not above 17 or 18 soldiers marched into the inn, we shall perceive that they succeeded in accomplishing their object without any maneuvering at all. The space in which the rioters were confined was low, narrow, and inconvenient, as well as dark, for the lights on the staircase cast up that height but very insufficient rays. Weapons of defense they found but very few, and yet there were some which, to do them but common credit, they used as effectually as possible. These attics or lofts were used as lumber rooms, and had been so for years, so that there was a collection of old boxes, broken pieces of furniture, and other matters, which will, in defiance of everything and everybody, collect in a house. These were formidable means of defense, if not of offense, down a very narrow staircase, had they been used with judgment. Some of the rioters, who were only just drunk enough to be foolhardy, collected a few of these articles at the top of the staircase, and swore they would smash anybody who should attempt to come up to them, a threat easier uttered than executed. And besides, after all, if their position had been ever so impregnable, they must come down eventually or be starved out. But the soldiers were not at liberty to adopt so slow a process of overcoming their enemy, and up the second-floor staircase they went, with a determination of making short work of the business. They paused a moment by word of command on the landing, and then, after this slight pause, the word was given to advance. Now when men will advance, in spite of anything and everything, it is no easy matter to stop them, and he who was foremost among the military would as soon thought of hesitating to ascend the narrow staircase before him, when ordered so to do, as paying the national debt. On he went, and down came a great chest, which, falling against his feet, knocked him down as he attempted to scramble over it. "Fire," said the officer, and it appeared that he had made some arrangements as to how the order was to be obeyed, for the second man fired his carbine, and then scrambled over his prostrate comrade, after which he stooped, and the third fired his carbine likewise, and then hurried forward in the same manner. At the first sound of the firearms, the rioters were taken completely by surprise. They had not had the least notion of affairs getting to such a length. The smell of the powder, the loud report, and the sensation of positive danger that accompanied these phenomena alarmed them most terrifically, so that, in point of fact, with the exception of the empty chest that was thrown down in the way of the first soldier, no further idea of defense seemed in any way to find a place in the hearts of the besieged. They scrambled one over the other in their eagerness to get as far as possible from immediate danger, which, of course, they conceived existed in the most imminent degree the nearest to the door. Such was the state of terror into which they were thrown, that each one at the moment believed himself shot, and the soldiers had overcome all the real difficulties in getting possession of what might thus be called the citadel of the inn, before those men who had been so valorous a short time since recovered from the tremendous fright into which they had been thrown. We need hardly say that the carbines were loaded, but with blank cartridges, for there was neither a disposition nor a necessity for taking the lives of these misguided people. It was the suddenness and the steadiness of the attack that had done all the mischief to their cause. And now, ere they recovered from the surprise of having their positions so completely taken by storm, they were handed downstairs, one by one, from soldier to soldier, and into the custody of the civil authorities. In order to secure the safe keeping of large a body of prisoners, the constables, who were in a great minority, placed handcuffs upon some of the most capable of resistance. So what with those who were thus secured, and those who were terrified into submission, there was not a man of all the lot who had taken refuge in the attics of the public house but was a prisoner. At the sound of firearms, the women who were outside the inn had, of course, raised a most prodigious clamor. They believed directly that every bullet must have done some most serious mischief to the townspeople, and it was only upon one of the soldiers, a non-commissioned officer, who was below, assuring them of the innoxious nature of the proceeding which restored anything like equanimity. "Silence," he cried. "What are you howling about? Do you fancy that we have nothing better to do than to shoot a parcel of fellows that are not worth the bullets that would be lodged in their confounded carcasses?" "But we heard the gun," said a woman. "Of course you did. It's the powder that makes the noise, not the bullet. You will see them all brought out safe wind and limb." This assurance satisfied the women to a certain extent, and such had been their fear that they should have had to look upon the spectacle of death, or of grievous wounds, that they were comparatively quite satisfied when they saw husbands, fathers, and brothers, only in the custody of the town officers. And very sheepish some of the fellows looked, when they were handed down and handcuffed, and the more especially when they had been routed only by a few blank cartridges that sixpenny worth of powder had defeated them. They were marched off to the town jail, guarded by the military, who now probably fancied that their night's work was over, and that the most turbulent and troublesome spirits in the town had been secured. Such, however, was not the case, for no sooner had comparative order been restored than common observation pointed to a dull red glare in the southern sky. In a few more minutes there came in stragglers from the open country, shouting fire, fire with all their might. Chapter 50. The mob's arrival at Sir Francis Varney's, the attempt to gain admission. PNJ. All eyes were directed towards that southern sky, which each moment was becoming more and more illuminated by the lurid appearance bespeaking a conflagration, which if it was not extensive, at all events was raging fiercely. There came, too, upon the wind, which set from that direction, strange sounds resembling shouts of triumph, combined occasionally with sharper cries, indicative of alarm. With so much system, and so quietly had this attack been made upon the house of Sir Francis Varney, the consequences of it now exhibited themselves most unequivocally that no one who had not actually accompanied the expedition was in the least aware that it had been at all undertaken, or that anything of the kind was on the tapis. Now, however, it could be no longer kept a secret, and as the infuriated mob, who had sought this flagrant means of giving vent to their anger, saw the flames from the blazing house rising high in the heavens, they felt convinced that further secrecy was out of the question. Accordingly, in such cries and shouts as but for caution's Sakethy would have indulged in from the very first, they now gave utterance to their feelings as regarded the man whose destruction was aimed at. "Death to the vampire, death to the vampire," was the principal shout, and it was uttered in tones which sounded like those of rage and disappointment. But it is necessary, now that we have disposed of the smaller number of rioters who committed so serious an outrage at the inn, that we should, with some degree of method, follow the proceedings of the larger number, who went from the town towards Sir Francis Varney's. These persons either had information of a very positive nature, or a very strong suspicion that, notwithstanding the mysterious and most unaccountable disappearance of the vampire in the old ruin, he would now be found, as usual, at his own residence. Perhaps one of his own servants may have thus played the traitor to him, but however it was, there certainly was an air of confidence about some of the leaders of the tumultuous assemblage that induced a general belief that this time, at least, the vampire would not escape popular vengeance for being what he was. We have before noticed that these people went out of the town at different points, and did not assemble into one mass until they were at a sufficient distance off to be free from all fear of observation. Then some of the less observant and cautious of them began to indulge in shouts of rage and defiance, but those who placed themselves foremost succeeded in procuring a halt, and one said, "Good friends all, if we make any noise, it can only have one effect, and that is to warn Sir Francis Varney and enable him to escape. If therefore we cannot go on quietly, I propose that we return to our homes, for we shall accomplish nothing." This advice was sufficiently and evidently reasonable to meet with no dissension. A death-like stillness ensued, only broken by some 2 or 3 voices saying, in subdued tones, that's right, nobody speak." "Come on then," said he who had given such judicious counsel, and the dark mass of men moved towards Sir Francis Varney's house, as quietly as it was possible for such an assemblage to proceed. Indeed, saving the sound of the footsteps, nothing could be heard of them at all, and that regular tramp, tramp, would have puzzled anyone listening to it from any distance to know in which direction it was proceeding. In this way they went on until Sir Francis Varney's house was reached, and then a whispered word to halt was given, and all eyes were bent upon the building. From but one window out of the numerous ones with which the front of the mansion was studded did there shine the least light, and from that there came rather an uncommonly bright reflection, probably arising from a reading lamp placed close to the window. A general impression, they knew not why exactly, seemed to pervade everybody, that in the room from whence streamed that bright light was Sir Francis Varney. "The vampire's room," said several, "the vampire's room, that is it." "Yes," said he who had a kind of moral control over his comrades, "I have no doubt but he is there." "What's to be done?" asked several. "Make no noise whatever, but stand aside, so as not to be seen from the door when it is opened." "Yes, yes. I will knock for admittance, and the moment it is answered, I will place this stick in such a manner within that the door cannot be closed again. Upon my saying advance, you will make a rush forward, and we shall have possession immediately of the house." All this was agreed to. The mob slunk close to the walls of the house, and out of immediate observation from the hall door, or from any of the windows, and then the leader advanced, and knocked loudly for admission. The silence was now of the most complete character that could be imagined. Those who came there so bent upon vengeance were thoroughly convinced of the necessity of extreme caution, to save themselves even yet from being completely foiled. They had abundant faith, from experience, of the resources in the way of escape of Sir Francis Varney, and not one among them was there who considered that there was any chance of capturing him, except by surprise, and when once they got hold of him, they determined he should not easily slip through their fingers. The knock for admission produced no effect, and after waiting 3 or 4 minutes, it was very provoking to find such a wonderful amount of caution and cunning completely thrown away. "Try again," whispered one. "Well, have patience, I am going to try again." The man had the ponderous old-fashioned knocker in his hand, and was about to make another appeal to Sir Francis Varney's door, when a strange voice said, "Perhaps you may as well say at once what you want, instead of knocking there to no purpose." He gave a start, for the voice seemed to come from the very door itself. Yet it sounded decidedly human, and upon a closer inspection, it was seen that a little wicket gate, not larger than a man's face, had been opened from within. This was terribly provoking. Here was an extent of caution on the part of the garrison quite unexpected. What was to be done? "Well," said the man who appeared at the little opening. "Oh," said he who had knocked, "I." "Well, if that is to say ahem, is Sir Francis Varney within?" "Well, I say, is Sir Francis Varney within?" "Well, you have said it." "Ah, but you have not answered it." "No." "Well, is he at home?"
I declined, saying, "So you had better, all of you, go back to the town again, for we are well provided with all material to resist any attack you may be fools enough to make." As he spoke, the servant shut the little square door with a bang that made his questioner jump again. Here was a dilemma. Chapter 51. The attack upon the vampire's house. The story of the attack, the forcing of the doors, and the struggle. PNJ. A council of war was now called among the belligerents, who were somewhat taken aback by the steady refusal of the servant to admit them, and their apparent determination to resist all endeavors on the part of the mob to get into and obtain possession of the house. It argued that they were prepared to resist all attempts, and it would cost some few lives to get into the vampire's house. This passed through the minds of many as they retired behind the angle of the wall where the council was to be held. Here they looked in each other's face, as if to gather from that the general tone of the feelings of their companions, but here they saw nothing that intimated the least idea of going back as they came. "It's all very well, mates, to take care of ourselves, began one tall, brawny fellow, "but if we bean't to be sucked to death by a vampire, why we must have the life out of him." "Aye, so we must. Jack Hodge is right. We must kill him, and there's no sin in it, for he has no right to it. He's robbed some poor fellow of his life to prolong his own." "Aye, aye, that's the way he does. Bring him out, I say, then see what we will do with him." "Yes, catch him first," said one, "and then we can dispose of him afterwards. I say, neighbors, do not you think it would be as well to catch him first? Have not we come on purpose?" "Yes, but do it. Ain't we trying it?" "You will presently, when we come to get into the house." "Well, what's to be done?" said one. "Here we are in a fix, I think, and I cannot see our way out very clearly." PNJ. I wish we could get in. "But how is a question I do not very well see," said a large specimen of humanity. "The best thing that can be done will be to go round and look over the whole house, and then we may come upon some part where it is far easier to get in at than by the front door." "But it will not do for us all to go round that way," said one. "A small party only should go, else they will have all their people stationed at one point, and if we can divide them, we shall beat them because they have not enough to defend more than one point at a time. Now we are numerous enough to make several attacks." "Oh, that's the way to bother them all round. They will give in, and then the place is our own." "No, no," said the big countryman, "I like to make a good rush and drive all afore us. You know what ye have to do then, and you do it, ye know." "If you can." "Aye, to be sure, if we can, as you say, but cannot we? That's what I want to know." "To be sure we can." "Then we will do it, that's my mind, we will do it. Come on, and let's have another look at the street door." The big countryman left the main body, and resolutely walked up to the main avenue, and approached the door, accompanied by about a dozen or less of the mob. When they came to the door, they commenced knocking and kicking most violently, and assailing it with all kinds of things they could lay their hands upon. They continued at this violent exercise for some time, perhaps for 5 minutes, when the little square hole in the door was again opened, and a voice was heard to say, "You had better cease that kind of annoyance. We want to get in. It will cost you more lives to do so than you can afford to spare. We are well armed, and are prepared to resist any effort you can make." "Oh, it's all very well, but you will not open, why we will make you, that's all about it." This was said as the big countryman and his companions were leaving the avenue towards the rest of the body. "Then take this, as an earnest of what is to follow," said the man, and he discharged the contents of a blunderbuss through the small opening, and its report sounded to the rest of the mob like the report of a field piece. Fortunately for the party retiring, the man could not take any aim, else it is questionable how many of the party would have got off unwounded. As it was, several of them found stray slugs were lodged in various parts of their persons, and accelerated their retreat from the house of the vampire. "What luck,
Inquired one of the mob to the others as they came back. I am afraid you had all the honor. Aye, we have, and all the lead too, replied a man, as he placed his hand upon a sore part of his person, which bled in consequence of a wound. Well, what's to be done? Danged if I know, said one. Give it up, said another. No, have him out. I will never give in while I can use a stick. They are in earnest, and so are we. Do not let us be frightened because they have a gun or two. They cannot have many, and besides, if they have, we are too many for them. Besides, we shall all die in our beds. Hurrah, down with the vampire. So say I, lads. I do not want to be sucked to death when I am abed. Better die like a man than such a dog's death as that, and you have no revenge then. No, he has the better of us then. We will have him out, we'll burn him, that's the way we will do it. Aye, so we will, only let us get in. At that moment, a chosen party returned, who had been round the house to make a reconnaissance. Well, inquired the mob, what can be done? Nowhere can we get in. In several places. All right, come along then, the place is our own. Stop a minute, they are armed at all points, and we must make an attack on all points, else we may fail. A party must go round to the front door and attempt to beat it in. There are plenty of poles and things that could be used for such a purpose. There is, besides, a garden door that opens into the house, a kind of parlor, a kitchen door, a window in the flower garden, and an entrance into a storeroom. This place appears strong, and is therefore unguarded. The very point to make an attack. Not quite. Why not? Because it can easily be defended, and rendered useless to us. We must make an attack upon all places but that, and while they are being at those points, we can then enter at that place, and then you will find them desert the other places when they see us inside. Hurrah, down with the vampire, said the mob, as they listened to this advice and appreciated the plan. Down with the vampire. Now then, lads, divide and make the attack. Never mind their guns, they have but very few, and if you rush in upon them, you will soon have the guns yourselves. Hurrah, shouted the mob. The mob now moved away in different bodies, each strong enough to carry the house. They seized upon a variety of poles and stones, and then made for the various doors and windows that were pointed out by those who had made the discovery. Each one of those who had formed the party of observation formed a leader to the others, and at once proceeded to the post assigned him. The attack was so sudden and so simultaneous that the servants were unprepared, and though they ran to the doors and fired away, still they did but little good, for the doors were soon forced open by the enraged rioters, who proceeded in a much more systematic operation, using long heavy pieces of timber which were carried on the shoulders of several men, and driven with the force of battering rams which, in fact, they wear against the door. Bang went the battering ram, crash went the door, and the whole party rushed headlong in, carried forward by their own momentum, and fell prostrate, engine and all, into the passage. Now then, we have them, exclaimed the servants, who began to belabor the whole party with blows, with every weapon they could secure. Loudly did the fallen men shout for assistance, and but for their fellows who came rushing in behind, they would have had but a sorry time of it. Hurrah, shouted the mob, the house is our own. Not yet, shouted the servants. We will try, said the mob, and they rushed forward to drive the servants back, but they met with a stout resistance, and as some of them had choppers and swords, there were a few wounds given, and presently bang went the blunderbuss. 2 or 3 of the mob reeled and fell. This produced a momentary panic, and the servants then had the whole of the victory to themselves, and were about to charge and clear the passage of their enemies, when a shout behind attracted their attention. That shout was caused by an entrance being gained in another quarter, whence the servants were flying, and all was disorder. Hurrah, shouted the mob. The servants retreated to the stairs, and here united, they made a stand, and resolved to resist the whole force of the rioters,
and they succeeded in doing so, too, for some minutes. Blows were given and taken of a desperate character. Somehow, there were no deadly blows received by the servants. They were being forced and beaten, but they lost no life. This may be accounted for by the fact that the mob used no more deadly weapons than sticks. The servants of Sir Francis Varney, on the contrary, were mostly armed with deadly weapons, which, however, they did not use unnecessarily. They stood upon the hall steps, grand staircase, with long poles or sticks, about the size of quarterstaves, and with these they belabored those below most unmercifully. Certainly, the mob were by no means cowards, for the struggle to close with their enemies was as great as ever, and as firm as could well be. Indeed, they rushed on with a desperation truly characteristic of John Bull, and defied the heaviest blows, for as fast as one was stricken down another occupied his place, and they insensibly pressed their close and compact front upon the servants, who were becoming fatigued and harassed. "Fire again!" exclaimed a voice from among the servants. The mob made no retrograde movement, but still continued to press onwards, and in another moment a loud report rang through the house, and a smoke hung over the heads of the mob. A long groan or two escaped some of the men who had been wounded, and a still louder from those who had not been wounded, and a cry arose of, "Down with the vampyre, down destroy, and burn the whole playstone with them all." A rush succeeded, and a few more discharges took place, when a shout above attracted the attention of both parties engaged in this fierce struggle. They paused by mutual consent, to look and see what was the cause of that shout. Chapter 52. The interview between the mob and Sir Francis Varney, the mysterious disappearance of the wine cellars. PNJ. The shout that had so discomposed the parties, who were thus engaged in a terrific struggle, came from a party above. "Hurrah, hurrah," they shouted a number of times in a wild strain of delight. "Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah." The fact was, a party of the mob had clambered up a veranda, and entered some of the rooms upstairs, whence they emerged just above the landing near the spot where the servants were resisting in a mass the efforts of the mob. "Hurrah," shouted the mob below. "Hurrah," shouted the mob above. There was a momentary pause, and the servants divided themselves into two bodies, and one turned to face those above, and the other those who were below. A simultaneous shout was given by both parties of the mob, and a sudden rush was made by both bodies, and the servants of Sir Francis Varney were broken in an instant. They were instantly separated, and knocked about a good bit, but they were left to shift for themselves. The mob had a more important object in view. "Down with the vampire," they shouted. "Down with the vampire," shouted they, and they rushed helter-skelter through the rooms, until they came to one where the door was partially open, and they could see some person very leisurely seated. "Here he is," they cried. "Who's who?" "The vampire." "Down with him, kill him, burn him." "Hurrah, down with the vampire." These sounds were shouted out by a score of voices, and they rushed headlong into the room. But here their violence and headlong precipitancy were suddenly restrained by the imposing and quiet appearance of the individual who was there seated. The mob entered the room, and there was a sight that, if it did not astonish them, at least, it caused them to pause before the individual who was seated there. The room was well filled with furniture, and there was a curtain drawn across the room, and about the middle of it there was a table, behind which sat Sir Francis Varney himself, looking all smiles and courtesy. "Well, dang my smock-frock," said one who would ha thought of this. "He do not seem to care much about it." "Well, I am DD," said another. "He seems pretty easy at all events. What is he going to do?" "Gentlemen," said Sir Francis Varney, rising, with the blandest smiles, "pray, gentlemen, permit me to inquire the cause of this condescension on your part. The visit is kind." The mob looked at Sir Francis, and then at each other, and then at Sir Francis again, but nobody spoke. They were awed by this gentlemanly and collected behavior. "If you honor me with this visit from pure affection and neighborly goodwill, I thank you. Down with the vampire, said one who was concealed behind the rest and not so much overawed as he had not seen Sir Francis. Sir Francis Varney rose to his full height. A light gleamed across his features. They were strongly defined then. His long front teeth, too, showed most strongly when he smiled, as he did now, and said in a bland voice, "Gentlemen, I am at your service. Permit me to say you are welcome to all I can do for you. I fear the interview will be somewhat inconvenient and unpleasant to you. As for myself, I am entirely at your service." As Sir Francis spoke, he bowed, and folded his hands together and stepped forwards. But instead of coming onwards to them, he walked behind the curtain and was immediately hid from their view. "Down with the vampire," shouted one. "Down with the vampire," rang through the apartment, and the mob now, not awed by the coolness and courtesy of Sir Francis, rushed forward, and overturning the table, tore down the curtain to the floor. But to their amazement, there was no Sir Francis Varney present. "Where is he? Where is the vampire? Where has he gone?" These were cries that escaped everyone's lips, and yet no one could give an answer to them. Their Sir Francis Varney was not. They were completely thunderstricken. They could not find out where he had gone to. There was no possible means of escape that they could perceive. There was not an odd corner, or even anything that could, by any possibility, give even a suspicion that even a temporary concealment could take place. They looked over every inch of flooring and of wainscoting. Not the remotest trace could be discovered. "Where is he?" "I do not know," said one. "I cannot see where he could have gone. There ain't a hole as big as a keyhole." "My eye," said one. "I should not be at all surprised if he were to blow up the whole house." "You do not say go." "I never heard as how vampires could do so much as that. They ain't the sort of people," said another. "But if they can do one thing, they can do another." "That's very true. And what's more, I never heard as how a vampire could make himself into nothing before, yet he has done so. He may be in this room now." "He may." "My eyes, what precious long teeth he had." "Yes, and had he fixed one on into your arm, he would have drawn every drop of blood out of your body. You may depend upon that," said an old man. "He was very tall." "Yes, too tall to be any good." "I should not like him to have laid hold of me, though, tall as he is. And then he would have lifted me up high enough to break my neck, when he let me fall." The mob rooted about the room, tore everything out of its place, and as the object of their search seemed to be far enough beyond their reach, their courage rose in proportion, and they shouted and screamed with a proportionate increase of noise and bustle. And at length they ran about mad with rage and vexation, doing all the mischief that was in their power to inflict. Then they became mischievous, and tore the furniture from its place, and broke it in pieces, and then amused themselves with breaking it up, throwing pieces at the pier-glasses, in which they made dreadful holes. And when that was gone, they broke up the frames. Every hole and corner of the house was searched, but there was no Sir Francis Varney to be found. The cellars," shouted a voice. The cellars," reached nearly every pair of lips in the whole place. In another moment, there was crushing and crowding to get down into the cellars. "Hooray," said one, as he knocked off the neck of the bottle that first came to hand. "Here's luck to vampire hunting, success to our chase." "So say I, neighbor, but is that your manners to drink before your betters?" So saying, the speaker knocked the other's elbow, while he was in the act of lifting the wine to his mouth, and thus he upset it over his face and eyes. "D n it," cried the man, "how it makes my eyes smart. Dang thee, if I could see, I would wring thy neck." "Success to vampire hunting," said one. "May we be lucky yet," said another. "I would not be luckier than this," said another, as he, too, emptied a bottle. "We could not desire better entertainment, where the reckoning is all paid." "Excellent!
Very good. Capital wine this. I say Huggins. Well said Huggins. What are you drinking? Wine. What wine? Danged if I know, was the reply. It's wine, I suppose, for I know it ain't beer nor spirits, so it must be wine. Are you sure it ain't bottled men's blood? Eh? Bottled blood, man, who knows what a vampire drinks? It may be his wine. He may feast upon that before he goes to bed of a night, drink anybody's health, and make himself cheerful on bottled blood. Oh danged, I am so sick, I wish I had not taken the stuff. It may be as you say, neighbor, and then we be cannibals. Or vampires. There's a pretty thing to think of. By this time some were drunk, some were partially so, and the remainder were crowding into the cellars to get their share of the wine. The servants had now slunk away. They were no longer noticed by the rioters, who, having nobody to oppose them, no longer thought of anything, save the searching after the vampire and the destruction of the property. Several hours had been spent in this manner, and yet they could not find the object of their search. There was not a room, or cupboard, or a cellar, that was capable of containing a cat, that they did not search, besides a part of the rioters keeping a very strict watch on the outside of the house and all about the grounds, to prevent the possibility of the escape of the vampire. There was a general cessation of active hostilities at that moment, a reaction after the violent excitement and exertion they had made to get in. Then the escape of their victim, and the mysterious manner in which he got away, was also a cause of the reaction, and the rioters looked in each other's countenances inquiringly. Above all, the discovery of the wine cellar tended to withdraw them from violent measures. But this could not last long. There must be an end to such a scene, for there never was a large body of men assembled for an evil purpose, who ever were, for any length of time, peaceable. To prevent the more alarming effects of drunkenness, some few of the rioters, after having taken some small portion of the wine, became, from the peculiar flavor it possessed, imbued with the idea that it was really blood, and forthwith commenced an instant attack upon the wine and liquors, and they were soon mingling in one stream throughout the cellars. This destruction was loudly declaimed against by a large portion of the rioters, who were drinking, but before they could make any efforts to save the liquor, the work of destruction had not only been begun, but was ended, and the consequence was, the cellars were very soon evacuated by the mob. Chapter 53. The destruction of Sir Francis Varney's house by fire, the arrival of the military, and a second mob. PNJ. Thus many moments had not elapsed ere the feelings of the rioters became directed into a different channel from that in which it had so lately flowed. When urged about the house and grounds for the vampire, they became impatient and angry at not finding him. Many believed that he was yet about the house, while many were of opinion that he had flown away by some mysterious means only possessed by vampires and such like people. Fire the house and burn him out, said one. Fire the house. Burn the den, now arose in shouts from all present, and then the mob were again animated by the love of mischief that seemed to be the strongest feelings that animated them. Burn him out, were the only words that could be heard from any of the mob. The words ran through the house like wildfire, nobody thought of anything else, and all were seen running about in confusion. There was no want of goodwill on the part of the mob to the undertaking, far from it, and they proceeded in the work con amore. They worked together with right good will, and the result was soon seen by the heaps of combustible materials that were collected in a short time from all parts of the house. All the old dry wood furniture that could be found was piled up in a heap, and to these were added a number of faggots, and also some shavings that were found in the cellar. All right, exclaimed one man in exultation. Yes, replied a second, all right, all right. Set light to it, and he will be smoked out if not burned. Let us be sure that all are out of the house, suggested one of the bystanders. Aye, aye, shouted several, give them all a chance. Search through the house and give them a warning. Very well, give me the light. And then when I come back I will set light to the fire at once. And then I shall know all is empty, and so will you too. This was at once agreed to by all, with acclamations, and the light being handed to the man, he ascended the stairs, crying out in a loud voice, come out, the house is on fire." "Fire, fire, fire," shouted the mob as a chorus every now and then at intervals. In about 10 minutes more there came a cry of "all right. The house is empty," from up the stairs, and the man descended in haste to the hall. "Make haste, lads, and fire away, for I see the red coats are leaving the town." "Hurrah, hurrah," shouted the infuriated mob. "Fire, fire, fire the house. Burn out the vampire. Burn down the house, burn him out, and see if he can stand fire." Amidst all this tumult, there came a sudden blaze upon all around, for the pile had been fired. "Hurrah," shouted the mob, "hurrah," and they danced like maniacs round the fire, looking in fact like so many wild Indians, dancing round their roasting victims, or some demons at an infernal feast. The torch had been put to 20 different places, and the flames united into one, and suddenly shot up with a velocity, and roared with a sound that caused many who were present to make a precipitate retreat from the hall. This soon became a necessary measure of self-preservation, and it required no urging to induce them to quit a place that was burning rapidly and even furiously. "Get the poles and firewood, get faggots," shouted some of the mob, and lo, it was done almost by magic. They brought the faggots and wood piled up for winter use, and laid them near all the doors, and especially the main entrance. Nay, every gate or door belonging to the outhouses was brought forward and placed upon the fire, which now began to reach the upper stories. "Hurrah fire, hurrah fire!" And a loud shout of triumph came from the mob as they viewed the progress of the flames, as they came roaring and tearing through the house doors and the windows. Each new victory of the element was a signal to the mob for a cheer, and a hearty cheer, too, came from them. "Where is the vampire now?" exclaimed one. "Ha, where is he?" said another. "If he be there," said the man, pointing to the flames, "I reckon he's got a warm berth of it, and at the same time very little water to boil in his kettle." "Ha ha, what a funny old man is Bob Mason. He's always poking fun. He would joke if his wife were dying." "There is many a true word spoken in jest," suggested another, "and to my mind, Bob Mason would not be very much grieved if his wife were to die." "Die," said Bob, "she and I have lived and quarrelled daily a matter of 35 years, and if that ain't enough to make a man sick of being married, and of his wife, hand me, that's all. I say I am tired." This was said with much apparent sincerity, and several laughed at the old man's heartiness. "It's all very well," said the old man. "It's all very well to laugh about matters you do not understand, but I know it is not a joke, not a bit on it. I tells you what it is, neighbor, I never made but one grand mistake in all my life." "And what was that?" "To tie myself to a woman." "Why, you would get married tomorrow, if your wife were to die today," said one. "If I did, I hope I may marry a vampire. I should have something then to think about. I should know what's o'clock. But as for my old woman, Lord, Lord, I wish Sir Francis Varney had had her for life. I will warrant when the next natural term of his existence came round again, he would not be in no hurry to renew it. If he did, I should say that vampires had the happy lot of managing women, which I have not got. No, nor anybody else." A loud shout now attracted their attention, and upon looking in the quarter whence it came, they descried a large body of people coming towards them. From one end of the mob could be seen a long string of red coats. "The red coats," shouted one. "The military," shouted another. It was plain the military who had been placed in the town to quell disturbances had been made acquainted with the proceedings at Sir Francis Varney's house, and were now marching to relieve the place, and to save the property. They were, as we have stated, accompanied by a vast concourse of people, who came out to see what they were going to see, and seeing the flames at Sir Francis Varney's house, they determined to come all the way and be present.
The military, seeing the disturbance in the distance, and the flames issuing from the windows, made the best of their way towards the scene of tumult with what speed they could make. "Here they come," said one. "Yes, just in time to see what is done." "Yes, they can go back and say we have burned the vampire's house down, hurrah." "Hurrah," shouted the mob in prolonged accents, and it reached the ears of the military. The officer urged the men onwards, and they responded to his words by exerting themselves to step out a little faster. "Oh, they should have been here before this. It's no use now, they are too late." "Yes, they are too late." "I wonder if the vampire can breathe through the smoke and live in fire," said one. "I should think he must be able to do so, if he can stand shooting, as we know he cannot kill a vampire. But yet he must be consumed, if the fire actually touches him, but not unless he can bear almost anything." "So he can." "Hurrah," shouted the mob, as a tall flame shot through the top windows of the house. The fire had got the ascendant now, and no hopes could be entertained, however extravagant, of saving the smallest article that had been left in the mansion. "Hurrah," shouted the mob with the military, who came up with them. "Hurrah," shouted the others in reply. "Quick march," said the officer, and then in a loud, commanding tone he shouted, "Clear the way there! Clear the way!" "Aye, there's room enough for you," said old Mason. "What are you making so much noise about?" There was a general laugh at the officer, who took no notice of the words, but ordered his men up before the burning pile, which was now an immense mass of flame. The mob who had accompanied the military now mingled with the mob that had set the house of Sir Francis Varney on fire ere the military had come up with them. "Halt!" cried out the officer, and the men, obedient to the word of command, halted and drew up in a double line before the house. There were then some words of command issued, and some more given to some of the subalterns, and a party of men, under the command of a sergeant, was sent off from the main body to make a circuit of the house and grounds. The officer gazed for some moments upon the burning pile without speaking, and then, turning to the next in command, he said in low tones, as he looked upon the mob, "We have come too late." "Yes, much." "The house is now nearly gutted." "It is." "And those who came crowding along with us are inextricably mingled with the others who have been the cause of all this mischief. There's no distinguishing them one from another. And if you did, you could not say who had done it, and who had not. You could prove nothing." "Exactly." "I shall not attempt to take prisoners, unless any act is perpetrated beyond what has been done. It is a singular affair." "Very." "This Sir Francis Varney is represented to be a courteous, gentlemanly man," said the officer. "No doubt about it, but he's beset by a parcel of people who do not mind cutting a throat if they can get an opportunity of doing so. And I expect they will. Yes, when there is a popular excitement against any man, he had better leave this part at once and altogether. It is dangerous to tamper with popular prejudices. No man who has any value for his life ought to do so. It is a sheer act of suicide." Chapter 54. The burning of Varney's house, a night scene. Popular superstition. PNG. The officer ceased to speak, and then the party whom he had sent round the house and grounds returned, and gained the main body orderly enough, and the sergeant went forward to make his report to his superior officer. After the usual salutation, he waited for the inquiry to be put to him as to what he had seen. "Well, Scott, what have you done?" "I went round the premises, sir, according to your instructions, but saw no one either in the vicinity of the house or in the grounds around it." "No strangers, eh?" "No, sir, none." "You saw nothing at all likely to lead to any knowledge as to who it was that has caused this catastrophe?" "No, sir."
Have you learnt anything among the people who are the perpetrators of this fire? No, sir. Well then, that will do, unless there is anything else that you can think of. Nothing further, sir, unless it is that I heard some of them say that Sir Francis Varney has perished in the flames. Good heavens! So I heard, sir. That must be impossible, and yet why should it be so? Go back, Scott, and bring me some person who can give me some information upon this point. The sergeant departed toward the people, who looked at him without any distrust, for he came single-handed, though they thought he came with the intention of learning what they knew of each other, and so stroll about with the intention of getting up accusations against them. But this was not the case. The officer did not like the work well enough. He would rather have been elsewhere. PNJ. At length the sergeant came to one man, whom he accosted, and said to him, "Do you know anything of yonder fire?" "Yes, I do know it is a fire." "Yes, and so do one." "My friend," said the sergeant, "when a soldier asks a question he does not expect an uncivil answer. But a soldier may ask a question that may have an uncivil end to it." "He may, but it is easy to say so." "I do say so then now." "Then I will not trouble you any more." The sergeant moved on a pace or two more, and then, turning to the mob, he said, "Is there anyone among you who can tell me anything concerning the fate of Sir Francis Varney?" "Burnt." "Did you see him burnt?" "No, but I saw him." "In the flames?" "No, before the house was on fire." "In the house?" "Yes, and he has not been seen to leave it since, and we conclude he must have been burned." "Will you come and say as much to my commanding officer? It is all I want." "Shall I be detained?" "No." "Then I will go," said the man, and he hobbled out of the crowd towards the sergeant. "I will go and see the officer and tell him what I know, and that is very little and can prejudice no one." "Hurrah," said the crowd, when they heard this latter assertion. For at first, they began to be in some alarm lest there should be something wrong about this, and some of them get identified as being active in the fray. The sergeant led the man back to the spot, where the officer stood a little way in advance of his men. "Well, Scott," he said, "what have we here?" "A man who has volunteered a statement, sir." "Oh, well, my man, can you say anything concerning all this disturbance that we have here?" "No, sir." "Then what did you come here for?" I understood the sergeant to want someone who could speak of Sir Francis Varney. "Well, I saw him." "Where?" "In the house." "Exactly, but have you not seen him out of it?" "Not since, nor anyone else, I believe." "Where was he?" "Upstairs, where he suddenly disappeared, and nobody can tell where he may have gone to. But he has not been seen out of the house since, and they say he could not have gone bodily out if they had not seen him." "He must have been burnt," said the officer, musingly. "He could not escape, one would imagine, without being seen by some one out of such a mob." "Oh dear no, for I am told they placed a watch at every hole, window, or door however high, and they saw nothing of him not even fly out." "Fly out, I am speaking of a man." "And I of a vampire," said the man carelessly. "A vampire, pooh-pooh." "Oh no, Sir Francis Varney is a vampire. There can be no sort of doubt about it. You have only to look at him, and you will soon be satisfied of that. See his great sharp teeth in front, and ask yourself what they are for, and you will soon find the answer. They are to make holes within the bodies of his victims, through which he can suck their blood." The officer looked at the man in astonishment for a few moments, as if he doubted his own ears, and then he said, "Are you serious?" "I am ready to swear to it." "Well, I have heard a great deal about popular superstition,
and thought I had seen something of it. But this is decidedly the worst case that ever I saw or heard of. You had better go home, my man, than, by your presence, countenance such a gross absurdity. For all that, said the man, Sir Francis Varney is a vampiria bloodsuckera human bloodsucker. Get away with you, said the officer, and do not repeat such folly before anyone. The man almost jumped when he heard the tone in which this was spoken, for the officer was both angry and contemptuous when he heard the words of the man. These people, he added, turning to the sergeant, are ignorant in the extreme. One would think we had got into the country of vampires, instead of a civilized community. The day was going down now. The last rays of the setting sun glimmered upwards and still shone upon the treetops. The darkness of night was still fast closing around them. The mob stood a motley mass of human beings, wedged together, dark and somber, gazing upon the mischief that had been doneth work of their hands. The military stood at ease before the burning pile, and by their order and regularity presented a contrast to the mob, as strongly by their bright gleaming arms as by their dress and order. The flames now enveloped the whole mansion. There was not a window or a door from which the fiery element did not burst forth in clouds, and forked flames came rushing forth with a velocity truly wonderful. The red glare of the flames fell upon all objects around for some distanceth, more especially so, as the sun had sunk, and a bank of clouds rose from beneath the horizon and excluded all his rays. There was no twilight, and there was, as yet, no moon. The countryside was enveloped in darkness, and the burning house could be seen for miles around, and formed a rallying point to all men's eyes. The engines that were within reach came tearing across the country, and came to the fire, but they were of no avail. There was no supply of water, save from the ornamental ponds. These they could only get at by means that were tedious and unsatisfactory, considering the emergency of the case. The house was a lone one, and it was being entirely consumed before they arrived, and therefore there was not the remotest chance of saving the least article. Had they ever such a supply of water, nothing could have been affected by it. Thus the men stood idly by, passing their remarks upon the fire and the mob. Those who stood around, and within the influence of the red glare of the flames, looked like so many demons in the infernal regions, watching the progress of lighting the fire, which we are told by good Christians is the doom of the unfortunate in spirit, and the woefully unlucky in circumstances. It was a strange sight that, and there were many persons who would, without doubt, have rather been snug by their own fireside than they would have remained there, but it happened that no one felt inclined to express his inclination to his neighbor, and consequently, no one said anything on the subject. None would venture to go alone across the fields, where the spirit of the vampire might, for all they knew to the contrary, be waiting to pounce upon them and worry them. No man would have quitted that mob to go back alone to the village. They would sooner have stood there all night through. That was an alternative that none of the number would very willingly accept. The hours passed away, and the house that had been that morning a noble and well-furnished mansion was now a smoldering heap of ruins. The flames had become somewhat subdued, and there was now more smoke than flames. The fire had exhausted itself. There was now no more material that could serve it for fuel, and the flames began to become gradually enough subdued. Suddenly there was a rush, and then a bright flame shot upward for an instant, so bright and so strong that it threw a flash of light over the country for miles. But it was only momentary, and it subsided. The roof, which had been built strong enough to resist almost anything, after being burning for a considerable time, suddenly gave way, and came in with a tremendous crash, and then all was for a moment darkness. After this the fire might be said to be subdued, it having burned itself out, and the flames that could now be seen were but the result of so much charred wood that would probably smolder away for a day or two, if left to itself to do so. A dense mass of smoke arose from the ruins and blackened the atmosphere around, and told the spectators the work was done. Chapter 55. The return of the mob and military to the town. The madness of the mob. The grocer's revenge. PNJ.
On the termination of the conflagration, or rather, the fall of the roof, with the loss of grandeur in the spectacle, men's minds began to be free from the excitement that chained them to the spot, watching the progress of that element which has been truly described as a very good servant, but a very bad master. And of the truth of this every one must be well satisfied. There was now remaining little more than the livid glare of the hot and burning embers, and this did not extend far, for the walls were too strongly built to fall in from their own weight. They were strong and stout, and intercepted the little light the ashes would have given out. The mob now began to feel fatigued and chilly. It had been standing and walking about many hours, and the approach of exhaustion could not be put off much longer, especially as there was no longer any great excitement to carry it off. The officer, seeing that nothing was to be done, collected his men together, and they were soon seen in motion. He had been ordered to stop any tumult that he might have seen, and to save any property. But there was nothing to do now. All the property that could have been saved was now destroyed, and the mob were beginning to disperse and creep towards their own houses. The order was then given for the men to take close order and keep together, and the word to march was given, which the men obeyed with alacrity, for they had no good will in stopping there the whole of the night. The return to the village of both the mob and the military was not without its vicissitudes. Accidents of all kinds were rife amongst them. The military, however, taking the open paths, soon diminished the distance, and that, too, with little or no accidents, save such as might have been expected from the state of the fields, after they had been so much trodden down of late. Not so the townspeople or the peasantry, for by way of keeping up their spirits and amusing themselves on their way home, they commenced larking, as they called it, which often meant the execution of practical jokes, and these sometimes were of a serious nature. The night was dark at that hour, especially so when there was a number of persons traversing about, so that little or nothing could be seen. The mistakes and blunders that were made were numerous. In one place there were a number of people penetrating a path that led only to a hedge and deep ditch. Indeed, it was a brook very deep and muddy. Here they came to a stop, and endeavored to ascertain its width, but the little reflected light they had was deceptive, and it did not appear so broad as it was. "Oh, I can jump it," exclaimed one. "And so can I," said another. "I have done so before, and why should I not do so now?" This was unanswerable, and as there were many present, at least a dozen were eager to jump. "If thee can do it, I know I can," said a brawny countryman, "so I will do it at once." "The sooner the better," shouted someone behind, "or you will have no room for a run. Here's a lot of 'em coming up. Push over as quickly as you can." Thus urged, the jumpers at once made a rush to the edge of the ditch, and many jumped, and many more, from the prevailing darkness, did not see exactly where the ditch was, and taking one or two steps too many, found themselves up above the waist in muddy water. Nor were those who jumped much better off, for nearly all jumped short or fell backwards into the stream, and were dragged out in a terrible state. Oh Lord," exclaimed one poor fellow, dripping wet and shivering with cold, "I shall die. Oh, the rheumatiz, there will be a pretty winter for me, I am half dead." "Hold your noise," said another, "and help me to get the mud out of my eye, I cannot see." "Never mind," added a third, "considering how you jump, I do not think you want to see. This comes a hunting vampires." "Oh, it's all a judgment. Who knows but he may be in the air? It is nothing to laugh at, as I should not be surprised if he were. Only think how precious pleasant." "However pleasant it may be to you," remarked one, "it's profitable to a good many." "How so?" "Why, see the numbers of things that will be spoiled, coats torn, hats crushed, heads broken, and shoes burst. Oh, it's an ill wind that blows nobody any good." "So it is, but you may benefit anybody you like, so you do not do it at my expense." In one part of a field where there were some stiles and gates, a big countryman caught a fat shopkeeper with the arms of the stile a terrible poke in the stomach. While the breath was knocked out of the poor man's stomach, and he was gasping with agony, the fellow set to laughing, and said to his companions, who were of the same class, I say, Jim, look at the grocer. He has not got any wind to spare. I would run him for a wager. See how he gapes like a fish out of water. The poor shopkeeper felt indeed like a fish out of water, and as he afterwards declared, he felt just as if he had had a red-hot clock weight thrust into the midst of his stomach, and there left to cool. However, the grocer would be revenged upon his tormentor, who had now lost sight of him, but the fat man, after a time, recovering his wind, and the pain in his stomach becoming less intense, he gathered himself up. "My name ain't Jones," he muttered, "if I do not be one to his one for that. I will do something that shall make him remember what it is to insult a respectable tradesman. I will never forgive such an insult. It is dark, and that's why it is he has dared to do this." Filled with dire thoughts and a spirit of revenge, he looked from side to see with what he could effect his object, but could espy nothing. "It's shameful," he muttered. "What would I give for a little retort? I would plaster his ugly countenance." As he spoke, he placed his hands on some pails to rest himself. When he found that they stuck to them, the pails had that day been newly pitched. A bright idea now struck him. "If I could only get a handful of this stuff," he thought, "I should be able to serve him out for serving me out. I will, cost what it may, I am resolved upon that. I will not have my wind knocked out and my insides set on fire for nothing. No, no, I will be revenged on him." With this view he felt over the pails, and found that he could scrape off a little only, but not with his hands. Indeed, it only plastered them. He, therefore, marched about for something to scrape it off with. "Ah, I have a knife, a large pocket knife, that will do, that is the sort of thing I want." He immediately commenced feeling for it, but had scarcely got his hand into his pocket, when he found there would be a great difficulty in either pushing it in further or withdrawing it altogether, for the pitch made it difficult to do either, and his pocket stuck to his hands like a glove. "D n it," said the grocer, who would have thought of that. "Here's a pretty go, curse that fellow, he is the cause of all this. I will be revenged upon him if it's a year hence." The enraged grocer drew his hand out, but was unable to effect his object in withdrawing the knife also. But he saw something shining. He stooped to pick it up, exclaiming as he did so, in a gratified tone of voice, "Ah, here's something that will do better." As he made a grasp at it, he found he had inserted his hand into something soft. "God bless me, what now?" He pulled his hand hastily away, and found that it stuck slightly, and then he saw what it was. Aye, the very thing. Surely it must have been placed here on purpose by the people. The fact was, he had placed his hand into a pot of pitch that had been left by the people who had been at work at pitching the pails, but had been attracted by the fire at Sir Francis Varney's, and to see which they had left their work, and the pitch was left on a smouldering peat fire, so that when Mr. Jones, the grocer, accidentally put his hand into it, he found it just warm. When he made this discovery, he dabbed his hand again into the pitch pot, exclaiming, "In for a penny, in for a pound." And he endeavored to secure as large a handful of the slippery and sticky stuff as he could, and this done he set off to come up with the big countryman, who had done him so much indignity, and made his stomach uncomfortable. He soon came up with him, for the man had stopped rather behind, and was larking, as it is called with some men, to whom he was a companion. He had slipped down a bank, and was partially sitting down on the soft mud. In his bustle, the little grocer came down with a slide, close to the big countryman. "Eh, my little grocer," said the countryman, holding out his hand to catch him, and drawing him towards himself. "You will come and sit down by the side of your old friend." As he spoke, he endeavored to pull Mr. Jones down, too, but that individual only replied by fetching the countryman a swinging smack across the face with a handful of pitch. "There, take that, and now we are quits. We shall be old friends after this, eh? Are you satisfied? You will remember me, I will warrant." As the grocer spoke, he rubbed his hands over the face of the fallen man, and then rushed from the spot with all the haste he could make. The countryman sat a moment or two confounded, cursing and swearing and spluttering,
vowing vengeance, believing that it was mud only that had been plastered over his face. But when he put his hands up and found out what it was, he roared and bellowed like a townbull. He cried out to his companions that his eyes were pitched, but they only laughed at him, thinking he was having some foolish lark with them. It was next day before he got home, for he wandered about all night, and it took him a week to wash the pitch off by means of grease, and ever afterwards he recollected the pitching of his face, nor did he ever forget the grocer. Thus it was the whole party returned a long while after dark across the fields, with all the various accidents that were likely to befall such an assemblage of people. The vampire hunting cost many of them dear, for clothes were injured on all sides, hats lost, and shoes missing in a manner that put some of the rioters to much inconvenience. Soon afterwards, the military retired to their quarters, and the townspeople at length became tranquil, and nothing more was heard or done that night. Chapter 56. The Departure of the Bannerworths from the Halden New Abode. Jack Pringle, Pilot. PNJ. During that very evening, on which the house of Sir Francis Varney was fired by the mob, another scene, and one of different character, was enacted at Bannerworth Hall, where the owners of that ancient place were departing from it. It was towards the latter part of the day that Flora Bannerworth, Mrs. Bannerworth, and Henry Bannerworth were preparing themselves to depart from the house of their ancestors. The intended proprietor was, as we have already been made acquainted with, the old admiral, who had taken the place somewhat mysteriously, considering the way in which he usually did business. The admiral was walking up and down the lawn before the house, and looking up at the windows every now and then, and turning to Jack Pringle he said, "Jack, you dog." "Aye, sir." "Mind you convoy these women into the right port, do you hear, and no mistaking the bearings, do you hear?" "Aye, aye, sir." "These crafts want care, and you are pilot, commander, and all, so mind and keep your weather eye open." "Aye, aye, sir. I knows the craft well enough, and I knows the roads, too. There will be no end of foundering against the breakers to find where they lie." "No, no, Jack, you needn't do that, but mind your bearings. Jack, mind your bearings." "Never fear, I know well enough. My eyes ain't laid up in ordinary yet." What do you mean by that, you dog, "Nothing, only I can see without helps to read, or glasses either, so I know one place from another." There was now some one moving within, and the admiral, followed by Jack Pringle, entered the hall. Henry Bannerworth was there. They were all ready to go when the coach came for them, which the admiral had ordered for them. "Jack, you lubber, where are you?" "Aye, aye, sir, here am one." "Go and station yourself up in some place where you can keep a good lookout for the coach, and come and report when you see it." "Aye, sir," said Jack, and away he went from the room, and stationed himself up in one of the trees, that commanded a good view of the main road for some distance. "Admiral Bell," said Henry, "here we are, trusting implicitly to you, and in doing so I am sure I am doing right." "You will see that," said the admiral. "All's fair and honest as yet, and what is to come will speak for itself." "I hope you will not suffer from any of these nocturnal visits," said Henry. "I do not much care about them, but old Admiral Bell do not strike his colors to an enemy, however ugly he may look. No, no, it must be a better craft than his own that will take him, and one who will not run away, but that will grapple yardarm and yardarm, you know." "Why, Admiral, you must have seen many dangers in your time, and be used to all kinds of disturbances and conflicts. You have had a life of experience." "Yes, and experience has come pretty thick sometimes, I can tell you, when it comes in the shape of Frenchmen's broadsides." "I dare say, then, it must be rather awkward." "Death by the law," said the admiral, "to stop one of them with your head, I assure you. I dare not make the attempt myself, though I have often seen it done." "I dare say, but here are Flora and my mother." As he spoke, Flora and her mother entered the apartment. "Well, Admiral, we are all ready, and though I may feel somewhat sorry at leaving the old hall, yet it arises from attachment to the place, and not any disinclination to be beyond the reach of these dreadful alarms. And I too shall be by no means sorry, said Flora. I am sure it is some gratification to know we leave a friend here, rather than some others, who would have had the place if they could have got it, by any means. Ah, that's true enough, Miss Flora, said the Admiral, but we will run the enemy down yet, depend upon it. But once away, you will be free from these terrors, and now, as you have promised, do not let yourselves be seen anywhere at all. You have our promises, Admiral, and they shall be religiously kept, I can assure you. Boat arrière, shouted Jack. What boat? Said the Admiral, surprised, and then he muttered, Confound you for a lubber. Did not I tell you to mind your bearings, you dogfish you? Aye, sir, and so I 999. You 999. Yes, here they are. Squint over the larboard bulkheads as they call walls, and then atween the two trees on the starboard side of the course, then straight ahead for a few hundred fathoms, when you come to a funnel as is smoking like the crater of Mount Vesuvius, and then in a line with that on the top of the hill, comes our boat. Well, said the Admiral, that will do. Now go open the gates, and keep a bright lookout, and if you see anybody near your watch, why douse their glim? Aye, sir, said Jack, and he disappeared. Rather a lucid description, said Henry, as he thought of Jack's report to the Admiral. Oh, it's a seaman's report. I know what he means. It's quicker and plainer than the land lingo to my ears, and Jack cannot talk any other, you see. By this time, the coach came into the yard, and the whole party descended into the courtyard, where they came to take leave of the old place. Farewell, Admiral. Goodbye, said the Admiral. I hope the place you are going to will be such as please you. I hope it will. I am sure we shall endeavor to be pleased with it, and I am pretty sure we shall. Goodbye. Farewell, Admiral Bell, said Henry. You remember your promises. I do. Goodbye, Mr. Chillingworth. Goodbye, said Mr. Chillingworth, who came up to bid them farewell. A pleasant journey, and may you all be the happier for it. You do not come with us. No, I have some business of importance to attend to, else I should have the greatest pleasure in doing so. But goodbye, we shall not be long apart, I dare say. I hope not, said Henry. The door of the carriage was shut by the Admiral, who looked round, saying, Jack Pringle, where are you, you dog? Here am I, said Jack. Where have you been to? Only been for Pigtail, said Jack. I forgot it, and could not set sail without it. You dog you, did not I tell you to mind your bearings? So I will, said Jack, fore and aft, Admiral. You had better, said the Admiral, who, however, relaxed into a broad grin, which he concealed from Jack Pringle. Jack mounted the coach-box, and away it went, just as it was getting dark. The old Admiral had locked up all the rooms in the presence of Henry Bannerworth, and when the coach had gone out of sight, Mr. Chillingworth came back to the hall, where he joined the Admiral. Well, he said, they are gone, Admiral Bell, and we are alone. We have a clear stage and no favor. The two things of all others I most desire. Now, they will be strangers where they are going to, and that will be something gained. I will endeavor to do something if I get yardarm with these pirates. I will make M feel the weight of true metal. I will board M day. I will do everything. Everything that can be done. Aye. The coach in which the family of the Bannerworths were carried away continued its course without any let or hindrance, and they met no one on their road during the whole drive. The fact was, nearly everybody was at the conflagration at Sir Francis Varney's house. Flora knew not which way they were going, and after a time all trace of the road was lost. Darkness set in, and they all sat in silence in the coach. At length, after some time had been spent thus, Flora Bannerworth turned to Jack Pringle and said, Are we near, or have we much further to go? Not very much, ma'am, said Jack. All's right, however ship in the direct course, and no breakers ahead no lookout necessary. However there's a landlubber aloft to keep a lookout. As this was not very intelligible, and Jack seemed to have his own reasons for silence, they asked him no further questions. But in about 3/4 of an hour, during which time the coach had been driving through the trees, they came to a standstill by a sudden pull of the check-string from Jack, who said, "Hilloa, taken sails and drop anchor." "Is this the place?" "Yes, here we are," said Jack. "We are in port now at all events," and he began to sing. The trials and the dangers of the voyage is past. When the coach door opened, and they all got out and looked about them where they were. "Up the garden, if you please, Mom, as quick as you can. The night air is very cold." Flora and her mother and brother took the hint, which was meant by Jack to mean that they were not to be seen outside. They at once entered a pretty garden, and then they came to a very neat and picturesque cottage. They had no time to look up at it, as the door was immediately opened by an elderly female, who was intended to wait upon them. Soon after, Jack Pringle and the coachman entered the passage with the small amount of luggage which they had brought with them. This was deposited in the passage, and then Jack went out again, and after a few minutes, there was the sound of wheels, which intimated that the coach had driven off. Jack, however, returned in a few minutes afterwards, having secured the wicket gate at the end of the garden, and then entered the house, shutting the door carefully after him. Flora and her mother looked over the apartments in which they were shown with some surprise. It was, in everything, such as they could wish. Indeed, though it could not be termed handsomely or extravagantly furnished, or that the things were new, yet there was all that convenience and comfort could require, and some little of the luxuries. "Well," said Flora, "this is very thoughtful of the Admiral. The place will really be charming, and the garden, too, delightful." "Must not be made use of just now," said Jack, "if you please, ma'am. Them's the orders at present." "Very well," said Flora, smiling. "I suppose, Mr. Pringle, we must obey them." "Jack Pringle, if you please," said Jack. "My command's only temporary. I ain't got a commission." Chapter 57. The Lonely Watch and the Adventure in the Deserted House. PNJ. It is now quite night, and so peculiar and solemn a stillness reigns in and about Bannerworth Hall and its surrounding grounds, that one might have supposed it a place of the dead, deserted completely after sunset by all who would still hold kindred with the living. There was not a breath of air stirring, and this circumstance added greatly to the impression of profound repose which the whole scene exhibited. The wind during the day had been rather of a squally character, but towards nightfall, as is often usual after a day of such a character, it had completely lulled, and the serenity of the scene was unbroken even by the faintest sigh from a wandering zephyr. The moon rose late at that period, and as is always the case at that interval between sunset and the rising of that luminary which makes the night so beautiful, the darkness was of the most profound character. It was one of those nights to produce melancholy reflections a night, on which a man would be apt to review his past life, and to look into the hidden recesses of his soul, to see if conscience could make a coward of him in the loneliness and stillness that breathed around. It was one of those nights in which wanderers in the solitude of nature feel that the eye of heaven is upon them, and on which there seems to be a more visible connection between the world and its great Creator than upon ordinary occasions. The solemn and melancholy appear places once instinct with life, when deserted by those familiar forms and faces that have long inhabited them. There is no desert, no uninhabited isle in the far ocean, no wild, barren, pathless tract of unmitigated sterility, which could for one moment compare in point of loneliness and desolation to a deserted city. Strip London, mighty and majestic as it is, of the busy swarm of humanity that throng its streets, its suburbs, its temples, its public edifices, and its private dwellings, and how awful would be the walk of one solitary man throughout its noiseless thoroughfares. PNJ. If madness seized not upon him ere he had been long the sole survivor of a race, it would need be cast in no common mould. and to descend from great things to smaller, from the huge Leviathan city to one mansion far removed from the noise and bustle of conventional life, we may imagine the sort of desolation that reigned through Bannerworth Hall, when, for the first time, after nearly 150 years of occupation, it was deserted by the representatives of that family, so many members of which had lived and died beneath its roof. The house, and everything within, without, and around it, seemed actually to sympathize with its own desolation and desertion. It seemed as if 20 years of continued occupation could not have produced such an effect upon the ancient edifice as had those few hours of neglect and desertion. And yet it was not as if it had been stripped of those time-worn and ancient relics of ornament and furnishing that so long had appertained to it. No, nothing but the absence of those forms which had been accustomed quietly to move from room to room, and to be met here upon a staircase, there upon a corridor, and even in some of the ancient paneled apartments, which give it an air of dreary repose and listlessness. The shutters, too, were all closed, and that circumstance contributed largely to the production of that gloomy effect which otherwise could not have ensued. In fact, what could be done without attracting very special observation was done to prove to any casual observer that the house was untenanted. But such was not really the case. In that very room where the much-dreaded Varney, the vampire, had made one of his dreaded appearances to Flora Bannerworth and her mother, sat two men. It was from that apartment that Flora had discharged the pistol, which had been left to her by her brother, and the shot from which it was believed by the whole family had most certainly taken effect upon the person of the vampire. It was a room peculiarly accessible from the gardens, for it had long French windows opening to the very ground, and but a stone step intervened between the flooring of the apartment and a broad gravel walk, which wound round that entire portion of the house. It was in this room, then, that two men sat in silence and nearly in darkness. Before them, and on a table, were several articles of refreshment, as well of defense and offense, according as their intentions might be. There were a bottle and 3 glasses, and lying near the elbow of one of the men was a large pair of pistols, such as might have adorned the belt of some desperate character, who wished to instill an opinion of his prowess into his foes by the magnitude of his weapons. Close at hand, by the same party, lay some more modern firearms, as well as a long dirk, with a silver-mounted handle. The light they had consisted of a large lantern, so constructed with a slide that it could be completely obscured at a moment's notice. But now, as it was placed, the rays that were allowed to come from it were directed as much from the window of the apartment as possible, and fell upon the faces of the two men, revealing them to be Admiral Bell and Dr. Chillingworth. It might have been the effect of the particular light in which he sat, but the doctor looked extremely pale, and did not appear at all at his ease. The Admiral, on the contrary, appeared in as placable a state of mind as possible, and had his arms folded across his breast, and his head shrunk down between his shoulders, as if he had made up his mind to something that was to last a long time, and therefore he was making the best of it. "I do hope," said Mr. Chillingworth, after a long pause, "that our efforts will be crowned with success. You know, my dear sir, that I have always been of your opinion, that there was a great deal more in this matter than met the eye." "To be sure," said the Admiral, "and as to our efforts being crowned with success, why, I will give you a toast, Doctor. May the morning's reflection provide for the evening's amusement." "Ha ha," said Chillingworth, faintly, "I would rather not drink any more, and you seem, Admiral, to have transposed the toast in some way. I believe it runs, 'May the evening's amusement bear the morning's reflection.'" "Transpose the devil," said the Admiral, "what do I care how it runs? I gave you my toast, and as to that you mention, it's another one altogether, and a sneaking, shore-going one too, but why do not you drink?" "Why, my dear sir, medically speaking, I am strongly of opinion that, when the human stomach is made to contain a large quantity of alcohol, it produces bad effects upon the system. Now, I have certainly taken 1 glass of this infernally strong Hollands, and it is now lying in my stomach like the red-hot heater of a tow-in." "Is it? Put it out with another, then." I am afraid that would not answer. But do you really think, Admiral, that we shall effect anything by waiting here, and keeping watch and ward, not under the most comfortable circumstances, this first night of the hall being empty? Well, I do not know that we shall, said the Admiral. But when you really want to steal a march upon the enemy, there is nothing like beginning betimes. We are both of opinion that Varney's great object throughout has been, by some means or another, to get possession of the house. Yes, true, true. We know that he has been unceasing in his endeavors to get the Bannerworth family out of it, that he has offered them their own price to become its tenant, and that the whole gist of his quiet and placid interview with Flora in the garden was to supply her with a new set of reasons for urging her mother and brother to leave Bannerworth Hall, because the old ones were certainly not found sufficient. True, true, most true, said Mr. Chillingworth emphatically. You know, sir, that from the first time you broached that view of the subject to me, how entirely I coincided with you. Of course you did, for you are a honest fellow and a right-thinking fellow, though you are a doctor, and I do not know that I like doctors much better than I like lawyers. They're only humbugs in a different sort of way. But I wish to be liberal. There is such a thing as an honest lawyer, and you are an honest doctor. Of course, I am much obliged, Admiral, for your good opinion. I only wish it had struck me to bring something of a solid nature in the shape of food, to sustain the waste of the animal economy during the hours we shall have to wait here. Do not trouble yourself about that, said the Admiral. Do you think I am a donkey, and would set out on a cruise without victualling my ship? I should think not. Jack Pringle will be here soon, and he has my orders to bring in something to eat. Well, said the doctor, that's very provident of you, Admiral, and I feel personally obliged. But tell me, how do you intend to conduct the watch? What do you mean? Why, I mean, if we sit here with the window fastened so as to prevent our light from being seen, and the door closed, how are we by any possibility to know if the house is attacked or not? Harkee, my friend, said the Admiral, I have left a weak point for the enemy. A what, Admiral? A weak point. I have taken good care to secure everything but one of the windows on the ground floor, and that I have left open, or so nearly open, that it will look like the most natural place in the world to get in at. Now, just inside that window, I have placed a lot of the family crockery. I will warrant, if anybody so much as puts his foot in, you will hear the smash and, there it is. There was a loud crash at this moment, followed by a succession of similar sounds, but of a lesser degree, and both the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth sprung to their feet. Come on, cried the former. Here'll be a precious row. Take the lantern. Mr. Chillingworth did so, but he did not seem possessed of a great deal of presence of mind, for before they got out of the room, he twice accidentally put on the dark slide, and produced a total darkness. DN, said the Admiral, do not make it wink and wink in that way. Hold it up, and run after me as hard as you can. I am coming, said Mr. Chillingworth. It was one of the windows of a long room, containing 5, fronting the garden, which the Admiral had left purposely unguarded, and it was not far from the apartment in which they had been sitting, so that probably not half a minute's time elapsed between the moment of the first alarm and their reaching the spot from whence it was presumed to arise. The Admiral had armed himself with one of the huge pistols, and he dashed forward, with all the vehemence of his character, towards the window, where he knew he had placed the family crockery, and where he fully expected to meet the reward of his exertion by discovering some one lying amid its fragments. In this, however, he was disappointed, for, although there was evidently a great smash amongst the plates and dishes, the window remained closed, and there was no indication whatever of the presence of anyone. Well, that's odd, said the Admiral. I balanced them up amazingly careful, and 2 of 'em edgewaist, a fly would have knocked them down. Mew, said a great cat, emerging from under a chair. Curse you, there you are, said the Admiral. Put out the light, here we are illuminating the whole house for nothing. With a click went the darkening slide over the lantern, and all was obscurity. At that instant, a shrill, clear whistle came from the garden.
Chapter 58. The Arrival of Jack Pringle, Midnight, and the Vampire the Mysterious Hat. PNJ. Bless me, what is that? Said Mr. Chillingworth. What a very singular sound. Hold your noise, said the Admiral. Did you never hear that before? No, how should I? Lord bless the ignorance of some people, that's a boatswain's call. Oh, it is, said Mr. Chillingworth. Is he going to call again? Duh, I tell you it's a boatswain's call. Well then, duh, if it comes to that, said Mr. Chillingworth, what does he call here for? The Admiral disdained an answer, but demanding the lantern, he opened it, so that there was a sufficient glimmering of light to guide him, and then walked from the room towards the front door of the hall. He asked no questions before he opened it, because, no doubt, the signal was preconcerted, and Jack Pringle, for it was he indeed who had arrived, at once walked in, and the Admiral barred the door with the same precision with which it was before secured. Well, Jack, he said, did you see anybody? Aye, aye, sir, said Jack. Why, ye do not mean that where I bought the grub, a woman. Duh, you are a fool, Jack. You are another. Hilloa, ye scoundrel, what do you mean by talking to me in that way? Is this your respect for your superiors? Ship's been paid off long ago, said Jack, and I ain't got no superiors. I ain't a Marine or a Frenchman. Why, you are drunk. I know it, put that in your eye. There's a scoundrel. Why, you know nothing, Glubber, did not I tell you to be careful, and that everything depended upon secrecy and caution? And did not I tell you, above all this, to avoid drink? To be sure, you 999, and yet you come here like a rum cask. Yes, now you have had your say, what then? You would better leave him alone, said Mr. Chillingworth. It's no use arguing with a drunken man. Harkye, Admiral, said Jack, steadying himself as well as he could. I have put up with you a precious long while, but I will not no longer. You are so drunk now, that you keeping bobbing up and down like the mizen gaff in a storm, that's my opinion tall de roll. Let him alone, urged Mr. Chillingworth. The villain, said the Admiral, he's enough to ruin everything, now who would have thought that? But it's always been the way with him for a matter of 20 years, never had any judgment in his drink. When it was all smooth sailing, and nothing to do, and the fellow might have got an extra drop on board, which nobody would have cared for, he's as sober as a judge. But whenever there's anything to do that wants a little cleverness, confound him, he ships rum enough to float a 7-4. Are you going to stand anything to drink? Said Jack, my old buffer. Do you recollect where you got your knob scuttled off Barrowthow? You fell on your latter end, and tried to recollect your church catechies, you old brute. I's ashamed of you. Do you recollect the brown girl you bought for 13 bob and a tanner, at the Blessed Society Islands, and sold her again for $1, to a nigger 7'2" in his natural pumps? You are a nice article, you is, to talk of marines and swabs and shoregoing lubbers, blow your. Do you recollect the little Frenchman that told you he would pull your blessed nose, and I advised you to soap it? Do you recollect Saul at Spithead, as you got in at a port-hole of the state cabin, all but her behind? Death and the devil, said the Admiral, breaking from the grasp of Mr. Chillingworth. I, said Jack, you will come to both one of these days, old cock, and no mistake. I will have his life, roared the Admiral. Nay, nay, sir, said Mr. Chillingworth, catching the Admiral round the waist. My dear sir, recollect now, if I may venture to advise you, Admiral Bell, there's a lot of that fiery Hollands you know in the next room, set firm down to that and finish him off. I will warrant him, he will be quiet enough. What's that you say? Cried Jack Hollands. Who's got any next to rum and Elizabeth Baker? If I has an affection, it's Hollands. Jack, said the Admiral. Aye, aye, sir, said Jack instinctively. Come this way. Jack staggered after him, and they all reached the room where the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth had been sitting before the alarm. There, said the Admiral, putting the light upon the table, and pointing to the bottle. What do you think of that? I never thinks under such circumstances, said Jack,
Here's to the wooden walls of old England. He seized the bottle, and putting its neck into his mouth. For a few moments nothing was heard but a gurgling sound of the liquor passing down his throat. His head went further and further back, until at last, over he went, chair and bottle and all, and lay in a helpless state of intoxication on the floor. So far, so good, said the Admiral. He's out of the way at all events. I will just loosen his neckcloth, said Mr. Chillingworth, and then we will go and sit somewhere else. And I should recommend that, if anywhere, we take up our station in that chamber once Flora's, where the mysterious panelled portrait hangs, that bears so strong a resemblance to Varney the Vampyre. Hush, said the Admiral, what's that? They listened for a moment intently, and then, distinctly, upon the gravel path outside the window, they heard a footstep, as if some person were walking along, not altogether heedlessly, but yet without any very great amount of caution or attention to the noise he might make. Hist, said the doctor, not a word, they come. What do you say they for, said the Admiral. Because something seems to whisper me that Mr. Marchdale knows more of Varney, the vampire, than ever he has chosen to reveal. Put out the light. Yes, yes, that'll do. The moon has risen, see how it streams through the chinks of the shutters. No, it's not in that direction, or our light would have betrayed us. Do you not see the beams come from that half-glass door leading to the greenhouse? Yes, and there's the footstep again, or another. Tramp, tramp came a footfall again upon the gravel path, and, as before, died away upon their listening ears. What do you say now, said Mr. Chillingworth, they're not two. If they were a dozen, said the Admiral, although we have lost one of our force, I would tackle them. Let's creep on through the rooms in the direction the footsteps went. My life on it, said Mr. Chillingworth as they left the apartment, if this be Varney, he makes for that apartment where Flora slept, and which he knows how to get admission to. I have studied the house well, Admiral, and to get to that window anyone from here outside must take a considerable round. Come on, we shall be beforehand. A good idea, be it so. Just allowing themselves sufficient light to guide them on the way from the lantern, they hurried on with as much precipitation as the intricacies of the passage would allow, nor halted till they had reached the chamber where hung the portrait which bore so striking and remarkable a likeness to Varney, the vampire. They left the lamp outside the door, so that not even a straggling beam from it could betray that there were persons on the watch. And then, as quietly as foot could fall, they took up their station among the hangings of the antique bedstead, which has been before alluded to in this work as a remarkable piece of furniture appurtening to that apartment. Do you think, said the Admiral, we have distanced them? Certainly we have. It's unlucky that the blind of the window is down. Is it? By heaven, there's a strange-looking shadow creeping over it. Mr. Chillingworth looked almost with suspended breath. Even he could not altogether get rid of a tremulous feeling, as he saw that the shadow of a human form, apparently of very large dimensions, was on the outside, with the arms spread out, as if feeling for some means of opening the window. It would have been easy now to have fired one of the pistols direct upon the figure, but somehow or another, both the Admiral and Mr. Chillingworth shrank from that course, and they felt much rather inclined to capture whoever might make his appearance, only using their pistols as a last resource, than gratuitously and at once to resort to violence. Who should you say that was? Whispered the Admiral. Varney the Vampyre. Duh, he's a-looking and big enough for anything there's a noise. There was a strange cracking sound at the window, as if a pane of glass was being very stealthily and quietly broken, and then the blind was agitated slightly, confusing much the shadow that was cast upon it, as if the hand of some person was introduced for the purpose of effecting a complete entrance into the apartment. He's coming in, whispered the Admiral. Hush, for heaven's sake, said Mr. Chillingworth. You will alarm him, and we shall lose the fruit of all the labor we have already bestowed upon the matter. But did you not say something, Admiral, about lying under the window and catching him by the leg? Why, yes, I 999.
Go and do it then, for as sure as you are a living man, his leg will be in a minute. Here goes, said the admiral. I never suggest anything which I am unwilling to do myself. Whoever it was that now was making such strenuous exertions to get into the apartment seemed to find some difficulty as regarded the fastenings of the window, and as this difficulty increased, the patience of the party, as well as his caution, deserted him, and the casement was rattled with violence. With a far greater amount of caution than anyone from a knowledge of his character would have given him credit for, the admiral crept forward and laid himself exactly under the window. The depth of woodwork from the floor to the lowest part of the window frame did not exceed above 2 feet, so that anyone could conveniently step in from the balcony outright on to the floor of the apartment, which was just what he who was attempting to effect an entrance was desirous of doing. It was quite clear that, be he who he might, mortal or vampire, he had some acquaintance with the fastening of the window, for now he succeeded in moving it, and the sash was thrown open. The blind was still an obstacle, but a vigorous pull from the intruder brought that down on the prostrate admiral, and then Mr. Chillingworth saw, by the moonlight, a tall, gaunt figure standing in the balcony, as if just hesitating for a moment whether to get head first or feet first into the apartment. Had he chosen the former alternative, he would need, indeed, to have been endowed with more than mortal powers of defense and offense to escape capture, but his lucky star was in the ascendancy, and he put his foot in first. He turned his side to the apartment, and as he did so, the bright moonlight fell upon his face, enabling Mr. Chillingworth to see, without the shadow of a doubt, that it was, indeed, Varney the Vampyre, who was thus stealthily making his entrance into Bannerworth Hall, according to the calculation which had been made by the admiral upon that subject. The doctor scarcely knew whether to be pleased or not at this discovery. It was almost a terrifying one, skeptical as he was upon the subject of vampires, and he waited breathless for the issue of the singular and perilous adventure. No doubt Admiral Bell deeply congratulated himself upon the success which was about to crown his stratagem for the capture of the intruder, be he who he might, and he writhed with impatience for the foot to come sufficiently near him to enable him to grasp it. His patience was not severely tried, for in another moment it rested upon his chest. "Boarders ahoy!" shouted the admiral, and at once he laid hold of the trespasser. "Yardarm to yardarm, I think I have got you now. Here's a prize, doctor. He shall go away without his leg if he goes away now." What the light he has, doctor, the light, the light. Why, what's this hilloa there?" Dr. Chillingworth sprang into the passage, and procured the light. In another moment he was at the side of the admiral, and the lantern's slide being thrown back, he saw at once the dilemma into which his friend had fallen. There he lay upon his back, grasping, with the vehemence of an embrace that had in it much of the ludicrous, a long boot, from which the intruder had cleverly slipped his leg, leaving it as a poor trophy in the hands of his enemies. "Why, you have only pulled his boot off," said the doctor, "and now he's gone for good, for he knows what we are about, and has slipped through your fingers." Admiral Bell sat up and looked at the boot with a rueful countenance. "Done again," he said. "Yes, you are done," said the doctor. "Why did not you lay hold of the leg while you were about it, instead of the boot? Admiral, are these your tactics?" "Do not be a fool," said the admiral. "Put out the light and give me the pistols, or blaze away yourself into the garden. A chance shot may do something. It's no use running after him. A stern chase is a long chase, but fire away." As if some parties below had heard him give the word, 2 loud reports from the garden immediately ensued, and a crash of glass testified to the fact that some deadly missile had entered the room. "Murder," said the doctor, and he fell flat upon his back. "I do not like this at all. It's all in your line, Admiral, but not in mine." "All's right, my lad," said the admiral, "now for it." He saw lying in the moonlight the pistols which he and the doctor had brought into the room, and in another moment he, to use his own words, returned the broadside of the enemy. "D n it," he said, "this puts me in mind of old times. Blaze away, you thieves, while I load, broadside to broadside. It's your turn now, I scorn to take an advantage. What the devil's that?"
Something very large and very heavy came bang against the window, sending it all into the room, and nearly smothering the admiral with the fragments. Another shot was then fired, and in came something else, which hit the wall on the opposite side of the room, rebounding from thence onto the doctor, who gave a yell of despair. After that all was still. The enemy seemed to be satisfied that they had silenced the garrison, and it took the admiral a great deal of kicking and plunging to rescue himself from some superincumbent mass that was upon him, which seemed to him to be a considerable-sized tree. "Call this fair fighting," he shouted, hitting a man's legs and arms tangled up like a piece of Indian matting in the branches of a tree. "Doctor, I say, Hilloa, where are you?" "I do not know," said the doctor, "but there's somebody getting into the balconino. We shall be murdered in cold blood." "Where's the pistols?" "Fired off, of course. You did it yourself." Bang came something else into the room, which, from the sound it made, closely resembled a brick, and after that somebody jumped clean into the center of the floor, and then, after rolling and writhing about in a most singular manner, slowly got up, and with various preliminary hiccups said, "Come on, you lubbers, many of you as like. I am the tar for all weathers." "Why do," said the admiral, "it's Jack Pringle." "Yes, it is," said Jack, who was not sufficiently sober to recognize the admiral's voice. "I sees as how you have heard of me. Come on, all of you." "Why, Jack, you scoundrel," roared the admiral, "how came you here? Do not you know me? I am your admiral, you horse marine." "Eh," said Jack. "Aye, sir, how came you here?" "How came you, you villain?" "Boarded the enemy." "The enemy who you boarded was us. And hang me if I do not think you have not been pouring broadsides into us, while the enemy were scudding before the wind in another direction." "Lor," said Jack. "Explain, you scoundrel, directly explain." "Well, that's only reasonable," said Jack, and giving a heavier lurch than usual, he sat down with a great bounce upon the floor. "You see, it's just this here. When I was a-coming, of course I heard, just as I was a-going, that air as made me come all in consequence of somebody a-going, or for to come, you see, Admiral." "Doctor," cried the admiral, in a great rage, "just help me out of this entanglement of branches, and I will rid the world from an encumbrance by smashing that fellow." "Smash yourself," said Jack, "you know you are drunk." "My dear admiral," said Mr. Chillingworth, laying hold of one of his legs, and pulling it very hard, which brought his face into a lot of brambles, "we are making a mess of this business." "Murder," shouted the admiral, "you are indeed. Is that what you call pulling me out of it? You have stuck me fast." "I will manage it," said Jack. "I have seed him in many a scrape, and I have seed him out. You pull me, doctor, and I will pull him. Yo hoy." Jack laid hold of the admiral by the scuff of the neck, and the doctor laid hold of Jack round the waist, the consequence of which was that he was dragged out from the branches of the tree, which seemed to have been thrown into the room, and down fell both Jack and the doctor. At this instant there was a strange hissing sound heard below the window. Then there was a sudden, loud report, as if a hand grenade had gone off. A spectral sort of light gleamed into the room, and a tall, gaunt-looking figure rose slowly up in the balcony. "Beware of the dead," said a voice. "Let the living contend with the living, the dead with the dead. Beware." The figure disappeared, as did also the strange, spectral-looking light. A death-like silence ensued, and the cold moonbeams streamed in upon the floor of the apartment, as if nothing had occurred to disturb the rapt repose and serenity of the scene. Chapter 59. The warning, the new plan of operation, the insulting message from Varney. PNJ. So much of the night had been consumed in these operations, that by the time they were over, and the three personages who lay upon the floor of what might be called the haunted chamber of Bannerworth Hall, even had they now been disposed to seek repose, would have had a short time to do so before the daylight would have streamed in upon them, and roused them to the bustle of waking existence. It may be well believed what a vast amount of surprise came over the three persons in that chamber at the last little circumstance that had occurred in connection with the night's proceedings. There was nothing which had preceded that, that did not resemble a genuine attack upon the premises. But about that last mysterious appearance, with its curious light, there was quite enough to bother the Admiral and Jack Pringle to a considerable effect, whatever might be the effect upon Mr. Chillingworth, whose profession better enabled him to comprehend, chemically, what would produce effects that, no doubt, astonished them amazingly. What with his intoxication and the violent exercise he had taken, Jack was again thoroughly prostrate, while the Admiral could not have looked more astonished had the evil one himself appeared in propria persona and given him notice to quit the premises. He was, however, the first to speak, and the words he spoke were addressed to Jack, to whom he said, "Jack, you lubber, what do you think of all that?" Jack, however, was too far gone even to say aye, aye, sir, and Mr. Chillingworth, slowly getting himself up to his feet, approached the Admiral. "It's hard to say so much, Admiral Bell," he said, "but it strikes me that whatever object this Sir Francis Varney, or Varney the Vampyre, has in coming into Bannerworth Hall, it is, at all events, of sufficient importance to induce him to go any length, and not to let even a life to stand in the way of its accomplishment." "Well, it seems so," said the Admiral, "for I will be hanged if I can make head or tail of the fellow. If we value our personal safety, we shall hesitate to continue a perilous adventure which I think can end only in defeat, if not in death." "We do not value our personal safety," said the Admiral. "We have got into the adventure, and I do not see why we should not carry it out. It may be growing a little serious, but what of that? For the sake of that young girl, Flora Bannerworth, as well as for the sake of my nephew, Charles Holland, I will see the end of this affair, let it be what it may. But mind you, Mr. Chillingworth, if one man chooses to go upon a desperate service, that's no reason why he should ask another to do so." "I understand you," said Mr. Chillingworth, "but having commenced the adventure with you, I am not the man to desert you in it. We have committed a great mistake." "A mistake, how?" "Why, we ought to have watched outside the house, instead of within it. There can be no doubt that if we had lain in wait in the garden, we should have been in a better position to have accomplished our object." "Well, I do not know, Doctor, but it seems to me that if Jack Pringle had not made such a fool of himself, we should have managed very well, and I do not know now how he came to behave in the manner he 999. "Nor I," said Mr. Chillingworth. "But at all events, so far as the result goes, it is quite clear that any further watching in this house for the appearance of Sir Francis Varney will now be in vain. He has nothing to do now but to keep quiet until we are tired out a fact, concerning which he can easily obtain information, and then he immediately, without trouble, walks into the premises, to his own satisfaction." "But what the deuce can he want upon the premises?" "That question, Admiral, induces me to think that we have made another mistake. We ought not to have attempted to surprise Sir Francis Varney in coming into Bannerworth Hall, but to catch him as he came out." "PNJ. "Well, there's something in that," said the Admiral. "This is a pretty night's business, to be sure. However, it cannot be helped, it's done, and there's an end on't. And now, as the morning is near at hand, I certainly must confess I should like to get some breakfast, although I do not like that we should all leave the house together." "Why," said Mr. Chillingworth, "as we have now no secret to keep with regard to our being here, because the principal person we wish to keep it from is aware of it, I think we cannot do better than send at once for Henry Bannerworth, tell him of the non-success of the effort we have made in his behalf, and admit him at once into our consultation of what is next to be done." "Agreed, agreed. I think that, without troubling him, we might have captured this Varney. But that's over now, and as soon as Jack Pringle chooses to wake up again, I will send him to the Bannerworths with a message." "Aye, aye, sir," said Jack suddenly, "all's right." "Why, you vagabond," said the Admiral, "I do believe you have been shamming." "Shamming what?" "Being drunk, to be sure." "Lor, could not do it," said Jack. "I will just tell you how it was. I wakened up and found myself shut in somewhere, and as I could not get out of the door, I thought I would try the window, and there I did get out. Well, perhaps I was not quite the thing, but I sees two people in the garden a-looking up at this air room, and to be sure, I thought it was you and the doctor. Well, it warn't no business of mine to interfere, so I seed one of you climb up the balcony as I thought, and then after which come down head over heels with such a run that I thought you must have broken your neck. Well, after that you fired a couple of shots in, and then, after that, I made sure it was you, Admiral. And what made you make sure of that? Why, because you scuttled away like an empty tarbarrel in full tide. Confound you, you scoundrel. Well then, confound you if it comes to that. I thought I was doing you good service, and that the enemy was here, when all the while it turned out as you was and the enemy was not, and the enemy was outside and you was not. But who threw such a confounded lot of things into the room? Why, I did, of course. I had but one pistol, and when I fired that off, I was forced to make up a broadside with what I could. Was there ever such a stupid? Said the Admiral, Doctor, you talked of us making 2 mistakes, but you forgot a third and worse one still, and that was the bringing such a lubberly son of a sea-cook into the place as this fellow. You are another, said Jack, and you knows it. Well, said Mr. Chillingworth, it's no use continuing it, Admiral. Jack, in his way, did, I dare say, what he considered for the best. I wish he would do, then, what he considers for the worst, next time. Perhaps I may, said Jack, and then you will be served out above a bit. What 'ud become of you, I wonder, if it was not for me? I am as good as a mother to you, you knows that, you old babby. Come, Admiral, said Mr. Chillingworth. Come down to the garden gate. It is now just upon daybreak, and the probability is that we shall not be long there before we see some of the country people, who will get us anything we require in the shape of refreshment. And as for Jack, he seems quite sufficiently recovered now to go to the Bannerworths. Oh, I can go, said Jack. As for that, the only thing as puts me out of the way is the want of something to drink. My constitution will not stand what they call temperance living, or nothing with the chill off. Go at once, said the Admiral, and tell Mr. Henry Bannerworth that we are here, but do not tell him before his sister or his mother. If you meet anybody on the road, send them here with a cargo of victuals. It strikes me that a good, comfortable breakfast would not be at all amiss, Doctor. How rapidly the day dawns, remarked Mr. Chillingworth, as he walked into the balcony from whence Varney, the vampire, had attempted to make good his entrance to the hall. Just as he spoke, and before Jack Pringle could get halfway over to the garden gate, there came a tremendous ring at the bell which was suspended over it. A view of that gate could not be commanded from the window of the haunted apartment, so that they could not see who it was that demanded admission. As Jack Pringle was going down at any rate, they saw no necessity for personal interference, and he proved that there was not, by presently returning with a note which he said had been thrown over the gate by a lad, who then scampered off with all the speed he could make. The note, exteriorly, was well got up, and had all the appearance of great care having been bestowed upon its folding and sealing. It was duly addressed to Admiral Bell, Bannerworth Hall, and the word immediate was written at one corner. The Admiral, after looking at it for some time with very great wonder, came at last to the conclusion that probably to open it would be the shortest way of arriving at a knowledge of who had sent it, and he accordingly did so. The note was as follows. My dear sir, feeling assured that you cannot be surrounded with those means and appliances for comfort in the hall, in its now deserted condition, which you have a right to expect, and so eminently deserve, I flatter myself that I shall receive an answer in the affirmative, when I request the favor of your company to breakfast, as well as that of your learned friend, Mr. Chillingworth. In consequence of a little accident which occurred last evening to my own residence, I am, ad interim, until the county build it up for me again, staying at a house called Walmesley Lodge, where I shall expect you with all the impatience of one soliciting an honor, and hoping that it will be conferred upon him. I trust that any little difference of opinion on other subjects will not interfere to prevent the harmony of our morning's meal together. Believe me to be, my dear sir, with the greatest possible consideration, your very obedient, humble servant, Francis Varney. The Admiral gasped again, and looked at Mr. Chillingworth, and then at the note,
and then at Mr. Chillingworth again, as if he was perfectly bewildered. "That's about the coolest piece of business," said Mr. Chillingworth, "that ever I heard of." "Hang me," said the Admiral, "if I shan't like the fellow at last. It is cool, and I like it because it is cool. Where's my hat? Where's my stick? What are you going to do?" "Accept his invitation, to be sure, and breakfast with him. And my learned friend, as he calls you, I hope you will come likewise. I will take the fellow at his word. By fair means or by foul, I will know what he wants here, and why he persecutes this family for whom I have an attachment, and what hand he has in the disappearance of my nephew, Charles Holland, for as sure as there's a heaven above us, he's at the bottom of that affair. Where is this Walmesley Lodge?" "Just in the neighborhood, but—" "Come on then, come on." "But really, Admiral, you do not mean to say you will breakfast with a vampire?" "Yes, I would and will and mean to do so. Here, Jack, you needn't go to Mr. Bannerworth's yet. Come, my learned friend, let's take time by the forelock." Chapter 60. The Interrupted Breakfast at Sir Francis Varney's. PNJ. Notwithstanding all Mr. Chillingworth could say to the contrary, the Admiral really meant to breakfast with Sir Francis Varney. The worthy doctor could not for some time believe but that the Admiral must be joking when he talked in such a strain, but he was very soon convinced to the contrary, by the latter actually walking out and once more asking him, Mr. Chillingworth, if he meant to go with him or not. This was conclusive, so the doctor said, "Well, Admiral, this appears to me rather a mad sort of freak, but as I have begun the adventure with you, I will conclude it with you." "That's right," said the Admiral. "I am not deceived in you, Doctor, so come along. Hang these vampires, I do not know how to tackle them myself. I think, after all, Sir Francis Varney is more in your line than line is in mine." "How do you mean?" "Why could not you persuade him he's ill and wants some physic? That would soon settle him, you know." "Settle him," said Mr. Chillingworth. "I beg to say that if I did give him any physic, the dose would be much to his advantage. But however, my opinion is that this invitation to breakfast is, after all, a mere piece of irony, and that, when we get to Walmesley Lodge, we shall not see anything of him. On the contrary, we shall probably find it's a hoax." "I certainly should not like that, but still it's worth the trying. The fellow has really behaved himself in such an extraordinary manner that, if I can make terms with him, I will. And there's one thing, you know, Doctor, that I think we may say we have discovered." "And what may that be? Is it not to make too sure of a vampire, even when you have him by the leg?" "No, that ain't it, though that's a very good thing in its way. But it is just this, that Sir Francis Varney, whoever he is and whatever he is after Bannerworth Hall and not the Bannerworth family. If you recollect, Mr. Chillingworth, in our conversation, I have always insisted upon that fact." "You have, and it seems to me to be completely verified by the proceedings of the night. There then, Admiral, is the great mystery. What can he want at Bannerworth Hall that makes him take such a world of trouble, and run so many fearful risks in trying to get at it? That is, indeed, the mystery, and if he really means this invitation to breakfast, I shall ask him plumply, and tell him, at the same time, that possibly his very best way to secure his object will be to be candid, vampire as he is. But really, Admiral, you do not still cling to that foolish superstition of believing that Sir Francis Varney is in reality a vampire?" "I do not know, and I cannot say. If anybody was to give me a description of a strange sort of fish that I had never seen, I would not take upon myself to say there was not such a thing. Nor would you, Doctor, if you had really seen the many odd ones that I have encountered at various times." "Well, well, Admiral, I am certainly not belonging to that school of philosophy which declares the impossible to be what it do not understand. There may be vampires, and there may be apparitions, for all I know to the contrary. I only doubt these things, because I think, if they were true, that, as a phenomena of nature, they would have been by this time established by repeated instances, without the possibility of doubt or cavil." "Well, there's something in that, but how far have we got to go now?" "No further than to yon enclosure where you see those park-like looking gates,
and that cedar tree stretching its dark green foliage so far into the road. That is Walmesley Lodge, whither you have been invited. And you, my learned friend, recollect that you were invited too, so that you are no intruder upon the hospitality of Varney the Vampyre. I say, Admiral, said Mr. Chillingworth, when they reached the gates, you know it is not quite the thing to call a man a vampire at his own breakfastable, so just oblige me by promising not to make any such remark to Sir Francis. A likely thing, said the Admiral. He knows I know what he is, and he knows I am a plain man and a blunt speaker. However, I will be civil to him, and more than that I cannot promise. I must wring out of him, if I can, what has become of Charles Holland, and what the deuce he really wants himself. Well, well, come to no collision with him, while we are his guests. Not if I can help it. The doctor rang at the gate bell of Walmesley Lodge, and was in a few moments answered by a woman, who demanded their business. Is Sir Francis Varney here? Said the doctor. Oh, yes, she replied. You see his house was burnt down, for something or other I'm sure I do not know what be some people I'm sure I do not know who. So, as the lodge was to let, we have took him in till he can suit himself. Ah, that's it, is it? Said the Admiral. Tell him that Admiral Bell and Dr. Chillingworth are here. Very well, said the woman, you may walk in. Thank ye, you are vastly obliging, ma'am. Is there anything going on in the breakfast line? Well, yes, I am getting him some breakfast, but he did not say as he expected company. The woman opened the garden gate, and they walked up a trimly laid-out garden to the lodge, which was a cottage-like structure in external appearance, although within it boasted of all the comforts of a tolerably extensive house. She left them in a small room, leading from the hall, and was absent about 5 minutes. Then she returned, and merely saying that Sir Francis Varney presented his compliments, and desired them to walk upstairs, she preceded them up a handsome flight which led to the first floor of the lodge. Up to this moment, Mr. Chillingworth had expected some excuse, for notwithstanding all he had heard and seen of Sir Francis Varney, he could not believe that any amount of impudence would suffice to enable him to receive people as his guests, with whom he must feel that he was at such positive war. It was a singular circumstance, and perhaps the only thing that matched the cool impertinence of the invitation was the acceptance of it under the circumstances by the Admiral. Sir Francis Varney might have intended it as a jest, but if he did so, in the first instance, it was evident he would not allow himself to be beaten with his own weapons. The room into which they were shown was a longish, narrow one. A very wide door gave them admission to it, at the end, nearest the staircase, and at its other extremity there was a similar door opening into some other apartments of the house. Sir Francis Varney sat with his back towards this second door, and a table, with some chairs and other articles of furniture, were so arranged before him that while they seemed but to be carelessly placed in the position they occupied, they really formed a pretty good barrier between him and his visitors. The Admiral, however, was too intent upon getting a sight of Varney to notice any preparation of this sort, and he advanced quickly into the room. And there, indeed, was the much dreaded, troublesome, persevering, and singular-looking being who had caused such a world of annoyance to the family of the Bannerworths, as well as disturbing the peace of the whole district, which had the misfortune to have him as an inhabitant. If anything, he looked thinner, taller, and paler than usual, and there seemed to be a slight nervousness of manner about him, as he slowly inclined his head towards the Admiral, which was not quite intelligible. Well, said Admiral Bell, you invited me to breakfast, and my learned friend, here we are. No two human beings, said Varney, could be more welcome to my hospitality than yourself and Dr. Chillingworth. I pray you to be seated. What a pleasant thing it is, after the toils and struggles of this life, occasionally to sit down in the sweet companionship of such dear friends. He made a hideous face as he spoke, and the Admiral looked as if he were half inclined to quarrel at that early stage of the proceedings. Dear friends, he said, well, it's no use squabbling about a word or two, but I tell you what it is, Mr. Varney, or Sir Francis Varney, or whatever your DD name is. Hold, my dear sir, said Varney after breakfast, if you please after breakfast. He rang a handbell as he spoke, and the woman who had charge of the house brought in a tray tolerably covered with the materials for a substantial morning's meal. She placed it upon the table, and certainly the various articles that smoked upon it did great credit to her culinary powers. Deborah, said Sir Varney, in a mild sort of tone, keep on continually bringing things to eat until this old brutal sea ruffian has satiated his disgusting appetite. The Admiral opened his eyes an enormous width, and looking at Sir Francis Varney, he placed his two fists upon the table and drew a long breath. Did you address those observations to me? He said, at length, you blood-sucking vagabond. Said Sir Francis Varney, looking over the Admiral's head, as if he saw something interesting on the wall beyond. My dear Admiral, said Mr. Chillingworth, come away. I will see you DD first, said the Admiral. Now, Mr. Vampyre, no shuffling, did you address those observations to me? Deborah, said Sir Francis Varney, in silvery tones, you can remove this tray and bring on the next. Not if I know it, said the Admiral. I came to breakfast, and I will have it. After breakfast I will pull your nose. If you were 50 vampires I would do it. Dr. Chillingworth, said Varney, without paying the least attention to what the Admiral said, you do not eat, my dear sir. You must be fatigued with your night's exertions. A man of your age, you know, cannot be supposed to roll and tumble about like a fool in a pantomime with impunity. Only think what a calamity it would be if you were laid up. Your patients would all get well, you know. Sir Francis Varney, said Mr. Chillingworth, we are your guests. We come here at your invitation to partake of a meal. You have wantonly attacked both of us. I need not say that by so doing you cast a far greater slur upon your own taste and judgment than you can upon us. Admirably spoken, said Sir Francis Varney, giving his hands a clap together that made the Admiral jump again. Now, old Bell, I will fight you, if you think yourself aggrieved, while the doctor sees fair play. Old who, shouted the Admiral. Belly's not your name, Bell. A family cognomen, I presume, on account of the infernal clack, clack, without any sense in it. That is the characteristic of your race. You will fight me, said the Admiral, jumping up. Yes, if you challenge me. By Jove I do, of course. Then I accept it, and the challenged party, you know well, or ought to know, can make his own terms in the encounter. Make what terms you please, I care not what they are. Only say you will fight, and that's sufficient. It is well, said Sir Francis Varney, in a solemn tone. Nay, nay, interrupted Mr. Chillingworth, this is boyish folly. Hold your row, said the Admiral, and let's hear what he's got to say. In this mansion, said Sir Francis Varnifer, a mansion it is, although under the unpretending name of a lodge in this mansion, there is a large apartment which was originally fitted up by a scientific proprietor of the place, for the purpose of microscopic and other experiments, which required a darkness total and complete, such a darkness as seems as if it could be felt palpable, thick, and obscure as the darkness of the tomb, and I know what that is. The devil you do, said this Admiral, it's damp too, ain't it? The room. No, the grave. Oh, uncommonly after autumnal rains, but to Rizumeth's room is large, lofty, and perfectly empty. Well, I propose that we procure 2 scythes. 2 what? Scythes with their long handles, and their convenient holding places. Well, I will be hanged. What next do you propose? You may be hanged. The next is that with these scythes we be both of us placed in the darkened room, and the door closed, and doubly locked upon us for 1 hour, and that then and there we do our best each to cut the other in 2. If you succeed in dismembering me, you will have won the day. But I hope, from my superior agility, Sir Francis jumped upon his chair, and sat upon the back of it, get the better of you. How do you like the plan I have proposed? Does it meet your wishes? Curse your impudence, said the Admiral, placing his elbows upon the table, and resting his chin in astonishment upon his two hands. "Nay," interrupted Sir Francis, "you challenged me, and besides, you will have an equal chance, you know that. If you succeed in striking me first, down I go, whereas I succeed in striking you first, down you go." As he spoke, Sir Francis Varney stretched out his foot, and closed a small bracket which held out the flap of the table on which the Admiral was leaning, and accordingly, down the Admiral went, tea-tray and all. Mr. Chillingworth ran to help him up, and when they both recovered their feet, they found they were alone. Chapter 61. The Mysterious Stranger. The Particulars of the Suicide at Bannerworth Hall. PNJ. "Hilloa, where the deuce is he?" said the Admiral. "Was there ever such a confounded tacking?" "Well, I really do not know," said Mr. Chillingworth, "but it seems to me that he must have gone out of that door that was behind him. I begin, do you know, Admiral, to wish—" "What?" "That we had never come here at all, and I think the sooner we get out of it the better." "Yes, but I am not going to be hoaxed and humbugged in this way. I will have satisfaction, but not with those confounded scythes and things he talks about in the dark room. Give me broad daylight and no favor, yardarm and yardarm, broadside and broadside, hand grenades and marling-spikes." "Well, but that's what he will not do. Now, Admiral, listen to me." "Well, go on, what next?" "Come away at once." "Oh, you said that before." "Yes, but I am going to say something else. Look round you. Do not you think this a large, scientific-looking room?" "What of that?" "Why, what if suppose it was to become as dark as the grave, and Varney was to enter with his scythe, that he talks of, and begin mowing about our legs?" "The devil, come along." The door at which they entered was at this moment opened, and the old woman made her appearance. "Please, sir," she said, "here's a Mr. Mortimer," in a loud voice. "Oh, Sir Francis ain't here. Where's he gone, gentlemen?" "To the devil," said the Admiral. "Who may Mr. Mortimer be?" There walked past the woman a stout, portly-looking man, well-dressed, but with a very odd look upon his face, in consequence of an obliquity of vision, which prevented the possibility of knowing which way he was looking. "I must see him," he said. "I must see him." Mr. Chillingworth started back as if in amazement. "Good God," he cried, "you here?" "Confusion," said Mortimer. "Are you Doctor?" "Chillingworth." "The same. Hush. There is no occasion to betray, that is, to state my secret." "And mine too," said Chillingworth. "But what brings you here?" "I cannot and dare not tell you. Farewell." He turned abruptly and was leaving the room, but he ran against some one at the entrance, and in another moment Henry Bannerworth, heated and almost breathless by evident haste, made his appearance. "Hilloa, bravo," cried the Admiral, "the more the merrier. Here's a combined squadron. Why, how came you here, Mr. Henry Bannerworth?" "Bannerworth," said Mortimer. "Is that young man's name Bannerworth?" "Yes," said Henry. "Do you know me, sir?" "No, no, only I must be off. Does anybody know anything of Sir Francis Varney?" "We did know something of him," said the Admiral, "a little while ago, but he's taken himself off. Do not you do so likewise. If you have got anything to say, stop and say it like an Englishman." "Stuff, stuff," said Mortimer impatiently. "What do you all want here?" "Why, Sir Francis Varney," said Henry, "and I care not if the whole world heard itis the persecutor of my family." "How's, in what way?" "He has the reputation of a vampire. He has hunted me and mine from house and home." "Indeed?" "Yes," cried Dr. Chillingworth, "and by some means or another, he seems determined to get possession of Bannerworth Hall." "Well, gentlemen," said Mortimer, "I promise you that I will inquire into this. Mr. Chillingworth, I did not expect to meet you. Perhaps the least we say to each other is, after all, the better." "Let me ask but one question," said Dr. Chillingworth imploringly. "Ask it."
Did he live after? Hush, he 999. You always told me to the contrary. Yes, I had an object, the game is up. Farewell, and gentlemen, as I am making my exit, let me do so with a sentiment. Society at large is divided into two great classes. And what may they be? Said the Admiral. Those who have been hanged and those who have not. Adieu. He turned and left the room, and Mr. Chillingworth sunk into a chair and said in a low voice, It's uncommonly true, and I have found out an acquaintance among the former. D.N. it, you seem all mad, said the Admiral. I cannot make out what you're about. How came you here, Mr. Henry Bannerworth? By mere accident I heard, said Henry, that you were keeping watch and ward in the hall. Admiral, it was cruel and not well done of you to attempt such an enterprise without acquainting me with it. Did you suppose for a moment that I, who had the greatest interest in this affair, would have shrunk from danger, if danger there be, or lacked perseverance, if that quality were necessary in carrying out any plan by which the safety and honor of my family might be preserved? Nay now, my young friend, said Mr. Chillingworth. Nay, sir, but I take it ill that I should have been kept out of this affair, and it should have been sedulously, as it were, kept a secret from me. Let him go on as he likes, said the Admiral. Boys will be boys. After all, you know, Doctor, it's my affair and not yours. Let him say what he likes. Where's the odds? It's of no consequence. I do not expect, Admiral Bell, said Henry, that it is to you, but it is to me. Pshaw. Respecting you, sir, as I do. Gammon. I must confess that I did expect what you did not get, therefore there's an end of that. Now I tell you what Henry, Sir Francis Varney is within this house, at least, I have reason to suppose so. Then, exclaimed Henry, impetuously, I will wring from him answers to various questions which concern my peace and happiness. Please, gentlemen, said the woman Deborah, making her appearance, Sir Francis Varney has gone out, and he says I am to show you all the door, as soon as it is convenient for you all to walk out of it. I feel convinced, said Mr. Chillingworth, that it will be a useless search now to attempt to find Sir Francis Varney here. Let me beg of you all to come away, and believe me that I do not speak lightly, or with a view to get you from here, when I say, that after I have heard something from you, Henry, which I shall ask you to relate to me, painful though it may be, I shall be able to suggest some explanation of many things which appear at present obscure, and to put you in a course of freeing you from the difficulties which surround you, which, heaven knows, I little expected I should have it in my power to propose to any of you. I will follow your advice, Mr. Chillingworth, said Henry, for I have always found that it has been dictated by good feeling as well as correct judgment. Admiral Bell, you will oblige me much by coming away with me now and at once. Well, remarked the Admiral, if the doctor has really something to say, it alters the appearance of things, and of course I have no objection. Upon this, the whole three of them immediately left the place, and it was evident that Mr. Chillingworth had something of an uncomfortable character upon his mind. He was unusually silent and reserved, and when he did speak, he seemed rather inclined to turn the conversation upon indifferent topics, than to add anything more to what he had said upon the deeply interesting one which held so foremost a place in all their minds. How is Flora now? He asked of Henry since her removal. Anxious still, said Henry, but I think better. That is well. I perceive that naturally we are all three walking towards Bannerworth Hall, and perhaps it is as well that on that spot I should ask of you, Henry, to indulge me with a confidence such as, under ordinary circumstances, I should not at all feel myself justified in requiring of you. To what does it relate? Said Henry. You may be assured, Mr. Chillingworth, that I am not likely to refuse my confidence to you, whom I have so much reason to respect as an attached friend of myself and my family. You will not object, likewise, I hope, added Mr. Chillingworth, to extend that confidence to Admiral Bell. For, as you well know, a truer and more warm-hearted man than he does not exist. What do you expect for that, Doctor? Said the Admiral. There is nothing, said Henry, that I could relate at all,
that I should shrink from relating to Admiral Bell. Well, my boy, said the Admiral, and all I can reply to that is, you are quite right. For there can be nothing that you need shrink from telling me, so far as regards the fact of trusting me with it goes. I am assured of that. A British officer, once pledging his word, prefers death to breaking it. Whatever you wish kept secret in the communication you make to me, say so, and it will never pass my lips. Why, sir, the fact is, said Henry, that what I am about to relate to you consists not so much of secrets as of matters, which would be painful to my feelings to talk of more than may be absolutely required. I understand you. Let me, for a moment, said Mr. Chillingworth, put myself right. I do not suspect, Mr. Henry Bannerworth, that you fancy I ask you to make a recital of circumstances which must be painful to you from any idle motive. But let me declare that I have now a stronger impulse, which induces me to wish to hear from your own lips those matters which popular rumor may have greatly exaggerated or vitiated. It is scarcely possible, remarked Henry sadly, that popular rumor should exaggerate the facts. Indeed. No, they are, unhappily of themselves, in their bare truthfulness, so full of all that can be grievous to those who are in any way connected with them, that there needs no exaggeration to invest them with more terror, or with more of that sadness which must ever belong to a recollection of them in my mind. In such like discourse as this, the time was past, until Henry Bannerworth and his friends once more reached the hall, from which he, with his family, had so recently removed, in consequence of the fearful persecution to which they had been subjected. They passed again into the garden which they all knew so well, and then Henry paused and looked around him with a deep sigh. In answer to an inquiring glance from Mr. Chillingworth, he said, Is it not strange, now, that I should have only been away from here a space of time which may be counted by hours, and yet all seems changed? I could almost fancy that years had elapsed since I had looked at it. Oh, remarked the doctor, time is always by the imagination measured by the number of events which are crowded into a given space of it, and not by its actual duration. Come into the house. There you will find all just as you left it, Henry, and you can tell us your story at leisure. The air, said Henry, about here is fresh and pleasant. Let us sit down in the summer-house yonder, and there I will tell you all. It has a local interest, too, connected with the tale. This was agreed to, and in a few moments, the Admiral, Mr. Chillingworth, and Henry were seated in the same summer-house which had witnessed the strange interview between Sir Francis Varney and Flora Bannerworth, in which he had induced her to believe that he felt for the distress he had occasioned her, and was strongly impressed with the injustice of her sufferings. Henry was silent for some few moments, and then he said, with a deep sigh, as he looked mournfully around him, PNG. It was on this spot that my father breathed his last, and hence have I said that it has a local interest in the tale I have to tell, which makes it the most fitting place in which to tell it. Oh, said the Admiral, he died here, did he? Yes, where you are now sitting. Very good, I have seen many a brave man die in my time, and I hope to see a few more. Although, I grant you, the death in the heat of conflict and fighting for our country is a vastly different thing to some shore-going mode of leaving the world. Yes, said Henry, as if pursuing his own meditations, rather than listening to the Admiral. Yes, it was from this precise spot that my father took his last look at the ancient house of his race. What we can now see of it, he saw of it with his dying eyes, and many a time I have sat here and fancied the world of terrible thoughts that must at such a moment have come across his brain. You might well do so, said the doctor. You see, added Henry, that from here the fullest view you have of any of the windows of the house is of that of Flora's room, as we have always called it, because for years she had had it as her chamber. And when all the vegetation of summer is in its prime, and the vine which you perceive crawls over the summer house is full of leaf and fruit, the view is so much hindered that it is difficult, without making an artificial gap in the clustering foliage, to see anything but the window. So I should imagine, replied Mr. Chillingworth. You, doctor, added Henry, who know much of my family, need not be told what sort of man my father was.
No, indeed.
But you, Admiral Bell, who do not know, must be told, and however grievous it may be to me to have to say so, I must inform you that he was not a man who would have merited your esteem. Well, said the Admiral, you know, my boy, that can make no difference as regards you in anybody's mind, who has got the brains of an owl. Every man's credit, character, and honor, to my thinking, is in his own most special keeping, and let your father be what he might, or who he might, I do not see that any conduct of his ought to raise upon your cheek the flush of shame, or cost you more uneasiness than ordinary good feeling dictates to the errors and feelings of a fellow creature. If all the world, said Henry, would take such liberal and comprehensive views as you do, Admiral, it would be much happier than it is. But such is not the case, and people are but too apt to blame one person for the evil that another has done. Ah, but, said Mr. Chillingworth, it so happens that those are the people whose opinions are of the very least consequence. There is some truth in that, said Henry, sadly. But however, let me proceed. Since I have to tell the tale, I could wish it over. My father then, Admiral Bell, although a man not tainted in early life with vices, became, by the force of bad associates, and a sort of want of congeniality and sentiment that sprang up between him and my mother, plunged into all the excesses of his age. These excesses were all of that character, which the most readily lay hold strongly of an unreflecting mind, because they all presented themselves in the garb of sociality. The wine cup is drained in the name of good fellowship. Money which is wanted for legitimate purposes is squandered under the mask of a noble and free generosity, and all that the small imaginations of a number of persons of perverted intellects could enable them to do, has been done from time to impart a kind of luster to intemperance, and all its dreadful and criminal consequences. My father, having once got into the company of what he considered wits and men of spirit, soon became thoroughly vitiated. He was almost the only one of the set among whom he passed what he considered his highly convivial existence, who was really worth anything, pecuniarily speaking. There were some among them who might have been respectable men, and perchance carved their way to fortune, as well as some others who had started in life with good patrimonies. But he, my father, at the time he became associated with them, was the only one, as I say, who, to use a phrase I have heard myself from his lips concerning them, had got a feather to fly with. The consequence of this was, that his society, merely for the sake of the animal gratification of drinking at his expense, was courted, and he was much flattered, all of which he laid to the score of his own merits, which had been found out, and duly appreciated by these bon vivants, while he considered that the grave admonitions of his real friends proceeded from nothing in the world but downright envy and malice. Such a state of things as this could not last very long. The associates of my father wanted money as well as wine, so they introduced him to the gaming table, and he became fascinated with the fearful vice to an extent which predicted his own destruction and the ruin of every one who was in any way dependent upon him. He could not absolutely sell Bannerworth Hall unless I had given my consent, which I refused, but he accumulated debt upon debt, and from time to time stripped the mansion of all its most costly contents. With various mutations of fortune, he continued this horrible and baneful career for a long time, until at last he found himself utterly and irretrievably ruined, and he came home in an agony of despair, being so weak and utterly ruined in constitution that he kept his bed for many days. It appeared, however, that something occurred at this juncture which gave him actually, or all events awakened a hope that he should possess some money, and be again in a position to try his fortune at the gaming table. He rose, and fortifying himself once more with the strong stimulant of wine and spirits, he left his home, and was absent for about 2 months. What occurred to him during that time we none of us ever knew, but late one night he came home, apparently much flurried in manner, and seeming as if something had happened to drive him half mad. He would not speak to anyone, but he shut himself up the whole of the night in the chamber where hangs the portrait that bears so strong a resemblance to Sir Francis Varney, and there he remained till the morning, when he emerged, and said briefly that he intended to leave the country. He was in a most fearful state of nervousness, and my mother tells me that he shook like one in an ague, and started at every little sound that occurred in the house, and glared about him so wildly that it was horrible to see him, or to sit in the same apartment with him. She says that the whole morning passed on in this way till a letter came to him, the contents of which appeared to throw him into a perfect convulsion of terror, and he retired again to the room with the portrait, where he remained some hours, and then he emerged, looking like a ghost, so dreadfully pale and haggard was he. He walked into the garden here, and was seen to sit down in the summer house, and fix his eyes upon the window of that apartment. Henry paused for a few moments, and then he added, "You will excuse me from entering upon any details of what next ensued in the melancholy history. My father here committed suicide. He was found dying, and all words he spoke were, 'The money is hidden.' Death claimed his victim, and with a convulsive spasm, he resigned his spirit, leaving what he had intended to say hidden in the oblivion of the grave." "That was an odd affair," said the Admiral. "It was, indeed. We have all pondered deeply, and the result was that, upon the whole, we were inclined to come to an opinion that the words he so uttered were but the result of the mental disturbance that at such a moment might well be supposed to be ensuing in the mind, and that they related really to no foregone fact, any more than some incoherent words uttered by a man in a dream might be supposed to do." "It may be so. I do not mean," remarked Mr. Chillingworth, "for one moment to attempt to dispute, Henry, the rationality of such an opinion as you have just given utterance to. But you forget that another circumstance occurred, which gave a color to the words used by your father." "Yes, I know to what you allude." "Be so good as to state it to the Admiral." "I will. On the evening of that same day there came a man here, who, in seeming ignorance of what had occurred, although by that time it was well known to all the neighborhood, asked to see my father. Upon being told that he was dead, he started back, either with well-acted or with real surprise, and seemed to be immensely chagrined. He then demanded to know if he had left any disposition of his property, but he got no information, and departed muttering the most diabolical oaths and curses that can be imagined. He mounted his horse, for he had ridden to the hall, and his last words were, as I am told, 'Where, in the name of all that's damnable, can he have put the money?'" "And did you never find out who this man was?" asked the Admiral. "Never." "It is an odd affair." "It is," said Mr. Chillingworth, "and full of mystery. The public mind was much taken up at the time with some other matters, or it would have made the death of Mr. Bannerworth the subject of more prolific comment than at 999. As it was, however, a great deal was said upon the subject, and the whole comedy was in a state of commotion for weeks afterwards." "Yes," said Henry. "It so happened that about that very time a murder was committed in the neighborhood of London, which baffled all the exertions of the authorities to discover the perpetrators of. It was the murder of Lord Lorne." "Oh, I remember," said the Admiral. "The newspapers were full of it for a long time." "They were, and so, as Mr. Chillingworth says, the more exciting interest which that affair created drew off public attention, in a great measure, from my father's suicide, and we did not suffer so much from public remark, and from impertinent curiosity as might have been expected. And in addition," said Mr. Chillingworth, and he changed color a little as he spoke, "there was an execution shortly afterwards." "Yes," said Henry, "there was." "The execution of a man named Angerstein," added Mr. Chillingworth, "for a highway robbery, attended with the most brutal violence." "True, all the affairs of that period of time are strongly impressed upon my mind," said Henry, "but you do not seem well, Mr. Chillingworth." "Oh yes, I am quite well, you are mistaken." Both the Admiral and Henry looked scrutinizingly at the doctor, who certainly appeared to them to be laboring under some great mental excitement, which he found it almost beyond his power to repress. "I tell you what it is, doctor," said the Admiral. "I do not pretend, and never did, to see further through a tarbarrel than my neighbors, but I can see far enough to feel convinced that you have got something on your mind, and that it somehow concerns this affair. Is it so? Said Henry. I cannot if I would, said Mr. Chillingworth, and I may with truth add that I would not, if I could, hide from you that I have something on my mind connected with this affair, but let me assure you it would be premature of me to tell you of it. Premature BDD, said the Admiral, out with it. Nay, nay, dear sir, I am not now in a position to say what is passing through my mind. Alter your position then, and be blowed, cried Jack Pringle, suddenly stepping forward and giving the doctor such a push that he nearly went through one of the sides of the summer house. Why, you scoundrel, cried the Admiral, how came you here? On my legs, said Jack. Do you think nobody wants to know nothing but yourself? I am as fond of a yarn as anybody. But if you are, said Mr. Chillingworth, you had no occasion to come against me as if you wanted to move a house. You said as you was not in a position to say something as I wanted to hear, so I thought I would alter it for you. Is this fellow, said the doctor, shaking his head, as he accosted the Admiral, the most artful or stupid? A little of both, said Admiral Bell, a little of both, doctor. He's a great fool and a great scamp. The same to you, said Jack, you are another. I shall hate you presently, if you go on making yourself so ridiculous. Now mind, I will only give you a trial of another week or so, and if you do not be more perlite in your DN language, I will leave you. Away strolled Jack with his hands in his pockets, towards the house, while the Admiral was half choked with rage, and could only glare after him without the ability to say a word. Under any other circumstances than the present one of trouble, and difficulty, and deep anxiety, Henry Bannerworth must have laughed at these singular little episodes between Jack and the Admiral, but his mind was now by far too much harassed to permit him to do so. Let him go, my dear sir, said Mr. Chillingworth to the Admiral, who showed some signs of an intention to pursue Jack. He no doubt has been drinking again. I will turn him off the first moment I catch him sober enough to understand me, said the Admiral. Well, well, do as you please, but now let me ask a favor of both of you. What is it? That you will leave Bannerworth Hall to me for a week. What for? I hope to make some discoveries, connected with it, which shall well reward you for the trouble. It's no trouble, said Henry, and for myself I have amply sufficient faith, both in your judgment and in your friendship, doctor, to accede to any request which you may make to me. And I, said the Admiral, be it so, but so, for 1 week you say. Yes, for 1 week. I hope, by the end of that time, to have achieved something worth the telling you of, and I promise you that, if I am at all disappointed in my expectation, that I will frankly and freely communicate to you all I know and all I suspect. Then that's a bargain. It is. And what's to be done at once? Why, nothing, but to take the greatest possible care that Bannerworth Hall is not left another hour without someone in it. And in order that such should be the case, I have to request that you two will remain here until I go to the town, and make preparations for taking quiet possession of it myself, which I will do in the course of 2 hours, at most. Do not be longer, said the Admiral, for I am so desperately hungry that I shall certainly begin to eat somebody if you are. Depend upon me. Very well, said Henry, you may depend we will wait here until you come back. The doctor at once hurried from the garden, leaving Henry and the Admiral to amuse themselves as best they might, with conjectures as to what he was really about, until his return. Chapter 62. The mysterious meeting in the ruin. Again the vampires attack upon the constable. PNJ. It is now necessary that we return once more to that mysterious ruin, in the intricacies of which Varney, when pursued by the mob, had succeeded in finding a refuge which defied all the exertions which were made for his discovery. Our readers must be well aware that, connected with that ruin, are some secrets of great importance to our story, and we will now, at the solemn hour of midnight, take another glance at what is doing within its recesses. At that solemn hour, it is not probable that anyone would seek that gloomy place from choice. Some lover of the picturesque certainly might visit it, but such was not the inciting cause of the pilgrimage with those who were soon to stand within its gloomy precincts. Other motives dictated their presence in that spot, motives of rapine, peradventure of murder itself. As the neighboring clocks sounded the hour of 12, and the faint strokes were borne gently on the wind to that isolated ruin, there might have been seen a tall man standing by the porch of what had once been a large doorway to some portion of the ruin. His form was enveloped in a large cloak, which was of such ample material that he seemed well able to wrap it several times around him, and then leave a considerable portion of it floating idly in the gentle wind. He stood as still, as calm, and as motionless as a statue for a considerable time, before any degree of impatience began to show itself. Then he took from his pocket a large antique watch, the white face of which just enabled him to see what the time was, and, in a voice which had in it some amount of petulance and anger, he said, "Not come yet, and nearly half an hour beyond the time. What can have detained him? This is, indeed, trifling with the most important moments of a man's existence." Even as he spoke, he heard from some distance off the sound of a short, quick footstep. He bent forwards to listen, and then, in a tone of satisfaction, he said, "He Kamesh comes." But he who thus waited for some confederate among these dim and old grey ruins advanced not a step to meet him. On the contrary, such seemed the amount of cold-blooded caution which he possessed, that the nearer the man who was evidently advancing it to the place, the further back did he who had preceded him shrink into the shadow of the dim and crumbling walls, which had, for some years now past, seemed to bend to the passing blast, and to be on the point of yielding to the destroying hand of time. And yet, surely he needed not have been so cautious. Who was likely, at such an hour as that, to come to the ruins, but one who sought it by appointment? And moreover, the manner of the advancing man should have been quite sufficient to convince him who waited that so much caution was unnecessary, but it was a part and parcel of his nature. About 3 minutes more sufficed to bring the second man to the ruin, and he, at once, and fearlessly, plunged into its recesses. "Who comes?" said the first man in a deep, hollow voice. "He whom you expect," was the reply. "Good," he said, and at once he now emerged from his hiding place, and they stood together in the nearly total darkness with which the place was enshrouded. For the night was a cloudy one, and there appeared not a star in the heavens to shed its faint light upon the scene below. For a few moments they were both silent, for he who had last arrived had evidently made great exertions to reach the spot, and was breathing laboriously, while he who was there first appeared, from some natural taciturnity of character, to decline opening the conversation. At length the second comer spoke, saying, "I have made some exertion to get here to my time, and yet I am beyond it, as you are no doubt aware." "Yes, yes." "Well, such would not have been the case, but yet I stayed to bring you some news of importance." "Indeed." "It is so. This place, which we have, now for some time had as a quiet and perfectly eligible one of meeting, is about to be invaded by one of those restless, troublesome spirits, who are never happy but when they are contriving something to the annoyance of others who do not interfere with them." "Explain yourself more fully." "I will. At a tavern in the town, there has happened some strange scenes of violence, in consequence of the general excitement into which the common people have been thrown upon the dreadful subject of vampires." "Well, the consequence is that numerous arrests have taken place, and the places of confinement for offenders against the laws are now full of those whose heated and angry imaginations have induced them to take violent steps to discover the reality or the falsehood of rumors, which so much affected them, their wives, and their families, that they feared to lie down to their night's repose." The other laughed a short, hollow, restless sort of laugh, which had not one particle of real mirth in it. Go on," he said. "What did they do?" "Immense excesses have been committed. But what made me, first of all, stay beyond my time, was that I overheard a man declare his intentions this night, from 12 till the morning, and for some nights to come, to hold watch and ward for the vampire.
Indeed.
Yes, he did but stay, at the earnest solicitation of his comrades, to take yet another glass, ere he came upon his expedition. He must be met, the idiot, what business is it of his? There are always people who will make everything their business, whether it be so or not. There are, let us retire further into the recesses of the ruin, and there consider as well what is to be done regarding more important affairs, as with this rash intruder here. They both walked for some 20 paces or so, right into the ruin, and then he who had been there first said suddenly to his companion, "I am annoyed, although the feeling reaches no further than annoyance, for I have a natural love of mischief, to think that my reputation has spread so widely, and made so much noise." Your reputation as a vampire, Sir Francis Varney, you mean? Yes, but there is no occasion for you to utter my name aloud, even here where we are alone together. It came out unawares. Unawares, can it be possible that you have so little command over yourself as to allow a name to come from your lips unawares? Sometimes. I am surprised. Well, it cannot be helped. What do you now propose to do? Nay, you are my privy counsellor. Have you no deep-laid, artful project in hand? Can you not plan and arrange something which may yet have the effect of accomplishing what at first seemed so very simple, but which has, from one unfortunate circumstance and another, become full of difficulty and pregnant with all sorts of dangers? I must confess I have no plan. I listen with astonishment. Nay, now you are jesting. When did you ever hear of me jesting? Not often, I admit, but you have a fertile genius, and I have always myself found it easier to be the executive than to plan an elaborate course of action for others. Then you throw it all on me. I throw a weight, naturally enough, upon the shoulders which I think the best adapted to sustain it. Be it so, then be it so. You are, I presume, from what you say, provided with a scheme of action which shall present better hopes of success, at less risk, I hope. Look what great danger we have already passed through. Yes, we have. I pray you avoid that in the next campaign. It is not the danger that annoys and troubles me, but it is that, notwithstanding it, the object is as far off as ever from being attained. And not only so, but, as is invariably the case under such circumstances, we have made it more difficult of execution, because we have put those upon their guard thoroughly, who are the most likely to oppose us. We have, and placed the probability of success afar off indeed. And yet I have set my life upon the cast, and I will stand the hazard. I tell you I will accomplish this object, or I will perish in the attempt. You are too enthusiastic. Not at all. Nothing has been ever done, the execution of which was difficult, without enthusiasm. I will do what I intend, or Bannerworth Hall shall become a heap of ruins, where fire shall do its worst work of devastation, and I will myself find a grave in the midst. Well, I quarrel with no man for chalking out the course he intends to pursue, but what do you mean to do with the prisoner below here? Kill him. What? I say kill him, do you not understand me? I do indeed. When everything else is secured, and when the whole of that which I so much court, and which I will have, is in my possession, I will take his life, or you shall. You are just the man for such a deed. A smooth-faced, specious sort of roan are you, and you like not danger. There will be none in taking the life of a man who is chained to the floor of a dungeon. I know not why, said the other, you take a pleasure on this particular night, of all others, in saying all you can which you think will be offensive to me. Now how you wrong me. This is the reward of confidence. I do not want such confidence.
Why, you surely do not want me to flatter you. No, but. Pshaw, hark you. That admiral is the great stumbling block in my way. I should ere this have had undisturbed possession of Bannerworth Hall but for him. He must be got out of the way somehow. A short time will tire him out of watching. He is one of those men of impulse who soon become wearied of inaction. I and then the Bannerworths return to the hall. It may be so. I am certain of it. We have been outgeneraled in this matter, although I grant we did all that men could do to give us success. In what way would you get rid of this troublesome admiral? I scarcely know. A letter from his nephew might, if well put together, get him to London. I doubt it. I hate him mortally. He has offended me more than once most grievously. I know it, he saw through you. I do not give him so much credit. He is a suspicious man, and a vain and a jealous one. And yet he saw through you. Now, listen to me. You are completely at fault and have no plan of operations whatever in your mind. What I want you to do is to disappear from the neighborhood for a time, and so will one. As for our prisoner here below, I cannot see what else can be done with him, Thanthan. Then what, do you hesitate? I do. Then what is it you were about to say? I cannot but feel that all we have done hitherto, as regards this young prisoner of ours, has failed. He has, with a determined obstinacy, said it not, as well you know, all threats. He has. He has refused to do one act which could in any way aid me in my objects. In fact, from the first to the last, he has been nothing but an expense and an encumbrance to us both. All that is strictly true. And yet, although you, as well as I, know of a marvelously ready way of getting rid of such encumbrances, I must own that I shrink with more than a feeling of reluctance from the murder of the youth. You contemplated it then, asked the other. No, I cannot be said to have contemplated it. That is not the proper sort of expression to use. What is then? To contemplate a deed seems to me to have some close connection to the wish to do it. And you have no such wish. I have no such wish, and what is more, I will not do it. Then that is sufficient, and the only question that remains for you to confide is what you will do. It is far easier in all enterprises to decide upon what we will not do than upon what we will. For my own part, one must say that I can perceive no mode of extricating ourselves from this involvement with anything like safety. Then it must be done with something like danger. As you please. You say so, and your words bear a clear enough signification, but from your tone, I can guess how much you are dissatisfied with the aspect of affairs. Dissatisfied. Yes, I say dissatisfied, be frank, and own that which it is in vain to conceal from me. I know you too well, arch hypocrite as you are, and fully capable of easily deceiving many, you cannot deceive me. I really cannot understand you. Then I will take care that you shall. How? Listen, I will not have the life of Charles Holland taken. Who wishes to take it? You. There indeed, you wrong me. Unless you yourself thought that such an act was imperatively called for by the state of affairs, do you think that I would needlessly bring down upon my head the odium as well as the danger of such a deed? No, no. Let him live, if you are willing. He may live 1,000 years for all I care. Teaswell, I am, mark me, not only willing, but I am determined that he shall live so far as we are concerned. I can respect the courage that, even when he considered that his life was at stake, enabled him to say no to a proposal which was cowardly and dishonorable, although it went far to the defeat of my own plans and has involved me in much trouble. Hush, hush. What is it? I fancy I hear a footstep. Indeed, that were a novelty in such a place as this. And yet not more than I expected. Have you forgotten what I told you when I reached here tonight after the appointed hour?
Truly, I had for the moment. Do you think then that the footstep which now meets our ears is that of the adventurer who boasted that he could keep watch for the vampire? In faith do one. What is to be done with such a meddling fool? He ought certainly to be taught not to be so fond of interfering with other people's affairs. Certainly. Perchance the lesson will not be wholly thrown away upon others. It may be worthwhile to take some trouble with this poor valiant fellow, and let him spread his news so as to stop anyone else from being equally venturous and troublesome. A good thought. Shall it be done? Yes, if you will arrange that which shall accomplish such a result. Be it so, the moon rises soon. It does. Ah, already I fancy I see a brightening of the air, as if the mellow radiance of the Queen of Night were already quietly diffusing itself throughout the realms of space. Come further within the ruins. They both walked further among the crumbling walls and fragments of columns with which the place abounded. As they did so, they paused now and then to listen, and more than once they both heard plainly the sound of certain footsteps immediately outside the once handsome and spacious building. Varney, the vampire, who had been holding this conversation with no other than Marchdale, smiled as he, in a whispered voice, told the latter what to do in order to frighten away from the place the foolhardy man who thought that, by himself, he should be able to accomplish anything against the vampire. It was, indeed, a harebrained expedition, for whether Sir Francis Varney was really so awful and preternatural a being, as so many concurrent circumstances would seem to proclaim, or not, he was not a likely being to allow himself to be conquered by any one individual, let his powers or his courage be what they might. What induced this man to become so venturesome we shall now proceed to relate, as well as what kind of reception he got in the old ruins, which, since the mysterious disappearance of Sir Francis Varney within their recesses, had possessed so increased a share of interest and attracted so much popular attention and speculation. Chapter 63. The Guests at the Inn and the Story of the Dead Uncle. PNJ. As had been truly stated by Mr. Marchdale, who now stands out in his true colors to the reader as the confidant and abettor of Sir Francis Varney, there had assembled on that evening a curious and a gossiping party at the inn, where such dreadful and such riotous proceedings had taken place, which, in their proper place, we have already duly and at length recorded. It was not very likely that, on that evening, or for many and many an evening to come, the conversation in the parlor of the inn would be upon any other subject than that of the vampire. Indeed, the strange, mysterious, and horrible circumstances which had occurred bade fair to be gossiping stock in trade for many a year. Never before had a subject presenting so many curious features arisen. Never, within the memory of that personage who is supposed to know everything, had there occurred any circumstance in the county, or set of circumstances, which afforded such abundant scope for conjecture and speculation. Everybody might have his individual opinion, and be just as likely to be right as his neighbors, and the beauty of the affair was that such was the interest of the subject itself, that there was sure to be a kind of reflected interest with every surmise that it all bore upon it. PNJ. On this particular night, when Marchdale was prowling about, gathering what news he could, in order that he might carry it to the vampire, a more than usually strong muster of the gossips of the town took place. Indeed, all of any note in the talking way were there, with the exception of one, and he was in the county jail, being one of the prisoners apprehended by the military when they made the successful attack upon the lumber room of the inn, after the dreadful desecration of the dead which had taken place. The landlord of the inn was likely to make a good thing of it, for talking makes people thirsty, and he began to consider that a vampire about one's ire would be no bad thing for the Blue Lion. "It's shocking," said one of the guests, "it's shocking to think of. Only last night, I am quite sure I had such a fright that it added at least 10 years to my age." "A fright," said several. "I believe I speak English," I said, "a fright." "Well, but had it anything to do with the vampire?"
Everything. Oh, do tell us all about it. How was it? Did he come to you? Go on, well. The first speaker became immediately a very important personage in the room, and when he saw that, he became at once a very important personage in his own eyes likewise, and before he would speak another word, he filled a fresh pipe and ordered another mug of ale. It's no use trying to hurry him, said one. No, he said, it is not. I will tell you in good time what a dreadful circumstance has made me 6-3 today, when I was only 5-3 yesterday. Was it very dreadful? Rather, you would not have survived it at all. Indeed. No, now listen. I went to bed at 11:15, as usual. I did not notice anything particular in the room. Did you peep under the bed? No, I did not. Well, as I was a-saying, to bed I went, and I did not fasten the door, because, being a very sound sleeper, in case there was a fire, I should not hear a word of it if I 999. No, said another. I recollect once. Be so good as allow me to finish what I know, before you begin to recollect anything, if you please. As I was saying, I did not lock the door, but I went to bed. Somehow or another, I did not feel at all comfortable, and I tossed about, first on one side and then on the other. But it was all in vain. I only got, every moment, more and more fidgety. And did you think of the vampire? Said one of the listeners. I thought of nothing else till I heard my clock, which is on the landing of the stairs above my bedroom, begin to strike 12. Ah, I like to hear a clock sound in the night, said one. It puts one in mind of the rest of the world, and lets one know one is not all alone. Very good. The striking of the clock I should not at all have objected to, but it was what followed that did the business. What? Fair and softly, fair and softly. Just hand me a light, Mr. Spriggs, if you please. I will tell you all, gentlemen, in a moment or two. With the most provoking deliberation, the speaker relit his pipe, which had gone out while he was talking, and then, after a few whiffs to assure himself that its contents had thoroughly ignited, he resumed. No sooner had the last sound of it died away, than I heard something on the stairs. Yes. It was as if some man had given his foot a hard blow against one of the stairs, and he would have needed to have had a heavy boot on to do it. I started up in bed and listened, as you may well suppose, not in the most tranquil state of mind, and then I heard an odd, gnawing sort of noise, and then another dab upon one of the stairs. How dreadful! It was. What to do I knew not, or what to think, except that the vampire had by some means got in at the attic window and was coming downstairs to my room. That seemed the most likely. Then there was another groan and then another heavy step, and as they were evidently coming towards my door, I felt accordingly and got out of bed, not knowing hardly whether I was on my head or my heels, to try and lock my door. Ah, to be sure. Yes, that was all very well if I could have done it, but a man in such a state of mind as I was in is not a very sharp hand at doing anything. I shook from head to foot. The room was very dark, and I could not, for a moment or two, collect my senses sufficient really to know which way the door lay. What a situation! It was, dab, 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 came these horrid footsteps, and there was I groping about the room in an agony. I heard them coming nearer and nearer to my door. Another moment, and they must have reached it, when my hand struck against the lock. What an escape! No, it was not. No, indeed. The key was on the outside, and you may well guess I was not over and above disposed to open the door to get at it. No. I felt regularly bewildered, I can tell you. It seemed to me as if the very devil himself was coming downstairs, hopping all the way upon one leg. How terrific! I felt my senses almost leaving me, but I did what I could to hold the door shut, just as I heard the strange step come from the last stair on to the landing. Then there was a horrid sound, and someone began trying the lock of my door. What a moment! Yes, I can tell you it was a moment.
Such a moment as I do not wish to go through again. I held the door as close as I could and did not speak. I tried to cry out help and murder, but I could not. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, and my strength was fast failing me. Horrid, horrid. Take a drop of ale. Thank you. Well, I do not think this went on above 2 or 3 minutes, and all the while someone tried might and main to push open the door. My strength left me all at once. I had only time to stagger back a step or two, and then, as the door opened, I fainted away. Well, well. Ah, you would not have said well. If you had been there, I can tell you. No, but what become of you? What happened next? How did it end? What was it? Why, what exactly happened next after I fainted I cannot tell you, but the first thing I saw when I recovered was a candle. Yes, yes. And then a crowd of people. Uzza. And then Dr. Webb. Gracious. And Mrs. Bulk, my housekeeper. I was in my own bed, and when I opened my eyes I heard Dr. Webb say, "He will be better soon." Can no one form any idea of what it is all about? Some sudden fright surely could alone have produced such an effect. "The Lord have mercy upon me," said one. Upon this everybody who had been called in got round the bed, and wanted to know what had happened. But I said not a word of it, but turning to Mrs. Bulk, I asked her how it was she found out I had fainted. "Why, sir," says she, "I was coming up to bed as softly as I could, because I knew you had gone to rest some time before. The clock was striking 12, and as I went past it some of my clothes, I suppose, caught the large weight, but it was knocked off, and down the stairs it rolled, going with such a lump from one to the other, and I could not catch it because it rolled so fast that I made sure you would be awakened. So I came down to tell you what it was, and it was some time before I could get your room door open, and when I did I found you out of bed and insensible." There was a general look of disappointment when this explanation was given, and one said, "Then it was not the vampire." "Certainly not. And after all, only a clock weight." "That's about it." "Why did not you tell us that at first?" "Because that would have spoilt the story." There was a general murmur of discontent, and after a few moments, one man said, with some vivacity, "Well, although our friend's vampire has turned out, after all, to be nothing but a confounded clockweight, there's no disputing the fact about Sir Francis Varney being a vampire, and not a clockweight." "Very true, very true." "And what's to be done to rid the town of such a man?" "Oh, do not call him a man." "Well, a monster." "Ah, that's more like. I tell you what, sir, if you had got a light, when you first heard the noise in your room and gone out to see what it was, you would have spared yourself much fright." "Ah, no doubt. It's always easy afterwards to say, if you had done this, and if you had done the other, so and so would have been the effect. But there is something about the hour of midnight that makes men tremble." "Well," said one, who had not yet spoken, "I do not see why 12 at night should be a whit more disagreeable than 12 at day." "Do not you?" "Not one. Now, for instance, many a party of pleasure goes to that old ruin where Sir Francis Varney so unaccountably disappeared in broad daylight. But is there anyone here who would go to it alone, and at midnight?" "Yes." "Who?" "I would." "What, and after what has happened as regards the vampire in connection with it?" "Yes, I would." "I will bet you 20 shillings you will not." And I," cried several. "Well, gentlemen," said the man, who certainly showed no signs of fear, "I will go, and not only will I go and take all your bets, but if I do meet the vampire, then I will do my best to take him prisoner." "And when will you go?" "Tonight," he cried, and he sprang to his feet. "Hark ye all, I do not believe one word about vampires. I will go at once. It's getting late, and let any one of you, in order that you may be convinced I have been to the place, give me any article which I will hide among the ruins, and tell you where to find it tomorrow in broad daylight." "Well," said one, "that's fair, Tom Eccles. Here's a handkerchief of mine. I should know it again among 100 others." "Agreed, I will leave it in the ruins." The wagers were fairly agreed upon. Several handkerchiefs were handed to Tom Eccles, and at 11 o'clock he fairly started, through the murky darkness of the night, to the old ruin where Sir Francis Varney and Marchdale were holding their most unholy conference. It is one thing to talk and to accept wagers in the snug parlor of an inn, and another to go alone across a tract of country wrapped in the profound stillness of night to an ancient ruin which, in addition to the natural gloom which might well be supposed to surround it, has superadded associations which are anything but of a pleasant character. Tom Eccles, as he was named, was one of those individuals who act greatly from impulse. He was certainly not a coward, and perhaps really as free from superstition as most persons, but he was human, and consequently he had nerves, and he had likewise an imagination. He went to his house first before he started on his errand to the ruins. It was to get a horse pistol which he had, and which he duly loaded and placed in his pocket. Then he wrapped himself up in a greatcoat, and with the air of a man quite determined upon something desperate, he left the town. The guests at the inn looked after him as he walked from the door of that friendly establishment, and some of them, as they saw his resolved aspect, began to quake for the amount of the wagers they had laid upon his non-success. However, it was resolved among them that they would stay until 12:30, in the expectation of his return before they separated. To while away the time, he who had been so facetious about his story of the clockweight volunteered to tell what happened to a friend of his who went to take possession of some family property, which he became possessed of as heir-at-law to an uncle who had died without a will, having an illegitimate family unprovided for in every shape. Ah, nobody cares for other people's illegitimate children, and if their parents do not provide for them, why, the workhouse is open for them, just as if they were something different from other people. So they are. If their parents do not take care of them and provide for them, nobody else will, as you say, neighbor, except when they have a Fitz put to their name, which tells you they are royal bastards, and of course unlike anybody else's. But go on, let's know all about it. We shan't hear what he has got to say at all, at this rate. Well, as I was saying, or about to say, the nephew, as soon as he heard his uncle was dead, comes and claps his seal upon everything in the house. But could he do so? Inquired one of the guests. I do not see what was to hinder him, replied a third. He could do so, certainly. But there was a son, and as I take it, a son's nearer than a nephew any day. But the son is illegitimate. Legitimate or illegitimate, a son's a son, do not bother me about distinction of that sort. Why now there was old Weatherbit. Order, orders. Let's hear the tale. Very good, gentlemen, I will go on if I ain't to be interrupted. But I will say this, that an illegitimate son is no son in the eyes of the law, or at most he's an accident quite, and ain't what he is, and so cannot inherit. Well, that's what I call making matters plain, said one of the guests, who took his pipe from his mouth to make room for the remark. Now that is what I likes. Well, as I have proved then, resumed the speaker, the nephew was the heir, and into the house he would come. A fine affair it was to the illegitimates looking the color of sloes, but he knew the law and would have it put in force. Law's law, you know. Uncommonly true that, and the nephew stuck to it like a cobbler to his last, said they should go out, and they did go out. And say what they would about their natural claims, he would not listen to them, but bundled them out and out in a pretty short space of time. It was trying to them, mind you, to leave the house they had been born in with very different expectations to those which now appeared to be their fate. Poor things, they looked ruefully enough, and well they might, for there was a wide world for them and no prospect of a warm corner. Well, as I was saying, he had them all out and the house clear to himself. Now, said he, I have an open field and no favor. I do not care for no way, what? There was a sudden knocking. He thought the door and went and opened it, but nothing was to be seen. "Oh, I see somebody next door, and if it was not, it do not matter. There's nobody here. I am alone, and there's plenty of valuables in the house. That is what I call very good company. I would not wish for better." He turned about, looked over room after room, and satisfied himself that he was alone, that the house was empty. At every room he entered, he paused to think over the value had it was worth, and that he was a very fortunate man in having dropped into such a good thing. "Ah, there's the old boy's secretary. To his bureau there'll be something in that will amuse me mightily, but I do not think I shall sit up late. He was a rum old man, to say the least of it, a very odd sort of man." With that he gave himself a shrug, as if some very uncomfortable feeling had come over him. "I will go to bed early and get some sleep, and then in daylight I can look after these papers. They will not be less interesting in the morning than they are now." There had been some rum stories about the old man, and now the nephew seemed to think he might have let the family sleep on the premises for that night. Yes, at that moment, he could have found it in his heart to have paid for all the expense of their keep, had it been possible to have had them back to remain the night. But that was not possible, for they would not have done it, but sooner have remained in the streets all night than stay there all night, like so many housedogs, employed by one who stepped in between them and their father's goods, which were their inheritance, but for one trifling circumstancia mere ceremony. The night came on and he had lights. True it was he had not been downstairs, only just to have a look. He could not tell what sort of a place it was. There were a good many odd sort of passages that seemed to end nowhere and others that 999. There were large doors, but they were all locked and he had the keys, so he did not mind but secured all places that were not fastened. He then went upstairs again and sat down in the room where the bureau was placed. "I will be bound," said one of the guests. He was in a bit of a stew, notwithstanding all his brag. "Oh, I do not believe," said another, "that anything done that is dangerous, or supposed to be dangerous, by the bravest man, is any way wholly without some uncomfortable feelings. They may not be strong enough to prevent the thing proposed to be done from being done, but they give a disagreeable sensation to the skin." "You have felt it, then?" "Hut, hut, hut. Why, at that time I slept in the churchyard for a wager. I must say I felt cold all over, as if my skin was walking about me in an uncomfortable manner." "But you won your wager." "I 999, and of course you slept there." "To be sure I 999, and met with nothing." "Nothing, save a few bumps against the gravestones." "Those were hard knocks, I should say." "They were, I assure you, but I lay there and slept there and won my wager." "Would you do it again?" "No." "And why not?" "Because of the rheumatism." "You caught that?" "I did. I would give 10 times my wager to get rid of them. I have them very badly." "Come, order's tale. Let's hear the end of that, since it has begun." "With all my heart. Come, neighbor." Well, as I said, he was fidgety, but yet he was not a man to be very easily frightened or overcome, for he was stout and bold. When he shut himself up in the room, he took out a bottle of some good wine and helped himself to drink. It was good old wine, and he soon felt himself warmed and comforted. He could have faced the enemy. "If one bottle produces such an effect," he muttered, "what will two do?" This was a question that could only be solved by trying it, and this he proceeded to do. But first he drew a brace of long-barreled pistols from his coat pocket, and taking a powder flask and bullets from his pocket also, he loaded them very carefully. "There," said he, "are my bulldogs, and rare watchdogs they are. They never bark but they bite. Now, if anybody does come, it will be all up with them. Tricks upon travelers ain't a safe game when I have these, and now for the other bottle." He drew the other bottle, and thought, if anything, it was better than the first. He drank it rather quick, to be sure, and then he began to feel sleepy and tired.
"I think I shall go to bed," he said. "That is, if I can find my way there, for it does seem to me as if the door was traveling. Never mind, it will make a call here again presently, and then I will get through." So saying, he arose. Taking the candle in his hand, he walked with a better step than might have been expected under the circumstance. True, it was the candle wagged to and fro, and his shadow danced upon the wall. But still, when he got to the bed, he secured his door, put the light in a safe place, threw himself down, and was fast asleep in a few moments, or rather he fell into a doze instantaneously. How long he remained in this state he knew not, but he was suddenly awakened by a loud bang, as though something heavy and flat had fallen upon the floor, such, for instance, as a door or anything of that sort. He jumped up, rubbed his eyes, and could even then hear the reverberations through the house. "What is that?" he muttered. "What is that?" He listened, and thought he could hear something moving downstairs, and for a moment he was seized with an ague fit. But recollecting, I suppose, that there were some valuables downstairs that were worth fighting for, he carefully extinguished the light that still burned, and softly crept downstairs. When he got downstairs, he thought he could hear some one scramble up the kitchen stairs, and then into the room where the bureau was. Listening for a moment to ascertain if there were more than one, and then feeling convinced there was not, he followed into the parlor, when he heard the cabinet open by a key. This was a new miracle, and one he could not understand. And then he heard the papers begin to rattle and rustle, so, drawing out one of the pistols, he cocked it and walked in. The figure instantly began to jump about. It was dressed in white and grave clothes. He was terribly nervous and shook, so he feared to fire the pistol, but at length he did, and the report was followed by a fall and a loud groan. This was very dreadful, but all was quiet, and he lit the candle again, and approached the body to examine it, and ascertain if he knew who it was. A groan came from it. The bureau was open, and the figure clutched firmly a will in his hand. The figure was dressed in grave clothes, and he started up when he saw the form and features of his own uncle, the man who was dead, who somehow or other had escaped his confinement, and found his way up here. He held his will firmly, and the nephew was so horrified and stunned that he threw down the light and rushed out of the room with a shout of terror, and never returned again. The narrator concluded, and one of the guests said, "And do you really believe it?" "No, to be sure not." "You do not? Why should I? My friend was, out of all hand, one of the greatest liars I ever came near, and why therefore should I believe him? I do not, on my conscience, believe one word of it." It was now 12:30, and as Tom Eccles came not back, and the landlord did not feel disposed to draw any more liquor, they left the inn, and retired to their separate houses in a great state of anxiety to know the fate of their respective wagers. Chapter 64. The Vampire in the Moonlight, the False Friend. PNJ. Part of the distance being accomplished towards the old ruins, Tom Eccles began to feel that what he had undertaken was not altogether such child's play as he had at first imagined it to be. Somehow or another, with a singular and uncomfortable sort of distinctness, there came across his mind every story that he had remembered of the wild and the wonderful. All the long-since forgotten tales of superstition that in early childhood he had learned came now back upon him, suggesting to his mind 1,000 uncomfortable fancies of the strangest description. It was not likely that when once a man, under such circumstances, got into such a frame of mind, he would readily get out of it again, while he continued surrounded by such scenes as had first called them into existence. No doubt, had he turned about, and faced the inn again instead of the old ruins, he would soon have shaken off these thick-coming fancies. But such a result was no to be expected, so long as he kept on towards the dismal place he had pledged himself to reach. As he traversed meadow after meadow, he began to ask himself some questions, which he found that he could not answer exactly in a consolatory manner, under the present state of things. Among these questions was the very pertinent one of, "It's no argument against vampires, because I do not see the use of emmys it." This he was compelled to answer as he had put it, and when, in addition, he began to recollect that, without the shadow of a doubt, Sir Francis Varney, the supposed vampire,
had been chased across the fields to that very ruin whither he was bound, and had then and there disappeared, he certainly found himself in decidedly uncomfortable and most unpromising situation. No, he said, no. Hang it, I will not go back now, to be made the laughingstock of the whole town, which I should be. Come what may of it, I will go on as I have commenced, so I shall put on as stout a heart as I can. Then, having come to this resolve, he strove might and main to banish from his mind those disagreeable reminiscences that had been oppressing him, to turn his attention to subjects of a different complexion. During the progress of making this endeavor, which was rather futile, he came within sight of the ruins. Then he slackened his pace a little, telling himself, with a pardonable self-deceit, that it was common, ordinary caution only which induced him to do so, and nothing at all in the shape of fear. Time enough, he remarked, to be afraid, when I see anything to be afraid of, which I do not see as yet. So, as all's right, I may as well put a good face upon the matter. He tried to whistle a tune, but it turned out only a melancholy failure. So he gave that up in despair, and walked on until he got within 100 yards, or thereabouts, of the old ruins. He thus proceeded, and bending his ear close to the ground, he listened attentively for several minutes. Somehow he fancied that a strange, murmuring sound came to his ears, but he was not quite sure that it proceeded from the ruins, because it was just that sort of sound that might come from a long way off, being mellowed by distance, although, perhaps, loud enough at its source. Well, well, he whispered to himself, it do not matter much after all. Go I must, and hide the handkerchief somewhere, or else be laughed at, besides losing my wages. The former I do not like, and the latter I cannot afford. Thus clinching the matter by such knockdown arguments, he walked on until he was almost within the very shadow of the ruins, and probably it was at this juncture that his footsteps may have been heard by Marchdale and Sir Francis Varney. Then he paused again, but all was profoundly still, and he began to think that the strange sort of murmuring noise which he had heard must have come from far off and not at all from any person or persons within the ruins. Let me see, he said to himself. I have 5 handkerchiefs to hide among the old ruins somewhere, and the sooner I do so the better, because then I will get away. For as regards staying here to watch, heaven knows how long, for Sir Francis Varney, I do not intend to do it. Upon second thoughts, and second thoughts, they say, are generally best. With the most careful footsteps now, as if he were treading upon some fragile substance, which he feared to injure, he advanced until he was fairly within the precincts of the ancient place, which now bore so ill a reputation. He then made to himself much the same remark that Sir Francis Varney had made to Marchdale, with respect to the brightening up of the sky, in consequence of its being near the time for the moon to rise from the horizon, and he saw more clearly around him, although he could not find any good place to hide the handkerchiefs in. I must and will, he said, hide them securely, for it would, indeed, be remarkably unpleasant, after coming here and winning my wages, to have the proofs that I had done so taken away by some chance visitor to the place. He at length saw a tolerably large stone, which stood in a slant position up against one of the walls. Its size attracted him. He thought, if his strength was sufficient to move it, that it would be a good thing to do so, and to place the handkerchiefs beneath it, for at all events it was so heavy that it could not be kicked aside, and no one, without some sort of motive to do so, beyond the mere love of labor, would set about moving it from its position. I may go further and fare worse, he said to himself, so here shall all the handkerchiefs lie, to afford a proof that I have been here. He packed them into a small compass, and then stooped to roll aside the heavy stone, when at the moment, before he could apply his strength to that purpose, he heard someone, in his immediate neighborhood, say hissed. This was so sudden, and so utterly unexpected, that he not only ceased his exertions to move the stone, but he nearly fell down in his surprise. Hissthist, said the voice again. What, gasped Tom Eccleswood, are you? Hush, hush, hush. The perspiration broke out upon his brow, and he leaned against the wall for support, as he managed to say, faintly. Well, hush, what then? Hissed. Well, I hear you, where are you? Here at hand, who are you?
Tom Eccles, who are you, a friend? Have you seen anything? No, I wish I could. I should like to see you if I could. I am coming. There was a slow and cautious footstep, and Marchdale advanced to where Tom Eccles was standing. Come now, said the latter, when he saw the dusky-looking form stalking towards him. Till I know you better, I will be obliged to you to keep off. I am well armed. Keep your distance, be you friend or foe. Armed, exclaimed Marchdale, and he at once paused. Yes, I am. But I am a friend. I have no sort of objection frankly to tell you my errand. I am a friend of the Bannerworth family, and have kept watch here now for 2 nights, in the hopes of meeting with Varney the Vampyre. The deuce you have, and pray what may your name be? Marchdale. If you be Mr. Marchdale, I know you by sight, for I have seen you with Mr. Henry Bannerworth several times. Come out from among the shadows, and let us have a look at you, but till you do not come within arm's length of me. I am not naturally suspicious, but we cannot be too careful. Oh, certainly. The silver edge of the moon is now just peeping up from the east, and you will be able to see me well, if you step from the shadow of the wall by which you now are. This was a reasonable enough proposition, and Tom Eccles at once acceded to it, by stepping out boldly into the partial moonlight, which now began to fall upon the open meadows, tinting the grass with a silvery refulgence, and rendering even minute objects visible. The moment he saw Marchdale he knew him, and advancing frankly to him, he said, I know you, sir, well. And what brings you here? A wager for one thing, and a wish to see the vampire for another. Indeed, yes, I must own I have such a wish, along with a still stronger one to capture him if possible. And as there are now 2 of us, why may we not do it? As for capturing him, said Marchdale, I should prefer shooting him. You would? I would indeed. I have seen him once shot down, and he is now, I have no doubt, as well as ever. What were you doing with that huge stone I saw you bending over? I have some handkerchiefs to hide here, as a proof that I have tonight really been to this place. Oh, I will show you a better spot, where there is a crevice in which you can place them with perfect safety. Will you walk with me into the ruins? Willingly. It's odd enough, remarked Marchdale, after he had shown Tom Eccles where to hide the handkerchiefs, that you and I should both be here upon so similar an errand. I am very glad of it. It robs the place of its gloom, and makes it 10 times more endurable than it otherwise would be. What do you propose to do if you see the vampire? I shall try a pistol bullet on him. You say you are armed? Yes. With pistols, one, here it is. A huge weapon, loaded well, of course. Oh, yes, I can depend upon it. But I did not intend to use it unless assailed. Tease well, what is that? What? Do not you see anything there? Come farther back. Look, at the corner of that wall there I am certain there is the flutter of a human garment. There is. Hush, keep close, it must be the vampire. Give me my pistol. What are you doing with it? Only ramming down the charge more firmly for you. Take it. If that be Varney the Vampyre, I shall challenge him to surrender the moment he appears. And if he does not, I will fire upon him, and do you do so likewise? Well, I do not know. You have scruples, I certainly have. Well, don't you fire then, but leave it to me. There, look. Now have you any doubt? There he goes, in his cloak. It is Varney, by heavens, cried Tom Eccles. PNJ. Surrender, shouted Marchdale. At the instant Sir Francis Varney sprang forward, and made off at a rapid pace across the meadows. Fire after him, fire, cried Marchdale, or he will escape. My pistol has missed fire, he will be off. On the impulse of the moment, and thus urged by the voice and the gesture of his companion, Tom Eccles took aim as well as he could, and fired after the retreating form of Sir Francis Varney. His conscience smote him as he heard the report and saw the flash of the large pistol amid the half-sort of darkness that was still around. The effect of the shot was then to him painfully apparent. He saw Varney stop instantly, then make a vain attempt to stagger forward a little, and finally fall heavily to the earth, with all the appearance of one killed upon the spot. You have hit him, said Marchdale, you have hit him.
Bravo, I have hit him. Yes, a capital shot, by Jove, I am very sorry. Sorry for ridding the world of such a being. What was in your pistol? A couple of slugs. Well, they have made a lodgment in him, that's quite clear. Let's go up and finish him at once, he seems finished. I beg your pardon there. When the moonbeams fall upon him, he will get up and walk away as if nothing was the matter. Will he? Cried Tom, with animation. Will he? Certainly he will, thank God for that. Now hark you, Mr. Marchdale, I should not have fired if you had not at the moment urged me to do so. Now I shall stay and see if the effect which you talk of will ensue, and although it may convince me that he is a vampire, and that there are such things, he may go off scot-free for me. Go off, yes, I do not want to have even a vampire's blood upon my hands. You are exceedingly delicate, perhaps I am, it's my way though. I have shot him, not you, mind, so in a manner of speaking he belongs to me. Now mark me, I will not have him touched any more tonight, unless you think there's a chance of making a prisoner of him without violence. There he lies, you can go and make a prisoner of him at once, dead as he is, and if you take him out of the moonlight. I understand, he will not recover, certainly not. But as I want him to recover, that do not suit me. Well, I cannot but honor your scruples, although I do not actually share in them. But I promise you that, since such is your wish, I will take no steps against the vampire. But let us come up to him and see if he be really dead, or only badly wounded. Tom Eccles hang back a little from this proposal. But upon being urged again by Marchdale, and told that he need not go closer than he chose, he consented, and the two of them approached the prostrate form of Sir Francis Varney, which lay upon its face in the faint moonlight, which each moment was gathering strength and power. He lies upon his face, said Marchdale. Will you go and turn him over? Who I, God forbid I should touch him. Well, I will, come on. They halted within a couple of yards of the body. Tom Eccles would not go a step farther, so Marchdale advanced alone, and pretended to be, with great repugnance, examining for the wound. He is quite dead, he said, but I cannot see the hurt. I think he turned his head as I fired. Did he? Let us see. Marchdale lifted up the head, and disclosed such a mass of clotted-looking blood, that Tom Eccles at once took to his heels, nor stopped until he was nearly as far off as the ruins. Marchdale followed him more slowly, and when he came up to him, he said, The slugs have taken effect on his face. I know it. Do not tell me. He looks horrible, and I am a murderer. Pshaw, you look upon this matter too seriously. Think of who and what he was, and then you will soon acquit yourself of being open to any such charge. I am bewildered, Mr. Marchdale, and cannot now know whether he be a vampire or not. If he be not, I have murdered, most unjustifiably, a fellow creature. Well, but if he be, why, even then I do not know but that I ought to consider myself as guilty. He is one of God's creatures if he were 10 times a vampire. Well, you really do take a serious view of the affair, not more serious than it deserves. And what do you mean to do? I shall remain here to await the result of what you tell me will ensue, if he be a real vampire. Even now the moonbeams are full upon him, and each moment increasing in intensity. Think you he will recover? I do indeed, then here will I wait. Since that is you resolve, I will keep you company. We shall easily find some old stone in the ruins which will serve us for a seat, and there at leisure we can keep our eyes upon the dead body, and be able to observe if it make the least movement. This plan was adopted, and they sat down just within the ruins, but in such a place that they had a full view of the dead body, as it appeared to be, of Sir Francis Varney, upon which the sweet moonbeams shone full and clear. Tom Eccles related how he was incited to come upon his expedition, but he might have spared himself that trouble, as Marchdale had been in a retired corner of the inn parlor before he came to his appointment with Varney, and heard the business for the most part proposed. Half an hour, certainly not more, might have elapsed, when suddenly Tom Eccles uttered an exclamation, partly of surprise and partly of terror. He moves, he cried. Look at the vampire's body. Marchdale affected to look with an all-absorbing interest, and there was Sir Francis Varney, raising slowly one arm with the hand outstretched towards the moon, as if invoking that luminary to shed more of its beams upon him. Then the body moved slowly, like someone writhing in pain, and yet unable to move from the spot on which it lay. From the head to the foot, the whole frame seemed to be convulsed, and now and then, as the ghastly object seemed to be gathering more strength, the limbs were thrown out with a rapid and a frightful-looking violence. It was truly to one, who might look upon it as a reality and no juggle, a frightful sight to see, and although Marchdale, of course, tolerably well preserved his equanimity, only now and then, for appearance sake, affecting to be wonderfully shocked, poor Tom Eccles was in such a state of horror and fright that he could not, if he would, have flown from the spot, so fascinated was he by the horrible spectacle. This was a state of things which continued for many minutes, and then the body showed evident symptoms of so much returning animation that it was about to rise from his gory bed and mingle once again with the living. "Behold," said Marchdale Pold, "heaven have mercy upon us. It is as I said, the beams of the moon have revived the vampire. You perceive now that there can be no doubt. Yes, yes, I see him, I see him." Sir Francis Varney now, as if with a great struggle, rose to his feet, and looked up at the bright moon for some moments with such an air and manner that it would not have required any very great amount of imagination to conceive that he was returning to it some sort of thanksgiving for the good that it had done to him. He then seemed for some moments in a state of considerable indecision as to which way he should proceed. He turned round several times. Then he advanced a step or two towards the house, but apparently his resolution changed again, and casting his eyes upon the ruins, he at once made towards them. This was too much for the philosophy as well as for the courage of Tom Eccles. It was all very well to look on at some distance and observe the wonderful and inexplicable proceedings of the vampire, but when he showed symptoms of making a nearer acquaintance, it was not to be borne. "Why, he's coming here," said Tom. "He seems so indeed," remarked Marchdale. "Do you mean to stay? I think I shall." "You do you? Yes, I should much like to question him, and as we are 2-1, I think we really can have nothing to fear." "Do you? I am altogether of a different opinion. A man who has more lives than a cat do not much mind at what odds he fights. You may stay if you like. You do not mean to say that you will desert me." "I do not see a bit how you call it deserting you. If we had come out together on this adventure, I would have stayed it out with you, but as we came separate and independent, we may as well go back so. Well, but—" "Good morning," cried Tom, and he at once took to his heels towards the town, without staying to pay any attention to the remonstrances of Marchdale, who called after him in vain. Sir Francis Varney, probably, had Tom Eccles not gone off so rapidly, would have yet taken another thought, and gone in another direction than that which led him to the ruins, and Tom, if he had had his senses fully about him, as well as all his powers of perception, would have seen that the progress of the vampire was very slow, while he continued to converse with Marchdale, and that it was only when he went off at good speed that Sir Francis Varney likewise thought it prudent to do so. "Is he much terrified?" said Varney as he came up to Marchdale. "Yes, most completely." "This, then, will make a good story in the town. It will, indeed, and not a little enhance your reputation." "Well, well, it do not much matter now, but if by terrifying people I can purchase for myself anything like immunity for the past, I shall be satisfied. I think you may now safely reckon that you have done so. This man who has fled with so much precipitation had courage." "Unquestionably, or else he would have shrunk from coming here at all." "True, but his courage and presence arose from his strong doubts as to the existence of such beings as vampires. Yes, and now that he is convinced, his bravery has evaporated along with his doubts, and such a tale as he has now to tell will be found sufficient to convert even the most skeptical in the town." "I hope so, and yet it cannot much avail you." "Not personally, but I must confess that I am not dead to all human opinions, and I feel some desire of revenge against those dastards who by hundreds have hunted me, burnt down my mansion, and sought my destruction, that I do not wonder at." I would fain leave among them a legacy of fear, such fear as shall haunt them and their children for years to come. I would wish that the name of Varney, the vampire, should be a sound of terror for generations. It will be so. It shall, and now then, for a consideration of what is to be done with our prisoner. What is your resolve upon that point? I have considered it while I was lying upon yon green sward waiting for the friendly moonbeams to fall upon my face, and it seems to me that there is no sort of resource but to kill him. No, no, what then? To set him free. Nay, have you considered the immense hazard of doing so? Think again, I pray you think again. I am decidedly of opinion that he more than suspects who are his enemies, and in that case you know what consequences would ensue. Besides, have we not enough already to encounter? Why should we add another young, bold, determined spirit to the band which is already arrayed against us? You talk in vain, Marchdale. I know to what it all tends. You have a strong desire for the death of this young man. No, there you wrong me. I have no desire for his death for its own sake. But where great interests are at stake, there must be sacrifices made. So there must. Therefore, I will make a sacrifice, and let this young prisoner free from his dungeon. If such be your determination, I know well it is useless to combat with it. When do you purpose giving him his freedom? I will not act so heedlessly, as that your principles of caution shall blame me. I will attempt to get from him some promise that he will not make himself an active instrument against me. Perchance, too, as Bannerworth Hall, which he is sure to visit, wears such an air of desertion, I may be able to persuade him that the Bannerworth family, as well as his uncle, have left this part of the country altogether, so that, without making any inquiry for them about the neighborhood, he may be induced to leave at once. That would be well. Good, your prudence approves of the plan, and therefore it shall be done. I am rather inclined to think, said Marchdale, with a slight tone of sarcasm, that if my prudence did not approve of the plan, it would still be done. Most probably, said Varney calmly. Will you release him tonight? It is morning now, and soon the soft grey light of day will tint the east. I do not think I will release him till sunset again now. Has he provision to last him until then? He has. Well then, 2 hours after sunset I will come here and release him from his weary bondage, and now I must go to find some place in which to hide my proscribed head. As for Bannerworth Hall, I will yet have it in my power. I have sworn to do so, I will keep my oath. The accomplishment of our purpose, I regret to say, seems as far off as ever. Not so. As I before remarked, we must disappear for a time so as to lull suspicion. There will then arise a period when Bannerworth Hall will neither be watched, as it is now, nor will it be inhabited, a period before the Bannerworth family has made up its mind to go back to it, and when long watching without a result has become too tiresome to be continued at all. Then we can at once pursue our object. Be it so. And now, Marchdale, I want more money, more money. Yes, you know well that I have had large demands of late, but I certainly had an impression that you were possessed, by the death of someone, with very ample means. Yes, but there is a means by which all is taken from me. I have no real resources but what are rapidly used up, so I must come upon you again. I have already completely crippled myself as regards money matters in this enterprise, and I do certainly hope that the fruits will not be far distant. If they be much longer delayed, I shall really not know what to do. However, come to the lodge where you have been staying, and then I will give you, to the extent of my ability, whatever sum you think your present exigencies require. Come on then at once. I would certainly, of course, rather leave this place now before daybreak. Come on, I say, come on. Sir Francis Varney and Marchdale walked for some time in silence across the meadows. It was evident that there was not between these associates the very best of feelings. Marchdale was always smarting under an assumption of authority over him, on the part of Sir Francis Varney, while the latter scarcely cared to conceal any portion of the contempt with which he regarded his hypocritical companion. Some very strong band of union, indeed, must surely bind these two strange persons together. It must be something of a more than common nature which induces Marchdale not only to obey the behests of his mysterious companion, but to supply him so readily with money as we perceive he promises to do. And as regards Varney, the vampire, he, too, must have some great object in view to induce him to run such a world of risk, and take so much trouble as he was doing with the Bannerworth family. What his object is, and what is the object of Marchdale, will, now that we have progressed so far in our story, soon appear, and then much that is perfectly inexplicable will become clear and distinct, and we shall find that some strong human motives are at the bottom of it all. Chapter 65. Varney's visit to the dungeon of the lonely prisoner in the ruins. PNJ. Evident it was that Marchdale was not near so scrupulous as Sir Francis Varney in what he chose to do. He would, without hesitation, have sacrificed the life of that prisoner in the lonely dungeon, whom it would be an insult to the understanding of our readers, not to presume that they had, long ere this, established in their minds to be Charles Holland. His own safety seemed to be the paramount consideration with Marchdale, and it was evident that he cared for nothing in comparison with that object. It says much, however, for Sir Francis Varney, that he did not give in to such a bloodthirsty feeling, but rather chose to set the prisoner free, and run all the chances of the danger to which he might expose himself by such a course of conduct, than to ensure safety, comparatively, by his destruction. Sir Francis Varney is evidently a character of strangely mixed feelings. It is quite evident that he has some great object in view, which he wishes to accomplish almost at any risk. But it is equally evident, at the same time, that he wishes to do so with the least possible injury to others, or else he would never have behaved as he had done in his interview with the beautiful and persecuted Flora Bannerworth, or now suggested the idea of setting Charles Holland free from the dreary dungeon in which he had been so long confined. We are always anxious and willing to give every one credit for the good that is in them, and hence, we are pleased to find that Sir Francis Varney, despite his singular and apparently preternatural capabilities, has something sufficiently human about his mind and feelings to induce him to do as little injury as possible to others in the pursuit of his own objects. Of the two, vampire as he is, we prefer him much to the despicable and hypocritical Marchdale, who, under the pretense of being the friend of the Bannerworth family, would freely have inflicted upon them the most deadly injuries. It was quite clear that he was most dreadfully disappointed that Sir Francis Varney would not permit him to take the life of Charles Holland, and it was with a gloomy and dissatisfied air that he left the ruins to proceed towards the town, after what we may almost term the altercation he had had with Varney the Vampyre upon that subject. It must not be supposed that Sir Francis Varney, however, was blind to the danger, which must inevitably accrue from permitting Charles Holland once more to obtain his liberty. What the latter would be able to state would be more than sufficient to convince the Bannerworths, and all interested in their fortunes, that something was going on of a character, which, however supernatural it might seem to be, still seemed to have some human and ordinary objects for its ends. Sir Francis Varney thought over all this before he proceeded, according to his promise, to the dungeon of the prisoner. But it would seem as if there was considerable difficulty, even to an individual of his long practice in all kinds of chicanery and deceit, in arriving at any satisfactory conclusion, as to a means of making Charles Holland's release a matter of less danger to himself than it would be likely to be, if, unfettered by obligation, he was at once set free. At the solemn hour of midnight, while all was still, that is to say, on the night succeeding the one on which he had had the interview with Marchdale, we have recorded, Sir Francis Varney alone sought the silent ruins. He was attired, as usual, in his huge cloak, and indeed, the chilly air of the evening warranted such protection against its numerous discomforts. Had anyone seen him, however, that evening, they would have observed an air of great doubt and irresolution upon his brow, as if he were struggling with some impulses which he found it extremely difficult to restrain. "I know well," he muttered, as he walked among the shadow of the ruins, "that Marchdale's reasoning is coldly and horribly correct, when he says that there is danger in setting this youth free. But I am about to leave this place, and not to show myself for some time, and I cannot reconcile myself to inflicting upon him the horror of a death by starvation, which must ensue." It was a night of more than usual dullness, and as Sir Francis Varney removed the massy stone, which hid the narrow and tortuous entrance to the dungeons, a chilly feeling crept over him, and he could not help supposing that even then Marchdale might have played him false and neglected to supply the prisoner food according to his promise. Hastily he descended to the dungeons, and with a step which had in it far less of caution than had usually characterized his proceedings, he proceeded onwards until he reached that particular dungeon in which our young friend, to whom we wished so well, had been so long confined from the beautiful and cheering light of day, and from all that his heart's best affections most cling to. "Speak," said Sir Francis Varney, as he entered the dungeon. "If the occupant of this dreary place live, let him answer one who is as much his friend as he has been his enemy." "I have no friend," said Charles Holland faintly, "unless it be one who would come and restore me to liberty." "And how know you that I am not he?" "Your voice sounds like that of one of my persecutors. Why do you not place the climax to your injuries by at once taking away life? I should be better pleased that you would do so, than that I should wear out the useless struggle of existence in so dreary and wretched an abode as this." "Young man," said Sir Francis Varney, "I have come to you on a greater errand of mercy than probably you will ever give me credit for. There is one who would too readily have granted your present request, and who would at once have taken that life of which you profess to be so wearied, but which may yet present to you some of its sunniest and most beautiful aspects." "Your tones are friendly," said Charles, "but yet I dread some new deception. That you are one of those who consign me by stratagem and by brute force to this place of durance, I am perfectly well assured, and therefore any good that may be promised by you presents itself to me in a very doubtful character." "I cannot be surprised," said Sir Francis Varney, "at such sentiments arising from your lips, but nevertheless I am inclined to save you. You have been detained here because it was supposed by being so, a particular object would be best obtained by your absence. That object, however, has failed, notwithstanding, and I do not feel further inclined to protract your sufferings. Have you any guess as to the parties who have thus confined you? I am unaccustomed to dissemble, and therefore I will say at once that I have a guess." "In which way does it tend?" "Against Sir Francis Varney, called the Vampyre. Does it not strike you that this may be a dangerous candor? It may, or it may not be. I cannot help it. I know I am at the mercy of my foes, and I do not believe that anything I can say or do will make my situation worse or better." "You are much mistaken there. In other hands than mine, it might make it much worse. But it happens to be one of my weaknesses, that I am charged with candor, and that I admire boldness of disposition. Indeed, and yet can behave in the manner you have done towards me. Yes, there are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I am the more encouraged to set you free, because, if I procure from you a promise which I intend to attempt, I am inclined to believe that you will keep it. I shall assuredly keep whatever promise I may make. Propound your conditions, and if they be such as honor and honesty will permit me to accede to, I will do so willingly and at once. Heaven knows I am weary enough of this miserable imprisonment. Will you promise me then, if I set you free, not to mention your suspicions that it is to Sir Francis Varney you owe this ill turn, and not to attempt any act of vengeance against him as a retaliation for it? I cannot promise so much as that. Freedom, indeed, would be a poor boon, if I were not permitted freely to converse of some of the circumstances connected with my captivity. You object, I do, to the former of your propositions, but not to the latter. I will promise not to go at all out of my way to execute any vengeance upon you, but I will not promise that I will not communicate the circumstances of my forced absence from them to those friends whose opinion I so much value, and to return to whom is almost as dear to me as liberty itself." Sir Francis Varney was silent for a few moments, and then he said, in a tone of deep solemnity, "There are 99 persons out of 100 who would take your life for the independence of your tongue, but I am as the 100th one who looks with a benevolent eye at your proceedings. Will you promise me, if I remove the fetters which now bind your limbs, that you will make no personal attack upon me, for I am weary of personal contention, and I have no disposition to endure it? Will you make me this promise? I promise, I will." Without another word, but trusting implicitly to the promise which had been given to him, Sir Francis Varney produced a small key from his pocket and unlocked with it a padlock which confined the chains about the prisoner. With ease, Charles Holland was then enabled to shake them off. And then, for the first time, for some weeks, he rose to his feet and felt all the exquisite relief of being comparatively free from bondage. "This is delightful, indeed," he said. "It is," said Sir Francis Varney, "is but a foretaste of the happiness you will enjoy when you are entirely free. You see that I have trusted you. You have trusted me as you might trust me, and you perceive that I have kept my word. You have, and since you decline to make me the promise which I would fain have from you, to the effect that you would not mention me as one of the authors of your calamity, I must trust to your honor not to attempt revenge for what you have suffered. That I will promise. There can be but little difficulty to any generous mind in giving up such a feeling. In consequence of your sparing me what you might still further have inflicted, I will let the past rest, and as if it had never happened really to me, and speak of it to others, but as a circumstance which I wish not to revert to, but prefer should be buried in oblivion. It is well, and now I have a request to make of you, which perhaps you will consider the hardest of all. Name it. I feel myself bound to a considerable extent to comply with whatever you may demand of me. That is not contrary to honorable principle. Then it is this, that, comparatively free as you are, and in a condition, as you are, to assert your own freedom, you will not do so hastily, or for a considerable period. In fact, I wish and expect that you should wait yet a while, until it shall suit me to say that it is my pleasure that you shall be free. That is, indeed, a hard condition to man who feels, as you yourself remark, that he can assert his freedom. It is one which I have still a hope you will not persevere in. Nay, young man, I think that I have treated you with generosity, to make you feel that I am not the worst of foes you could have had. All I require of you is, that you should wait here for about an hour. It is now nearly 1 o'clock. Will you wait until you hear it strike 2 before you actually make a movement to leave this place? Charles Holland hesitated for some moments, and then he said, "Do not fancy that I am not one who appreciates the singular trust you have reposed in me, and however repugnant to me it may be to remain here, a voluntary prisoner, I am inclined to do so, if it be but to convince you that the trust you have reposed in me is not in vain, and that I can behave with equal generosity to you as you can to me." "Be it so," said Sir Francis Varney. "I shall leave you with a full reliance that you will keep your word, and now farewell. When you think of me, fancy me rather one unfortunate than criminal, and tell yourself that even Varney the Vampyre had some traits in his character, which, although they might not raise your esteem, at all events did not loudly call for your reprobation." "I shall do so. Oh, Flora, Flora, I shall look upon you once again, after believing and thinking that I had bidden you a long and last adieu. My own beautiful Flora, it is joy indeed to think that I shall look upon that face again, which, to my perception, is full of all the majesty of loveliness." Sir Francis Varney looked coldly on while Charles uttered this enthusiastic speech. "Remember," he said, "till 2 o'clock, and he walked towards the door of the dungeon. You will have no difficulty in finding your way out from this place. Doubtless you already perceive the entrance by which I gained admission." "Had I been free," said Charles, "and had the use of my limbs, I should, long ere this, have worked my way to life and liberty. 'Tis well, good night." Varney walked from the place, and just closed the door behind him. With a slow and stately step he left the ruins, and Charles Holland found himself once more alone, but in a much more enviable condition than for many weeks he could have called his. Chapter 66. Flora Bannerworth's apparent inconsistency, the Admiral's circumstances and advice, Mr. Chillingworth's mysterious absence. PNG. For a brief space, let us return to Flora Bannerworth, who had suffered so much on account of her affections, as well as on account of the mysterious attack that had been made upon her by the reputed vampire. After leaving Bannerworth Hall for a short time, she seemed to recover her spirits. But this was a state of things which did not last, and only showed how fallacious it was to expect that, after the grievous things that had happened, she would rapidly recover her equanimity.
It is said, by learned physiologists, that two bodily pains cannot endure at the same space of time in the system, and whether it be so or not, is a question concerning which it would be foreign to the nature of our work, to enter into anything like an elaborate disquisition. Certainly, however, so far as Flora Bannerworth was concerned, she seemed inclined to show that mentally the observation was a true one, for that, now she became released from a continued dread of the visits of the vampire. Her mind would, with more painful interest than ever, recur to the melancholy condition, probably of Charles Holland, if he were alive, and to soul-harrowing reflections concerning him, if he were dead. She could not, and she did not believe, for one moment, that his desertion of her had been of a voluntary character. She knew, or fancied she knew, him by far too well for that, and she more than once expressed her opinion, to the effect that she was perfectly convinced his disappearance was a part and parcel of all that train of circumstances which had so recently occurred, and produced such a world of unhappiness to her, as well as to the whole of the Bannerworth family. If he had never loved me, she said to her brother Henry, he would have been alive and well. But he has fallen a victim to the truth of a passion, and to the constancy of an affection which, to my dying day, I will believe in. Now that Mr. Marchdale had left the place, there was no one to dispute this proposition with Flora, for all, as well as she, were fully inclined to think well of Charles Holland. It was on the very morning which preceded that evening when Sir Francis Varney called upon Charles Holland in the manner we have related, with the gratifying news that, upon certain conditions, he might be released, that Flora Bannerworth, when the Admiral came to see them, spoke to him of Charles Holland, saying, "Now, sir, that I am away from Bannerworth Hall, I do not, and cannot feel satisfied, for the thought that Charles may eventually come back and seek us there still haunts me. Fancy him, sir, doing so, and seeing the place completely deserted." "Well, there's something in that," said the Admiral. "But however, he's hardly such a goose, if it were so to happen, to give up the chase and find us out somehow." "You think he would, sir? Or do you not think that despair would seize upon him, and that, fancying we had all left the spot forever, he might likewise do so, so that we should lose him more effectually than we have done at present?" "No, hardly," said the Admiral. "He could not be such a goose as that. Why, when I was of his age, if I had secured the affections of a young girl like you, I would have gone over all the world, but I would have found out where she was. And what I mean to say is, if he's half such a goose as you think him, he deserves to lose you. Did you not tell me something, sir, of Mr. Chillingworth talking of taking possession of the hall for a brief space of time?" "Why, yes, I did, and I expect he is there now. In fact, I am sure he's there, for he said he would be." "No, he ain't," said Jack Pringle at that moment entering the room. "You are wrong again, as you always are, somehow or other." "What, you vagabond, are you here, you mutinous rascal?" "Aye, aye, sir, go on, do not mind me. I wonder what you would do, sir, if you had not somebody like me to go on talking about." "Why, you infernal rascal, I wonder what you would do if you had not an indulgent commander, who puts up even with real mutiny and says nothing about it. But where have you been? Did you go as I directed you, and take some provisions to Bannerworth Hall?" "Yes, I did, but I brought them back again. There's nobody there, and do not seem likely to be, except a dead body." "A dead body? Whose body can that be, Tom somebody, for I am DD if it ain't a great cat." "You scoundrel, how dare you alarm me in such a way? But do you mean to tell me that you did not see Dr. Chillingworth at the hall?" "How could I see him, if he was not there?" "But he was there, he said he would be there, then he's gone again, for there's nobody there that I know of in the shape of a doctor. I went through every part of the ship, I mean the house, and the deuce a soul could I find, so as it was rather lonely and uncomfortable, I came away again. Who knows, thought I, but some blessed vampire or another may come across me." "This will not do," said the old Admiral, buttoning up his coat to the chin. "Bannerworth Hall must not be deserted in this way. It is quite clear that Sir Francis Varney and his associates have some particular object in view in getting possession of the place. Here, you Jack." "Aye, aye, sir." "PNJ. Just go back again and stay at the hall till somebody comes to you. Even such a stupid hound as you will be something to scare away unwelcome visitors.
Go back to the hall, I say. What are you staring at? Back to Bannerworth Hall, said Jack. What, just where I have come from, all that way off, and nothing to eat, and what's worse, nothing to drink. I will see you DD first. The Admiral caught up a table fork and made a rush at Jack, but Henry Bannerworth interfered. No, no, he said, Admiral, no, not that. You must recollect that you yourself have given this, no doubt, faithful fellow of yours liberty to do and say a great many things which do not look like good service. But I have no doubt, from what I have seen of his disposition, that he would risk his life rather than that you should come to any harm. Aye, said Jack. He quite forgets when the bullets were scuttling our knobs off Cape Ushant, when that big Frenchman had hold of him by the scurf of his neck, and began pummeled his head, and the lee scuppers were running with blood, and a bit of Joe Wiggins's brains had come slap in my eye, while some of Jack Marling's guts was hanging round my neck like a nosegay, all in consequence of grapeshit. Then he did not say as I was a swab when I came up, and bored a hole in the Frenchman's back with a pike. Aye, it's all very well now, when there's peace, and no danger, to call Jack Pringle a lubberly rascal, and mutinous. I am blessed if it ain't enough to make an old pair of shoes faint away. Why, you infernal scoundrel, said the Admiral, nothing of the sort ever happened, and you know it. Jack, you are no seaman. Very good, said Jack. Then, if I ain't no seaman, you are what shoregoing people calls a jolly fat old humbug. Jack, hold your tongue, said Henry Bannerworth. You carry these things too far. You know very well that your master esteems you, and you should not presume too much upon that fact. My master, said Jack, do not call him my master. I never had a master, and do not intend. He's my admiral, if you like, but an English sailor do not like a master. I tell you what it is, Jack, said the Admiral. You have got your good qualities, I admit. Aye, sir, that's enough. You may as well leave off well while you can. But I will just tell you what you resemble more than anything else. Chew me up. What may that be, sir? A French marine. A what? A French marine. Goodbye. I would not say another word to you if you was to pay me $1 apiece. Of all the blessed insults rolled into one, this here's the worstest. You might have called me a marine, or you might have called me a Frenchman, but to make out that I am both a marine and a Frenchman, DME, if it is not enough to make human nature stand on an end. Now I have done with you. And a good job, too, said the Admiral. I wish I would thought of it before. You are worse than a third day's ague, or a hot and a cold fever in the tropics. Very good, said Jack. I only hope Providence will have mercy upon you, and keep an eye upon you when I am gone, otherwise I wonder what will become of you. It was not so when young Belinda, who you took off the island of Antigua in the Angies, jumped overboard, and I went after her in a heavy swell. Howsomedever, never mind, you shook hands with me then, and while a bushel of the briny was weeping out of the corner of each of your blinkers, you says you. Hold, cried the Admiral, hold, I know what I said, Jack. It's cut a fathom deep in my memory. Give us your fist, Jack, and hold yourself, said Jack. I know what you are going to say, and I will not hear you say it, so there's an end of it. Lord bless you, I knows you, I ain't a-going to leave you. Do not be afraid, I only works you up and works you down again, just to see if there's any of that old spirit in you when we was aboard the Victory. Do not you recollect, Admiral? Yes, I's enough, Jack. Why, let me see, that was a matter of 40 years ago, nearly, when I was a youngster. There, Jack, that'll do. You bring the events of other years fresh upon my memory. Peace. I have not forgotten. But still, to hear what you know of them, if recited, would give the old man a pang. A pang, said Jack. I suppose that's some dictionary word for a punch in the eye. That would be mutiny with a vengeance, so I am off. Go, I am a-going. And just to please you, I will go to the hall, so you shan't say that you told me to do anything that I did not. Away went Jack, whistling an air that might have been popular when he and the Admiral were young, and Henry Bannerworth could not but remark that an appearance of great sadness came over the old man when Jack was gone. I fear, sir, he said, that heedless sailor has touched upon some episode in your existence, the wounds of which are still fresh enough to give you pain. It is so, said the old Admiral. Just look at me now. Do I look like the hero of a romantic love story? Not exactly, I admit. Well, notwithstanding that, Jack Pringle has touched a chord that vibrates in my heart yet, replied the Admiral. Have you any objection to tell me of it? None, whatever. And perhaps, by the time I have done,
The doctor may have found his way back again, or Jack may bring us some news of him. So here goes for a short but a true yarn. Chapter 67. The Admiral's Story of the Beautiful Belinda. PNJ. Just at this moment, Flora Bannerworth stole into the room from whence she had departed a short time since. But when she saw that old Admiral Bell was looking so exceedingly serious, and apparently about to address Henry upon some very important subject, she would have retired, but he turned towards her and said, "My story, my dear, I have no objection to your hearing, and like all women folks, a love story never comes amiss to you, so you may as well stay and hear it." "A love story," said Flora. "You tell a love story, sir." "Yes, my dear, and not only tell it, but be the hero of it likewise. Ain't you astonished? I am indeed." "Well, you will be more astonished then before I have done, so just listen. As Jack Pringle says, it was the matter of about somewhere 40 years ago that I was in command of the Victory frigate, which was placed upon the West Indian station, during a war then raging, for the protection of our ports and harbors in that vicinity. We would not a strong force in that quarter, therefore, I had to cut about from place to place, and do the best I could. After a time, though, I rather think that we frightened off the enemy, during which time I chiefly anchored off the island of Antigua, and was hospitably received at the house of a planter, of the name of Marchant, who, in fact, made his house my home, and introduced me to all the elite of the society of the island. Ah, Miss Flora, you have no idea to look at me now what I was then. I held a captain's commission, and was nearly the youngest man in the service with such a rank. I was as slender, I as a dancing master. These withered and bleached locks were black as the raven's plume. Ay, but no matter, the planter had a daughter." "And you loved her," said Flora. "Loved her," said the old man, and the flush of youthful animation come to his countenance. "Loved her, do you say? I adored her, I worshipped her. She was to me, but what a old fool I am. We will skip that if you please." "Nay, nay," said Flora, "that is what I want to hear. I have not the least doubt of that in the world. But that's just what you will not hear. None of your nonsense, Miss Flora. The old man may be a fool, but he is not quite an idiot." "He's neither," said Flora. "True feelings can never disgrace anyone. Perhaps not. But however, to make a long story short, somehow or other one day Belinda was sitting alone and I rudely pounced upon her. I rather think then I must have said something that I oughtn't to have said, for it took her so aback. I was forced, somehow or other, to hold her up, and then I am sure I kissed her. And so I told her I loved her, and then, what do you think she said?" "Why," said Flora, "that she reciprocated the passion." "DN my rags," said Jack, who at the moment came into the room. "I suppose that's the name of some shell or other." "You hear, you villain," said the Admiral. "I thought you were gone." "So I was," said Jack, "but I came back for my hat, you see." Away he went again, and the Admiral resumed his story. "Well, Miss Flora," he said, "you have not made a good guess, as she did not say anything at all. She only clung to me like some wild bird to its mother's breast, and cried as if her heart would break." "Indeed." "Yes, I did not know the cause of her emotion, but at last I got it out of her." "What was it?" "Oh, a mere trifle. She was already married to somebody else, that's all. Some DD fellow who had gone trading about the islands, a fellow she did not care a straw about, that was old enough to be her father." "And you left her?" "No, I did not. Guess again, I was a mad-headed youngster. I only felt, I did not think. I persuaded her to come away with me. I took her aboard my ship and set sail with her. A few weeks flew like hours, but one day we were hailed by a vessel, and when we neared her she manned a boat and brought a letter on board, addressed to Belinda. It was from her father, written in his last moments. It began with a curse and ended with a blessing. There was a postscript in another hand to say the old man died of grief. She read it by my side on the quarterdeck. It dropped from her grasp and she plunged into the sea. Jack Pringle went after her, but I never saw her again." "Gracious heavens! What a tragedy!" "Yes, tolerable," said the old man. He arose and took his hat and placed it on his head. He gave the crown of it a blow that sent it nearly over his eyes. He thrust his hands deep into his breeches pockets, clenched his teeth, and muttered something inaudible as he strode from the apartment. "Who would have thought, Henry," said Flora, "that such a man as Admiral Bell had been the hero of such an adventure?" "Who indeed?
but it shows that we never can judge from appearances, Flora, and that those who seem to us the most heart-whole may have experienced the wildest vicissitudes of passion. And we must remember, likewise, that this was 40 years ago, Henry, which makes a material difference in the state of the case as regards Admiral Bell. It does indeed more than half a lifetime, and yet how evident it was that his old feelings clung to him. I can well imagine the many hours of bitter regret which the memory of this his lost love must have given him. True, I can feel something for him, for have I not lost one who loved me worse loss, too, than that which Admiral Bell relates? For am I not a prey to all the horrors of uncertainty? Whereas he knew the worst, and that, at all events, death had claimed its victim, leaving nothing to conjecture in the shape of suffering, so that the mind had nothing to do but to recover slowly, but surely, as it would from the shock which it had received. That is worse than you, Flora. But rather would I have you cherish hope of soon beholding Charles Holland, probably alive and well, than fancy any great disaster has come over him. I will endeavor to do so, replied Flora. I long to hear what has become of Dr. Chillingworth. His disappearance is most singular, for I fully suspected that he had some particular object in view in getting possession for a short time of Bannerworth Hall. But now, from Jack Pringle's account, he appears not to be in it, and in fact, to have disappeared completely from the sight of all who knew him. Yes, said Flora, but he may have done that, brother, still in furtherance of his object. It may be so, and I will hope that it is so. Keep yourself close, sister, and see no one, while I proceed to his house to inquire if they have heard anything of him. I will return soon, be assured, and in the meantime, should you see my brother, tell him I shall be at home in an hour or so, and not to leave the cottage, for it is more than likely that the Admiral has gone to Bannerworth Hall, so that you may not see anything of him for some time. Chapter 68. Marchdale's attempted villainy and the result. PNJ. Varney the Vampyre left the dungeon of Charles Holland amid the grey ruins. With a perfect confidence, the young man would keep his word, and not attempt to escape from that place until the time had elapsed which he had dictated to him. And well might he have that confidence, for having once given his word that he would remain until he heard the clock strike 2 from a neighboring church, Charles Holland never dreamt for a moment of breaking it. To be sure, it was a weary time to wait when liberty appeared before him, but he was the soul of honor, and the least likely man in all the world to infringe in the slightest upon the condition which he had, of his own free will, acceded to. Sir Francis Varney walked rapidly until he came nearly to the outskirts of the town, and then he slackened his pace, proceeding more cautiously, and looking carefully about him, as if he feared to meet anyone who might recognize him. He had not proceeded far in this manner, when he became conscious of the cautious figure of a man gliding along in the opposite direction to that which he was taking. A suspicion struck him from the general appearance that it was Marchdale, and if so he wondered to see him abroad at such a time. Still, he would not be quite certain, but he hurried forward so as to meet the advancing figure, and then his suspicions were confirmed, and Marchdale, with some confusion in his looks and manners, accosted him. "Ah, Sir Francis Varney," he said, "you are out late." "Why, you know I should be out late," said Varney, "and you likewise know the errand upon which I was to be out." "Oh, I recollect, you were to release your prisoner." "Yes, I was." "And have you done so?" "Oh, no." "Oh, indeed, I am glad you have taken better thoughts of it. Good night, we shall meet tomorrow." "Adieu," said Sir Francis Varney, and he watched the retreating figure of Marchdale, and then he added, in a low tone to himself, "I know his object well. His craven spirit shrinks at the notion, a probable enough one, I will admit, that Charles Holland has recognized him, and that if once free, he would denounce him to the Bannerworths, holding him up to scorn in his true colors, and bringing down upon his head, perhaps, something more than detestation and contempt. The villain, he is going now to take the life of the man whom he considers chained to the ground. Well, they must fight it out together. Charles Holland is sufficiently free to take his own part, although Marchdale little thinks that such is the case.
Marchdale walked on for some little distance, and then he turned and looked after Sir Francis Varney. "Indeed," he said, "so you have not released him tonight, but I know well will do so soon. I do not, for my part, admire this romantic generosity which sets a fox free at the moment that he's the most dangerous. It's all very well to be generous, but it is better to be just first, and that I consider means looking after one's self first. I have a poniard here which will soon put an end to the troubles of the prisoner in his dungeon. Its edge is keen and sharp, and will readily find a way to his heart." He walked on quite exultingly and carelessly now, for he had got into the open country, and it was extremely unlikely that he would meet anybody on his road to the ruins. It did not take many minutes, sharp walking now, to bring him close to the spot which he intended should become such a scene of treacherous slaughter. And just then he heard from afar off something like the muttering of thunder, as if heaven itself was proclaiming its vengeance against the man who had come out to slay one of its best and noblest creatures. "What is that?" said Marchdale, shrinking back a moment. "What is that? An approaching storm? It must be so, for now I recollect me, the sun set behind a bank of clouds of a fiery redness, and as the evening drew in there was every appearance in the heavens of some ensuing strife of the elements." He listened for a few moments, and fixed his eyes intently in the direction of the horizon from where the muttering sounds had proceeded. He had not long to wait before he saw a bright flash of blue lightning, which for one instant illumined the sky. Then by the time he could have counted 12 there came the thunder which the flash preceded, and he felt terribly anxious to complete his enterprise, so that he might get back to the town and be safely housed before the storm, which was evidently approaching, should burst upon him. "It is sweeping on apace," he said. "Why did I not come earlier?" Even as he spoke he plunged among the recesses of the ruins, and searching about for the old stone which covered the entrance to the dungeon, he was surprised to find it rolled from its place, and the aperture open. "What is the meaning of this?" he said. "How negligent of Sir Francis Varney, or perhaps, after all, he was only jesting with me and let the prisoner go. If that should be the case, I am foiled indeed, but surely he could not be so full of indiscretion." Again came a dazzling flash of lightning, which now, surrounded by the ruins as he was, made him shrink back and cover his eyes for a moment. And then followed a peal of thunder, with not half the duration of time between it and the flash which had characterized the previous electric phenomenon. "The storm approaches fast," said Marchdale. "I must get my work done quickly, if indeed my victim be here, which I begin seriously to doubt." He descended the intricate winding passage to the vault below, which served the purpose of a dungeon, and when he got very nearly into the depth of its recesses, he called aloud, saying, "Ho, what ho, is there anyone here?" "Yes," said Charles Holland, who fancied it might be his former visitor returned. "Have you come to repent of your purpose?" "Ah," said Marchdale to himself, "Sir Francis, after all, has told me the truth. The prisoner is still here." The light from without was not near sufficient to send the least ray into the depths of that dungeon, so that Marchdale, when he entered the place, could see nothing but an absolute blackness. It was not so, however, with Charles Holland, whose eyes had been now so long accustomed to the place that he could see in it as if a dim twilight irradiated it, and he at once, in his visitor, saw his worst foe, and not the man who had comparatively set him free. He saw, too, that the hand of his visitor grasped a weapon, which Marchdale thought that, favored by the darkness, he might carry openly in perfect security. "Where are you?" said Marchdale. "I cannot see you." "Here," said Charles, "you may feel my grip," and he sprung upon him in an instant. The attack was so sudden and so utterly unexpected that Marchdale was thrown backwards, and the dagger wrested from his grasp, during the first impulse which Charles Holland had thrown into his attack. Moreover, his head struck with such violence against the earthen floor that it produced a temporary confusion of his faculties, so that, had Charles Holland been so inclined, he might, with Marchdale's own weapon, have easily taken his life. The young man did, on the impulse of the moment, raise it in his hand, but on the impulse of another thought he cast it from him, exclaiming, "No, no, not that, I should be as bad as he or nearly so,
This villain has come to murder me, but yet I will not take his life for the deed. What shall I do with him? Ha, a lucky thought chains. He dragged Marchdale to the identical spot of earth on which he had lain so long. And as Sir Francis Varney had left the key of the padlock which bound the chains together in it, he, in a few moments, had succeeded in placing the villain Marchdale in the same durance from which he had himself shortly since escaped. Remain there, he said, until someone comes to rescue you. I will not let you starve to death, but I will give you a long fast, and when I come again, it shall be along with some of the Bannerworth family, to show them what a viper they have fostered in their hearts. Marchdale was just sufficiently conscious now to feel all the realities of his situation. In vain, he attempted to rise from his prostrate position. The chains did their duty, keeping down a villain with the same means that they had held in ignominious confinement a true man. He was in a perfect agony, inasmuch as he considered that he would be allowed to remain there to starve to death, thus achieving for himself a more horrible death than any he had ever thought of inflicting. "Villain," exclaimed Charles Holland, "you shall there remain, and let you have what mental sufferings you may, you richly deserve them." He heeded not the cries of Marchdale, heeded not his imprecations any more than he did his prayers, and the arch-hypocrite used both in abundance. Charles was but too happy once more to look upon the open sky, although it was then in darkness, to heed anything that Marchdale, in the agony to which he was now reduced, might feel inclined to say. And after glancing around him for some few moments, when he was free of the ruins, and inhaling with exquisite delight the free air of the surrounding meadows, he saw, by the twinkling of the lights, in which direction the town lay, and knowing that by taking a line in that path, and then after a time diverging a little to the right, he should come to Bannerworth Hall, he walked on, never in his whole life probably feeling such an enjoyment of the mere fact of existence as at such a moment as that of exquisite liberty. Our readers may with us imagine what it is to taste the free, fresh air of heaven, after being long pent up, as he, Charles Holland, had been, in a damp, noisome dungeon, teeming with unwholesome exhalations. They may well suppose with what an amount of rapture he now found himself unrestrained in his movements by those galling fetters which had hung for so long a period upon his youthful limbs, and which not unfrequently in the despair of his heart, he had thought he should surely die in. And last, although not least in his dear esteem, did the rapturous thought of once more looking in the sweet face of her he loved come cross him with a gush of delight. "Yes," he exclaimed as he quickened his pace, "yes, I shall be able to tell Flora Bannerworth how well and how truly I love her. I shall be able to tell her that, in my weary and hideous imprisonment, the thought alone of her has supported me." As he neared the hall, he quickened his pace to such an extent that soon he was forced to pause altogether, as the exertion he had undertaken pretty plainly told him that the imprisonment, scanty diet, and want of exercise, which had been his portion for some time past, had most materially decreased his strength. His limbs trembled, and a profuse perspiration bedewed his brow, although the night was rather cold than otherwise. "I am very weak," he said, "and much I wonder now that I succeeded in overcoming that villain Marchdale, who, if I had not done so, would most assuredly have murdered me." And it was a wonder, for Marchdale was not an old man, although he might be considered certainly as past the prime of life, and he was of a strong and athletic build. But it was the suddenness of his attack upon him which had given Charles Holland the great advantage, and had caused the defeat of the ruffian, who came bent on one of the most cowardly and dastardly murders that could be committed, namely, upon an unoffending man, whom he supposed to be loaded with chains, and incapable of making the least efficient resistance. Charles soon again recovered sufficient breath and strength to proceed towards the hall, and now warned, by the exhaustion which had come over him, that he had not really anything like strength enough to allow him to proceed rapidly, he walked with slow and deliberate steps. This mode of proceeding was more favorable to reflection than the wild, rapid one which he had at first adopted, and in all the glowing colors of youthful and ingenious fancy did he depict to himself the surprise and the pleasure that would beam in the countenance of his beloved Flora when she should find him once again by her side. Of course, he, Charles, could know nothing of the contrivances which had been resorted to, and which the reader may lay wholly to the charge of Marchdale, to blacken his character, and to make him appear faithless to the love he had professed. Had he known this, it is probable that indignation would have added wings to his progress, and he would not have been able to proceed at the leisurely pace he felt that his state of physical weakness dictated to him. And now he saw the topmost portion at Bannerworth Hall pushing out from amongst the trees with which the ancient pile was so much surrounded, and the sight of the home of his beloved revived him, and quickened the circulation of the warm blood in his veins. "I shall behold her now," he said. "I shall behold her how. A few minutes more, and I shall hold her to my heart, that heart which has been ever hers, and which carried her image enshrined in its deepest recesses, even into the gloom of a dungeon." But let us, while Charles Holland is indulging in these delightful anticipations, which, we regret, in consequence of the departure of the Bannerworths from the hall, will not be realized so soon, as he suppose look back upon the discomfited hypocrite and villain, Marchdale, who occupies his place in the dungeon of the old ruins. Until Charles Holland actually had left the strange, horrible, and cell-like place, he could scarcely make up his mind that the young man entertained a serious intention of leaving him there. Perhaps he did not think anyone could be so cruel and so wicked as he himself, for the reader will no doubt recollect that his, Marchdale's, counsel to Varney was to leave Charles Holland to his fate, chained down as he was in the dungeon, and that fate would have been the horrible one of being starved to death in the course of a few days. When now, however, he felt confident that he was deserted, when he heard the sound of Charles Holland's retreating footsteps slowly dying away in the distance, until not the faintest echo of them reached his ears, he despaired indeed, and the horror he experienced during the succeeding 10 minutes might be considered an ample atonement for some of his crimes. His brain was in a complete whirl, nothing of a tangible nature, but that he was there, chained down, and left to starve to death, came across his intellect. Then a kind of madness, for a moment or two, took possession of him. He made a tremendous effort to burst asunder the bands that held him. But it was in vain. The chain switch had been placed upon Charles Holland during the first few days of his confinement, when he had a little recovered from the effects of the violence which had been committed upon him at the time when he was captured. Effectually resisted Marchdale. They even cut into his flesh, inflicting upon him some grievous wounds, but that was all he achieved by his great efforts to free himself, so that, after a few moments, bleeding and in great pain, he, with a deep groan, desisted from the fruitless efforts he had better not have commenced. Then he remained silent for a time, but it was not the silence of reflection. It was that of exhaustion, and, as such, was not likely to last long, nor did it, for in the course of another 5 minutes he called out loudly. Perhaps he thought there might be a remote chance that some one traversing the meadows would hear him, and yet, if he had duly considered the matter, which he was not in a fitting frame of mind to do, he would have recollected that, in choosing a dungeon among the underground vaults of these ruins, he had, by experiment, made certain that no cry, however loud, from where he lay, could reach the upper air. And thus had this villain, by the very precautions which he had himself taken to ensure the safe custody of another, been his own greatest enemy. "Help, help, help," he cried frantically. "Varney, Charles Holland, have mercy upon me and do not leave me here to starve. Help, oh heaven, curses on all your heads, curses. Oh, mercy, mercy, mercy." In such like incoherent expressions did he pass some hours, until, what with exhaustion and a raging thirst that came over him, he could not utter another word, but lay the very picture of despair and discomfited malice and wickedness. Chapter 69. Flora Bannerworth and Her Mother. The Episode of Chivalry. PNJ. Gladly we turn from such a man as Marchdale to a consideration of the beautiful and accomplished Flora Bannerworth, to whom we may, without destroying in any way the interest of our plot, predict a much happier destiny than, probably, at that time, she considers as at all likely to be hers. She certainly enjoyed, upon her first removal from Bannerworth Hall, greater serenity of mind than she had done there. But, as we have already remarked of her, the more her mind was withdrawn, by change of scene, from the horrible considerations which the attack of the vampire had forced upon her, the more she reverted to the fate of Charles Holland, which was still shrouded in so much gloom. She would sit and converse with her mother upon that subject, until she worked up her feelings to a most uncomfortable pitch of excitement, and then Mrs. Bannerworth would get her younger brother to join them, who would occasionally read to her some compositions of his own, or of some favorite writer whom he thought would amuse her. Piange. It was on the very evening when Sir Francis Varney had made up his mind to release Charles Holland that young Bannerworth read to his sister and his mother the following little chivalric incident, which he told them he had himself collated from authentic sources. "The knight with the green shield," exclaimed one of a party of men-at-arms, who were drinking together at an ancient hostel, "not far from Shrewsbury, knight with the green shield is as good a knight as ever buckled on a sword or wore spurs. Then how comes it he is not one of the victors in the day's tournament?" exclaimed another, "By the bones of Alfred." Said a third, "A man must be judged of by his deserts and not by the partiality of his friends." "That's my opinion, friends, and mine, too," said another. "That is all very true, and my opinion would go with yours, too, but not in this instance. Though you may accuse me of partiality, yet I am not so, for I have seen some of the victors of today by no means forward in the press of battlemen who, I will not say feared danger, but who liked it not so well but they avoided it as much as possible. I marry and so have won. The reason is, 'tis much easier to face a blunted lance than one with a spearhead, and a man may practice the one and thrive in it, but not the other, for the best lance in the tournament is not always the best arm in the battle.' And that is the reason of my saying the knight with the green shield was a good knight. I have seen him in the midst of the melee, when men and horses have been hurled to the ground by the shock. There he has behaved himself like a brave knight, and has more than once been noticed for it. But how can he to be so easily overthrown today? That speaks something. His horse is an old one." "So much the better," said another. "He's used to his work and as cunning as an old man. But he has been wounded more than once, and is weakened very much. Besides, I saw him lose his footing, else he had overthrown his opponent." He did not seem distressed about his accident, at all events, but sat contented in the tent. He knows well that those who know him will never attribute his misadventure either to want of courage or conduct. Moreover, he seems to be one of those who care but little for the opinion of men who care nothing for him. And he's right. Well, dear comrades, the health of Green Knight, or the knight with a green shield, for that's his name or the designation he chooses to go by. A health to the knight with the green shield, shouted the men-at-arms, as they lifted their cups on high. "Who is he?" inquired one of the men-at-arms, of him who had spoken favorably of the stranger. "I do not know." "And yet you spoke favorably of him a few seconds back, and said what a brave knight he was, and so I uphold him to be. But, I tell you what, friend, I would do as much for the greatest stranger I ever met. I have seen him fight where men and horses have bit the dust in hundreds, and that, in my opinion, speaks out for the man and warrior. He who cannot, then, fight like a soldier, had better tilt at home in the castle-yard, and there win ladies' smiles, but not the commendation of the leader of the battle." "That's true. I myself recollect very well Sir Hugh de Colbert, a very accomplished knight in the castle-yard, but his men were as fine a set of fellows as ever crossed a horse, to look at, but they proved deficient at the moment of trial. They were broken, and fled in a moment, and scarce one of them received a scratch." "Then they had not stood the shock of the foeman, no, that's certain. But still I should like to know the knight to know his name very well." "I know it not. He has some reason for keeping it secret, I suppose, but his deeds will not shame it, be it what it may. I can bear witness to more than one foeman falling beneath his battle-axe." "Indeed, yes, and he took a banner from the enemy in the last battle that was fought." "Ah well, he deserves a better fortune tomorrow. Who is to be the bridegroom of the beautiful Bertha, daughter of Lord de Cossa? That will have to be decided, but it is presumed that Sir Guthrie de Beaumont is the intended." "Ah, but should he not prove the victor, it's understood, because it's known he is intended by the parents of the lady, and none would be ungallant enough to prevail against him, save on such conditions as would not endanger the fruits of victory. No, certainly not. They would lay the trophies at the foot of the beauty worshipped by the knights at the tournament. So triumphant or not, he's to be the bridegroom, bearing off the prize of valor whether or no in fact, deserve her or not, that's the fact. So it is, so it is. And a shame, too, friends. But so it is now. But yet if the knight's horse recovers from the strain and is fit for work tomorrow, it strikes me that the green shield will give some work to the holiday knight. There had been a grand tournament held near Shrewsbury Castle, in honor of the intended nuptials of the beautiful Lady Bertha de Cossey. She was the only daughter of the Earl de Cossey, a nobleman of some note. He was one of an ancient and unblemished name, and of great riches. The lady was beautiful, but at the same time she was an unwilling bride, everyone could see that, but the bridegroom cared not for that. There was a sealed sorrow on her brow, a sorrow that seemed sincere and lasting, but she spoke not of it to anyone, her lips were seldom parted. She loved another. Yes, she loved one who was far away, fighting in the wars of his country, one who was not so rich in lands as her present bridegroom. When he left her, she remembered his promise. It was, to fight on till he earned a fortune, or name that should give him some right to claim her hand, even from her imperious father. But alas, he came not, and what could she do against the commands of one who would be obeyed? Her mother, too, was a proud, haughty woman, one whose sole anxiety was to increase the grandeur and power of her house by such connections. Thus it was pressed on by circumstances. She could no longer hold out, more especially as she heard nothing of her knight. She knew not where he was, or indeed if he were living or dead. She knew not he was never named. This last circumstance, indeed, gave her pain, for it assured her that he whom she loved had been unable to signalize himself from among other men. That, in fact, he was unknown in the annals of fame, as well as the probability that he had been slain in some of the earlier skirmishes of the war. This, if it had happened, caused her some pain to think upon. Not but such events were looked upon with almost indifference by females, save in such cases where their affections were engaged, as on this occasion. But the event was softened by the fact that men were continually falling by the hand of man in such encounters, but at the same time, it was considered an honorable and praiseworthy death for a soldier. He was wounded, but not with the anguish we now hear of, for the friends were consoled by the reflection that the deceased warrior died covered with glory. Bertha, however, was young, and as yet she knew not the cause of her absent knight's silence, or why he had not been heard of among the most forward in the battle. "Heavens will be done," she exclaimed. "What can I do? I must submit to my father's behests, but my future life will be one of misery and sorrow." She wept to think of the past, and to dream of the future. Both alike were sorrowful to think upon no comfort in the past and no joy in the future. Thus she wept and sorrowed on the night of the first tournament. There was to be a second, and that was to be the grand one, where her intended bridegroom was to show himself off in her eyes and take his part in the sport. Bertha sat latish, sat sorrowing by the light of the lamps and the flickering flame of the fire, as it rose and fell on the hearth and threw dancing shadows on the walls. Oh, why, Arthur Home, should you thus be absent? Absent, too, at such a time when you are more needed than ever. Alas, alas, you may no longer be in the land of the living. Your family is great, and your name known your own has been spoken with commendation from the lips of your friend. What more of fame do you need? But I am speaking without purpose. Heaven have mercy on me." As she spoke, she looked up and saw one of her women in waiting standing by. "Well, what would you, my lady? There is one who would speak with you," said the handmaiden. "With me, yes, my lady. He named you the Lady Bertha de Cossey." "Who and what is he?" she inquired with something like trepidation of the maiden. "I know not, my lady." "But gave he not some token by which I might know who I admit to my chamber?" "None," replied the maiden. "And what does he bear by way of distinguishing himself? What crest or device doth he bear?" "Merely a green shield." "The unsuccessful knight in the tournament today. Heavens, what can he desire with me? He is not, no, it cannot be. Will you admit him, lady?" "Indeed, I know not what to do, but yet he may have some intelligence to give me. Yes, yes, admit him, but first throw some logs on the fire." The attendant did, as she was desired, and then quitted the room for the purpose of admitting the stranger knight with the green shield. In a few moments she could hear the stride of the knight as he entered the apartment, and she thought the step was familiar to her ears, thought it was the step of Sir Arthur Home, her lover. She waited anxiously to see the door open, and then the stranger entered. His form and bearing was that of her lover, but his visor was down, and she was unable to distinguish the features of the stranger. His armor was such as had seen many a day's hard wear, and there were plenty of marks of the battle about him. His travel-worn accoutrements were altogether such as bespoke service in the field. "Sir, you desired to see me, say wherefore you do so, and if it is news you bring." The knight answered not, but pointed to the female attendant, as if he desired she would withdraw. "You may retire," said Bertha. "Be within call, and let me know if I am threatened with interruption." The attendant retired, and then the knight and lady were left alone. The former seemed at a loss how to break silence for some moments, and then he said, "Lady, oh heavens, 'tis he," exclaimed Bertha as she sprang to her feet. "It is Sir Arthur Home." "It is," exclaimed the knight, pulling up his visor, and dropping on one knee, he encircled his arm round the waist of the lady, and at the same moment he pressed her lips to his own. The first emotion of joy and surprise over, Bertha checked her transports, and chid the knight for his boldness. "Nay, chide me not, dear Bertha. I am what I was when I left you, and hope to find you the same." "Am I not?" said Bertha. "Truly I know not, for you seem more beautiful than you were then. I hope that is the only change." "If there be a change, it is only such as you see. Sorrow and regret form the principal causes. I understand you." "My intended nuptials, yes, I have heard all. I came here but late in the morning, and my horse was jaded and tired, and my impatience to attend the tournament caused me a disaster which it is well it came not on the second day." "It is, dear Arthur. How is it I never heard your name mentioned, or that I received no news from anyone about you during the wars that have ended? I had more than one personal enemy, Bertha. Men who would have been glad to see me fall, and who, in default of that, would not have minded bribing an assassin to secure my death for them at any risk whatever." "Heavens, and how did you escape such a death from such people, Arthur, by adopting such a device as that I wear? The Knight of the Green Shield I am called. I saw you today in the tournament, and there my tired and jaded horse gave way, but tomorrow I shall have, I hope, a different fortune." "I hope so too. I will try. My arm has been good in battle, and I see not why it should be deficient in peaceful jousts." "Certainly not. What fortune have you met with since you left England? I was of course known but to a few. Among those few were the general under whom I served and my more immediate officers, who I knew would not divulge my secret. And they did not know, kept it nobly, and kept their eyes upon me in battle. And I have reaped a rich harvest in force, honor, and riches, I assure you." "Thank heaven," said Bertha. "Bertha, if I be conqueror, may I claim you in the courtyard before all the spectators?" "You may," said Bertha, and she hung her head. "Moreover," said Sir Arthur, "you will not make a half promise, but when I demand you, you will at once come down to me and accept me as your husband. If I be the victor then, he cannot object to the match. But he will have many friends, and his intended bride will have many more, so that you may run some danger among so many enemies. Never fear for me, Bertha, because I shall have many friends of distinction there, too many old friends who are tried men in battle, and whose deeds are a glory and honor to them. Besides, I shall have my commander and several gentlemen who would at once interfere in case any unfair advantage was attempted to be taken of my supposed weakness." "Have you a fresh horse?" inquired Bertha. "I have, or shall have by the morning. But promise me you will do what I ask you, and then my arm will be nerved to its utmost, and I am sure to be victorious." "I do promise," said Bertha. "I hope you may be as successful as you hope to be, Arthur. But suppose fortune should declare against you. Suppose an accident of any kind were to happen, what could be done then? I must be content to hide myself for ever afterwards as a defeated knight. How can I appear before your friends as the claimant of your hand?" I will never have any other, but you will be forced to accept this Guthrie de Beaumont, your father's chosen son-in-law. I will seek refuge in a cloister. Will you fly with me, Bertha, to some sequestered spot, where we can live in each other's society? Yes, said Bertha, anything, save marriage with Guthrie de Beaumont. Then await the tournament of tomorrow, said Sir Arthur, and then this may be avoided. In the meantime, keep up a good heart and remember I am at hand. These two lovers parted for the present, after a protracted interview, Bertha to her chamber, and the Knight of the Green Shield to his tent. The following morning was one of great preparation. The lists had been enlarged, and the seats made more commodious, for the influx of visitors appeared to be much greater than had been anticipated. Moreover, there were many old warriors of distinction to be present, which made the bridegroom look pale and feel uncomfortable as to the results of the tournament. The tilting was to begin at an early hour, and then the feasting and revelry would begin early in the evening, after the tilting had all passed off. In that day's work there were many thrown from their saddles, and many broke their lances. The bridegroom tilted with several knights, and came off victorious, or without disadvantage to either. The Green Knight, on the contrary, tilted with but few, and always victorious, and such matches were with men who had been men of some name in the wars, or at least in the tilt yard. The sports drew to a close, and when the bridegroom became the challenger, the Knight of the Green Shield at once rode out quietly to meet him. The encounter could not well be avoided, and the bridegroom would willingly have declined the joust with a knight who had disposed of his enemies so easily, and so unceremoniously as he had. The first encounter was enough. The bridegroom was thrown to a great distance, and lay insensible on the ground, and was carried out of the field. There was an immediate sensation among the friends of the bridegroom, several of whom rode out to challenge the stranger knight for his presumption. In this, however, they had misreckoned the chances, for the challenged accepted their challenges with alacrity, and disposed of them one by one with credit to himself, until the day was concluded. The stranger was then asked to declare who he was, upon which he lifted his visor and said, I am Sir Arthur Home, and claim the Lady Bertha as my bride, by the laws of arms and by those of love. Again the tent was felled, and again the hostelry was tenanted by the soldier, who declared for one side and then for the other, as the cups clanged and jingled together. Said I not, exclaimed one of the troopers, that the knight with a green shield was a good knight? You did, replied the other. And you knew who he was, said another of the troopers. Not I, comrades. I had seen him fight in battle, and therefore partly guessed how it would be if he had any chance with the bridegroom. I am glad he has won the lady. It was true, the Lady Bertha was won, and Sir Arthur Home claimed his bride, and then they attempted to defeat his claim. Yet Bertha at once expressed herself in his favor, too strongly that they were, however reluctantly compelled to consent at last. At this moment, a loud shout as from a multitude of persons came upon their ears, and Flora started from her seat in alarm. The cause of the alarm we shall proceed to detail. Chapter 70. The funeral of the stranger of the in the popular commotion, and Mrs. Chillingworth's appeal to the mob the new riot the hall in danger. PNJ. As yet the town was quiet, and though there was no appearance of riot or disturbance, yet the magistracy had taken every precaution they deemed needful, or their position and necessities warranted, to secure the peace of the town from the like disturbance to that which had been, of late, a disgrace and terror of peaceably disposed persons. The populace were well advertised of the fact that the body of the stranger was to be buried that morning in their churchyard, and that, to protect the body, should there be any necessity for so doing, a large body of constables would be employed. There was no disposition to riot, at least, none was visible. It looked as if there was some event about to take place that was highly interesting to all parties, who were peaceably assembling to witness the interment of nobody knew who. The early hour at which persons were assembling, at different points, clearly indicated that there was a spirit of curiosity about the town, so uncommon that none would have noticed it, but for the fact of the crowd of people who hung about the streets, and there remained, listless and impatient. The inn, too, was crowded with visitors, and there were many who, not being blessed with the strength of purse that some were hanging about in the distance, waiting and watching the motions of those who were better provided. "Ah," said one of the visitors, "this is a disagreeable job in your house, landlord." "Yes, sir. I would sooner it had happened elsewhere, I assure you. I know it has done me no good." "No, no man could expect any, and yet it is none the less unfortunate for that. I would sooner anything else happen than that, whatever it might be. I think it must be something very bad, at all events, but I dare say I shall never see the like again." "So much the better for the town," said another. "For, what with vampires and riots, there has been but little else stirring than mischief and disturbances of one kind and another." "Yes, and what between Varneys and Bannerworths, we have had but little peace here." "Precisely. Do you know it's my opinion that the least thing would upset the whole town. Any one unlucky word would do it, I am sure," said a tall, thin man. "I have no doubt of it," said another. "But I hope the military would do their duty under such circumstances, for people's lives and property are not safe in such a state of things. Oh dear no. I wonder what has become of Varney, or where he can have gone to. Some thought he must have been burned when they burned his house," replied the landlord. "But I believe it generally understood he's escaped, has he not? No traces of his body were found in the ruins. None. Oh, he's escaped, there can be no doubt of that. I wish I had some fortune depending upon the fact. It would be mine, I am sure." "Well, the Lord keep us from vampires and such like cattle," said an old woman. "I shall never sleep again in my bed with any safety. It frightens one out of one's life to think of it. What a shame the men did not catch him and stake him." The old woman left the inn as soon as she had spoke this Christian speech. "Humane," said a gentleman with a sporting coat on. "The old woman is no advocate for half measures." "You are right, sir," said the landlord, "and a very good lookout she keeps upon the pot to see it's full and carefully blows the froth off. Ah, I thought as much." "How soon will the funeral take place, landlord?" inquired a person who had at that moment entered the inn. "In about an hour's time, sir." "Oh, the town seems pretty full, though it is very quiet. I suppose it is more as a matter of curiosity people congregate to see the funeral of this stranger." "I hope so, sir. The time is wearing on, and if they do not make a dust, why then the military will not be troubled." "I do not expect anything more, sir," said the landlord, "for you see they must have had their swing out, as the saying is, and be fully satisfied. They cannot have much more to do in the way of exhibiting their anger or dislike to vampiresty, all have done enough." "So they have, so they have." "Granted," said an old man with a troublesome cough, "but when did you ever know a mob to be satisfied? If they wanted the moon and got it, they would find out it would be necessary to have the stars also." "That's uncommonly true," said the landlord. "I should not be surprised if they did not do something worse than ever." "Nothing more likely," said the little old man. "I can believe anything of a mob anything no matter what." The inn was crowded with visitors, and several extra hands were employed to wait upon the customers, and a scene of bustle and activity was displayed that was never before seen. It would glad the heart of a landlord, though he were made of stone, and landlords are usually of much more malleable materials than that. However, the landlord had hardly time to congratulate himself, for the bearers were come now, and the undertaker and his troop of death-following officials. There was a stir among the people, who began now to awaken from the lethargy that seemed to have come over them while they were waiting for the moment when it should arrive. That was to place the body under the green sod, against which so much of their anger had been raised. There was a decent silence that pervaded the mob of individuals who had assembled. Death, with all its ghastly insignia, had an effect even upon the unthinking multitude, who were ever ready to inflict death or any violent injury upon any object that came in their way. They never hesitated. But even these, now the object of their hatred was no more, felt appalled. "'Tis strange what a change comes over masses of men as they gaze upon a dead body. It may be that they all know that to that complexion they must come at last. This may be the secret of the respect offered to the dead. The undertakers are men, however, who are used to the presence of death. It is their element. They gain a living by attending upon the last obsequies of the dead. They are used to dead bodies and care not for them. Some of them are humane men, that is, in their way, and even among them are men who would not be deprived of the joke as they screwed down the last screw. They could not forbear, even on this occasion, to hold their converse when left alone. "Jacobs," said one who was turning a long screw, "Jacobs, my boy, do you take the chair tonight?" "Yes," said Jacobs, who was a long, lugubrious-looking man. "I do take the chair, if I live over this blessed event." "You are not croaking, Jacobs, are you? Well, you are a lively customer, you are. Lively, don't you expect people to be lively when they are full dressed for a funeral? You are a nice article for your profession. You do not feel like an undertaker, you do not." "Do not, Jacobs, my boy. As long as I look like one when occasion demands. When I have done my job, I puts my comfort in my pocket, and thinks how much more pleasanter it is to be going to other people's funerals than to our own, and then only see the difference as regards the money." "True," said Jacobs with a groan, "but death's a melancholy article at all events. So it is. And then when you come to consider the number of people we have buried, how many have gone to their last homes and how many more will go the same way. Yes, yes. That's all very well, Jacob. You are precious surly this morning. I will come tonight. You are brewing a sentimental tale as sure as eggs is eggs." "Well, that is pretty certain. But as I was saying, how many more are there?" "Ah, do not bother yourself with calculations that have neither beginning nor end, and which have not one point to go. Come, Jacob, have you finished yet?" "Quite," said Jacob. They now arranged the pall, and placed all in readiness, and returned to a place downstairs where they could enjoy themselves for an odd half-hour, and pass that time away, until the moment should arrive when his reverence would be ready to bury the deceased, upon consideration of the fees to be paid upon the occasion. The taproom was crowded, and there was no room for the men, and they were taken into the kitchen, where they were seated, and earnestly at work, preparing for the ceremony that had so shortly to be performed. "Any better, Jacobs? What do you mean?" inquired Jacobs with a groan. "It's news to me if I have been 99. Oh yes, you were doleful upstairs, you know. I have a proper regard for my profession, that's the difference between you and I, you know. I will wager you what you like, now, that I will handle a corpse and drive a screw in a coffin as well as you, now, although you are so solid and miserable. So you may, so you may." "Then what do you mean by saying I have not a proper regard for my profession?" "I say you have not. And there's the thing that shall prove it you do not look it, and that's the truth. I do not look like an undertaker. Indeed, I dare say I do not if I ain't dressed like one, nor when you are," reiterated Jacob. "Why not, pray?" "Because you have always a grin on your face as broad as a gridiron, that's why." This ended the dispute, for the employer of the men suddenly put his head in, saying, "Come now, time's up. You are wanted upstairs, all of you. Be quick, we shall have his reverence waiting for us, and then we shall lose his recommendation." "Ready, sir," said the round man, taking up his pint and finishing it off at a draught. At the same moment, he thrust the remains of some bread and cheese into his pocket. Jacob, too, took his pot, and having finished it, with great gravity followed the example of his more jocose companion, and they all left the kitchen for the room above, where the corpse was lying ready for interment. There was an unusual bustle. Everybody was on the tip-top of expectation, and awaiting the result in a quiet hurry, and hoped to have the first glimpse of the coffin, though why they should do so it was difficult to define. But in this fit of mysterious hope and expectation they certainly stood. "Will they be long?" inquired a man at the door of one inside. "Will they be long before they come?" "They are coming now," said the man. "Do you all keep quiet, they are knocking their heads against the top of the landing. Hark, there, I told you so." The man departed, hearing something, and being satisfied that he had got some information. "Now then," said the landlord, "move out of the way, and allow the corpse to pass out. Let me have no indecent conduct, let everything be as it should be." The people soon removed from the passage and vicinity of the doorway, and then the mournful procession as the newspapers have it moved forward. They were heard coming downstairs, and thence along the passage, until they came to the street, and then the whole number of attendants was plainly discernible. How different was the funeral of one who had friends. He was alone, none followed, save the undertaker and his attendants, all of whom looked solemn from habit and professional motives. Even the jocose man was as supernaturally solemn as could be well imagined. Indeed, nobody knew he was the same man. "Well," said the landlord, as he watched them down the street, as they slowly paced their way with funereal, not sorrowful, solemnity, "well, I am very glad that it is all over." "It has been a sad plague to you," said one. "It has, indeed. It must be to anyone who has had another such a job as this. I do not say it out of any disrespect to the poor man who is dead and gone a quite the reverse, but I would not have such another affair on my hands for pounds." "I can easily believe you, especially when we come to consider the disagreeables of a mob." "You may say that. There's no knowing what they will or will not do, confound them. If they would act like men, and pay for what they have, why then I should not care much about them. But it do not do to have other people in the bar." "I should think not, indeed. That would alter the scale of your profits, I reckon." "It would make all the difference to me. Business," added the landlord, "conducted on that scale would become a loss, and a man might as well walk into a well at once." "So I should say. Have many such occurrences as these been usual in this part of the country?" inquired the stranger. "Not usual at all," said the landlord. "But the fact is, the whole neighborhood has run distracted about some superhuman being they call a vampire." "Indeed, yes, and they suspected the unfortunate man who has been lying upstairs, a corpse for some days." "Oh, the man they have just taken in the coffin to bury," said the stranger. "Yes, sir, the same." "Well, I thought perhaps somebody of great consequence had suddenly become defunct." "Oh dear no, it would not have caused half the sensation. People have been really mad." "It was a strange occurrence, altogether, I believe, was it?" inquired the stranger. "Indeed it was, sir. I hardly know the particulars, there have been so many tales afloat, though they all concur in one point, and that is, it has destroyed the peace of one family." "Who has done so, the vampire?" "Indeed, I never heard of such an animal, save as a fable before. It seems to me extraordinary." "So it would do to anyone, sir, as was not on the spot to see it. I am sure I would not." In the meantime, the procession, short as it was of itself, moved along in slow time through a throng of people who ran out of their houses on either side of the way, and lined the whole length of the town. Many of these closed in behind, and followed the mourners until they were near the church, and then they made a rush to get into the churchyard. As yet all had been conducted with tolerable propriety, the funeral met with no impediment. The presence of death among so many of them seemed some check upon the license of the mob, who bowed in silence to the majesty of death. Who could bear ill will against him who was now no more? Man, while he is man, is always the subject of hatred, fear, or love. Some one of these passions, in a modified state, exists in all men, and with such feelings they will regard each other, and it is barely possible that anyone should not be the object of some of these, and hence the stranger's corpse was treated with respect. In silence the body proceeded along the highway, until it came to the churchyard, and followed by an immense multitude of people of all grades. The authorities trembled, they knew not what all this portended. They thought it might pass off, but it might become a storm first, they hoped and feared by turns, till some of them fell sick with apprehension. There was a deep silence observed by all those in the immediate vicinity of the coffin, but those farther in the rear found full expression for their feelings. "Do you think," said an old man to another, "that he will come to life again?" "Oh yes, vampires always do, and lay in the moonlight, and then they come to life again. Moonlight recovers a vampire to life again." "And yet the moonlight is cold." "Ah, but who's to tell what may happen to a vampire, or what's hot or what's cold?" "Certainly not. Oh dear, no. and then they have permission to suck the blood of other people, to live themselves, and to make other people vampires too. The Lord have mercy upon us. Aye, but they have driven a stake through this one, and he cannot get in moonlight or daylight. It's all over, he's certainly done for. We may congratulate ourselves on this point. So we may. They now neared the grave, the clergyman officiating as usual on such occasions. There was a large mob of persons on all sides, with serious faces, watching the progress of the ceremony, and who listened in quietness. There was no sign of any disturbance amongst the people, and the authorities were well pleased. They congratulated themselves upon the quietness and orderliness of the assemblage. The service was ended and the coffin lowered, and the earth was thrown on the coffin lid with a hollow sound. Nobody could hear that sound unmoved, but in a short while the sound ceased as the grave became filled. It was then trodden carefully down. There were no relatives there to feel affected at the last scene of all. They were far away, and according to popular belief upon the subject, they must have been dead some ages. The mob watched the last shovelful of earth thrown upon the coffin, and witnessed the ramming down of the soil, and the heaping of it over at top to make the usual monument. For all this was done speedily and carefully, lest there should be any tendency to exhume the body of the deceased. The people were now somewhat relieved as to their state of solemnity and silence. They would all of them converse freely on the matter that had so long occupied their thoughts. They seemed now let loose, and everybody found himself at liberty to say or do something, no matter if it were not very reasonable. That is not always required of human beings who have souls, or at least it is unexpected, and were it expected, the expectation would never be realized. The day was likely to wear away without a riot, nay, even without a fight. A most extraordinary occurrence for such a place under the existing circumstances, for of late the populace, or, perhaps, the townspeople, were extremely pugnacious, and many were the disputes that were settled by the very satisfactory application of the knuckles to the head of the party holding a contrary opinion. Thus it was they were ready to take fire, and a hubbub would be the result of the slightest provocation. But on the present occasion there was a remarkable dearth of all subjects of the nature described. Who was to lead Israel out to battle? Alas, no one on the present occasion. Such a one, however, appeared, at least, one who furnished a ready excuse for a disturbance. Suddenly, Mrs. Chillingworth appeared in the midst of a large concourse of people. She had just left her house, which was close at hand, her eyes red with weeping, and her children around her on this occasion.